Every first day of the week, Shui Mei would drive over 100 miles to the nearest town to procure daily necessities. She drove a second-hand Jinbei van, which, despite its previous ownership, was in excellent condition and spacious enough to accommodate the supplies needed for the upcoming week. The weather in the mountains was notoriously unpredictable when she set out in the morning. The sky was clear and serene, yet by noon, a torrential downpour ensued, with large raindrops pelting against the windshield, creating layers of cascading water. Fortunately, the rain arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. After parking the vehicle in the garage, Shui Mei emerged to find the rain had ceased, with water from the roof trickling down in a gentle rhythm. Under the eaves of the inn stood a young girl, clad in a white shirt and khaki pants, with a black hoodie casually tied around her waist. Beside her was a large outdoor backpack, which Shui Mei estimated to be around 60 liters. This girl appeared to be a traveler, possibly a backpacker. Why not step inside? There are people in the inn, Shui Mei said, directing Uncle Zhao and Aunt Zhao as they unloaded the car, while taking a moment to greet the girl. With a smile, the girl replied, "Oh, I just arrived and haven't had the chance to go in yet." Shui Mei paused in surprise. Just arrived? She couldn't help but scrutinize the girl, who was entirely dry, not a single strand of hair dampened by the rain. Aside from the backpack, there were no visible rain gear nearby. Could it be that she possessed a mythical water-repelling charm? The thought flickered momentarily in Shui Mei's mind as she inquired, "Are you here to stay at the inn?" "No, I am here for an interview. My name is Lingyu. I called you yesterday. I remember your voice." The girl smiled, revealing a row of pristine, even teeth. "Have you reached adulthood?" Seated in the inn's lobby, Shui Mei scrutinized the girl before her. Thick bangs, a ponytail, a flat chest, long legs, and sporting sneakers, she looked unmistakably like a middle school student of around 14 or 15. "Here is my ID card. I'm already 18. The girl retrieved a large envelope made of craft paper from her backpack and placed it before Shui Mei. Shui Mei picked up the envelope and examined it. Such an old-fashioned envelope was likely unavailable even at the post office, for she had not seen one in at least a decade. Inside the envelope were an ID card and a diploma, both brand new, clearly issued not long ago. Shui Mei meticulously compared the photographs on the documents before raising her gaze to reassess the girl. Lingyu, 18 years old, from Sichuan, a graduate in biological sciences from F University. "You have already graduated?" The girl nodded. "I just graduated this year." Shui Mei sighed. To graduate from university at the age of 18, especially from one of the most prestigious institutions in the country, was nothing short of remarkable. How could such a prodigy have come to apply at her humble little inn? As far as I know, many students from F University are already secured by employment companies even before they reach their junior year. Even those without such guarantees need not worry about finding good jobs. Why do you wish to apply here? This is merely a small private inn, and the salary offered is rather modest. Shui Mei spoke candidly. Her inn was situated far from the bustling city, in a place that was not a national scenic area. Most of her guests were regulars, and the nearest town was over 100 miles away, hardly a location favored by young women. Lingyu surveyed her surroundings before her gaze settled on Shui Mei, clad in a military green trench coat. A smile broke across her face, pure and unguarded. "During my university days, my classmates and I camped in the mountains and passed by here. I fell in love with this quaint inn, far removed from the clamor of the city. Now that I have graduated and can manage my own life, it is only natural for me to choose to work in a place I adore." Shui Mei was rendered speechless. The young girl's words left her without a rebuttal. However, she found herself quite fond of this youthful spirit, so bright and clear, akin to the morning dew in the mountains. Well, if Lingyu could accept the minimum wage she had set, she would be even more pleased. She stated a figure, and without a moment's hesitation, Lingyu replied, "As long as I can work here, I would be fine without a salary." Shui Mei felt a pang of regret. It dawned on her that this girl was not in need of money. Had she offered too generous a salary? "You are still quite young. Do your family members consent to your working here?" Shui Mei inquired, not wishing to invite trouble. Although the girl was of age, in this day and age, who among the young women wasn't cherished like a little princess at home, it would be prudent to avoid raising suspicions, especially when she could choose to work at a large corporation instead of serving as a mere attendant here. Lingyu smiled again. I am an orphan, you need not worry about any complications. Her declaration of being an orphan was devoid of sorrow, leading Shui Mei to surmise that she must have lost her parents at a very young age, lacking memories that could harbor resentment. Shui Mei found this reminiscent of her first love, who shared a similar fate. Thus her attitude towards Lingyu was one of understanding rather than surprise. Thus, Lingyu remained, assuming the role of an attendant at Shui Mei's inn. The inn boasted over 20 rooms, and aside from the proprietress Shui Mei, there was an elderly couple, Uncle Zhao and Aunt Zhao, who managed the kitchen and various chores. Additionally, there was a young man in his 20s, Kai Xiaobo, affectionately nicknamed Spinach. The inn's business was neither flourishing nor dismal. Most guests were regulars, with an average occupancy rate of less than 50%. Once Lingyu officially began her duties, she quickly realized that if Spinach spent less time indulging in music and his mobile phone, there would be no need to hire a second attendant. The work at the inn was quite leisurely, allowing Lingyu ample time to sit at the front desk, lost in thought. At that moment, a figure entered, tapping the front desk with a finger, prompting Lingyu to perk up at the sight of the newcomer. She is an exceptionally beautiful woman, clad in a beige, casual outfit. Her long, jet black hair is casually swept into a bun at the back of her head. Although she appears to be of a certain age, her impeccable grooming speaks volumes. Beneath delicately arched eyebrows lie a pair of slightly upturned phoenix eyes. Her slender, fair hands rest upon the reception desk, adorned with an antique jade ring on her ring finger. Lingyi's gaze is captivated by the ring, prompting her to glance at the woman once more, breaking into a broad smile. Ah, you must be new. I haven't seen you before. The woman speaks in impeccable Mandarin. Lingyu greets her with a smile, while discreetly nudging Spinach under the desk. Only then does Spinach awaken, noticing the woman before them. Quickly removing her headphones, she exclaims, "Oh, Ms. Yi, it's been a while, welcome." Spinach gestures toward Lingyu, saying, "She's new, you can call her Lingling." Lingling? What a delightful name. Ms. Yi remarks, retrieving her identification card from her elegant wallet and handing it to Lingyu. Receiving the card with her right hand, the silver bracelet on her wrist emits a soft, melodic jingle. Lingyu glances at the name inscribed on the card. Yi Qiuhin, hailing from a city in Jiangsu. The name is as lovely as the woman herself. Another gentle chime resonates from her wrist as Lingyu lightly taps the bell on her silver bracelet, as if soothing a mischievous child. The bell eventually quiets after its final peal, yet the sound is subtle enough that Ms. Yi, engrossed in the check-in process, remains blissfully unaware. Lingyu swiftly completed the accommodation procedures for Yi Qiuhin, guiding her to room 205 on the second floor. Yi Qiuhin carried with her only a petite suitcase, suggesting she did not intend to stay for long. Her registered stay was merely for 3 days. The occupant of room 205 had checked out yesterday, and the space had just undergone cleaning, still imbued with a faint scent of lemon cleaner. Habitually, Lingyu reached to draw back the curtains and open the window, but as her fingers grazed the fabric, Yi Qiuhin smiled and gently interjected, "There's no need to open the curtains. I feel tired and wish to rest for a while." "Thank you. Lingling, you need not concern yourself here any longer." As Lingyu exited room 205, she cast a lingering glance back at Yi Qiuhin. The dim light within the room revealed a startling sight. A face rested upon Yi Qiuhin's shoulder, its pointed chin pressing into her rounded shoulder as if attempting to bore a hole through it. It was the visage of a woman, frail and pallid. In the silence of the room, one could hear a pin drop. Yi Qiuhin's expression remained serene, a professional smile gracing her lips, which rendered the woman on her shoulder even more haggard. The lifeless face bore no color, with two eyes resembling unfathomable black voids, devoid of pupils, while her bluish lips parted to reveal elongated, pointed teeth. Lingyu observed the woman's lifeless visage and then glanced back at Yi Chuan, politely nodding before turning to leave the room. Lingyu silently descended the staircase when Spinach suddenly leaped out behind her, startling her. "Spinach, what are you up to?" she inquired. "Shoo," Spinach whispered, placing a finger to his lips, and lowered his voice to ask, "Has Ms. Yi mentioned anything to you?" Lingyu furrowed her brow and replied, "She said she was tired and wanted to sleep." Typically, Spinach was not so enthusiastic with guests. It seemed that encountering a beauty made all the difference. Lingyu approached him, removed his headphones, and asked, "What is the background of this Ms. Yi? Does she come here often?" Spinach, with a serious demeanor, glanced around and spoke in what he believed to be a mysterious tone. "Ms. Yi comes every autumn. She is here to commemorate her late husband." "Commemorate her husband? Here? Did he die in this place?" Lingyu pointed towards the inn. "Don't be ridiculous. Her husband has never been to our inn. According to Ms. Yi, he perished 4 years ago in a cliff fall while traveling, and at that time, our inn had not yet opened," Spinach clarified. Lingyu nodded, indicating her understanding. Of course, strictly speaking, she should not be referred to as a woman, but rather as a female ghost. Lingyu took out her phone and deftly scrolled through the webpage with her slender fingers. In the morning, Shui Mei cheerfully descended the stairs. It was Monday again, and she needed to go to the town to purchase daily necessities. She glanced at the list in her hand, which included various meats and seasonings for Aunt Zhao, as well as tools and batteries for Uncle Zhao, who owned an old radio that required size 1 batteries. It is indeed the two youngsters, Spinach and Lingling, who require nothing at all, for they are children of the online shopping era. All that is needed is for Shui Mei to retrieve their parcels from the town's express delivery station. Shui Mei herself has several packages awaiting collection, but alas, this is merely a small town, incomparable to the grandeur of a metropolis, where many items can only be procured online. Today, she dons an army green hoodie paired with denim jeans and canvas sneakers, her chestnut short hair neatly tucked behind her ears, revealing 3 platinum studs adorning her right ear. With 3 piercings in her right ear, Sekai mocks her, jesting that if she were to add 2 more, she would resemble a postage stamp. The inn is a quaint 2-story building, featuring 2 staircases, one at the front leading to the lobby on the first floor and another at the back. Situated at the western end of the structure, which leads directly to the rear. In front of the building lies a charming bridge over a babbling brook, flanked by hundreds of potted succulents thriving in the moisture, while the back boasts a vegetable garden and flower beds, with the garage conveniently located here as well. Uncle Zhao, wielding a rubber hose, is watering the vegetable patch. Shui Mei notices the new server, Lingyu, engaged in conversation with Uncle Zhao, catching snippets of their dialogue. "The cliff? You mean the one where someone fell to their demise a few years back? Oh dear, do refrain from venturing there. It is exceedingly perilous," Uncle Zhao cautioned. "I shall be cautious. Please, do guide me on how to get there, for I cannot find it on my navigation," Lingyu replies, her tone laced with a hint of playful coaxing, waving her phone. Uncle Zhao, exasperated, gestures towards the southeast. Upon exiting the inn, follow the path beside the stream, cross the crossroads, and then turn twice. Shui Mei then steps into the garage and drives out her golden van. Leaning out of the window, she calls to Lingyu, "I can offer you a ride." Lingyu waved her hand, saying, "No need, I wish to engage in morning exercises." In the gentle morning breeze of the mountains, she donned a pristine white tracksuit complemented by matching sneakers, appearing as fresh as the dewdrops nestled among the greenery. Pure and unblemished. Shui Mei, watching from a distance, felt a pang of envy. Youth is indeed a splendid thing. She whistled at Lingyu and drove away. Through the rearview mirror, Shui Mei observed Lingyu leisurely jogging along the streamside, her pace gentle, soon becoming a diminutive white, vanishing from sight. Shui Mei raised an eyebrow, for Lingyu resembled an innocent little lamb. Yet, she could hardly believe any such lamb would harbor curiosity about a cliff where lives had been lost. Nevertheless, such intrigue is what makes life captivating. in this era, who isn't a person with a story to tell? With a hearty laugh, Shui Mei sped off, leaving dust in her wake. Lingyu, having lost sight of the white luxury vehicle, finally set off down another path, one that led to the cliff. She ran swiftly, but it still took her over an hour to arrive. The cliff was connected to steep precipices, surrounded by large rocks of various shapes, hewn as if by an artisan's hand. Some loomed 2 to 3 meters high, while others stood taller than a person. Had no tragedy occurred here, the place would indeed exude a unique wild charm. Glancing at her wristwatch, she noted it was 7:30, and the ominous atmosphere had dissipated. She leaned over to peer into the abyss below, where an unfathomable gorge awaited. She rolled up the sleeves of her tracksuit and raised her right hand, revealing an ancient silver bracelet adorned with 2 petite silver bells that jingled softly. A gentle breeze swept through the mountain gorge, tousling her hair while the silver bells adorning her wrists swayed lightly, yet emitted not a single sound. Lingyu remained undeterred, shaking her right hand adorned with the bells in the air, causing them to dance up and down, side to side, but still, silence prevailed. These bells had accompanied her for many years. From the moment she opened her eyes in this life, they had been in her sight. The elderly family servant, Funjie, had informed her that these belonged to the He family's lineage, appearing to be of little worth, yet cherished through generations. As Funjie recounted this tale, tears inevitably fell, for the He family had dwindled in numbers. Lingyu's father was the sole heir of 3 generations, passing away before reaching 30, leaving only Lingyu, a daughter unable to carry on the family name. Lingyu could not comprehend how these bells, once her own, had transformed into a treasured heirloom of the He family. In her previous life, she had acquired them at a high price from a rustic seller, fastening them to a silver bracelet, after which they had never left her side. The He family regarded this bell-adorned bracelet as a familial treasure, unaware of its true purpose. The bracelet itself was unremarkable, yet the bells were anything but ordinary. As Lingyu tenderly caressed the delicate bells, a sudden, melodious chime resonated from her fingertips. Her spirit surged, and in the fleeting moment when the sound ceased, she swiftly concealed herself behind a large rock, peering through a crevice. She beheld an approaching figure along the mountain path. It was Yi Qiuhen, dressed in black, her hair wrapped in a dark silk scarf, her expression grave, and carrying a willow basket in her hand. Lingyu recognized the basket. It was Aunt Zhao's vegetable basket. The beautiful and elegant Yi Qiuhen held it in her hand, which appeared rather peculiar. As Lingyu approached, she noticed that the basket contained incense and joss paper. It seemed that Yi Qiuhen had come to pay homage to her deceased husband. The previous night, Lingyu had searched for the name Yi Qiuhen online. There were dozens of entries regarding her, most concerning the same event. Yi Qiuhen was the second wife of Chen Yuezhou. Their wedding had caused a sensation, celebrated as a match of both wealth and beauty. Unfortunately, their bliss was short-lived, for years ago, Chen Yuezhou met an untimely death. The internet offered no detailed account of his demise. Lingyu had inquired with Spinach, who informed her that Yi Qiuhen visited this place every autumn to honor Chen Yuezhou. His body had never been found, leaving him unburied. He had perished here 4 autumns ago, and Yi Qiuhen regarded this cliff as her husband's final resting place. The sun had risen high, casting warm and bright morning light upon Yi Qiuhen's black headscarf, as if dusted with a delicate layer of gold. There was no sorrow etched upon her face. Instead, she bore a solemn dignity. Each step and movement was poised and graceful, flawless in its elegance, reminiscent of someone preparing for a significant occasion. This struck Lingyu as strange. She had visited graveyards and encountered many widows, some freshly grieving the loss of their beloved husbands, others who had been widowed for years, or those who had long since found new loves. In the presence of their former husbands' graves, some wept openly, others remained stoically strong, while some fell into a profound silence. Only Yi Qiuhen, with her grandeur and solemnity, made Lingyu feel that she resembled a flawless shell, devoid of emotion. Lingyu held her breath, watching as Yi Qiuhen gracefully approached the edge of the cliff. With an exceptionally elegant motion, Yi Qiuhan crouched down, retrieving incense and paper money from her basket, concealed behind a large rock. Lingyu had a perfect view of Yi Qiuhan's profile. Her face maintained a serious expression, yet her gaze remained unremarkable. She murmured softly, "Yu Jiu, do not worry. The children and I are well. Xiao Jiu said she also wishes to visit you, but I am concerned it might affect her studies. So I did not allow her to come." This indeed resembled the words of a wife speaking to her deceased husband. However, Lingyu's attention was drawn to the ring on Yi Qiuhan's right hand, realizing that the female ghost must be concealed within the ring. Lingyu gently tapped the bells on her wrist, as if soothing a mischievous child. These two small bells were usually silent. Even when shaken, they emitted no sound. Yet, whenever they chimed, it signified the presence of a ghost nearby. At that moment, Lingyu suddenly sensed something flicker and warily glanced around, only to spot the corner of a garment peeking out from behind a stone directly across from her. It was a corner of a lead gray cloak, and what had captured her attention was a metallic button upon it. Lingyu was certain that no one had been in that spot moments ago when she arrived. She had passed right by that stone. If someone had come before her, she would have noticed them. This implied that the individual had arrived after Yi Qiuhan, or perhaps had been following her all along. Did Yi Qiuhan realize she was being followed? Or was all she did merely a performance for this stalker? Lingyu pondered silently. At that moment, Yi Qiuhan had scattered the last of the paper money into the abyss below. She proclaimed loudly, "Yu Jiu, may you rest in peace. I shall return to visit you next year. The child and I will love you forever." With an elegant gait, Yi Qiuhan slowly descended the cliff, casting a lingering glance at the spot where her husband had perished before retracing her steps. It was only after her silhouette had faded from view that a man emerged from behind a large rock. He was tall and slender, clad in a knee-length slate-gray trench coat, complemented by a matching flat cap. Lingyu caught only a glimpse of his back as the man deftly leapt forward, traversing the boulders with astonishing speed, akin to a nimble civet, and vanished in an instant. Lingyu understood. No wonder she had failed to detect this individual's presence, as she had not anticipated encountering a master here. "Lingling, I am utterly exhausted. Please come and show me some pity." In the inn, there was a duty roster. Lingyu had worked the night shift. She was resting this morning, so the cleaning duties naturally fell to Spinach. However, he was feeling particularly lethargic. Spinach rubbed his nose and asked, "Would 2 be sufficient?" "Of course, that works. I'm going to sleep now. Goodbye," Lingyu replied, turning to leave. Spinach extended his arm and weakly tugged at her sleeve. "3 it is then. I shall make the sacrifice." The first question, "Have you seen a man in a slate-gray trench coat?" Lingyu's words abruptly halted as she spotted a man descending the stairs, dressed in a slate-gray trench coat. "Who is this?" She lowered her voice and inquired, "Is this considered a question?" Spinach retorted, "Indeed." However, Lingyu's gaze remained fixed on the man before her. He appeared to be around 30, with striking features, a pallid complexion, and an air of scholarly refinement. A pair of gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, and he donned a lead-gray overcoat, his duckbill cap replaced by a top hat, reminiscent of a literary romantic from the 1930s who could easily enchant the hearts of young female writers. Lingyu mused to herself, "He certainly resembles someone with the surname Su." Mr. Su had already descended the staircase when Spinach lazily greeted him. "Mr. Su, are you heading out?" Upon seeing him exit the inn, Lingyu questioned, "When did he check in?" "I have not encountered him before. The landlady has gone to town today. He can enjoy a leisurely slumber," Spinach replied. Lingyu was eager to inquire further whether Mr. Su was a regular patron of the inn, whether this was his first visit, or if he, like Yi Qiuhan, came every autumn. However, Spinach darted away with the speed of a rabbit, leaving Lingyu no choice but to consult the registration form on her computer. Her eyes immediately fell upon Mr. Su's name, the sole new guest of the day. Su Yuanfang, 28 years old, with an address registered in N City, Jiangsu Province, not far from W City, where Yi Qiuhan resided. Overall, the hardware of the Water's Edge Inn is quite comprehensive for a countryside lodge. Each room is equipped with electric water heaters, running water, flushing toilets, and drainage systems. Last year, a regular patron of the inn, a recently retired leader, visited with his grandchildren for a vacation. Afterward, he placed a call to a local official, and before long, the inn had internet access. At that moment, Lingyu swiftly picked up her phone to search for Su Yuanfang's name. The web yielded hundreds of results for this name. However, aside from one individual involved in a street racing brawl, none of the others with the same name, regardless of age or gender, matched this Su Yuanfang. The information regarding the street racing incident was scarce, with only a single report originating from a netizen screenshot. Regrettably, the screenshot contained merely text without images. Strangely, the original text of this news report had vanished, and Lingyu was certain it had been deliberately removed. This incident took place in W City, Jiangsu, where two men were racing motorcycles on a highway on the outskirts of the city, reaching speeds exceeding 100 miles per hour. One of the individuals, surnamed Wu, suddenly lost control and crashed onto the sidewalk, resulting in fatalities. This Wu was a member of an underground club, and prior to the incident, friends from the club had been trailing behind him, cheering him on. Following the event, Su Yuanfang, another responsible party, fled the scene. Wu's friends pursued him, leading to a violent altercation where numerous individuals assaulted Su Yuanfang. By the time the police arrived, one person was seriously injured, and 5 others sustained varying degrees of injuries. Lingyu raised her eyebrows, clearly indicating that it was the friends of the Wu surname who were injured, while Su Yuanfang remained unscathed. A skilled fighter capable of both combat and escape bears a striking resemblance to the Su Yuanfang encountered today. Moreover, this incident transpired in W City, the very city where Yu Qiuhan resides. Humming a tune, Lingyu tossed the feather duster into the corner and picked up a cloth to wipe the tables and chairs in the hall. A light, melodious jingle rang from her wrist, prompting Lingyu to look up sharply, only to see Yu Qiuhan descending the staircase. She was still donned in the black attire from the morning, though the black scarf was absent. Her long hair cascaded down her back like seaweed, adding an alluring touch to her otherwise dignified demeanor. "Ms. Yi, are you heading out?" Lingyu inquired with a radiant smile, her warmth evident in her tone. Yu Qiuhan smiled politely in return, explaining, "It seems that the guests in room 203 may have forgotten to turn off the tap when they left. I keep hearing the sound of running water. I knocked on the door, but it seems no one is home." Yu Qiuhan resided in room 205, while the adjacent room 203 was occupied by a middle-aged couple, Mr. and Mrs. Yang, who were on vacation from Zhejiang, introducing themselves as owners of a seafood stall. Although the inn was not equipped with surveillance cameras, there was a record of guest departures at the front desk, a customary practice at Shui Mei Inn, as Spinach mentioned. Mandated by the innkeeper, Madame Shui Mei. As Su Yuanfang exited, Lingyu casually noted the time of his departure in her notebook. At that moment, she recalled a particular entry regarding the couple residing in room 203, Mr. and Mrs. Yang, who had left at precisely 7:30 in the morning. Expressing her gratitude to Yu Qiuhan, Lingyu took the key to room 203 and ascended the stairs behind her. Yu Qiuhan moved at a leisurely pace, seemingly waiting for her. When Lingyu unlocked the door to room 203, Yu Qiuhan stood beside her, her gaze flickering, as if anticipating something. What was she anticipating? Lingyu feigned ignorance of her actions and opened the door with the key. The Shui Mei Inn, a structure of traditional Chinese architecture, featured locks that were antiquely designed brass padlocks, reportedly custom-made, each adorned with a seal character representing Mei, while the brass key bore the character for Shui. These items were truly unique and unavailable in the marketplace. The sound insulation in the inn's rooms was inadequate as she approached the door. The sound of rushing water reached her ears. Upon entering, Lingyu instinctively reached for the switch illuminating the bathroom, only to discover that the faucet above the washbasin had indeed been left running. Like the other rooms in the inn, the cramped bathroom had no windows, relying solely on a ventilation fan for airflow. Thus, even during the day, the bathroom required lighting, lest it remain shrouded in darkness. Perhaps due to Mr. and Mrs. Yang's earlier use of the facilities without activating the fan, the bathroom was laden with humidity, and a layer of mist cloaked the mirror above the washbasin. Lingyu activated the exhaust fan and casually turned off the faucet. Raising her gaze, she looked into the mirror above the washbasin. As the steam gradually dissipated, Lingyu was startled to see Yi Chiohan still standing behind her in the reflection. The visage of Yi Chiohan in the mirror had changed slightly. Her pale face was shrouded in a layer of gloom. The once enchanting phoenix eyes now appeared as if an incompetent makeup artist had misapplied the eyeliner. With the slightly upturned outer corners adorned with streaks of crimson, her pupils were hollow, resembling two voids devoid of life. The exhaust fan whirred with considerable power, its blades slicing through the air, intermingled with the delicate chime of a bell, akin to whispers amidst a bustling crowd. Lingyu smiled gently at her reflection, as if greeting a long-lost friend. Suddenly, she turned around, her smile vanishing, her eyes shimmering with a piercing light. In a flash, she struck with lightning speed, her right index and middle fingers converging, precisely aimed at Yi Chiohan's brow. Yi Chiohan winced in pain, pleading in terror, "I did not intend to harm you. It was not me." The voice, tinged with a Jiangsu accent, was unmistakably not the eloquent Mandarin of Yi Chiohan. "If it wasn't you who harmed me, then why did you lead me into this room? Speak quickly." Lingyu pressed her finger forcefully against Yi Chiohan's brow. "It is she. I fear the light. I cannot emerge in places illuminated." The ghostly figure trembled as she spoke. Lingyu scoffed. What did she bring me here for? Despite her words, a part of her was beginning to believe. Gray, white, yellow, black, red, and cyan. The cyan ghost possesses the highest rank and bears the heaviest resentment. Just yesterday, she encountered this female specter who was enveloped in a mere veil of pale yellow, indicating that she was but a novice ghost. Though she harbored grievances, her powers were rather meager. As the ghost herself articulated, she did not dare to attach herself to the living in places illuminated by light. Thus she could only conceal herself within a ring. Yet, in this bathroom where sunlight could not penetrate, the ghost was able to effortlessly latch onto Yi Chiohan. The ghost spoke in a haunting tone. "I do not know her intentions. Perhaps she did not seek to harm you. She lingered outside this room for a while before descending to find you and open the door." As she spoke, Lingyu's fingers remained fixed on her brow, occasionally jabbing forcefully, causing the ghost to retreat until she was pressed against the wall. Naturally, it was Yi Chiohan's corporeal form that was pressed against the wall. "You would do well to be forthcoming. Since I can see you, I can also obliterate you, sending your soul into eternal oblivion. Now, tell me, who are you? Why have you possessed Yi Chiohan?" Lingyu advanced a step closer, prompting Yi Chiohan's physical form to inch further into the wall. Fortunately, the inn's walls were sturdy. I harbor no malice. I merely wish to find that scoundrel Chen Yuegyo." The ghost gritted her teeth. "Chen Yuegyo? Yi Chiohan's deceased husband?" inquired Lingyu. The previously cowering ghost suddenly straightened, her demeanor fierce as she proclaimed, "Yes, it is he. He did not perish. He remains in the realm of the living. He must still be in the world." At that moment, footsteps echoed suddenly from outside the door. The corridor lacked carpeting, causing the sound of leather shoes striking the wooden floor to resonate distinctly. A man's voice soon followed. "Who is inside?" Lingyu shot a glance at Yi Chiohan, lowered the fingers that had been pressed against her brow, and called out to the door. "It's Lingling. Please come in and turn off the faucet." No sooner had her words faded than a middle-aged couple peeked in. It was Mr. and Mrs. Yang from room 203. They continuously apologized, explaining that they must have hurriedly forgotten to turn off the faucet when leaving. Lingyu reassured them that it was nothing, but as her gaze met Yi Chiohan's, she noticed that the color had drained from the corner of her eye, indicating that the female ghost had retreated into the ring once more. She and Yi Chiohan exited room 203, with Yi Chiohan appearing quite fatigued, devoid of the vivacity she had exhibited when she called her downstairs earlier, as though she hadn't slept well for several days. Approaching the door of room 205, she merely nodded at Lingyu before entering, the door slamming shut behind her, followed by the sound of a chain being locked. Lingyu shrugged and hummed a tune as she descended the staircase. Carelessly, she set down her pen, which rolled across the smooth surface of the table before tumbling underneath. She bent down to retrieve it, her gaze falling upon her own feet, clad in running shoes, the very pair she had worn earlier that morning to the cliffside. A fleeting thought crossed her mind as she seemed to hear once more the muffled thud of leather shoes against the wooden floor, accompanied by the clattering sound of women's high heels. She rose to her feet and rushed outside, where she spotted Aunt Zhao feeding the cats. Noticing Lingyu hurrying out, Aunt Zhao inquired, "What's the matter? Do we have guests requesting an early meal?" The inn's lunch is typically served at noon, though occasionally guests do request an earlier serving. Aunt Zhao continued, "I didn't see anyone." That lady was even leaning over to look at the pot of copper pot mage by the water, until her husband called her back, cautioning her to be careful. Speaking of the copper pot mage, Aunt Zhao's face lit up with pride. A travel blogger had once visited and taken a photograph of it, posting it online, which subsequently attracted many visitors. Lingyu raised her eyebrows slightly and chuckled. It seems she too has a fondness for succulent plants, coming here out of admiration. No wonder they chose to forego the mountain views. Who knows? They didn't ask me for advice on plant care, nor did they secretly pluck any leaves. However, it is indeed as you mentioned. Those two ventured out early yet didn't stray far, merely taking pictures in the bamboo grove behind the inn. Aunt Zhao remarked with a hint of exasperation, "There's bamboo aplenty. What's there to photograph?" The inn had channeled a stream from outside to create a small pond, nurturing hundreds of succulent plants, likely thriving due to the unique climate of the mountains. The inn's succulents flourished abundantly. Not only the copper pot mage, but many others were equally breathtaking. Lingyu smiled and said, "Not plucking leaves is a good thing. Besides, the scenery in the bamboo grove is delightful. I suppose they simply adore bamboo." Lingyu, disregarding all else, seized a cup of cool boiled water from the bedside table and splashed it on his Spinach's face. With a startled yell, Spinach sprang up from the bed, landing firmly on the floor. This unexpected display of vigor caught Lingyu off guard. She mused to herself, "I truly underestimated you. Who would have thought you possessed such explosive energy? Are you out of your mind?" Spinach bellowed, still wearing his headphones. Lingyu yanked the headphones from his ears and inquired, "Have Mr. and Mrs. Yang from room 203 ever visited here?" Without a word, Spinach found a dry spot on the bed and resumed his slumber. Behind the inn lay a dense bamboo grove, lush and thriving. The bamboo thrived in the shade, making it difficult for sunlight to penetrate even on sunny days. Thus, few guests ever ventured there for photographs. As Lingyu exited Spinach's room, preparing to explore the bamboo grove, the silver bells on her wrist jingled softly. Upon lifting her gaze, she spotted Yi Qiuhan descending the staircase. Yi Qiuhan appeared weary. Even with makeup, her exhaustion was evident. Lingyu was accustomed to such sights. Anyone possessed by a spirit would exhibit similar signs. Of course, the duration of recovery depended on the individual's physical condition. Some robust individuals might bounce back within hours, while others with weaker constitutions could take several days to regain their strength. The female ghost typically resided within a ring, occasionally manifesting as a presence on Yi Qiuhan's shoulder. It was rare for her to possess Yi Qiuhan so directly. Otherwise, Yi Qiuhan's body would have long succumbed to the string. "Ms. Yi, you appear unwell. Are you feeling all right?" Lingyu asked, feigning ignorance. Yi Qiuhan smiled faintly, stating, "It's nothing. Perhaps I am just a bit fatigued from walking for 2 hours along the mountain path. I shall rest for a while. By the way, Ling, I would like to request a change of rooms. The room I am currently in has guests on both sides, and the sound insulation is rather poor. I wish to move to a quieter room for a proper rest." Yi Qiuhan was in room 205, with Mr. and Mrs. Yang residing in room 203 to her left, and Su Yuanfang in room 207 to her right. Lingyu smiled in agreement, checking her computer before suggesting, "Would room 218 be suitable? It is the second room from the end of the corridor, and both sides and directly opposite are unoccupied, ensuring absolute tranquility." Yi Qiuhan seemed relieved, repeatedly expressing her gratitude before ascending the stairs to gather her belongings. Lingyu promptly completed the room change procedure and opened the door to room 218. The layout of room 218 mirrored that of room 205, with the distinction that the window in room 205 faced the charming little bridge and flowing water adorned with succulent plants, while the view from room 218 revealed a serene bamboo grove. Exiting room 218, Lingyu quietly approached the door of room 203, listening intently. Inside, there was an utter silence, contrary to Yi Qiuhan's claims of it being too noisy for her to rest. Just as she turned to leave, the door behind her suddenly swung open, and a voice called out, "Miss, do you need assistance?" Lingyu opened her mouth in surprise, realizing she had been caught eavesdropping. In the front desk's computer, there exists the identification number of Mrs. Yang, a 35-year-old woman possessing a slender figure. Her petite face is perpetually held aloft, with a straight neck and delicate brows framing her small eyes. While not conventionally beautiful, she exudes an aura of aloofness and detachment, which renders her appearance significantly younger, perhaps resembling that of a 27 or 28-year-old. Lingyu, with an innocent smile, mimics the tone of characters from Japanese anime, saying, "Ah, I hope I'm not disturbing you. I sincerely apologize. The guest in room 205 is changing rooms, and I'm sorry, but the soundproofing in the hallway is rather poor." Mrs. Yang gazes at her indifferently for a moment before turning and entering her room, the door slamming shut with a resounding bang, followed by the unmistakable sound of a chain being locked from within. Lingyu shrugs, rubbing her face which has become sore from smiling, and descends the staircase. Mrs. Yang, whose full name is Su Shasha, was once a leading dancer in a provincial ballet troupe and has recently established a dance school, where she serves as the principal. Su Shasha is somewhat of a public figure, with numerous photos of her available online, both from the stage and in her daily life. Thus her personal information is quite comprehensive. Unmarried? Lingyu blinks in surprise, realizing that these two individuals are not formally married. The quaint mountain inn they occupy has no custom of verifying guest marriage certificates. Mr. Yang, known as Yang Wenjun, is rumored to engage in the seafood business in Zhejiang. Lingyu finds herself unable to locate further information about him, and while she is pondering this, her companion, Spinach, approaches. "Oh, you're still awake?" Lingyu inquires. "How could I sleep? With all this commotion you've caused, it's impossible." Spinach retorts, angrily sitting beside Lingyu. Noticing her logging into Baidu, she lowers her voice and asks, "What is going on? Are you still investigating Mr. and Mrs. Yang?" Lingyu opened the webpage and remarked, "Look, Mrs. Yang was originally a renowned ballet dancer." Spinach glanced over and asked, "What about Mr. Yang?" Lingyu shook her head. "There's nothing on Baidu." "Fool," Spinach scoffed, swiftly retrieving her laptop from the drawer beneath the table, her fingers dancing across the keyboard. Lingyu craned her neck to see. But Spinach immediately turned the laptop away from her, leaving Lingyu no choice but to lean over the table in frustration. In mere moments, Spinach whispered, "I found it." Lingyu hurriedly looked, astonished at what she saw. She pointed at the small text at the top of the web page and inquired, "How did you access this?" Spinach smirked, proudly declaring, "A piece of cake." "Hurry up," and read, "You can't copy here." Lingyu quickly absorbed the text on the page, and when she felt she had memorized everything, Spinach logged out. Lingyu stared at Spinach, and after a while, she gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "NB." The information included a screenshot from that time. The customers in the photo were captured only in profile. Yet Lingyu recognized at once that one of them was Su Yuanfang, who had just checked in today. Once again, it was Su Yuanfang. Just then, a guest descended the stairs to the first-floor restaurant. Lingyu glanced at the clock on the opposite wall, which read noon. She flipped through the records. Neither Su Yuanfang nor Mr. and Mrs. Yang had made reservations, but Yi Qiuhan had. However, half an hour had passed, and despite other guests finishing their meals and returning upstairs, there was no sign of Yi Qiuhan. At that moment, Aunt Zhao emerged from the dining area and approached Lingyu at the front desk, saying, "It's not busy at the moment. You two can take turns going to the restaurant for a meal." In fact, it was Spinach's turn this morning, while Lingyu was substituting. Aunt Zhao continued, "The guest in room 205 has tea come down for a meal. I called the room, but there was no answer." "Oh, it was the one who borrowed my basket this morning." Lingyu replied, "That guest has moved to room 218. There is no one staying in 205. She hasn't gone out, so I'll check upstairs now." With that, Lingyu nudged Spinach to go eat, while she ascended the staircase. Suddenly, a gasp pierced the midday tranquility, startling both Aunt Zhao and Spinach, who were in the lobby. Lingyu paused momentarily, then dashed upstairs, with Aunt Zhao and Spinach following closely behind. Upon reaching the second floor, one or two guests peeked out from their rooms. Fortunately, the number of midday guests was minimal, preventing any disturbance. As Lingyu passed room 203, the door swung open abruptly, revealing Mrs. Yang, Su Shasha. Upon seeing Lingyu, she frowned and said displeasedly, "What are you doing here again?" Lingyu responded with a bright smile, "I don't know how it is that I'm here again either." Just as Su Shasha was about to retort, Lingyu swiftly brushed past her and hurried to room 218 at the end of the corridor. She knocked on the door, but no one answered. Pressing her ear against the door, she listened intently, yet there was only silence. She lifted her wrist and gave it a gentle shake, the silver bells clinking against one another, yet producing not a single sound. The female ghost was absent. The ghost was with Yi Qiuhen. And if the ghost was not present, then naturally, Yi Qiuhen was also nowhere to be found. Lingyu was taken aback. She had been seated at the front desk and had undoubtedly not seen Yi Qiuhen descend the stairs. Moreover, the voice she had just heard was not feminine. It belonged to a man. Behind her, and Zhao inquired, "Are you certain it is this room?" Lingyu shook her head, uncertain herself. For it had indeed been a man's voice. She had merely followed her intuition to this location. Without hesitation, Aunt Zhao went downstairs to retrieve the key. Lingyu accepted it and opened the door to room 218. At that moment, it was noon, the time of day when yang energy is at its peak. However, heavy curtains shrouded the entire wall of windows, casting the room into a dim and somewhat eerie gloom. A man lay on the floor, his complexion as pale as parchment. "It's Mr. Yang," exclaimed Spinach in astonishment. Lingyu recognized him as well. Just then, a scream echoed from the doorway. Lingyu turned to see several curious guests who had come to witness the commotion. Shortly after, she spotted Su Shasha's petite face appearing at the entrance. Upon hearing Spinach call out Mr. Yang, Su Shasha struggled to squeeze her way inside. Ignoring her, Lingyu checked Mr. Yang's breath and looked up at Spinach, saying, "Call 120. He still has a pulse." Su Shasha approached, crouching down to gently nudge Yang Wenjun, her delicate hands kneading at his waist as if attempting to rouse him from slumber. After a moment, she stood upright, surveying the prostrate figure of Yang Wenjun from her elevated position. After observing him for a while, she surprisingly turned and departed, leaving him still lying on the ground. Watching Su Shasha's retreating silhouette, Lingyu raised an eyebrow and moved to the window, pulling the curtains aside with a swift motion. Outside the window lay a grove of bamboo, and standing there, she inhaled the damp air infused with the fresh scent of bamboo leaves. The windows of the Shui Mei Inn were fashioned in an ancient style, the traditional Korean paper replaced with glass. One of the windows stood ajar, and as Lingyu leaned closer, she noticed a long strand of hair dangling from the window frame. She compared it, and the length and color matched that of Yi Qiuhen perfectly. Had Yi Qiuhen jumped out of the window? Was it a voluntary act, or had she been taken away? Lingyu glanced back at Yang Wenjun, noting that he bore no visible injuries. She checked his pulse and reported to the already contacted Spinach. "We may have overreacted. He likely just fainted." Indeed, before the ambulance could arrive, Yang Wenjun regained consciousness. As he opened his eyes, he screamed, "A ghost! A ghost! Don't come near me." His well-maintained face contorted with terror, veins bulging on his forehead, and his eyes reddening, presenting a particularly ghastly sight. Lingyu turned to Spinach and said, "Please, do us a favor and close the door to avoid frightening the guests." The mountain road was treacherous, and the ambulance, a mere hour later, finally arrived. During this interval, Yang Wenjun was incessantly shouting, and eventually he took refuge in the restroom, refusing to emerge, despite Aunt Zhao's patient entreaties. Meanwhile, Spinach had already gone to the dining area, while Lingyu stood by the window, lost in contemplation of the bamboo grove. When the ambulance arrived, Yang Wenjun once again succeeded in summoning all the guests of the inn, who gawked and whispered as he was carried out, wailing. The doctor inquired of Lingyu whether the guest was alone or had accompanying relatives. She pointed towards the closed door of room 203 and replied, "His wife is registered, but she may not accompany him." With that, she approached the door of room 203 and knocked. As she had suspected, Su Shasha flatly refused to accompany Yang Wenjin to the ambulance. The doctor, incensed, was about to voice his discontent when Su Shasha emerged from the room, dragging a suitcase and brandishing a business card. "We are not married, and I am certainly not his wife." The suitcase contains his identification and personal belongings, all intact. The business card bears the address and phone number of his company and restaurant. If you call, they will arrange for medical expenses. The doctor shook his head and remarked to Lingyu, "It's quite the decline of morals to cohabitate without the bond of marriage." Realizing that he was speaking to a young girl, he felt a pang of discomfort, chose to remain silent, and turned to leave. Lingyu gazed at the strand of hair fluttering in the wind against the window frame. Suddenly, she sprang forth, leaping gracefully through the window like a nimble cat. The small building was not tall, and she landed softly on the ground, her feet sinking into the moist earth below. To her surprise, she noticed a chaotic array of footprints where she had just touched down. Following the trail, she advanced towards the bamboo grove, which was perpetually damp even in daylight. Lingyu raised her wrist, the silver bells adorning it remaining still. Without hesitation, she strode into the thicket, instinctively knowing where to go. Nestled between two bamboo stalks lay a figure. It was Yi Chiohen, her long hair cascading down, clad in a chest-length nightgown that revealed a patch of alabaster skin. Her eyes were tightly shut, and the shadows cast by the bamboo danced upon her well-maintained visage, adding an air of mystery to her beauty. Lingyu leaned closer to discern her breathing, then moved to her lips to catch a faint scent, exhaling in relief. If her assessment was correct, Yi Chiohen had merely succumbed to the effects of Fang. She grasped Yi Chiohen's right hand, which lay limp at her side, and noticed that the antique ring, ever present until now, had vanished, leaving only a faint imprint on her ring finger. No wonder the silver bells had remained silent. The specter, along with the ring, had been taken away. The one who had removed the ring must be the same individual who had rendered Yi Chiohen unconscious with Fang. Lingyu scrutinized the footprints on the ground. Size 43, leather shoes. A scoff escaped her lips. "Su Yuanfang, you have not disappointed me." After ending the call, she summoned her strength and hoisted Yi Chiohen onto her back, grimacing as she did so. She had overestimated her own physical prowess, while Yi Chiohen did not appear overweight. The denser bones of a middle-aged woman made her significantly heavier than expected. Lingyu exerted considerable effort to carry Yi Chiohen out of the bamboo forest. Beyond the forest lay a gentle hillside, accessible yet arduous due to the rugged terrain. A cautionary note affixed in the inn's lobby warned guests against traversing this path to ascend the mountain, as it posed certain dangers. After finding a clean spot to set Yi Chiohen down, Zhao Bo and Spinach hurried over with a stretcher. Lingyu pointed to the stretcher and inquired, "Does the inn have this?" Spinach replied, "Ever since Mr. Yang's unfortunate fall last year, the landlady has prepared this for any future guests who might injure themselves while climbing." As they carefully lifted Yi Chiohen onto the stretcher, Spinach remarked, "She doesn't seem to have any external injuries." Lingyu shot him a glance, retorting, "Injuries are not solely defined by visible marks on the face. How can you ascertain the extent of her injuries?" A guest happened to overhear, prompting Lingyu to caution. "I've repeatedly said not to ascend the mountain from behind the bamboo forest. Everyone should be vigilant." Spinach cast another glance at Lingyu, smirking coldly. Observing Aunt Zhao administering an intravenous injection to Yi Chiohen, Lingyu curiously asked, "So you graduated from nursing school? I assumed you studied culinary arts." Aunt Zhao proudly responded, "You're quite right. I actually did study cooking, and I possess a certificate." Lingyu playfully stuck out her tongue and engaged Aunt Zhao in light conversation. To which Aunt Zhao complimented, "You're such a perceptive young lady. The landlady will surely commend you when she hears of this." Lingyu understood that Aunt Zhao was referring to her pretense of pretending that Yi Chiohen had merely fallen and fainted, while Uncle Zhao and Spinach might be unaware. Aunt Zhao surely discerned that Yi Chiohen had been rendered unconscious by Fang. Should word spread that a guest had been incapacitated nearby, There was a possibility of police intervention or online dissemination, which would undoubtedly tarnish the inn's reputation. She smiled and remarked, "What good does it do to praise me if it doesn't come with a bonus?" Observing Yi Qiuhen's complexion steadily returning to normal after receiving oxygen, Aunt Zhao utilized a stethoscope to examine her and said to Lingyu, "She should regain consciousness shortly. I shall head downstairs. Please keep her company." Lingyu acquiesced, and as Aunt Zhao stepped out, she followed suit. Since Yi Qiuhen was not in any grave danger, she had little interest in the woman. No, to be precise, her curiosity lay solely with the female ghost concealed within Yi Qiuhen's ring. Lingyu had no particular destination in mind. She had yet to partake of lunch, so she made her way to the dining area. The incident involving Yang Wenjun had delayed the meal. Upon entering the restaurant, she found Uncle Zhao assisting Aunt Zhao in clearing the tableware. Noticing her arrival, Aunt Zhao greeted her with a smile, Ling, would you prefer meal A or meal B? Lunch consisted of set meals. Meal A included rice with 3 dishes and a soup, while meal B featured noodles, catering to the diverse palates of guests from both the north and south. Lingyu craned her neck to look around and inquired, "Are there dumplings? What filling do they have?" Aunt Zhao replied, "They are filled with zucchini, shrimp, and egg." Lingyu exclaimed with delight, "Then I shall have meal B, and Aunt Zhao, please serve me a bowl of the filling soup." Aunt Zhao smiled as she agreed, ladling out dumpling soup while chattering away. The young people nowadays simply refuse to drink dumpling soup. It's all about savoring the original flavors, alas. Only those of us who are older appreciate it. Lingyu blinked her eyes. She studied in S City, where dumplings were seldom served, and she was unaware that the youth had forsaken the soup. She chuckled awkwardly, realizing she herself was not exactly a modern individual. Aunt Zhao's dumplings were exquisite, with thin skins and a perfectly balanced filling, offering a refreshing taste. Lingyu gave a thumbs up to Aunt Zhao, exclaiming, "Aunt Zhao, you are truly a master of all trades." Aunt Zhao, with a smile, placed a small dish of her homemade pickles in front of her, patted her on the head, and busied herself with other tasks. Just then, a gentle tinkling sound emanated from Lingyu's wrist. She glanced towards the entrance, where Su Yuanfang had just stepped inside. Upon noticing Lingyu seated in the corner, he politely nodded before addressing Aunt Zhao. "I sincerely apologize for not having made a reservation. May I inquire if it's possible to order a meal?" Aunt Zhao replied. "Today, 2 guests ordered meals that went uneaten, but they were both meals. Would that be acceptable?" The 2 guests she referred to were Yang Wenjun, who had been taken to the hospital, and Yi Qiuhen, who remained resting in the room. Su Yuanfang quickly expressed his gratitude, while Lingyu shot him a glance, tapping her wrist's silver bells to signal silence, and continued to indulge in her meal. However, to her surprise, despite the restaurant being filled with empty tables and chairs, Su Yuanfang did not venture elsewhere, but instead sat directly across from her, tray in hand. As expected, the silver bells on Lingyu's wrist chimed once more. Lingyu, feeling helpless, set down her chopsticks and once again tapped the 2 small bells, acknowledging her understanding. "Ah, little your bells are rather intriguing." Upon raising her gaze, she found herself locked in Su Yuanfang's penetrating stare, his eyes shimmering brilliantly behind the lenses of his glasses. This man would likely possess an appealing visage if he were to remove his spectacles, though he ought to discard this trench coat that appeared to age him by a decade. Why must he choose such a peculiar fashion? Masquerading as a literary youth from the last century, despite being a notorious flirt? Avoiding Su Yuanfang's gaze, Lingyu stuffed an entire dumpling into her mouth, muffling a vague sound of acknowledgement. Su Yuanfang, unfazed by her indifference, considered that every adolescent girl harbors a touch of rebellion, perhaps viewing him as an eccentric figure. Swiftly finishing her dumplings, she nodded at Su Yuanfang, exchanged pleasantries with the aunt at the counter, and exited the restaurant. As she turned, the bells on her wrist chimed once more, reminiscent of a restless child eager to venture out, momentarily pacified with sweets but soon growing impatient again. Su Yuanfang squinted, observing Lingyu's silhouette fade at the entrance, a subtle smile gracing his lips. When did Shui Mei acquire such an odd little girl under her wing? Contemplating this, He retrieved his phone and sent a WeChat message, almost tossing his device in frustration. Meanwhile, Lingyu sat at the front desk, resting her delicate chin in her hand, pondering how she might stealthily procure that ring from Su Yuanfang. Indeed, the ring housing the spirit of the female ghost was in his possession. She was certain of her bell's accuracy. Spinach did not keep them in suspense. He nodded and then shook his head, saying, I cannot ascertain whether he qualifies as a regular. He has visited, but merely once or twice. With a scoff, he continued, the inn receives patrons daily. Can one truly recall every single guest? Now, confess, does Su Yuanfang frequent this place? If he has only visited once or twice, how could I possibly remember him? Unless, of course, he is akin to Yang Wenjun, who suffered an injury on the mountain, leaving a profound impression. With a sigh, Spinach maintained his languid demeanor, declaring, I assert he has visited. And it is certainly not just once or twice. The reason I can recall him is that he is a classmate of the proprietor. Do you understand, my inquisitive friend? This revelation caught them off guard. It turned out that Su Yuanfang and Shui Mei were classmates. Su Yuanfang appears to be several years older than sister Shui Mei. How curious that they are classmates, Lingyu remarked. Are you implying that your hearing is deficient? Spinach retorted. Did I say he was a classmate of the proprietress? You did indeed, just moments ago, Lingyu countered, feeling affronted by the implication regarding her hearing. For a former female celestial master, such an insult was rather grave. However, she was no longer a celestial master, yet the affront still stung. What? There is a big boss as well. Lingyu exclaimed, her mouth agape. The proprietress is Sister Shui Mei. Does that mean the big boss is her husband? I had no idea Sister Shui Mei was married. She hardly seems the type to be so lazy after tying the knot. Lingyu believed she had finally pieced together the puzzle. Who says that marriage necessitates industriousness? Besides, am I truly lazy? A piercing soprano suddenly resonated, startling Lingyu and Spinach, who were engrossed in their gossip. The two turned their gazes toward the entrance. Shui Mei strode in with an imposing demeanor, evidently having overheard the last few words spoken by Lingyu. Lingyu instinctively recoiled, forcing a sheepish grin. Shui Mei scoffed, Stop pretending. I can hardly be bothered to be angry with you little rascals. The items you desire are in the vehicle, if you want them. Get to work instead of idling about. By the last sentence, Shui Mei's voice rose, and her demeanor, if accompanied by a cigarette and a few more curls in her hair, would resemble that of a landlady. Lingyu and Spinach wasted no time, rushing outside to unload the boxes from the van. Just then, Lingyu's phone rang unexpectedly. Upon checking the caller ID, she was taken aback to find it was a call from Funjie. This was the phone number she had arranged using her own ID before leaving home, instructing Funjie to refrain from using the home phone and instead contact her via this number. Once the call connected, the voice of the elderly maid Funjie emerged. Miss, a gentleman visited today, claiming to be your professor from university, inquiring about where you are currently employed. I told him you were traveling, and I was unaware of your whereabouts. He then asked for your phone number, mentioning that your previous number has been disconnected. I admitted my age had made it difficult for me to remember your new number. By the way, he said his surname is Xiao. Surname Xiao? Lingyu ended the call, a figure flashing through her mind, her smile gradually fading. An hour later, Yi Chuan awoke, and Lingyu subtly gave Aunt Zhao a thumbs up. It was thanks to her that Yi Chuan regained consciousness so swiftly. Although Lingyu held no particular interest in Yi Chuan, she nonetheless ventured to room 218. The proprietress, Shui Mei, personally came to visit and instructed Lingyu that she need not attend to the lobby today, but rather stay in the room to care for Yi Chuan. Reluctantly, Lingyu complied. Yi Chuan exhibited an unusual demeanor, her usual grace replaced by a vacant gaze as she sat on the bed. Lingyu felt a stir of concern and took a seat beside her, suddenly inquiring softly, Ms. Yi, do you believe in ghosts? Upon hearing her question, Yi Chuan's body jolted, and she looked at her in terror. Ghosts? Are they real? Truly? At that moment, Lingyu was certain that Yi Chuan must have seen the female ghost. This ghost resided within Yi Chuan's ring, typically manifesting by attaching itself to her. Yi Chuan had never witnessed it directly before, but she surely had this time. This was the second to last room in the corridor, not the one with the heaviest aura of gloom in the entire inn. If Lingyu's intuition was correct, room 220 at the end of the corridor, which was often locked, harbored the most potent malevolence. Yet, judging by Yi Chiohan's expression, it was as if she had encountered a specter in broad daylight. Her hands clutched the thin blanket tightly against her chest, her fingers devoid of color from anxiety. Lingyu approached the window and drew the curtains once more, plunging the room into shadow. "Ms. Yi, you appear quite frightened. What troubles you? Perhaps what you saw was merely your husband, Mr. Chun." Lingyu's voice resonated once more, imbued with an almost enchanting quality. Yi Chiohan's teeth chattered as she vehemently shook her head, exclaiming, "No, no, no. He is not my husband. He has lost his mind." A thought, previously unconsidered, flickered in Lingyu's mind, yet it seemed too absurd to entertain. She continued, "Madam Yi, that woman pales in comparison to your beauty and renown. Yet while she was alive, she wielded power over your husband's company. Unlike you, after your husband's demise, you could not even manage the board members and were compelled to relinquish your shares. Now, your husband's company bears no connection to you. Madam Yi, you are less than a deceased person, which must be quite disheartening." Lingyu's once clear voice suddenly took on a low, hoarse tone. Earlier that morning, while searching for Yi Chiohan online, she had also looked up Chen Yuejio's company and discovered that among the current major shareholders, there was no mention of Yi Chiohan, nor anyone with the surname Chen. This implied that Yi Chiohan, as the legal heir of Chen Yuejio, along with Chan Yuejio's children, were not board members of the company. Lingyu, lacking any understanding of business affairs and disinterested in researching, merely uttered these words to provoke Yi Chiohan. What woman is devoid of jealousy? It merely varies in intensity. Furthermore, given Yi Chiohan's current state of heightened tension, it was inevitable that her emotions would be magnified. Indeed, Lingyu's gamble paid off. Yi Chiohan's dignified and beautiful countenance suddenly contorted in rage. Nonsense. The company had long since become a mere shell. It was only after his death that I sold the shares to a company eager to go public through a reverse merger. What you see now has been restructured and bears no relation to us whatsoever. That wretched woman. What abilities did she possess? If she had any, she wouldn't have met her demise. Moreover, due to her Jiangsu accent, and given that both Chan Yuejio and his two wives hailed from Jiangsu, Lingyu surmised that the ghostly woman was likely Chen Yuejio's former spouse. As for her remarks directed at Yi Chiohan, they were entirely a product of her own imagination, inspired by films and dramas. Yet, she unwittingly hit the mark. Upon mentioning Chen Yuejio's ex-wife and their company, Yi Chiohan exhibited an unexpected surge of emotion. The fleeting thought that had crossed Lingyu's mind resurfaced once more, and though she deemed it preposterous, what absurdities had she not encountered in her 2 lifetimes? With a half-smile, she gazed at Yi Chiohan and suddenly proclaimed, "For years ago, Chen Yuejio did not actually die. He faked his death." Indeed, it was absurd. Lingyu had repeatedly ventured her hand over the precipice, yet the bell never tolled. Either Chen Yuejio's spirit had already departed, or he was indeed, as the ghost claimed, still alive. Yi Chiohan's complexion grew even more ashen as she stared at Lingyu in disbelief, the veins on her forehead standing out. "You're talking nonsense. It's all lies." "No, none of it is true. You're fabricating stories." Yi Chiohan shouted vehemently, yet her expression betrayed her. Tears streamed down her cheeks, and she trembled like autumn leaves caught in a chilling breeze, her cries hollow, akin to a feeble display of bravado. Lingyu rose to her feet, having gleaned all she wished to know about the woman before her. She had no desire to linger any longer. More pressing matters awaited her, particularly that ring. With a light heart, she exited room 218, only to spot Su Yuanfang standing at the threshold of room 207. The bell on her wrist jingled merrily, as if to announce to its owner, "Look quickly, the thief is right there." Well, it was not as if Su Yuanfang had stolen anything of hers. Besides, one could only speculate whether he was aware of the ghost concealed within that ring. Lingyu squinted playfully at Su Yuanfang, presenting an innocuous smile akin to that of a harmless little dumpling. before boldly striding past him. Su Yuanfang regarded her with intrigue, shaking his head as he turned to enter his room. However, the moment he pushed the door open, a sudden force seized him, causing him to stumble forward. Completely unprepared, he was propelled by the unexpected strength and found himself tumbling out. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, managing to avoid a messy fall and instead landing deftly onto the sofa opposite. It was then that he turned to observe the individual who had followed him, only to be met with a mischievous grin that spelled trouble. Without a doubt, "Little girl, do I harbor any enmity towards you?" Su Yuanfang adjusted his glasses, which had nearly been dislodged in the commotion. Lingyu kicked the door shut, pulled out a chair, and sat down with the audacity of a gang leader negotiating a deal, exuding an air of authority. Unable to suppress a chuckle, Su Yuanfang found himself wishing to capture this moment on video, to share with someone far away in the capital, showcasing just where Shui Mei had found this peculiar little attendant. No animosity, no grievances. Yet your treacherous intentions towards our esteemed guests and the theft of their belongings compel me, as an employee of this establishment, to engage in a serious discussion with you. It seems rather formal, does it not? Su Yuanfang had no choice but to sit up straight, adjusting his glasses as he remarked. Accusations of treachery and theft. One would think I've committed a grave offense. Surely, our discourse cannot be as simple as you suggest. You are correct. Surrender the ring, and we shall let bygones be bygones. The ring? What ring? Are you referring to an engagement ring? I assure you, I harbor no unsavory inclinations, and I have no interest in minors. Lingyu blinked thrice before grasping that Su Yuanfang's mention of lack of interest pertained to her. She scoffed coldly. How absurd. Have I not lived 2 lifetimes already? I am hardly a minor. You are mistaken. I have no interest in someone as uncouth as you. Feigning youthfulness and belittling others. Who cannot do that? Uncouth. It was the first time Su Yuanfang had been addressed in such a manner, prompting him to glance at his reflection, questioning his own age. Quickly, he redirected the conversation. Ling, is it? It is rather unprofessional of you to be idling during work hours. Her smile vanished abruptly. In the next instant, Su Yuanfang perceived a blur, and before he knew it, a large cloth enveloped his head, obscuring his vision entirely. Then, a flurry of fists descended upon him like raindrops. When he finally managed to extricate himself, he realized he had endured at least 20 blows. Although the strikes were not particularly forceful, each one landed squarely on his face. The glasses had vanished without a trace, and Su Yuanfang felt as if his face were on the verge of swelling into a grotesque visage. The individual who had struck him was grinning at him, and one could hardly believe that the person being thrashed with a bedsheet was indeed him, should anyone stumble upon this scene. Su Yuanfang took a deep breath and straightened himself. Is it over? May I take my leave? Indeed, I have finished, but what of the ring? You haven't produced it. So why should I depart? The young girl appeared innocent, her innocence almost infuriating. The corners of Su Yuanfang's mouth twitched. It was evident that there were no true little white rabbits in this world. These days, even a little white rabbit could be a wolf in disguise. What did you say? I cannot comprehend, he replied coldly. Uncle, you are not my match, so do not put up a brave front. Do you believe me when I say I possess at least 100 methods to compel you to surrender the ring? The earlier encounter was merely one of them. There are 99 more at my disposal. Care for another round? As she spoke, Lingyu raised her hand. A delightful chime rang out, and Su Yuanfang noticed the delicate bells adorning Lingyu's wrist swaying gently. In that fleeting moment, when her brow furrowed slightly, Su Yuanfang seized the opportunity. Oh dear, uncle, you are being quite underhanded. Am I? Then what was it when you covered my head with a bedsheet while I was unprepared? We're even. As the two engaged in their spirited exchange, their hands moved swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, over 20 moves had transpired. Su Yuanfang seized an opportunity, launching a punch towards Lingyu, yet his fist merely grazed her garments as she leapt into the air. With a graceful motion, she grasped the chandelier. Swinging like a pendulum before him, Su Yuanfang paused, gazing upwards at her, and remarked, Hey, aren't you concerned about pulling down the chandelier and smashing it? Shui Mei might deduct from your salary. Uncle, you needn't worry about me. Before her words had fully escaped her lips, Lingyu's feet shot towards Su Yuanfang's head. He narrowly evaded, nearly caught by her sneaker-clad feet. Where did this girl come from, with such adeptness in combat? Was this innate skill something she had been born with? He quickly signaled for a truce, tilting his head back and speaking amicably. I must confess, I do possess a rather peculiar ring. But you must enlighten me on its significance. In my opinion, it hardly holds any value. Still swinging from the chandelier, upon hearing his words, she freed her hands, executed a somersault in midair, and, hanging upside down, hooked her toes around the chandelier. Locking eyes with Su Yuanfang, she declared, "Uncle, stop pretending to be oblivious. That ring is not something you can keep. Hand it over obediently, and I'll pretend this never happened. Otherwise, don't say I didn't warn you." Warn me of what? Su Yuanfang was not feigning ignorance. He genuinely did not comprehend the implications of He Lingyu's words. He Lingyu let out a sigh. This gentleman clearly grew up under the red banner, and he could never fathom what secrets lay hidden within that ring. "Sir, shall we make a trade?" "What sort of trade?" Su Yuanfang inquired. "I am aware that you are investigating Yang Wenjun. While I am unaware of who has commissioned your services, there is one thing you would never anticipate. Allow me to disclose what I know in exchange for that ring. I assure you, I will not deceive you. That ring is of no use to you, and will only bring you misfortune." As He Lingyu spoke, she continued to sway on the swing. Su Yuanfang instinctively took 2 steps back to avoid the chandelier that might fall upon him. "How can I ascertain whether your information is of any value to me? If it pertains to matters I have already uncovered, would that not place me at a disadvantage?" Su Yuanfang narrowed his eyes, casting a meaningful glance at He Lingyu. "You will not be at a loss. If I reveal to you the true relationship between Yang Wenjun and Yi Qiuan, do you believe that would suffice as a fair exchange for the ring? You know I am investigating their relationship. How did you come by this information?" Su Yuanfang was taken aback. He Lingyu sighed, a sound incongruous with her youth, and pointed to the metal buttons on Su Yuanfang's attire, saying, "Do take heed. When you venture out for business, refrain from wearing garments adorned with such metallic buttons." Su Yuanfang understood. It was no wonder that this young girl had detected him with her keen eye, as the reflection from the metal buttons had given him away. Indeed, she was an adept. "Very well, it is a deal," Su Yuanfang replied with a smile. As Lingyu aptly stated, the ring held no substantial significance for him. Yi Qiuan, a public figure, was meticulous to the point of being fastidious about her attire. Su Yuanfang had perused numerous photographs of her. This ring was neither one she frequently wore nor the dazzling diamond she had flaunted during her wedding. Su Yuanfang harbored suspicions that this ring was linked to Yang Wenjun, prompting him to remove it after rendering Yi Qiuan unconscious. A pragmatic individual, Su Yuanfang deemed it more sensible to exchange this enigmatic ring for the information he desperately sought rather than aimlessly investigating it. Upon his agreement, He Lingyu exhaled in relief, grateful that this uncle was not obstinate. "And the ring? Do not expect to take it without a trade." He Lingyu's eyes sparkled playfully as she flashed a charming smile. Su Yuanfang retrieved the ring from his inner pocket, weighing it in his hand. It was neither gold nor silver, but bore the resemblance of copper. "The ring is here. As we agreed upon, I shall not take advantage of a child." "Well, I truly fear you not," He Lingyu declared, her bravado genuine, for she was acutely aware of the ring's contents. "In that case, reveal to me the nature of the relationship between Yang Wenjun and Yi Qiuan," Su Yuanfang inquired. Seizing the ring from his grasp, He Lingyu's wrist bells chimed melodiously. Soothing the bells, she addressed Su Yuanfang. "Yang Wenjun is Chen Yuezhou. Years ago, Chen Yuezhou's company faced financial troubles, though I am not well versed in the specifics. Ultimately, Chen Yuezhou and Yi Qiuan conspired to fake his death to evade responsibility." "Yang Wenjun is Chen Yuezhou?" Su Yuanfang's astonishment was genuine. He truly had not anticipated this. Had it not been for the client's request to investigate Yi Qiuan, he would have never associated the deceased Chen Yuezhou with Yang Wenjun, whom he was currently probing. These were 2 individuals utterly unrelated. Cosmetic surgery? Su Yuanfang's mouth fell agape. Yet, being a seasoned veteran, he was not easily swayed by a mere girl's words. He Lingyu let out a light-hearted laugh. Gracefully descending to the ground and seating herself opposite, Su Yuanfang. He exhaled in relief. The girl had finally relinquished her grip on the chandelier. Had she actually pulled it down, Shui Mei would surely have demanded compensation from him. Indeed, this was the extent of what I can share. I am not a private investigator. You are, correct? Lingyu regarded the elder man with a smirk, her expression ambiguous. Su Yuanfang found himself intrigued by the young lady, eager to inquire further, but Lingyu had already risen, striding confidently out the door. Only a private investigator would have the luxury of investigating such trivial matters concerning romantic entanglements. As for her, Lingyu, what relevance did the affairs of the living hold for her? She was solely interested in the spectral. Lingyu swayed her way down the stairs, where Bolkai had just hung up the phone. Upon seeing her, he remarked, "The call was from the hospital. They suspect Mr. Yang is experiencing a mental breakdown. They contacted us using the number on the business card, but that line has since been disconnected." The paramedic recalled that his girlfriend resides here and wished to inquire if there are alternative means of contacting his family or company. "Please check with Mrs. Yang in room 203, or rather, Miss Su. Ask her if she possesses any other phone numbers." Asking her to inquire? Fully aware of Su Shasha's apparent intent to sever ties with Yang Wenjun, how could she still inquire so bluntly? Nevertheless, Lingyu was indeed curious to encounter Su Shasha, a woman shrouded in intriguing tales. Bouncing with anticipation, Lingyu approached the door of room 203, poised to knock, when suddenly, the bell on her wrist rang out. Startled, she realized that the ghostly ring she wore was still with her. Could it be that this inn harbored another specter? How had she overlooked this before? Glancing around, she deduced that the source of the disturbance lay within the room. After a prolonged period of knocking, the door finally creaked open, revealing Su Shasha's impatient visage. Perhaps due to her profession as a ballet dancer, Su Shasha possessed an elegant, diminutive face that, when tilted upward, exuded an air of disdain for the world. Lingyu flashed a bright smile and said, "Miss Su, I just received a call from the hospital stating that Mr. Yang's company phone is out of service. Do you still have?" Before Lingyu could finish her sentence, Su Shasha abruptly slammed the door shut. Fortunately, Lingyu had anticipated this move and swiftly wedged her foot in the doorway, preventing it from closing completely. Then, in a theatrical manner, she exclaimed, "Ah, my foot is broken." Su Shasha, taken aback by the unexpected intrusion, had not anticipated that Lingyu would employ such an unscrupulous and effortless tactic against her. Just as she bent down to inspect Lingyu's foot, the injured girl unexpectedly pushed her aside, and in the split second that Su Shasha nearly lost her balance, Lingyu deftly steadied her, ensuring she remained upright. As Su Shasha came to her senses, the door had already closed. Lingyu stood in the center of the room, arms raised, spinning in place. If not for the emptiness of her hands, Su Shasha might have thought she was mimicking a spotlight. "What are you doing?" Su Shasha said irritably. "I'm looking for a ghost, Miss Su. There is indeed a ghost in your room, the very one you were just whispering with. TSK. To appear in broad daylight, this ghost possesses quite formidable skills. Wouldn't you agree, Miss Su?" Su Shasha's expression changed dramatically. Instinctively, she glanced toward the wardrobe by the door. Speaking cautiously, "What nonsense are you spouting? I do not understand what you mean." "Oh, but you do. It's Yang Wenjun, your boyfriend. No, your ex-boyfriend. Since you currently have another. So tell me, when did he come to you? Today? Or just a moment ago?" Su Shasha's lips quivered, her delicate face flushed with tension, lending her an unexpectedly alluring charm. "Please leave. I do not wish to hear your absurdities," she feigned calmness. "You know whether I speak nonsense better than anyone. It matters not. You hired a private investigator to look into your boyfriend's affairs, but I am not interested. Oh, and I almost forgot to mention, you seem to lack interest in any living, breathing human. My curiosity lies solely with the ghost hidden in your wardrobe, and perhaps there is another presence, someone who can breathe." Lingyu exclaimed as she darted forward. Su Shasha attempted to intercept her, but Lingyu twisted her body, allowing her to slip past like a nimble loach. Without even brushing against the hem of her garment, the wardrobe door swung open, revealing a curled figure within. It was a child, no more than 7 or 8 years old, Had it not been for the ominous dark aura enveloping him, Lingyu might have thought she was mistaken. When had he entered? This was the question that perplexed Lingyu the most. Su Shasha trembled uncontrollably, resembling a withered leaf in a biting wind. A glance from Lingyu's peripheral vision made her suspect that Su Shasha might faint at any moment. However, she was mistaken, for the quaking Su Shasha suddenly lunged toward her, crying out, "You must run. Hurry." The you that Su Shasha referred to was clearly not Lingyu, but the child huddled in the wardrobe. Lingyu found herself ensnared in Su Shasha's tight embrace. Although she was a dancer, her grip was as unyielding as a vice. Lingyu could easily shake her off, yet she chose not to, wishing to observe the child's reaction. The boy gradually emerged from the wardrobe, standing upright only after fully freeing himself from its confines. He advanced toward Lingyu step by step, moving slowly and awkwardly, akin to a clumsy robot from a film. No, he resembled a mere puppet. Lingyu's intrigue deepened. This was indeed a real child, albeit possessed, and it was evident that the possession had not just occurred, but had been in place for some time. As the child approached Lingyu, she was still held by Su Shasha, who was crying and pleading, "Please leave quickly. Don't worry about me, just go." The child stood before Lingyu, resembling a puppet, his arms slowly lifting as if to strike. She couldn't help but let out a chuckle before swiftly delivering a blow to Su Shasha's nape. Her strike was precise and rapid, before the child's hand could reach her. Su Shasha had already collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Upon witnessing Su Shasha's fainting form, the child suddenly opened his mouth wide, emitting a sound akin to a dry, sorrowful wail, resembling a cry. Yet, like his movements, his expression was delayed, and though his voice was mournful, his face remained eerily blank, seemingly beyond the control of his mind. With Su Shasha no longer hindering her, Lingyu freed herself, bringing her index and middle fingers together and pointing them at the child's forehead. In that moment, she observed a dark shadow detach from the child. Although it was merely a shadow, one could discern its incessant trembling. Then, she raised her left hand, and the sound of silver bells chimed, reminiscent of a death knell. The shadow curled up on the ground, letting out a long sigh. "Ah, I never expected to encounter a celestial master here. I mean no harm. I merely wished to see Shasha once this child was inherently foolish and mute. Having seen him wandering alone at night, I had merely taken possession of him." "How did you come here?" This was a question Lingyu could not fathom, for no one had seen this child since morning. Moreover, she passed by room 203 several times without the bell ringing. "I attempted to communicate with Sasha through dreams, revealing my demise. Later, upon realizing that another version of me lingered beside her, I deduced that the one responsible for my death was her boyfriend. I followed them to this place and encountered that child at the foot of the mountain. I once again reached out to Sasha in a dream, urging her to bring the child up the mountain, as I yearned to exact vengeance upon that individual. However, during daylight, I could only attach myself to the living, which is why I sought out this child. Alas, he was both foolish and mute. While taking a stroll in the morning, Sasha feigned a pressing matter, parting ways with the villain, and drove down the mountain to locate us. She then concealed us within a suitcase, hiding us in her vehicle, and at noon, while you were preoccupied with unloading items from the car, she stealthily brought us inside. Yet, upon his arrival, he discovered that the false Yang Wenjun had already been taken away by the emergency services. "How did Qin Yuezhou cause your demise?" Lingyu inquired. Yi Qiuhan, aware of Qin Yuezhou's whereabouts, realized that her husband had found a new love. Thus, she must have coerced Qin Yuezhou under the pretense of revealing the truth, compelling him to meet her here, just as she had done the previous year. Su Shasha must have uncovered Yi Qiuhan's existence and instructed Su Yuanfang to investigate her, to discern the nature of her relationship with her boyfriend. Yet, none of them anticipated that Qin Yuezhou would turn out to be Yi Qiuhan's deceased husband. Suddenly, Lingyu changed her mind, although she held little interest in the affairs of the living. She could not bear to witness the wicked Qin Yuezhou continue to exist in this world. Though he has succumbed to madness, the advancements in medicine are remarkable. Who can say when he might be restored to health? Setting aside his financial troubles, he bears the weight of 2 lives, one belonging to his lawful wife, and the other to Yang Wenjun. Yet, bereft of evidence, how can Shin Yuejio be justly punished? Currently, there are but 2 specters to bear witness. Lingyu pondered for a moment before retrieving a ring, addressing the shadow. This child is both dull-witted and mute. Your continued presence only exacerbates his frailty. Come into this ring of mine, and I assure you, I will ensure Chun Yuejio faces justice. You may doubt my intentions, but your choices are limited. Either you enter, or I shall force you out with such ferocity that your spirit will scatter. The living may be oblivious to my powers, yet you will not be. The shadow recoiled slightly, indeed sensing the formidable energy emanating from the female, celestial master before him. He was no match for her. Else he would not have emerged from the child. Can you truly assist me? What of Sha? He inquired. I have promised to help you, and I shall. As for Su Sha, she merely fainted. Do you think becoming a wandering spirit will benefit her? As long as you remain, she will endure only suffering. Lingyu retorted, her patience wearing thin. In this incarnation, she had shown remarkable forbearance. In her previous life, she could never have fathomed negotiating with a ghost so calmly. The shadow contemplated for a moment, seemingly making a significant decision. Very well, I believe you. Lingyu arched an eyebrow and approached the shadow, ring in hand. It was her first time using this ring. Prior to this moment, she had only heard whispers of its existence and remained oblivious to how Yi Chiohen had acquired it, let alone how that female ghost had come to reside within it. Once this matter was settled, she intended to summon the ghost for a thorough inquiry. This ring was, in fact, the Yin ring from the legendary Yin Yang rings she had heard of in her past life. The Yang ring, also known as the Qian Kuan ring, had the capacity to contain a multitude of objects, with claims that entire buildings could be ensconced within it. The Yin ring, as its name suggests, was designed for capturing spirits. In her previous life, Lingyu had only heard tales of these 2 rings, but had never laid eyes on them until yesterday. When she beheld the ring upon Yi Chiohen's finger, it dawned upon her that the Yin ring, much like the bell in her possession, had been passed down through time. Lingyu raised the Yin ring, focusing her thoughts upon it, and in an instant, the shadowy figure was drawn into its depths. A radiant smile graced her lips. What a wondrous treasure! Moments later, Su Sha stirred awake, her first instinct being to struggle towards the wardrobe, where the child stood, looking bewildered and lost. Did you capture him? Su Sha grappled with her confusion. Fortunately, Lingyu had no intention of clarifying matters. The affairs of a distinguished female celestial master were of no concern to a dancer. Miss Su, I have pledged to Yang Wenjun to assist him in avenging his grievances and to bring that impostor to justice. However, at present, I require your cooperation. Let us converse. Su Sha, her expression one of astonishment, hesitated briefly before glancing back at the child. Shouldn't we first take this boy to the hospital? He seems utterly dazed. Upon hearing Su Sha's words, Lingyu realized that Yang Wenjun had not disclosed the child's background to her. Yet, the child's dazed expression was undeniably pitiable. After a moment of contemplation, Lingyu addressed Su Sha, stating, according to Yang Wenjun, this child was encountered by chance. He is both dull-witted and mute, with no family accompanying him. Let us ask Aunt Zhao for assistance. We shall provide him with some food and rest. If that proves insufficient, we may need to involve the police to help locate his family. Su Sha felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, her usual haughtiness dissipating as thoughts of Yang Wenjun lingered in her mind. Nodding vacantly in response to Lingyu's suggestion, she awaited further developments. Shortly thereafter, Aunt Zhao arrived. Having received a phone call, upon seeing the child, she was taken aback. Lingyu explained, this child has been wandering alone, and Miss Su took pity on him, bringing him here. However, it seems the child is not quite right. Aunt Zhao immediately grasped the situation and replied, I understand. Poor child. I shall go wash him up and prepare some food. Let us address everything once he is well fed. As Aunt Zhao led the child downstairs, Su Sha exhaled a long sigh of relief, gradually regaining her composure. She regarded Lingyu with newfound sincerity, saying, Miss He, about what you mentioned earlier. Lingyu chuckled softly. You haven't forgotten about the private investigator you hired, have you? This matter cannot proceed without him. Indeed, there was still the private investigator. Meanwhile, in the hospital, Chen Yuejio resided alone in a ward. The medical facilities in the small-town hospital were far from comprehensive. Until now, he has been unable to establish contact with his family. The hospital can only adhere to its principle of preserving life and alleviating suffering, allowing him to remain there for the time being. However, his incessant shouting severely disrupts the other patients. Fortunately, an empty ward becomes available, and he is moved there. Aside from administering some sedatives, no further treatment is provided. When Chen Yuejio awakens, he gazes at the stark white ceiling, his expression growing increasingly frosty. The pretense of having fallen to his death years ago was a desperate measure, a plan he had concocted with Yi Qiuan. At that time, armed with a false identity, he intended to find a place to hide for a few years to escape the turmoil. Little did he expect to unexpectedly encounter Yang Wenjun, who bore a striking resemblance to him. Yang Wenjun's girlfriend, Su Shasha, was like a proud and ethereal swan. From the moment Chen Yuejio laid eyes on her, he was captivated. He had seen numerous videos of Su Shasha on Yang Wenjun's phone, and even noted her birthday and the gifts Yang Wenjun intended to present to her in his own memoranda. Chen Yuejio endeavored to win her favor. And although Su Shasha was in a relationship with Yang Wenjun, their relationship had never crossed the line. Thus, when Chen Yuejio began dating Su Shasha, she initially failed to notice his differences. He was more straightforward than Yang Wenjun, and before long, they were living together. Yet, he still had a legal wife, Yi Qiuan, who was privy to far too many of his secrets. He yearned to be with Su Shasha, but was reluctant to offend Yi Qiuan. After much contemplation, he concluded that the only solution was to eliminate Yi Qiuan, just as he had done with his first wife, Lu Yan. He and Lu Yan built their fortune from scratch, with Lu Yan enjoying great prestige within the company. Eventually, he became entangled with Yi Qiuan and contemplated divorce. Yet he feared that Lu Yan would seize his assets and shares. In a desperate bid, he orchestrated a car accident, resulting in Lu Yan's demise. With both of Lu Yan's parents deceased, all her wealth was now his. He achieved his desire of embracing his beloved, even bestowing upon Yi Qiuan all of Lu Yan's jewelry, including a cherished ancestral ring. In truth, he and Yi Qiuan resided in different cities, maintaining their connection solely through phone calls. Meanwhile, he cohabited with Su Shasha, and when Yi Qiuan called at night, he had to answer furtively. This cycle of secrecy bred suspicion in Yi Qiuan, who was inherently a sensitive woman and, for reasons unknown, grew increasingly neurotic. Subsequently, she began to call incessantly, even threatening to expose his indiscretions. Chen Yuejio felt he had reached a point where he must eliminate Yi Qiuan, since her body was never discovered. Whispers circulated that Yi Qiuan had orchestrated her husband's murder. As a somewhat renowned television host, such rumors could easily spread, compelling Yi Qiuan to make an ostentatious appearance at his grave each year on the anniversary of his death, fearing the prying eyes of paparazzi. Chen Yuejio was certain Yi Qiuan would come again this year. Thus, he plotted to take advantage of the occasion to end her life. However, Su Shasha learned of his intentions and insisted on accompanying him, leaving Chen Yuejio with no choice but to bring her along. Today, Yi Qiuan summoned him to her chamber, and he initially presumed that she intended to take advantage of the opportunity for intimacy. However, he was utterly taken aback to discover Lu Yan in the room. He was so startled that he fainted. Upon regaining consciousness in the hospital, he began to doubt whether it had merely been a figment of his imagination, or perhaps not an illusion at all, but rather a scheme concocted by that woman, Yi Qiuan, to manipulate him through Lu Yan's involvement. He resolved to feign madness, refusing to grant Yi Qiuan the satisfaction she sought. A cold smile played upon Chen Yuejio's lips. That wretched woman seemed to be courting her own demise. As dusk enveloped the sky, Chen Yuejio lay supine on the bed. The nurses, aware that a patient who had yet to settle his hospitalization and treatment fees occupied the room, thus no one ventured in to check. With wide-open eyes, Chen Yuejio contemplated his strategies alone. Originally, he had intended to employ a familiar ruse, casting Yi Qiuan over a cliff while providing the paparazzi with sensational material. claiming she had succumbed to despair at the sight of her late husband's demise. Yet, given the events of the day, luring Yi Qiuhen to the precipice would prove exceedingly difficult. He pondered what means he could employ. As night fell and the room plunged into darkness, Chen Yuezhou became lost in thought, oblivious to hunger, neglecting to turn on the lights, his mind consumed with thoughts of murder. At that moment, the door to the ward creaked open, revealing two shadowy figures that glided into the room. They approached the bedside, and the pale moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the phantoms, which gradually took on human form, one male and one female. In the depths of the night, Chen Yuezhou, lost in contemplation while gazing at the ceiling, suddenly felt a chill. The hospital facilities in the small town were indeed subpar. The air conditioning was likely malfunctioning. Indifferent to the possibility of exacerbating patients' conditions and inciting claims for compensation, he propped himself up and fumbled to turn on the light, but upon raising his gaze, he was startled to see two figures in the darkness. A terrifying realization struck him, reminiscent of the scene he had witnessed earlier in Yi Qiuhen's room. Surely, this was merely an illusion. Yes, an optical illusion. It must be. Chen Yuezhou rubbed his eyes vigorously, and upon doing so, the figures became clearer. Even in the dark, he could discern their faces. Lu Yan, Yang Wenjun, ghosts, spirits. Help! Someone help me! His piercing scream echoed down the corridor, prompting the duty nurse at the station to spring into action. However, a plump nurse halted her, saying, "No need to rush. It's just that lunatic we brought in earlier. The one who was shouting about ghosts. He has likely woken up and is having another episode." The young nurse recalled that during the shift change, the head nurse had indeed mentioned that the patient in that room was mentally unstable and had not paid for hospitalization. Just then, the bell rang, and the young nurse furrowed her brow, remarking to her colleague, "Ah, that's the room." Both nurses found themselves in a dilemma. This was not a psychiatric ward, and they lacked experience in handling mental patients. Furthermore, given his loud outbursts, it was uncertain whether he might pose a danger. Although the man had neither paid for his hospitalization nor completed the necessary admission procedures, the head nurse had decided to allow him to stay for one night, promising to contact his family or the police the following day. Yet, this was a hospital, and his presence rendered him a patient, thus bestowing upon them a duty of care. Even a mere check-in was warranted. What if the patient were to fall or injure himself? The two nurses exchanged furtive glances, the plump nurse suggesting to her slender colleague, "Let us proceed together. Should he become violent, it is better that we face him as a pair rather than alone." With trepidation, they approached the door to the ward, only to be momentarily frozen in place. The door stood ajar, the corridor illuminated as brightly as day. Though the lights within the room were off, they could discern every detail with startling clarity. The patient knelt upon the bed, engaging in a soliloquy. Chen Yuezhou trembled violently. His usual poise and wisdom all but vanished. He curled up on the bed like a cornered dog, desperately trying to conceal himself, yet there was nowhere to hide. A ghostly voice echoed softly, "Chen Yuezhou, you tampered with my vehicle, causing my brakes to fail. How ruthless you are, Chen Yuezhou." Gradually, Chen Yuezhou regained his composure. Although Lu Yan had transformed into a specter, she did not immediately seek vengeance. How could he have forgotten? Lu Yan loved him deeply and fervently. "Yan Yan, please do not hold it against me. Throughout these years, I have never forgotten you. It was that vile Yi Qiuhen who forced my hand. She ensnared me into her deceptive web, leading me to her bed, and subsequently coerced me into divorcing you. She threatened to expose our intimate photographs to the tabloids if I failed to comply. You are aware that our company was in the midst of crucial financing. We could not afford any negative publicity, and I had no choice. Thus, I tampered slightly with your vehicle, believing it would amount to nothing significant. Who could have foreseen that you would meet with an accident? Yan Yan, I deeply regret it. I love you, Yan Yan." Outside, a young nurse stifled her gasp, terrified to scream. "This patient is a murderer." The plump nurse, possessing a bit more courage, gestured for the young nurse to remain silent and urged her to continue listening. At that moment, two family members of other patients stepped out and, noticing the duty nurse lingering by the ward, approached out of curiosity. The nurses, relieved at the arrival of more people, felt emboldened, hoping someone would contact the authorities. Inside, the patient continued his rambling. And you, Yang Wenjun, I bear you no ill will, neither from the past nor present. I never intended to murder you. I merely sought to seize your identification. It was your resistance that compelled me to take your life. Do not blame me. Yet another murder case. Surely, this individual must be fabricating a tale. Who would so brazenly confess to their own crimes? The hospital ward at night was far from tranquil, frequently interrupted by the comings and goings of family members keeping vigil. Consequently, the crowd at the entrance grew larger, drawn by the sight of a man engaged in a fervent monologue, oblivious to the two figures standing before him. Yang Wenjun, consumed by rage, pointed an accusatory finger at Chen Yuezhou, exclaiming, "You murderous fiend! Where have you concealed my corpse? Speak now, or I shall strangle you this very moment." As he spoke, he lunged forward, gripping Chen Yuezhou's neck. In a frenzy, Chen Yuezhou flailed his legs, pleading for mercy. "I will tell you. I will tell you." It was only then that Yang Wenjun released his grip, allowing Chen Yuezhou to cough violently, struggling for breath, only to discover the vile stench emanating from beneath him. He had lost control. At a construction site in F City, called the Guifu Community. I visited later. The developer fled, leaving the project unfinished. Your corpse is encased in concrete, invisible from the outside, he wheezed. Before he could finish, another fit of coughing seized him. Lu Yin looked disdainfully at the man before her. She had sacrificed everything for him, standing by his side as he ascended from nothing to a fortune in the hundreds of millions. Her youth had slipped away, leaving her with a host of ailments, only to ultimately meet her demise at his hands. She turned her gaze toward the onlookers at the entrance and suddenly laughed. The female celestial master had been right. It was imperative that many witnesses heard Chen Yuezhou confess his crimes, yet it seemed one person was still missing. At that moment, a woman in her 30s, looking haggard, emerged from the elevator. She glanced at the text message on her phone and intended to inquire with the nurse, only to discover the nurse's station was completely deserted. Scanning her surroundings, she noticed a throng of people gathered at the entrance of a patient room, among them 2 nurses. She immediately approached, but before she reached the doorway, she overheard a voice from within the room. "Yin Yin, it's all that wretched Yi Qiuhen's fault. I've made up my mind. Tomorrow, I shall kill her." The woman's complexion paled, and in a frenzy, she pushed through the crowd and rushed into the room. "Chen Yuezhou, you beast! So, you are indeed here. What is this? You grow tired of me and wish to kill me too? I'll fight you. I'll fight you." When the police, alerted by the report, arrived, they found a man and a woman grappling with each other in the room. After examination by the attending physician, it was determined that the man was mentally sound, while the woman exhibited symptoms of neurosis, although it did not impair her awareness of her actions. Both individuals were deemed to be of sound mind. A few days later, during her inquiry with the police, Su Shasha candidly confessed that she had sent a text message to Yi Qiuhen, warning her as Yang Wenjun's fiancé. "I advise you not to seek him out at the hospital. He does not wish to see you." In the water's edge, numerous guests can attest that on that fateful noon, Yang Wenjun collapsed in Yi Qiuhen's room. One particularly imaginative female guest remarked, "Tisk, men are all worthless creatures. No offense, officer, I'm not referring to you. I mean the man who fainted in room 216. He appeared quite respectable. Yet who would have guessed he would sneak out for an affair while his wife napped? By the way, that man looks just like Chen Shimi. Don't ask me how I discerned that. I possess the gift of physiognomy." 2 nurses from the hospital, along with a dozen relatives of patients, corroborated that they heard Yang Wenjun confess to having killed 2 individuals, his ex-wife Lu Yin and another person he encountered on the road. Yi Qiuhen, who had engaged in a scuffle with Yang Wenjun at the hospital, insisted that the man was not Yang Wenjun, but rather her husband Chen Yuezhou, who had feigned death to evade financial liabilities and now sought to silence her. She claimed her innocence, portraying herself as a victim in need of police protection. In summary, regarding this incident, there were numerous witnesses, each capable of providing testimony, and every account was undeniably genuine, except for the 2 phantoms Chen Yuezhou spoke of, which remained elusive. Initially, the police suspected Chun Yuejio of mental instability. However, after examinations at the hospital confirmed his mental soundness, the police concluded that he was willfully fabricating nonsense. Not long ago, according to the testimonies of 2 nurses and the family of a patient, local police collaborated with the Public Security Department of City F to confirm that Shinji and Yang Wenjun had indeed checked into the same hotel on the same day. Furthermore, as identified by Yi Chioen, the name on Chun Yuejio's counterfeit identification was, in fact, Shinji. Due to Yang Wenjun's body being encased in concrete, it was momentarily challenging to locate, resulting in the absence of crucial physical evidence. However, at this juncture, aside from the witnesses present at the hospital, a compelling witness emerged, Yi Chioen. She recounted, "At that time, I was still working at a television station. During an event, I met Chun Yuejio, who became infatuated with me at first sight and pursued me fervently. Upon learning that he was married, I, of course, refused his advances. Unexpectedly, he assured me that he could obtain a divorce. I replied that even after a divorce, I would not agree, as I was particularly mindful of my public image. I could not be the other woman." Shortly thereafter, news broke of his wife's tragic car accident, which left him in anguish. Out of compassion, I went to console him. And as our interactions grew, we officially began a romantic relationship, given my advancing age and my family's persistent pressure for marriage. Upon learning that I finally had a boyfriend, they eagerly anticipated our swift union. Thus, after only a few months of courtship, we wed. I was mistaken. I should not have rushed into marriage. Therefore, before the television audience, no, young friends, you must open your eyes and not be deceived by sweet words. I was indeed misled. It was only after our marriage, one day when he was intoxicated, that I discovered the truth. The car accident involving Lu Yin was orchestrated by him. He was a murderer. I should not have been timid or fearful. I ought to have stepped forward and reported him. However, I was intimidated by his oppressive influence and remained silent. He is abusive. The police, upon investigation, swiftly apprehended Abayo, who confessed without hesitation, acknowledging that it was Chun Yuejio who had instigated him. 3 months later, on a certain day, Lingyu was watering her succulents when her phone unexpectedly rang. Noticing an unfamiliar number, she furrowed her brow and answered the call. A cold voice echoed from the other end, strikingly familiar. "Miss He? This is Su Sha. It turned out to be Su Sha. Since Yang Wenjun no." Chun Yuejio had been transferred from the local police station to the W City Police. It was Lingyu's first contact with someone related to that incident, aside from Xiao Tao. Of course, Xiao Tao was the child possessed by Yang Wenjun, and he was currently at the inn. "Hello, Miss Su," Lingyu said with a cheerful smile. "I never had the chance to thank you properly. I apologize. My mental state was quite poor at that time, and I didn't reach out before leaving. Over the past 3 months, I have been cooperating with the police in their investigation while trying to adjust my mindset. Only now am I able to formally express my gratitude." Despite her words of thanks, Su Shasha's tone remained frigid, devoid of warmth. "It's no trouble at all. It was merely a small act. Besides, I wasn't doing it for your sake." Lingyu replied, "I understand. You were doing it for Wenjun. I called you today not only to express my gratitude, but also to discuss something concerning Wenjun," Su Shasha stated. "About him?" Su Shasha instinctively touched her chest, where the ring hung, containing the spirit of Yang Wenjun. "Please convey to Wenjun that although his body cannot be located in the immediate future, through DNA testing with Chun Yuejio's son, we have established that Chun Yuejio impersonated Yang Wenjun and embezzled his assets. Chun Yuejio has openly confessed to the murders of Lu Yin and Yang Wenjun, and the public security authorities have formally pressed charges. I believe that soon, Chun Yuejio will receive the punishment she rightfully deserves." On the other end of the line, Su Shasha's voice quivered with emotion. This proud woman could no longer maintain her composure, revealing a hint of vulnerability. "Very well, I shall inform him," Lingyu replied with resolve. "Miss He, thank you. By the way, I have not dreamt of Wenjun again. Is he well?" Su Shasha inquired. "He is well. He has been awaiting good news. Now I believe he is about to fulfill his wishes and reach his destined place." The reason he has not visited you in dreams again is that he wishes for you to forget the past and start anew. Before Lingyu could finish her thought, Su Shasha interrupted. I certainly will. With that, she hung up the phone. Lingyu, holding her phone, was left speechless. This woman was incredibly unique. Just like that, she ended the call. What about politeness? In the dead of night, Lingyu suddenly sat up in bed, retrieving the dark ring from beneath her pillow. Focusing her thoughts, two shadows, one black and one yellow, swiftly emerged from the ring, materializing before her in human form. I have summoned you here to share some gratifying news. Today, I received a call from Su Shasha. Although the remains of Yang Wenjun have not yet been discovered, it has been established that Qin Yuezhou impersonated you. Furthermore, he has confessed to your murder, and the authorities have formally charged him with homicide. The evidence is irrefutable, and justice shall be served. Your desires in this world have now been fulfilled. What remains for you to do? Do you understand? Lingyu inquired. We understand. They replied in unison. Lingyu glanced at her watch and remarked, There is but 1 minute left. Speak swiftly. The moment referred to the time of departing this world for the Netherrealm. Lu Yin and Yang Wenjun had perished years ago and should have already journeyed to their destined place. However, their unfulfilled wishes had tethered them to the mortal realm, preventing their departure. Speak quickly. A minute is fleeting, Lingyu urged, casting another glance at her watch. Thank you. Truly. Thank you, Lu Yin spoke. She had met her end at the hands of a trusted companion, her spirit trapped within an ancestral ring, powerless to act. Yet now, the outcome was precisely what she had longed for. Her wish was finally granted. It was merely a small favor. By the way, is this ring your family heirloom? Might you gift it to me? Lingyu inquired. Certainly, this does not truly belong to my family. Rather, it is merely a possession under our guardianship. During the Republic of China era, my ancestors fortuitously rescued an injured Taoist priest. Before his demise, the priest removed a ring and instructed my ancestor to bestow it upon a person of destiny. Yet, my ancestor was unaware of the nature of this destined individual and thus kept it close. Since then, our Lu family has faced a gradual decline in descendants. In my generation, I am the last remaining. Now that I, too, am on the verge of passing, the ring shall not be passed down any further. Since the celestial master has obtained it, he may indeed be the fated one. This ring possesses an ominous aura, and with the celestial master's skills, perhaps he can keep it in check, Lu Yin remarked. Lingyu nodded in agreement, recognizing it as a yin ring, used to capture spirits. How could it not be malevolent? Ordinary individuals who wear it are destined only for misfortune. The Lu family has experienced this, and even Yi Qiuhan has reaped no benefits. Lingyu had read online that while Yi Qiuhan was not prosecuted for murder, he was implicated in Qin Yuezhou's commercial fraud, which would inevitably lead to a prison sentence. She then turned her gaze to Yang Wenjun. And what about you? Yang Wenjun sighed and replied, The only concern I have is for Shasha. As long as she is well, I have no other attachments. Lingyu glanced at her watch. A mere minute had elapsed. She waved her hand at them. Let us depart. The silver bells on her wrist dingled melodiously, and two shadows swiftly dissipated. Lingyu held her wrist aloft until the bells fell silent, restoring the surrounding tranquility. She exhaled deeply, acknowledging yet another two. She reclined once more, succumbing to slumber. In the early morning, Lingyu was startled awake by the ringing of her phone. Without opening her eyes, she fumbled to answer the call. Madam, I recently ventured to the morning market to procure some vegetables and happened upon Professor Xiao, the very same professor from your university who visited our home last time. The voice of Fun Jie resonated through my phone, instantly rousing Lingyu from her reverie. Professor Xiao? Is it truly him? Where did you encounter him? Did he come knocking at your door, or was it in the community? Lingyu inquired. No, I met him at the vegetable market. He even complimented the freshness of the greens I had purchased, Fun Jie replied on the other end of the line. At the vegetable market? The morning market, you say? The He family resides in a villa district nestled against the mountains and beside water, boasting a picturesque environment. However, it is somewhat distant from the city center. Most residents drive into the city for shopping, while daily necessities are typically procured from a nearby supermarket. Yet, Fun Jie, like many elderly individuals, finds the produce in supermarkets lacking in freshness, hence the morning market emerged. Farmers from the vicinity set up their stalls before dawn, only to dismantle them around 7 o'clock, lest the urban management arrive. This morning market is a place Lingyu has only heard of but never visited. How could Professor Xiao, of all people, chance upon Finjie there? Oh dear, could he be any more conspicuous? Finjie, did he inquire about me? Lingyu pressed. Not at all. He didn't ask about you, merely spoke of the greens, Finjie remarked. Clearly, she holds a favorable impression of the amiable Professor Xiao, who possesses considerable knowledge. After ending the call, Lingyu sat cross-legged on her bed, furrowing her brow in contemplation. That man is scheming and ingratiating himself with Finjie, who, due to her age, may become confused. It is entirely possible that one day she may divulge information to him. This situation cannot persist. Lingyu, feeling a sudden burst of wakefulness, rose from her slumber and proceeded to freshen up. Half an hour later, clad in a crisp white hoodie and denim jeans, she stepped into the dining area. Within the restaurant, a few patrons occupied the tables, and her gaze quickly fell upon the solitary figure of Xiao Tao, who was intently gnawing on a youtiao. His demeanor was amusing, as if he were not consuming a fried dough stick, but rather a meaty bone. Soon, Lingyu retrieved her breakfast and took a seat opposite Xiao Tao. He lazily flicked his eyelids, acknowledging her presence. She gestured towards the bowl of chicken soup wontons before her, inquiring, "Would you like me to fetch you a bowl as well?" Xiao Tao shook his head, continuing to munch on the youtiao in his grasp. Since being brought from the mountains by Su Xiao Tao had resided in the inn for 3 months. He was unable to speak. When asked for his name or where he hailed from, he simply inscribed Xiao Tao on a piece of paper, revealing little else. Fortunately, apart from his inability to articulate words, he displayed a remarkable agility, quite unlike the clumsy demeanor he had exhibited upon his arrival, which was perhaps a lingering effect of his previous possession by Yang Wenjun. Wang Mei and Aunt Zhao had taken Xiao Tao to the local police station in the town. Yet searching for his family was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. The police staff were diligent and suggested that Xiao Tao be placed in a shelter. If his family remained untraceable, he could then be transferred to an orphanage. Thus, Xiao Tao continued to reside at the inn, during which time the police had brought a couple to meet him. After observing Xiao Tao for a considerable duration, the couple ultimately shook their heads, confirming that he was not their child who had vanished 3 years prior. The officers at the police station had no choice but to say to Shui Mei, "It appears we must trouble you to care for this child. Should any difficulties arise, do not hesitate to inform us." Shui Mei chuckled and replied, "He's merely a child. What difficulties could there be? However, he is of an age to attend school. If the local elementary school refuses to accept him, I will need your assistance." Lingyu had glanced at the drawings he created, which consisted of chaotic lines that no one could decipher. Chapter 18. The runaway girl of solitude. Xiao Tao turned around and nodded at Aunt Zhao, indicating that he had heard her. He had a fondness for the cats, not only assisting Aunt Zhao in feeding them, but also frequently helping her bathe and groom them. Lingyu had already finished her breakfast and happily skipped to the hall. It was her turn to work that day, and Spinach had yet to rise. The previous night, she had awakened in the middle of the night to guide the spirits of Yang Wenjun and Lu Yin away. Originally, she had planned to get up early, but after a long phone call with Sister Fun, she had missed her morning jog. Thus, Lingyu decided to engage in some calisthenics in the hall. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4, 3, 2, 3, 4, 4, 2, 3, 4. Just as Lingyu was getting into the rhythm, Spinach floated out of her room like a ghost. "Ling Ling, you should attend school with Xiao Tao next year. You're both elementary students." Lingyu wrinkled her nose and made a face at him, thinking, is doing calisthenics only for elementary students? Oh well, who can blame me for looking so youthful? Spinach, still bleary-eyed, waved her phone at Lingyu as she walked towards the door. "The owner is looking for me. TCH. It turned out she had been roused by the relentless calls from Sister Shui Mei. Lingyu chose to disregard him and continued her calisthenics. After a short while, unexpectedly, Spinach entered, carrying a stone. Lingyu burst into laughter, realizing that Spinach had been summoned by Shui Mei to assist with labor. What purpose does this stone serve? Lingyu inquired with curiosity. If it's a treasure, why not keep it in a safe instead of here? She jested. Before Spinach could respond, Shui Mei's voice resonated from behind. What treasure? Don't listen to his nonsense. This is for Aunt Zhao to weigh down the pickled vegetable jar. Lingyu laughed heartily and turned to greet Shui Mei, only to notice a young girl standing beside her. The girl appeared to be around 14 or 15, sporting pigtails. With large sparkling eyes and a strikingly beautiful face, albeit her black and pink sportswear was quite soiled, as was the backpack she carried, which seemed to have not been washed in ages. Lingyu flashed a playful smile at Spinach and led the girl upstairs. Room 211 was still unoccupied. Lingyu said to the girl, "You can take a shower here. Once you're done, come downstairs and find me. I'll take you out for a meal." The girl nodded in agreement and sweetly replied, "Thank you, sister." Shui Mei remained in the hall, evidently waiting for her. "Sister Shui Mei, that little girl." Lingyu gestured towards the upstairs. "Ah?" Spinach and Lingyu exclaimed in unison. This was the mountainside, where nights were not only cold but also perilous. Although no wild beasts had been spotted in recent years, the mountain range stretched endlessly. Who could say if there were any wild creatures lurking about, visiting friends, and perhaps seeking a meal? A true warrior, I commend you. This is Spinach. Has it been airdropped by aliens? What an intriguing conversation. Shui Mei extended her delicate fingers, pointing at them one by one. I say, you two cannot approach problems like normal individuals. Lingyu and Spinach exchanged glances, questioning whether they were truly abnormal. The worldview of the elderly is indeed astonishing. Unbeknownst to Shui Mei, in that fleeting moment, she had been unwittingly included in the throngs of square dancers. She introduced herself as French Fries, claiming to be a traveler whose funds had been exhausted, leaving her no choice but to sleep on the mountainside. Shui Mei revealed the truth. I am French Fries, then I must be Hamburger. No, I am Hamburger. And you are Chicken Wings. Shui Mei tossed an ice knife in jest, silencing both Hamburger and Chicken Wings. Spinach grinned at Shui Mei. So it seems this French Fries is most likely a runaway girl with issues. Hey, Mr. Kaibo, please mind your words. There are numerous reasons for a girl to run away from home, and not all runaway girls are problematic. Lingyu asserted with conviction. All right, I stand corrected. I shall remain silent. Spinach gestured as if zipping his lips. Shui Mei had long grown accustomed to the bickering of these two little rascals. Ever since Ling joined them, the inn had become quite lively, a bustle she enjoyed. The innkeeper's words were commands, and Lingyu and Spinach, being the young attendants, had no choice but to comply. Ling, you and French Fries are of the same age. Your task is to glean her true name and home address from her. Spinach, as there are no guests at the moment, you are responsible for researching if there are any missing girls with circumstances similar to that of French Fries. Lingyu and Spinach exchanged knowing glances, one internally lamenting the absurdity of sharing a generation with a girl of merely 14 or 15, while the other rolled his eyes in exasperation, muttering about the so-called problem girl. At that moment, French Fries descended the staircase, freshly emerged from a bath. Her hair semi-dried and cascading to her waist, clad in a pristine outfit, an athletic ensemble in pale blue. Upon closer inspection, the craftsmanship appeared somewhat crude, reminiscent of inexpensive garments from a small factory, adorned with the faint lettering Tree People Middle School on her right breast. No wonder the attire seemed so ill-fitting. It was, after all, a school uniform. With a suppressed laugh, Shui Mei shot a knowing look at Lingyu, who promptly buzzed over to French Fries with the enthusiasm of a bee seeking nectar, exclaiming, Come, let me take you to the dining hall. Aunt Zhao's cooking is exquisite. A runaway middle school student, in the throes of adolescence, must tread carefully to avoid a second escape. After all, where in these vast mountains could one be found? Lingyu led French Fries to the dining hall while Spinach hastily typed Tree People Middle School into the computer. His face blanched upon discovering the staggering number of institutions bearing that name across the Chinese landscape. How many? Shui Mei inquired. 567, Spinach replied, his spirits dwindling. 56 Tree People Middle Schools. Spinach felt an immense weight of pressure. However, reassured by the distinctive and unattractive school uniform, he remained skeptical that all 56 establishments could possibly share the same attire. Yet, the evidence proved otherwise. Nevertheless, there remained clues to pursue. As Lingyu and French fries had yet to exit the dining hall, Spinach had already relayed his findings to Shui Mei. The 56 secondary schools are all funded by the same foundation, dedicated to charitable endeavors. The children attending Shuren Middle School are primarily the offspring of migrant workers, alongside orphans and underprivileged students. Shu Qiao speaks Mandarin remarkably well, devoid of any accent, leading me to deduce that she hails from the northern central region of China. Shuren Middle School operates 22 institutions in the north-central area, thereby narrowing our search considerably, although there remain 22 schools to investigate. This is a significant reduction from the initial 56. Shui Mei is quite satisfied and believes that Shu Tiao indeed originates from the northern territories. At this moment, Lingyu is dining with Shu Tiao. Having missed breakfast, and Zhao retrieves frozen dumplings from the freezer, Shu Tiao, clearly famished, devours 2 large plates in one sitting. Kind-hearted Aunt Zhao brings her a bowl of dumpling soup, but she glances at it and requests a glass of plain water instead. Lingyu bursts into laughter, remarking that Aunt Zhao is quite right. She is indeed the last remaining girl who enjoys dumpling soup. She takes a seat directly across from Shu Tiao and inquires, "So, Shu Tiao, where are you from?" "From Hebei," she replies. "I've been to Hebei. Which part are you from?" Aunt Zhao continues. "From Zhengzhou, Hebei," Shu Tiao answers earnestly. Aunt Zhao pauses for a moment and responds with sincerity. "Zhengzhou seems to be in Hunan." "Oh, then I am from Hunan," Shu Tiao replies with a smile. This little one is clearly just playing with them. Shu Tiao nods happily and follows Lingyu away. Behind them, Aunt Zhao shook her head in resignation, pondering how such a lovely young girl could be so devoid of sincerity. Lingyu, after delivering the fries to the room, turned back and approached the front desk, where she overheard Spinach saying to Shui Mei, "I found it. Someone recognizes her." Lingyu was taken aback and leaned in alongside Shui Mei to gaze at the computer screen, which displayed a photograph of the fries. To her astonishment, the backdrop of the image was none other than the inn's dining area. She inquired of Spinach, "When did you snap this?" "Just a moment ago," he replied boastfully. "I captured it through the crack of the door while you were dining in the restaurant. I edited it a bit. It's quite clear, isn't it?" Ignoring his self-satisfaction, Lingyu continued to examine the screen. It was a forum on Tieba, titled Tree People Class 3-6, with a post authored by a user named Handsome Senior Kai, who wrote, "My cousin, ISNT she beautiful." Scrolling further down, someone had posted a nose-picking emoji, while another commented, "I believe it. Yesterday, during lunch with Ma, Defense, Yun, I encountered your cousin." The 3 individuals at the computer exchanged glances. "Princess?" "Quickly, ask who this princess might be," urged Shui Mei. The princess, known as Si Shu, had transferred to Tree People Middle School last year. This institution, located neither in Hebei nor Hunan, was situated in the capital, originally a county seat. It was restructured into a district at the end of the last century, and in the past 20 years, it had undergone rapid development. Simultaneously, a wave of migrant workers from across the nation had flocked here, with 70% of the students at Tree People Middle School being children of these laborers, including the child with whom Spinach had been messaging. However, Sishu did not fall into that category. Although no one at the school knows the origins of Sishu, many have witnessed the sight of her being picked up by uniformed drivers in luxury cars every Saturday and Sunday. Numerous inquiries have been made to Sishu regarding her family's profession, to which she has either claimed her father sells newspapers or constructs buildings. In short, extracting the truth from her is akin to a Herculean task. Observing this, Lingyu empathizes deeply, recognizing the girl's enigmatic nature. A fellow student informed Bokai that, despite their ignorance regarding Sishu's family's wealth, they have affectionately nicknamed her princess. Sishu does not object to this moniker and readily accepts it. Moreover, a significant detail remains. Sishu has not attended school for an entire week. Shuren High School operates as a semi-closed boarding institution, allowing students to leave only on Fridays. Thus, since last Friday, no one has seen Shu on campus. Bokai intended to inquire further, but the student interjected, stating, "I can't chat any longer. My mother is calling me, and I must assist her at the stall." Very well. Nonetheless, the necessary information had been gathered. Bokai swiftly located the school's contact details and called, but no one answered, only to realize it was Sunday. With a day devoid of events, Shu Qiao Shu behaved quite amiably, engaging in lively conversation during dinner and even assisting Auntie Zhao with the disinfection of the dishes. After returning to her room, Lingyu seized the opportunity to deliver fruit upstairs, finding Shu engrossed in watching Chibi Maruko-chan, thoroughly captivated by the show. In essence, as long as her name and background remain unexamined, this child exhibits perfectly normal behavior. The following morning, Shui Mei called the academic office of Shuren Middle School to inquire about a student named Shu. To her surprise, the staff on the other end reacted with palpable alarm, repeatedly questioning her intentions. "What is your inquiry regarding Shu? Which organization are you affiliated with?" Shui Mei had not anticipated such sensitivity from them. She briefly introduced herself and explained, "We have a young girl here who bears a striking resemblance to your student. Shu, may I ask?" Before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted. "Please hold on. Our supervisor wishes to speak with you." Soon, a warm and cordial voice came through the phone, clearly someone accustomed to handling sensitive matters. "You mentioned that you have seen our student Shu? That cannot be. Shu has not left the capital, and I saw her just yesterday." "What? Shu is still in the capital?" Shui Mei found this hard to believe and simultaneously suspected that this school official was not being truthful. With a tone of earnest gravitas, she responded, "Hello. I assure you I have no ulterior motives in calling. I simply wish to inform you that we are housing a girl whose appearance closely resembles your student Shu. How about this? I can send you her photograph for your review." After a moment of silence, the official replied, "Very well, please send it to my secretary. Here is his contact number." He provided a mobile number, and Shui Mei promptly transmitted a photo of the girl via WeChat. In the image, the girl, dressed in the Shuren Middle School uniform, was seen looking up and conversing with someone, her youthful and beautiful face clearly visible. Half an hour later, Shui Mei's phone rang, and a stranger's voice greeted her. "Hello, my name is Yunong, and I am Shu's mother. I have just seen the photos you sent." Shui Mei exhaled in relief. The efficiency of the school's administration was indeed remarkable, having contacted Shu's parents so swiftly. She then recounted her encounter with French fries on the mountain and how she had allowed her to temporarily stay at the inn. Yunong listened quietly, patiently awaiting the conclusion of her narrative, before gently inquiring, "May I ask, did she inform you that her name is Shu?" Shui Mei was taken aback and replied, "No, she only identified herself as French fries. We deduced her name from the school uniform she wore by searching online." Yunong responded, "That is precisely the issue. The reason she refers to herself as French fries rather than Shu is that she is not Shu. My daughter, Shu, has been in the capital, and I see her every day, making it impossible for her to be with you. Not Shu." It was inconceivable. Her classmates had recognized her as Shu. A multitude of bewildering thoughts swirled in Shui Mei's mind. Initially, she suspected the school was attempting to evade responsibility, but now, even Shu's mother was denying it. Could it be that the classmates on the forum had made a mistake? After pondering for a moment, she realized that this was perhaps the only possibility. She then asked, "Ms. C, forgive my boldness, but may I inquire if the girl in the photograph bears any resemblance to your daughter?" After a few moments of silence, Yuno spoke. "Indeed, they are almost identical. If it weren't for the past 10 days, during which I have been inseparable from my daughter, I would have believed that was her." "Really?" Shui Mei exclaimed in astonishment, even more surprised than when she had just heard Yuno's denial. The fact that even a biological mother could almost mistake her own child was utterly astonishing. "Miss C, may I ask if Shu is a twin? I mean, do you perhaps have another daughter who has been lost for many years?" Shui Mei unwittingly began to indulge her imagination. "Miss Shui, you may have read too many novels or watched too many dramas. There aren't so many theatrical occurrences in reality. I have only one daughter, and I have borne only one daughter. She is Shu. Yuno's voice remained calm, and her tone indicated that she was an educated woman. I'm sorry. I truly apologize. I was merely speculating. Please forgive my intrusion. Shui Mei quickly offered her apologies. That's quite all right. Your intentions are commendable, but unfortunately, I cannot be of assistance, Yuno replied. In that moment, Shui Mei recalled what Yuno had said earlier. For the past 10 days, she had been inseparable from her daughter, Shu. In this modern society, it seemed improbable that any parent could maintain such constant proximity to a middle school child. Setting aside the responsibilities of work and social obligations, the daughter must attend school. Wait, Shu did not go to school. Could something have happened? This led Shui Mei to inadvertently voice her concerns. On the other end of the line, there was a moment of silence before Yuno calmly stated, "She had an accident and has been in a coma. Therefore, I can assure you that the girl you encountered cannot possibly be her." What? Shui Mei's mouth fell agape, and it took her a while to close it. After she hung up, she realized that Lingyu and Spinach were staring at her in bewilderment. When Shui Mei recounted what she had learned from Yuno, both of them were equally stunned. So, it turned out that the girl, French fries, not only could not be Shu, but she also was not Yuno's long-lost daughter. During dinner, when they encountered French fries in the dining hall, she was still clad in her Tree People High School uniform, her hair styled in twin ponytails, and her fair complexion radiated the vitality typical of her age. Over the past few days, she had been unusually quiet, spending her time in her room watching television and venturing nowhere else. Shui Mei exchanged a knowing glance with Lingyu, conveying a look that suggested, "You can do this." Lingyu, feeling helpless, picked up her plate and sat across from French fries, inquiring, "Do you miss home?" As soon as the words escaped her lips, Lingyu regretted her question. Shui Mei stubbornly believed that she and French fries were of the same generation, which was why she encouraged her to engage in conversation. However, Lingyu found herself at a loss. In both her past life and this one, she could not be considered a normally developed young girl, making her ill-equipped to converse with a teenager. French fries smiled and shook her head in anticipated denial. Lingyu sighed. Not missing home is truly fortunate. I, on the other hand, cannot help but long for home. I yearn for the pickles meticulously prepared by our old housekeeper, and her delectable chicken feet and pigskin. Oh, they are simply divine. As she spoke, she turned to French fries and inquired, "I am from Sichuan. Have you ever been there?" French fries nodded and replied, "I have only visited Juzhegu. Does that count?" "Of course it does. Juzhegu is indeed in Sichuan. Although I am a native, I have only been there once during my childhood. By the way, when did you go?" Lingyu casually asked. "I was 10 years old when our school organized a trip to Juzhegu and Zhangjiajie, which felt more like a sightseeing tour, a mere fleeting glance." French fries appeared unperturbed by the topic, which delighted Lingyu. "We also had an assignment, but I didn't write it myself. My mother's secretary did it for me. And the teacher never noticed." French fries chuckled, clearly pleased with himself. However, Lingyu could not share in the laughter. "Your mother's secretary?" She recalled the mysterious background of Shu and Shui Mei's assessment of the mother and daughter. Sishu's mother was a woman of refined speech and measured responses. Thus, Lingyu believed the classmates' speculations about Shu were accurate. Even if Shu did not hail from a wealthy family, her parents must have been quite accomplished. Upon exiting the restaurant, Lingyu instantly spotted Spinach at the front desk, one hand on her forehead, striking a pose reminiscent of Rodin's Thinker in Contemplation. Lingyu seized a feather duster from a vase in the corner and playfully tapped Spinach's bony arm, saying, "Hey, change your pose. That one does not suit you." Spinach cast a glance at Lingyu, infused with the melancholy of a scorned woman, and sighed. "When will I ever encounter someone like Yuno, who is not only beautiful but also knowledgeable and affluent, provided that she is willing to wait for me to grow up?" Lingyu made a face as if about to retch, but quickly composed herself and inquired, "Have you managed to uncover Yuno's information?" Spinach immediately puffed up with pride, transforming from a lovesick lamenter into a sleuth of sorts. "Is there anything in this world that I cannot investigate?" "Humph. Enough of the suspense, show me." Lingyu playfully tapped him with a feather duster. Spinach inserted a USB drive and retrieved Si Yunong's profile. Name: Si Yunong. English name: Pansy Deng. Age: 32. Father: Si Zhihao. Mother: Si Deng Yunpan. Position: Chairwoman of New Jia Group in China, Vice Chairwoman of Baotong Group, followed by an extensive list of titles. Lingyu was momentarily dazzled, muttering to herself, "So she is Pansy Deng." Spinach waggled his finger in front of her. "Don't be foolish, look further. The most captivating details lie ahead." As she continued to read, Lingyu found herself even more astonished. Pansy Deng had ventured to the United States for her studies at the tender age of 16 and had only returned to her homeland 6 years prior. 6 years ago, Si Zhihao was hospitalized, prompting rumors of his critical condition that led to a decline in the stock prices of Xinjia Group and Baodong Group. In this moment of crisis, Pansy Deng was entrusted with the responsibility of taking over the family business as the successor, and to this day, she has become the de facto leader. Concurrently, Pansy Deng established the Xuan Charity Foundation, which has made significant contributions to charitable endeavors in the country, with the most notable investment being in Shuren Middle School. Si Zhihao had only one wife, Si Deng Yunpan, whose family holds a prominent position among overseas Chinese leaders, and their union was a strategic familial alliance. Yet their marital relationship flourished. The couple has a son and a daughter. Their daughter Pansy is the elder, while their son Sky is the younger sibling. Sky has a penchant for travel, adventure, photography, and racing, embodying the archetype of a privileged heir. The only existing photograph of Sky in the media is a family portrait taken when he was 8 years old. After reviewing this information, Lingyu found herself lost in thought, prompting Spinach to inquire, "What's wrong? Are you truly dazed?" "No, something feels amiss," Lingyu replied. "What seems off?" Spinach asked. Although Pansy uses her maternal surname publicly, her Chinese name can still be traced, as she is a public figure. Therefore, even if her surname has changed, her identity and origins remain discoverable. Yet, don't you find it peculiar? Why is it that the information you found makes no mention of her daughter? Indeed, it is strange. Spinach scratched his head, unwilling to relent. He picked up his notebook, his fingers flying across the pages as he typed vigorously. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Lingling, come here quickly." Lingyu leaned in for a closer look, exclaiming in surprise. It turned out that Spinach had infiltrated the computer system of Shuren Middle School and, based on the student records, had accessed another interface that Lingyu had never encountered before. Consequently, the information about Si Shu was revealed. Si Shu, born on March 5th. 14 years ago, she attended Chunlei Primary School in City X, with her guardian being the City X Love Orphanage. Due to the surname of the orphanage's founder being Liu, all the children there bore the surname Liu, and Si Shu was previously known as Liu Xiaoshu. 5 years prior, at the age of 9, Liu Xiaoshu was adopted by Ms. Si, a Chinese-American, and renamed Si Shu, subsequently transferring to an elite primary school in the capital. 2 years ago, at the age of 12, Si Shu entered Shuren Middle School as a first-year student. It became evident that Si Shu was not the biological daughter of Si Yuno, which was hardly surprising given that Si Yuno was only 32 years old, unless she had given birth at 18. It was implausible for her to have a daughter of 14. Moreover, she had been residing in the United States all this time. However, what was the significance of uncovering this information? The real Si Shu remained in a coma in the hospital, even if French fries bore an uncanny resemblance to her. She was not Si Shu. At that moment, Shui Mei entered the room, adorned in a wax-dyed skirt and sporting large hoop earrings, exuding an air of charm. "Madam, you look exceptionally beautiful today, appearing a decade younger, almost in your 20s. Spinach flattered enthusiastically. "Pa, I am only in my 20s as well. Are you implying that I look old?" Shui Mei placed her hands on her hips. Spinach quickly sought to appease her, shifting the topic. "Madam, we've discovered that Si Shu is not Si Yuno's biological daughter." "What? Impossible." Shui Mei immediately rejected the notion. The system invaded by Spinach could neither download nor print, and had long since exited. Thus, she had no choice but to recount verbatim the information she and Lingyu had just witnessed. Shui Mei stood in stunned silence. It was inconceivable. She was the only person who had spoken with Si Yunong over the phone, and judging by the tone of Si Yunong's voice, Si Shu must indeed be her biological daughter. However, upon realizing that Si Yunong was Pansy Ding, her eyes sparkled with newfound clarity. "So it is her," she exclaimed. "This simplifies matters. Await my good news." With that, she hastened upstairs, her batik skirt billowing elegantly behind her. Lingyu and the spinach exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain as to what had come over the proprietress. After a prolonged ring, a languid voice finally emerged from the phone. "Boss lady, you're disturbing me. What do you want?" Shui Mei scoffed lightly, retorting, "With business acumen like yours, you could hardly be called a hands-off owner. And what would you have me do? Do you wish for me to wrest control from you?" The other party chuckled in a rather unrefined manner. Shui Mei rolled her eyes, patiently responding, "I am, of course, interrupting you for a reason. Tell me, does your sister have a daughter?" There was a moment of silence on the line, followed by a cessation of the earlier levity. The voice took on a serious tone. "How do you know this?" "I spoke with your sister a couple of days ago, and she mentioned that her daughter's name is Si Shu." Unbeknownst to her, Shui Mei's voice had become grave. "Tell me everything. Why did my sister contact you? And why did she mention Si Shu?" Shui Mei recounted the events of recent days, detailing her encounter with French fries on the mountain, how she located Shuren High School based on its name, and how she discovered that French fries were named Si Shu. She also shared the contents of her conversation with Si Yunong. The other party listened patiently and inquired, "Is there more?" "With merely Si Yunong's Chinese name, you cannot ascertain that she is my sister. Is that rascal Kai Bo hacking again?" "Sky, he is your employee thus." Shui Mei raised an eyebrow, uncertain of how to respond. On the other end of the line, Si Kai fell silent for a moment. After a long pause, he said, "You see them, say nothing. I shall arrange for someone to book a flight immediately, aiming to arrive by tomorrow. Please prepare my room, and do refrain from using lemon-scented cleaners in my space." Shui Mei acknowledged with a sound and rolled her eyes elegantly. After hanging up, Si Kai promptly instructed his assistant Min-Air to book a flight for the following morning. He then summoned another assistant, Yang Fan. "Yang Fan, I need to leave the capital for a few days. If the family inquires, tell them I've gone into the desert. By the way, you know how to contact me." Yang Fan nodded, kindly reminding him, "Sky, do you not wish to visit the hospital before you depart?" Si Kai pondered for a moment and replied, "Yes, please prepare a bouquet of fresh flowers for me." An hour later, Si Kai arrived at the 15th floor of Meijia Hospital. This private hospital is owned by the Xinjia Group, and the 15th floor is specifically reserved for the Si family. Upon entering, he saw Si Yunong sitting in a daze by the bedside. "Pansy," Si Kai gently called out to her, and Si Yunong lifted her head, a faint smile gracing her lips. "How is she?" Si Kai inquired, glancing at the girl on the hospital bed. Her eyes remained tightly shut, just as they had been during his previous visit, lost in an unending slumber. She had yet to awaken, and it was uncertain how much longer she would continue to sleep. Si Yunong's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she turned her face away, not wishing for Si Kai to witness her emotional turmoil. Approaching the bedside, Si Kai observed that compared to his last visit, Si Shu had lost considerable weight. Her appearance gaunt and pale. The 14-year-old girl, once in the bloom of youth, now resembled a small flower on a late autumn branch, on the verge of wilting. With a heavy sigh, Si Kai placed a comforting hand on Si Yunong's shoulder. "Pansy, you must be strong." Si Yunong forced a self-deprecating smile. "I can only be strong." "Sky, do you think this is retribution? That my abandonment of her all those years ago has led to this moment, where I find her only to lose her again?" Si Kai gently plucked a flower from the bouquet and offered it to Si Yunong, his voice softening. "Pansy, both you and she are victims. If retribution truly exists, it should befall that person, not you or her." He paused. "Pansy, I must leave for a few days. You and she must hold on." Si Yunong furrowed her brow slightly. "Where are you going? Domestically or abroad?" "Domestically," Si Kai replied. "I need to uncover the truth, which may help you and Xiao Shu." With that, he strode out of the hospital. Once in his car, he dialed Su Yuanfang's number. "Hello, I'm heading to the inn. Would you like to join me? I have a case at hand and can't get away. Su Yuanfang was driving, and Si Kai could hear the music from his car. It was Eminem's Kamikaze. What case is this? Are you helping someone catch their cheating husband or wife this time? Si Kai said with a hint of irritation. A significant case, one that would leave you astounded, a corpse mutilation case. However, this matter is rather complicated and must remain confidential for the time being, Su Yuanfang proclaimed loudly. Forget about that corpse mutilation case. I will cover your breach of contract losses. Come to the inn immediately tomorrow, Si Kai replied decisively, uninterested in further banter. Why? This case. Su Yuanfang attempted to argue, feeling unjustly treated as he was not merely a subordinate to the young Master Si. Something has happened to Xiao Shu. Si Kai interrupted before Su Yuanfang could finish his sentence. There was a brief pause on the other end of the line before the response came. All right. The following day was a Saturday, and like every weekend, the inn buzzed with activity throughout the morning, with guests frequently checking in. Most of them were domestic tourists, primarily wage earners and students, taking advantage of the weekend for short trips. Shui Mei donned a traditional outfit of the local ethnic minority, adorned with intricate handmade embroidery along her waist and hem. A finely crafted silver hairpin nestled in her chestnut short hair. Her attire caught the attention of female guests, and Shui Mei promptly began to share the story behind her outfit, leading them on a tour of her collection. Within less than an hour, she managed to sell 4 garments and 7 or 8 pieces of silver jewelry. As the ladies adorned themselves with attire and jewelry, joyfully preparing to step out for photographs, Shui Mei settled into a chair behind the front desk and addressed He Ling, who was engrossed in her mobile device. Ling, you'll be our model next weekend. All right, replied He Ling without lifting her gaze, still absorbed in gossip. Boss, if you let her model, do you truly believe a single piece will sell? There's a chance someone might secretly film her and post it online, accusing you of employing underage girls for illicit sales. Before Bo Kai could finish his sentence, he received a sharp blow to his head. He turned to see whether it was Shui Mei or He Ling who had struck him. Just as 2 tall and handsome men entered the room. The big boss? Bo Kai immediately rose to his feet, adopting an exaggeratedly respectful demeanor. However, He Ling did not pay attention to the 2 men. Instead, she focused on Bo Kai. It was a pity that he was born in modern times. Had he lived in her previous era, he would undoubtedly have been a figure comparable to Li Lianying, confidently navigating the complexities of the Forbidden City. Facing Bo Kai's obsequiousness, Si Kai nodded slightly and turned his gaze towards Shui Mei, adorned in exotic attire. Where is she? Shui Mei hesitantly pointed upstairs and inquired, should I call her down? Si Kai remained silent, his eyes falling upon He Ling as he frowned and asked Su Yuanfang, is this the underage girl with supernatural abilities you mentioned? Su Yuanfang simply grunted in response, turning his head away. Si Kai had effortlessly betrayed him, leaving him feeling like a gossiping busybody. Water Mei hastily made the introductions. This is He Lingyu. You can simply call her Lingling. She has already graduated from university and is no longer a minor. By the way, what were you saying earlier? Supernatural? What do you mean by supernatural? Su Yuanfang wished he could strike Si Kai again, but had to grit his teeth and change the subject. Lingling, could you assist me in booking a room? Is the one I stayed in last time still available? 10 minutes later, Si Kai and Su Yuanfang settled into their respective rooms. It was then that He Lingyu discovered that the room at the end of the second-floor corridor belonged to Si Kai, which explained why it was perpetually locked and never assigned to guests. He Lingyu had long heard from Spinach that the inn had a principal owner. Yet she had never imagined that this proprietor would turn out to be a handsome gentleman. Even more astonishing was the revelation that this individual was none other than Si Yunong's brother, Sky, whose Chinese name was Si Kai. The enigmatic private detective Su Yuanfang was merely a classmate and close friend of Si Kai, while the 2 men remained in their rooms. He Lingyu curiously inquired of Water Mei, sister Shui Mei, how did you come to know these 2 individuals? From what she understood, the young master of the Si family was a quintessential idler, rarely seen, which meant that even the media had limited knowledge about him. How did I come to know them? Water Mei pondered for a moment before smiling, her cheek slightly turned, causing her intricately crafted silver earrings to jingle. A few years ago, Su Yuanfang handled a case in which Sky was a witness, and I was the suspect. That is how we became acquainted. Lingyu's mouth fell agape once more. The intricacies of human relationships were indeed perplexing. Half an hour later, once again identified as a minor, Lingyu was compelled to play the role of a little companion to Shu Tiao. She called for Shu Tiao and, together with Xiao Tao, went to feed the cats. The feeding area was situated in the courtyard of the inn, where a dozen cats surrounded them, meowing incessantly. Today's cat food, in addition to the usual kibble, included a delightful mix of rice with small fish prepared by Aunt Chow. The plump orange tabby was named Fatty, a name befitting its appearance, while the calico was called Lai Bao. Sister Shui Mei remarked that ever since Lai Bao arrived, the inn's business had improved significantly. Lingyu introduced each cat, her gaze occasionally drifting towards a figure in the distance. Kai stood on the small balcony of the second floor, squinting slightly as he focused on the young girl beside Lingyu. The girl sported twin ponytails, dressed in a black and pink athletic outfit, her feet adorned with a pair of pink high-top sneakers. Unbeknownst to her, she was animatedly chatting away, her face radiating joy. Su Yuanfang, standing beside Kai, inhaled sharply. She is the spitting image of Xiao Shu. It wasn't just the resemblance. The shoes she wore were from a collection I represent, samples sent by the brand last month. There were only 2 pairs in that pink hue. When she visited the office, she happened to see them on Minaret's desk and expressed her admiration, so I allowed her to take a pair. To this day, this particular model has not yet been released in the Asian market. So, who could this girl possibly be? After voicing his thoughts, Kai turned and walked to a corner of the balcony, dialing Yunong's number. Pansy, please have the household staff check if there is a pair of pink sneakers in Xiao Shu's room. I will have Minna send you a photo of the shoes shortly. Pansy, I presently lack the time to elucidate matters to you. Please tend to young Shu and refrain from inquiring further for the time being. Kai returned to Su Yuanfang's side, as the 2 young ladies in the courtyard had already made their way outside, leaving only the little boy who continued to feed the cat. By the way, you mentioned that the young girl possesses clairvoyant abilities. Are you serious? Kai inquired. This revelation had initially come from Su Yuanfang via WeChat. Kai merely chuckled, dismissing it as a jest. Clairvoyance? It seems more likely that Su Yuanfang, unable to solve a case, has resorted to claiming that the girl did it instead, a notion that he found amusing. However, today, his curiosity was piqued. Indeed, the young lady in question has quite the background. To be candid, I have encountered difficulties at her hands, yet I have also reaped benefits. Su Yuanfang's greatest asset is his audacity, especially considering that he was ultimately convinced after that incident. Is she genuinely clairvoyant? Kai pressed once more. Yes, she possesses such abilities. She can communicate with spirits. The recent sensational Chun Yuezhou murder case was resolved thanks to her involvement. Su Yuanfang gazed at the 2 retreating figures, pondering where Lingling was taking the fries. Chun Yuezhou? I recall now. He was the wealthy businessman from W City who had miraculously returned to life. Are you suggesting she was involved in that case? Kai's interest was evidently heightened. Involved is an understatement. In any case, you would do well not to withhold her wages, lest you find yourself haunted by a specter, particularly a male spirit. Su Yuanfang concluded with a mischievous laugh. Kai, however, did not share in the mirth. He dialed a number, this time reaching out to Shui Mei. Amidst the tranquil ambience, Shui Mei furrowed her brows and exclaimed, Hey, Master C, I am right downstairs. Do you still need to call? Following her remark, she inquired, Who is the little fortune teller? What was her name again? Kai glanced over at Su Yuanfang, who shook his head in resignation and replied, Lingyu. Yes, Lingyu, that's her, Kai affirmed. After ending the call, Shui Mei shrugged. Little fortune teller? I can't believe he thought of that. Half an hour later, Shui Mei entered Kai's room with Lingyu and spinach in tow. Kai was seated on the sofa, while Su Yuanfang repeatedly flicked through channels with the television remote. Noticing that everyone had gathered, Kai turned to Su Yuanfang and remarked, Could you momentarily set aside your penchant for housewife dramas? Reluctantly, Su Yuanfang switched off the television and settled onto the sofa beside Si Kai. Si Kai's gaze wandered across the faces of those present, ultimately resting on Lingyu. He found it hard to fathom that this petite girl, resembling a little cucumber, could be the so-called fortune teller Su Yuanfang spoke of. Of course, Su Yuanfang had never referred to her as a fortune teller. That label had originated from Si Kai's lips. Hee, big boss, do I have something on my face? Lingyu wore a forced smile. Si Kai diverted his gaze from her and addressed the group. I have summoned you all here to discuss an important matter. The room fell into a hushed silence, where one could hear a pin drop. Si Shu spent her childhood in an orphanage. At the age of 9, she arrived in the capital city, where her life underwent a dramatic transformation from being an orphan to becoming the daughter of a chairman of a publicly listed company. Enrolled in an elite school, the sudden shift in her status rendered her unable to adapt, isolating her from everything around her, including her classmates and family. 3 years ago, at the age of 11, she underwent a year of psychological counseling. The doctor recommended transferring her to a regular school, ideally among peers who resembled the environment of her early life. Believing that as she matured, she would naturally transition into her new role and integrate into her new life. Consequently, her mother, my sister, followed this advice. And Si Shu joined Shuren Middle School. You may already be aware that Shuren Middle School is funded by a charitable organization, primarily serving the children of migrant workers and students from impoverished backgrounds, which closely resembles the children she interacted with at the orphanage. The turning point occurred 10 days ago. On that fateful Friday, the day Si Shu left school, her classmates reported that she had not returned since. 10 days prior, feeling distressed due to certain circumstances, Si Shu ran away from home. A few hours later, we received a call from a bar informing us of her presence there. When we arrived, Si Shu was slumped over a table, not intoxicated, merely asleep. The bar is owned by a friend of mine, who happened to be there that day. He knew Si Shu, and she was acquainted with him as well. Si Shu mentioned that she would leave after having a glass of juice. Since she was a minor, my friend invited her to sit in a discreet corner. However, what transpired next astonished everyone. Except for Su Yuanfang, the other 3 individuals gathered around as the video, clearly captured by surveillance cameras, unfolded. This particular scene took place in a secluded area of the bar, as Si Kai had indicated, where the bar owner had arranged for her to sit, away from other patrons. From the camera's perspective, this was positioned at approximately the 4 o'clock angle. In the footage, a young girl clad in a black and pink sports outfit was sipping her juice when, unexpectedly, she turned her head to converse with someone beside her. Despite there being no one there, just an empty chair. As she spoke, her excitement escalated. Her arms began to flail, as though she were striking an unseen presence. Yet her hands met nothing but air. Her erratic behavior captured the attention of the bar's patrons, prompting 2 female servers to approach and intervene. The girl, undeterred, continued to wave her arms as if shoving someone invisible. One of the servers, noticing the commotion, exited the frame only to return shortly with a well-dressed gentleman. He placed a comforting hand on the girl's shoulder, attempting to soothe her. However, she forcefully pushed him away and dashed toward one side of the scene, her arms reaching out as if grasping for someone. The strangeness of the moment rendered the entire room breathless. Then, suddenly, the girl's body swayed and collapsed to the floor. The scene was one of utter chaos. A gentleman in a suit crouched down to examine something while a waiter was engaged in a phone call, and a security guard rushed over to dissuade a guest from capturing the moment on their mobile device. The video abruptly halted, and Si Kai lifted his phone, addressing the gathering. Since that moment, Si Shu has remained in a state of unconsciousness. The doctors have been unable to identify any underlying issues, yet she continues to slumber, having yet to awaken. Her psychologist believes that her behavior prior to her coma was a manifestation of her struggle to cope with an unexpected trauma that led to a loss of control. This encapsulates Si Shu's condition. Before arriving here, I visited her at the hospital. She was still asleep. Aside from her breathing and heartbeat, she has lost the vibrancy she once possessed, resembling a flower on the brink of withering. The room was enveloped in a profound silence, with no one daring to speak. After a long pause, a voice broke the stillness. May I inquire as to why Shu fled her home? Kai turned towards the source of the voice, which belonged to Lingyu. She was clad in a white shirt and work pants, her hair tied back in a ponytail, sleeves rolled up high. Adorning her delicate, fair wrist was an antiquated silver bracelet, embellished with two tiny bells that lent her an air of playful charm. While Kai regarded Lingyu, the others were focused on him. Her inquiry was one that lingered in the minds of all present, not due to their perceptiveness, but rather because of the burning curiosity that ignited within each of them regarding the secrets of the affluent. "Sir, is it too inconvenient for you to share?" she continued, her smile carefree and untroubled. "If it is too much to ask, then never mind, haha." Sky gazed at her, a wry smile gracing his lips as he spoke. "Regarding the origins of Shu, I cannot divulge anything without the consent of the concerned party." It was Shui Mei who first shattered the silence, inquiring, "Sky, what do you wish for us to assist you with?" This was clearly an attempt to usher others out. Raising an eyebrow, Shui Mei stood and declared, "Very well. You may converse. We shall take our leave." Although Sky's room was a suite, the soundproofing was rather inadequate. If confidential matters were to be discussed, it was imperative that the others vacate. Sky remained silent as Shui Mei took Spinach by the hand and exited. Su Yuanfang intended to stay, but a significant glance from Sky prompted him to follow suit. The room fell into tranquility once more. Lingyu glanced at the closed door and then at Sky, her lips curling into a smile. "Oh dear, boss, this is quite the predicament. In my previous life, such a scenario would have been utterly unacceptable. Why do you watch the door? Are you concerned that I might devour you? I assure you, you are mistaken. I am not of that ilk. And I harbor no interest in minors. No, not in those under 20. Lingyu patiently listened as Sky articulated his thoughts, her lips pursed, head tilted in curiosity. Sky paused, noticing her attentive demeanor, which brought him a sense of comfort. Clearing his throat, he addressed Lingyu. "Old Su mentioned that you possess the ability to communicate with spirits. Is that true?" So, this was the purpose of their private conversation. Lingyu nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. I can see spirits and converse with most of them." Lingyu chuckled softly. If Shu is not merely putting on an act, then there was indeed a ghost present at that moment. She must have been engaged in a heated debate or even a scuffle with that specter. Of course, we cannot dismiss the possibility that a child, in a moment of whimsy, orchestrated a little farce. Kai sighed deeply and inquired, "Did you not claim to possess the ability to see ghosts? Could you not discern anything from the video?" Lingyu shook her head. "The surveillance equipment in the bar is inadequate. However, if a skilled individual were to process the footage, perhaps some clues could be uncovered. As it stands, I cannot glean anything from this video. Are you suggesting that if the video were enhanced, you might be able to perceive something? Has a similar incident occurred in the past?" Kai asked. Without further questioning, Kai made a phone call, providing brief instructions before turning to Lingyu. "The expert you mentioned will not arrive until tomorrow at the earliest. In the meantime, what can you accomplish?" This was the first time Lingyu encountered such a person. While impatience is not a fault, acting as if one is not an outsider can come off as rather domineering. "Boss, I am merely a humble worker in this inn, and my wages are quite meager." Lingyu chuckled awkwardly. Kai regarded the young girl before him with a bemused expression, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. "Do you know why I never haggle when I shop?" he queried. "Because you are wealthy," Lingyu blurted out. Cough, cough. Kai cleared his throat. The mindset of those born in the 2000s. Beyond wealth, what else? Well, it also signifies that you are not adept at negotiating prices, much like myself. When I attempt to bargain, the price only seems to escalate. Lingyu brushed her bangs with a delicate hand, the silver bells on her wrist jingling softly. Kai cleared his throat once more, having finally resolved that guiding communication was ill-suited for individuals of a certain age. "I do not engage in haggling, for I have already set my eyes on the item I wish to purchase, and I deem it worthy of the price. So, do you wish for me to summon a few spirits for your amusement?" Before Kai could finish his sentence, Lingyu interrupted him. Kai attempted another cough, but Lingyu offered him a glass of water. "Boss, take a sip to soothe your throat." Kai was utterly speechless. After taking a sip, He looked up to find Lingyu gazing at him with her large, sparkling eyes, each glimmer seemingly reflecting a yearning for wealth. "Are you in dire need of money?" Kai inquired. "I cannot say if I truly lack funds, but I have encountered few affluent individuals, and you happen to be the wealthiest among them. Therefore, if there is an opportunity to profit, will you not seize it?" This time, it was Kai's turn to interrupt Lingyu. She flashed a wide, innocent smile, revealing a set of pristine, even teeth, a tacit agreement. "Very well, 200,000. You uncover the truth behind this matter, and I shall grant you 200,000. If you can restore Shu to her former self, I shall bestow upon you an additional 200,000. How does that sound?" Kai crossed his arms over his chest, appearing quite composed. "So, a total of 400,000? That seems rather insufficient." Lingyu touched her nose contemplatively. "I have no knowledge of your true worth, yet you find my offer lacking?" Kai scoffed. "Do you mean you want me to summon a few ghosts for you to see?" Lingyu said with an innocent expression. "All right, go ahead and call them." Kai glanced at his watch. It was already afternoon. Another day had passed. How many more days could Shu's life be extended? "You're the one who asked me to call them, so don't regret it." As Lingyu spoke, she walked to the window and drew the heavy curtains. The silver bells on her wrist jingling with her movements, creating a pleasing sound. "All right, come out now. Do you need me to take further action?" Lingyu suddenly declared. Kai was taken aback, momentarily thinking she was addressing him. "What do you mean?" he inquired. Lingyu ignored him, extending her right hand and bringing her index and middle fingers together, pointing towards the corner of the room. Kai followed her gesture, and his expression froze in shock. There, in the direction of Lingyu's finger, a yellow shadow gradually morphed into a human form. A middle-aged woman donned in a black qipao, her hair styled in an old-fashioned bun, her complexion pale as she glared at Lingyu with fury. "I have harmed no one, nor have I provoked you. Why do you force me to reveal myself?" Her voice was piercing, sending chills down one's spine. Lingyu scoffed. "Enough? It's not like I just discovered your presence here today. Did you think I was waiting until now to deal with you? If you're going to show yourself, then do it. Stop with the unnecessary chatter." The ghost indeed fell silent, though her eyes remained filled with resentment as they bore into Lingyu. Ignoring the specter, Lingyu turned to Kai and asked, "What do you think of this ghost?" It was only at this moment that Kai regained his composure. Good heavens! When did his dwelling transform into a haunted house? In this room, there exists a ghost. According to Lingyu, this ghost has not arrived recently. She has long resided here. Kai felt a wave of dismay wash over him, realizing that the 27 years he had lived were marked by an astonishing naivety. As innocent as a blank canvas. Indeed, a life devoid of spirits is as pure and unblemished as white paper. His mind was in turmoil. Although he did not identify as an atheist and considered himself unafraid of the supernatural, the tangible presence of these entities rendered him feeling rather feeble. Taking a deep breath, he sought to gather his thoughts and regain his composure. Before him stood not only a female ghost, but also a girl who appeared to be a minor. It was one thing to feel embarrassed in front of a ghost, but entirely another to feel looked down upon by a young girl. "I prefer that no one else overhears our conversation, not even a ghost," Kai finally spoke, attempting to maintain the calmest tone he could muster. Lingyu waved her hand dismissively at the ghost, commanding, "Leave. Do not let me catch you lurking here." The ghost huffed and transformed into a yellow shadow, vanishing in an instant. With the ghost finally gone, Kai exhaled in relief and asked Lingyu, "Did she overhear everything we just discussed?" "Not at all. This is an inn, after all. Just as humans seek lodging, so too do ghosts. Your room is spacious and tranquil, making it an ideal choice for them." This particular ghost happened to pass through seeking shelter, and before she could settle in, I discovered her. During the day, when there are many people around, she does not dare to approach. I was the one who dragged her out just now, not the other way around. Lingyu, speaking insincerely, remarked that from the very first day at the inn, she had sensed the heavy aura emanating from the room at the end of the corridor, which had remained vacant for years. The presence of spirits was hardly a surprise. Just moments ago, the bell on her wrist had suddenly chimed, signaling the arrival of a ghost, which prompted her to suggest summoning it. As for the notion of spirits taking residence, that was merely a whimsical fabrication on her part. Sikai, oblivious to the convolutions of Lingyu's thoughts, exhaled deeply and declared, "All right, a flat fee of 500,000. What do you say? 1 million. I demand 1 million, Lingyu replied with a cheerful smile. What a joke. In my previous life, I was the highest-priced celestial master in the industry, and I received nothing but genuine gold and silver. Sikai scrutinized her for a considerable time before nodding, agreed. Lingyu stifled a laugh, covering her mouth to suppress her amusement. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Sikai's mind. Could he possibly be outsmarted by this little girl? I have an additional condition, Sikai stated. Is it for me to cleanse the room for you? Lingyu's face betrayed her delight. Cleansing the room? That must be your professional term. Indeed. I request that you expel the female ghost residing in this room and affix some talismans to prevent any male or female spirits from taking up residence here. Despite his words, Sikai resolved that even if the room were purified, he would not stay there again. The esteemed young master preferred to lodge at a hotel in town, enduring a daily round trip of 200 miles rather than contend with spirits for a place to stay. Very well. I shall not charge you extra for the cleansing of the room. Consider it a complimentary service. Lingyu was remarkably generous, having earned 1 million. Although the young lady he was not in want of money, it was indeed her first time amassing such a fortune. Young Master C, a man of considerable wealth, could easily afford another dozen. Master C, decisive and swift, hastily vacated the room. Upon realizing he had forgotten his coat, his first utterance was, I don't want it. Let them wear it. Who were they? Shui Mei and Su Yuanfang remained oblivious, while Lingyu chuckled mischievously. Clearly, they were the guests who had come to lodge in that room. Your demeanor resembles that of a Na'vi girl in a film. Oblivious to the need to report an assault, Shui Mei remarked earnestly. Sikai found himself at a loss for words, glancing around for Lingyu. Where's Lingling? He inquired. Shui Mei shrugged. She finished work early today. By this time, she has already clocked out. Doesn't she reside at the inn? Where could she possibly go? Sikai expressed his discontent. Spinach quickly clarified, Boss, I saw Lingling and French fries heading towards the bamboo grove. And by the way, Little Tao was with them. With French fries? Sikai's mood improved. After all, 1 million should warrant some display. Just then, a piercing scream echoed through the air. The window stood ajar, and the sound emanated from the front courtyard. The three hastily approached the window, witnessing a woman clad in traditional attire, frantically fleeing towards the inn, having seemingly come from the direction of the small pond. By the edge of a small pond, several hundred succulent plants thrive, a favorite spot for guests at the inn. A female guest, clutching her phone, dons a dress purchased just today from the inn, clearly engaged in a selfie session. Let us go take a look, Shui Mei exclaimed to Bo Kai, having already dashed outside. Sikai remained still, gazing down at the pond. Suddenly, he realized that one person was missing. Where had Su Yuanfang gone? Shui Mei and Bo Kai descended the stairs to the hall, where Aunt Zhao had arrived first. Listening intently to the female guest's words, the guest, visibly shaken, pointed towards the pond, exclaiming, There are bugs. So many bugs. Aunt Zhao, hearing the commotion from the dining area, rushed outside upon hearing the word bugs. Those succulents were her treasures? Bugs? That simply wouldn't he do. Uncle Zhao, equally astonished, had a hand in tending to the succulents as well, having watered them just this morning without noticing any pests. He followed Aunt Zhao to the pond, and before he reached the water's edge, he heard her cry out, come quickly. At this, Shui Mei and Bo Kai were taken aback. Moments ago, they had thought the female guest's alarm was merely an overreaction. After all, they were just bugs. But upon hearing Aunt Zhao's urgent call, their composure faltered. Aunt Zhao was certainly not one to overreact. When everyone gathered at the pond's edge, they could not help but gasp in shock. Hundreds, even thousands, of various insects writhed, some in the flower pots, others on the ground, densely packed and of various shapes. Shui Mei felt almost faint, while Bo Kai forced himself to remain composed and scrutinized the peculiar insects. To his astonishment, he realized that these were creatures he had never encountered before. Uncle Zhao? Do you not find these insects rather strange? Bo Kai inquired, now somewhat calmed, as he took out his phone to capture photographs. Strange does not even begin to describe them. These insects should certainly not be present in our vicinity. I manage both courtyards, and even if insects were to appear, they would not be of this kind. This is the first time I have seen such large insects with my own eyes, Uncle Zhao responded. Indeed. In comparison to the occasional bugs found in the vegetable and flower beds, these creatures were not only bizarre in appearance, but also alarmingly oversized. After speaking, Uncle Zhao went to fetch some insecticide, and seeing him leave, Bo Kai hurried after him, unwilling to confront such a multitude of insects alone. Kai was still at the window on the second floor, unable to see the insects from his vantage point. He picked up his phone and dialed Su Yuanfang. After several rings, Su Yuanfang's voice finally came through, sounding somewhat impatient. What is it? Where are you? Not at the inn? Kai asked. French fries has fainted. Ling and I are looking after her, Su Yuanfang replied, offering no explanation as to why he was with the two girls. Kai paused for a moment, then asked, is she all right? She's fine. It was Ling who laid her down, Su Yuanfang clarified. He used the term laid down rather than knocked down, leaving Kai momentarily confused by the distinction. He promptly inquired, where are you? Behind the inn, in the bamboo grove. Beyond the grove, there's a small hillside. We are there. Before Kai could inquire further, Su Yuanfang had already hung up the phone. Without hesitation, Kai rose and exited the room. Outside the bamboo grove, a small hillside unfolded, adorned with lush green grass and a vibrant array of wildflowers, while a gentle stream trickled down from above. This was not Kai's first visit to the inn. He was well aware of the bamboo forest behind it, yet he remained oblivious to the hidden wonders that lay beyond. From a distance, Kai spotted a young boy, around 7 or 8 years old, sitting alone on a stone, diligently sketching something in the dirt with a twig. Su Yuanfang, clad in a trench coat and sporting a flat cap, stood not far from the child, while nearby, a young girl lay on the hillside. The girl, dressed in a blue school uniform, wore a pair of yet-to-be-released sneakers. As Kai was about to approach, Su Yuanfang raised a hand to stop him, pointing discreetly at Lingyu, who was crouched beside the boy. Su Yuanfang lowered his voice and cautioned, do not go over there. If you feel frightened, you may turn your back like Xiao Tao. Taken aback by Su Yuanfang's words, Kai shot him a glare but chose to remain by his side, observing the two girls just a few steps away. Lingyu delivered a sharp slap to the boy's face, exclaiming, get out here. The boy's tender visage was marked with several red imprints. Kai shook his head in disbelief. He hadn't anticipated that Lingyu, appearing so undeveloped, could wield such force. Noticing the boy's continued silence, Lingyu sneered, extending 2 fingers to press against his forehead. Just an hour prior, Kai had witnessed her employ a similar tactic, rendering a ghost immobile. Now, with her slender fingers poised on the boy's forehead, could it be that he was also a spirit? Although Ming was aware that Shushu was still in the hospital, he felt an overwhelming impulse to rush forward and take the French fries away when he saw Helinji confronting them in a manner befitting a ghost. Hey, don't do that. For the sake of little Shu, endure a bit. Su Yuanfang nudged him with his elbow. Sighing, Ming turned away and descended the hillside. Su Yuanfang did not follow. He remained a few paces away, observing the 2 young girls. It was no wonder Ming felt compelled to intervene. Su Yuanfang himself was equally astonished. Helinji was seen jabbing her fingers at the fry's forehead, her other arm bent, elbow poised to strike. Having sparred with Helinji before, Su Yuanfang was not deceived by her youthful appearance. Even without any spiritual abilities, he knew he was no match for her. Indeed, he admitted to himself that he could not best this little girl. Thus, he understood better than Ming what would become of the fries under Helinji's elbow. However, an even more shocking scene unfolded before him. Just as Helinji was about to strike, she suddenly leapt into the air, ignoring the fries still sprawled on the ground, and sprinted towards the bamboo forest. At that moment, Ming was also making his way towards the bamboo grove. He felt a gust of wind brush past his ear, sending chills through his body, causing him to shiver involuntarily. It was a clear and sunny day, Where could such a cold wind have come from? As he pondered this, the breeze whipped past him again. It arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, yet the ominous chill compelled Ming to halt. However, before he could regain his balance, a powerful force struck from behind, pushing him aside, and he then witnessed Lingyu racing past him. Fortunately, Su Yuanfang had also hurried over. Kai pointed towards the bamboo grove, where Lingyu's figure had already vanished. This is... Su Yuanfang draped his arm over Kai's shoulder. Perhaps we should refrain from entering. By the way, did you sense anything just now? Upon hearing this inquiry, Kai understood and retorted, that gust of ominous wind. You felt it too? Su Yuanfang nodded, though his perception was not as acute as Kai's, as he was still some distance away. While the sinister breeze had swept past Kai, the two of them instinctively turned their gaze towards the hillside, where Xiao Tao remained seated on a stone, sketching and jotting notes, and Shu Qiao lay sprawled on the ground. Kai furrowed his brow, suddenly contemplating a possibility. Old Su. Do you think Shu Qiao might be in a deep sleep like Xiao Shu? Su Yuanfang remained silent. The notion was too bizarre for him to process. Suddenly, a piercing cry echoed through the bamboo grove, and Su Yuanfang squinted. It's Lingling. The sound was sharp yet clear, unmistakably belonging to Lingyu. Accompanying her voice were the sounds of snapping bamboo branches, the rustling of leaves stirred by the wind, and a muffled groan from an unknown source. Both Kai and Su Yuanfang broke into a cold sweat, although they had not witnessed the scene firsthand. The sounds alone painted a vivid picture of a fierce battle unfolding within the bamboo grove. If one side was Lingyu, then who was the opposing force? As dusk began to settle, a child quietly approached them, not uttering a word, merely gazing up at them. Kai looked down and met the child's sparkling eyes. This is Xiao Tao, a child temporarily adopted by Uncle Zhao and Aunt Zhao. Shui Mei has already informed him that this child cannot speak, possesses a tranquil demeanor, and often enjoys drawing alone. The occurrence of such an event has left both him and Su Yuanfang feeling somewhat apprehensive. Surely, Xiao Tao must be frightened. Kai gently ruffles Xiao Tao's hair, signaling him not to be afraid. Xiao Tao blinks his bright, expressive eyes and suddenly shakes his head, as if to convey to Kai, I am not afraid. Kai finds himself intrigued by this child, yet he cannot afford to dwell on it at the moment. Signaling Xiao Tao to remain close, he turns his gaze back to the bamboo grove, where the sounds of rustling bamboo persist, but in the darkness, they can see nothing. Time passes, and at last, the bamboo grove falls silent. In the obscurity, Kai and Su Yuanfang exchange glances, neither uttering a word. The surroundings are eerily quiet, as if even the chirping of insects and the calls of birds have ceased. However, this silence is accompanied by an oppressive feeling, akin to the heavy night, suffocating in its intensity. Kai, look. Without Su Yuanfang's prompting, Kai has already noticed a figure emerging from the bamboo grove, approaching their direction. As the figure draws nearer, they can clearly see that it is Lingyu. Although they had anticipated her arrival, the sight of her standing before them elicits a long sigh of relief from both Su Yuanfang and Kai. Lingyu, breathless, points towards a nearby hillside. Hey, you left the fries there all alone? No one is watching. Indeed, the fries. A wave of realization washes over Kai. He has truly forgotten about this matter. Regardless of any connection between the fries and Sishu, she is merely an underage girl. To abandon her alone on the hillside, not to mention in a state of slumber, is perilously reckless, even if she were awake. With no time to further inquire about the events in the bamboo forest, Kai dashed up the slope first. Before reaching her, he switched on the flashlight on his phone, directing its beam towards the spot where the fries lay. The illumination revealed a sight that Kai could scarcely believe. The fries remained sprawled there, yet surrounding her was a writhing mass of insects, various kinds, enough to make one's scalp prickle. Kai abruptly halted in his tracks, and Su Yuanfang, who had hurried over, was equally taken aback by the scene before them. Lingyu, still recovering from the recent battle, felt a surge of concern for the fries' safety and approached as well. Noticing Kai and Su Yuanfang suddenly stop, she immediately became alert. What is it? She inquired. Insects. Countless insects, Sekai replied, regaining his composure after the initial shock. He recalled that just before arriving here, Shui Mei and the others had encountered insects by the pond. Insects? Lingyu quickened her pace, and upon witnessing the scene, she paused for a moment, then advanced towards the swarm. These insects have peculiar shapes. I have only seen them once before. I never expected to encounter them again. Fascinating. It seems a remarkable presence has arrived. Remarkable presence? What do you mean? Su Yuanfang, encouraged by Lingyu's approach, followed suit. Truth be told, he found facing these insects far more terrifying than accompanying Lingyu to exorcise spirits. Oh, a remarkable individual has arrived, Lingyu exclaimed with a light-hearted tone. Su Yuanfang glanced around. The night had deepened, casting dancing shadows of the trees, and only a handful of them remained. Just as he was about to inquire further, he heard Sekai utter a sound of surprise. Strange, Sekai remarked. There are no insects on or around French fry. Upon hearing this, Su Yuanfang hurried over, and under the beam of the flashlight, he observed that French fry lay flat on the ground, her body and face devoid of any insects. Su Yuanfang was taken aback. He lifted his shoe to inspect it. Just moments ago, he had walked within a mere 2 or 3 meters of French fry, and yet his shoe was smeared with 2 crushed insect carcasses. French fry had been lying there all along, and not a single insect had approached her. Without further ado, Sekai stepped forward and lifted French fry into his arms. Su Yuanfang's brow furrowed slightly as he cast a deep glance at Lingyu, then at the insects, yet ultimately said nothing. Instead, illuminating the path for Sekai with the flashlight on his phone, leading the way ahead. Xiao Tao set down the branch he had been holding, rose to his feet, and followed Lingyu as they departed from the hillside. Sekai, however, furrowed his brow, turning to Lingyu and solemnly stating, Sishu's heartbeat and pulse are perfectly normal, yet she has been in a deep slumber for 10 days. The implication lingered. Would French fry also succumb to a 10-day slumber? It was only at this moment that Su Yuanfang finally posed the question, Ling, what exactly transpired in the bamboo forest just now? In truth, had it not been for the sudden appearance of those insects, Su Yuanfang and Sekai would have already inquired of Lingyu. However, the unexpected discovery had overshadowed such a crucial matter. Lingyu raised an eyebrow, choosing to remain silent. A displeased expression crossed Sekai's face as he addressed Shui Mei, urging, you all should retire for the night. Our presence suffices here. Shui Mei, about to inquire further, noticed the unmistakable air of someone who felt owed, prompting her to shake her head in resignation. She called for Uncle Zhao, Aunt Zhao, and Bo Kai, leading them out of room 211. Before Shui Mei could finish her words, Sekai strode over and, with a resounding thud, slammed the door shut. Had Shui Mei not reacted swiftly, she might have been caught by the door's force. Infuriated, she lifted her leg to kick the door, but suddenly recalled that she held shares in this inn, and thus, the door was also hers. Upon descending to the ground floor, Bo Kai languidly sprawled across the sofa designated for guests, remarking, Mistress, just look at the murderous glare of the big boss. Surely, he wouldn't dare to dismember Ling. Shui Mei's brows furrowed in anger, declaring, if he dares to lay a hand on my people, I shall. At that moment, she found herself at a loss for how to retaliate against Sekai, until the memory of the insects in the courtyard struck her, and she seethed. I shall feed him to the insects. The mere thought of those pests induced a headache. Had Uncle Zhao not been vigilant, the insects would likely have invaded the inn, ensuring a sleepless night for all its occupants. Uncle Zhao had doused the area with a generous amount of insecticide, resulting in the demise of many insects. Although Aunt Zhao's beloved succulents would likely not survive, they would have to devise a solution by morning. Inside room 211, Sekai loomed like a harbinger of doom, glaring fiercely at Lingyu. 1 million remains unfulfilled. We do not entertain capriciousness. However, Lingyu directed her gaze towards the mobile phone casually placed on the coffee table by Sekai, suggesting, why not make a call and inquire about Sishu's situation? Sishu? Why inquire about Sishu? What have you done to Sishu? The moment the words escaped his lips, Sekai realized his mistake. Lingyu was right before his eyes. How could she possibly do anything to see Shu, who was far away in the capital? When he dialed the phone, it rang once before being answered by Si Yunong, her voice filled with a hoarse, tearful urgency. Sky, Xiao Shu is not going to make it. Not going to make it. What do you mean? What has happened to Xiao Shu? Si Kai exclaimed in disbelief, hastily pressing for answers. In his agitation, he nearly dropped the phone, but Su Yuanfang placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and gestured towards Lingyu. There she was, wearing a smile that was infuriatingly cheerful. Suddenly, it dawned on Si Kai that it was Lingyu who had prompted him to call Si Yunong in the first place. His frustration peaked, and he snapped. I offered you 1,000,000 not for you to keep me in suspense. Lingyu sighed. I never intended to keep you in the dark. But I cannot say for certain at this moment. It all hinges on the condition of the fries. To put it plainly, if the fries cannot endure, Si Shu will survive. Conversely, if the fries pull through, then Si Shu. Do you mean to say they can only have one survivor? Both Si Kai and Su Yuanfang echoed in unison. Lingyu smiled lightly. I am unaware of any undisclosed family secrets you may possess, so I can only share what I know, but how all of this came to be remains a mystery to me. The veins on Si Kai's forehead bulged as he gritted his teeth and said to Lingyu, Very well, reveal to me what you know. Lingyu settled onto the small sofa beside the bed and replied, There are 2 Si Shus, and they look exactly alike. I suspect they are twin sisters, but for some reason, one of them possesses 2 souls in one body. Do you understand? One of the sisters harbors 2 souls within her. Si Kai stared blankly at Lingyu. Although he had mentally prepared himself for this revelation, he was still taken aback by her words. 2 Si Shus, 2 souls, and only one can survive. No, it is even more complex. There are 3 souls involved, as one Si Shu is the embodiment of 2 souls. So, who exactly is the one called French fries? He eventually inquired. Lingyu shrugged and spread her hands. She could be Si Shu, or perhaps she is someone who bears an uncanny resemblance to her. In the bamboo forest, I managed to expel the soul that was occupying her body, but her own soul has been suppressed for far too long. Whether she can awaken and reclaim her body depends entirely on her. As for who she truly is, I believe you should not direct that question at me, but rather to your family, perhaps to your elder sister. This implies that the establishment of the Shuan Foundation predates Si Yunong's adoption of Si Shu. However, according to the information gathered, the Shuan Foundation has only engaged in one charitable endeavor over the past 6 years, which was the establishment of 56 Shuan middle schools. Subsequently, Si Shu enrolled in Shuan Middle School. The Shuan Foundation bears the character Shu, which is also present in the name of Si Shu. If Si Yunong adopted Si Shu before founding the Shuan Foundation, it would elucidate the situation. Si Yunong, having taken in Si Shu, subsequently became passionate about philanthropy and incorporated a character from her daughter's name into the foundation's title. However, the reality is quite the opposite. At the time Si Yunong established the foundation, she had yet to adopt Si Shu, who was known as Lu Xiaoshu during her time in the orphanage. Could it be that 6 years ago, Si Yunong had an uncanny premonition that she would one day adopt a daughter whose name would include the character Shu? This notion is, in any case, implausible. Setting aside any intrigue regarding celebrity gossip, Lingyu is equally eager to uncover the truth behind this matter, which is why she has presented this conundrum to Si Kai. Si Kai, the brother of Si Yunong and the uncle of Si Shu, surely cannot be unaware of the affairs within his own family. His complexion darkened more than the bottom of a pot as he cast a cold glance at Lingyu and once again reached for his phone. Yet this time, the phone rang incessantly, and the other party did not answer. Si Kai's expression grew increasingly grim. During his recent call with Si Yunong, Si Shu's condition had been dire, and now that Si Yunong was not responding to his calls, it surely indicated a change in circumstances. With this thought, Si Kai dialed the director of Meijia Hospital. It was evening, and the phone rang once before the voice of Director Fong came through. Sky, are you on your way to the hospital? Director Fong. Fong Jianxiu's father once served as the personal physician to Sky's grandfather, who held a fondness for Fong Jianxiu. Consequently, from a tender age, Fong Jianxiu accompanied her father on visits to the Si family, as the two families shared a long-standing friendship. The C family is the largest shareholder of Meijia Hospital, and Director Fong has witnessed the growth of the C siblings. No, I am not in the capital, Uncle Fong. How is Xiaoshu? Sky inquired solemnly. This evening. Xiaoshu briefly regained consciousness but soon fell back into a coma, and her electroencephalogram has shown abnormalities. Xiaoshu, her condition is quite grave. We have already summoned Dr. Cha, a neurology expert. It seemed that Director Fong was at the hospital. What is Dr. Cha's opinion? Sky calculated the time, realizing that Xiaoshu's moment of lucidity coincided with the struggle between Lingyu and that so-called spirit in the bamboo forest. Sky, regarding Pansy, I hope you can provide her with some comfort. She is profoundly distressed. You both must be psychologically prepared for the possibility that Xiaoshu may not awaken in the near future. This state of unresponsiveness differs from the situation of the past 10 days. Previously, she was entirely normal, including her brain function, whereas now her brain. Before Director Fong could finish, Sky rudely interrupted. Has she become a vegetable? After a brief silence, Director Fong continued. No. Her condition is even more dire than that of a vegetative state. Have you heard of brain death? Brain death? Does that mean she is dead? Xiaoshu is dead. Sky exclaimed involuntarily. Sky, please remain calm. This is precisely the reason for calling Dr. Zhao. Xiaoshu's electroencephalogram is flatlined, indicative of what we commonly refer to as brain death. However, in reality, she still exhibits both respiration and a pulse, which signifies that she is indeed alive. It has been 80 minutes since she entered this state of cerebral demise, yet she persists in existence. After Director Fong concluded his statement, he let out a long sigh. Sky, in a state of despair, hung up the phone. Su Yuanfang approached and gently patted Sky's shoulder, saying, Did Lingling not mention that she too is uncertain about which of them is the real Xiaoshu? Perhaps we should wait a while. Suddenly, Su Yuanfang's mouth fell agape, and he stood frozen in shock. A profound silence enveloped the room, so still that one could hear a pin drop. The three of them collectively witnessed as the previously slumbering Shu opened her eyes. She sat up, rubbed her drowsy eyes, and curiously surveyed her surroundings. Her gaze fell upon Sky's face, and she exclaimed in surprise, Uncle, what are you doing in my room? Realizing something was amiss, she pointed at Su Yuanfang beside her, asking, and Uncle Lao Su? Then she turned her attention to Lingyu, inquiring, Who is she? Uncle, is this your new girlfriend? She is so young. Uncle, how could you? She is nearly my age. The three remained silent, all staring in bewilderment at Shu. Feeling uncomfortable under their gaze, she glanced around the room, furrowing her brow, and asked, Where am I? How did I get here? Sky and Su Yuanfang stood as if they were statues, rigidly frozen in place. Lingyu, feeling a sense of helplessness, donned a smile she believed to be warm and benevolent, and approached to sit beside Shu's bed, extending her hand. Hello, my name is Lingyu. It's a pleasure to meet you. The young girl on the bed glanced at the bewildered Kai and smiled with her eyes sparkling. Hello, Aunt He. My name is Shu. You can call me Xiaoshu. Aunt He, you look so youthful. You must be much younger than my uncle. What do you see in him? He is quite old. With every utterance of aunt and you, Lingyu turned to Kai and chuckled awkwardly. Your niece is exceptionally polite. At the moment the girl proclaimed, I am Shu, Kai's expression finally shifted. He approached her and inquired, Are you Shu? Who is your homeroom teacher? And where did you purchase those shoes? As he spoke, he bent down to pick up the pair of sneakers resting by the bed. Aunt, are you worried that Aunt He thinks you are old, so you're trying to act cute? Shu chirped. My homeroom teacher is Mr. Ma. And as for these shoes, aren't they from your brand? Sister Minner gave them to me, so please don't scold her. Before him stood Shu, chattering away. A stark contrast to the previous distant demeanor of the girl he had seen earlier. Yet, for Kai, this lively spirit was both familiar and endearing. This was Shu, the girl who had dashed into his office clutching a pair of shoes, the one who was both tearful and joyous, and who possessed a penchant for conversation. Xiaoshu, do you remember what happened when you ran away from home and ended up in the bar? Kai asked. Bar? Sisui tilted her head in contemplation, pouted her lips, and suddenly burst into tears, exclaiming, "You deceived me! You deceived me! I despise you all!" As she spoke, she turned to leave. The two relatives had matters to discuss, and although she had a keen interest in the secrets of the affluent, she believed one must maintain a certain dignity. Until the million had been secured, caution was imperative. "No need to leave. This matter is not yet resolved." "Did you not wish to know the reason?" "Allow little Shu to share her thoughts," unexpectedly called out Sekai. Lingyu chuckled silently, reflecting, "It is you who insisted I stay. If your family's affairs trend on social media, it bears no relevance to me." Lingyu offered a tissue to Sisui, who took it and forcefully blew her nose, prompting Sekai to frown in disapproval. "I am my mother's biological child. Why was I raised in an orphanage? During elementary school, all my classmates knew I was adopted. They called me a wild child." Sob, sob, sob. As Sisui spoke through her tears, Lingyu decided to give her the entire pack of tissues. Lingyu had heard from Sekai that Sisui attended an elite school where she struggled to adapt and developed psychological issues. Her heart ached for the loquacious young girl. Gently, she stroked Sishui's head and inquired softly, "So, did you eventually go to a bar? Whom did you encounter there?" "Indeed, I desired to enter the bar, yet I refrained from doing so. On that day, as I approached the entrance, I encountered two individuals on the steps. One of them deliberately bumped into me. I sensed their ill intentions and, fearing for my safety, chose to turn away instead of entering. I have never ventured into a bar alone, as it intimidates me." Shu confessed, lowering her gaze in slight embarrassment, feeling rather inadequate. "You didn't go inside? What happened afterward? Where did you go?" Sekai inquired. What became of her that day? She seemed to forget, or perhaps she truly hadn't gone anywhere. At that moment, Lingyu interjected. "Did you perhaps feel as though you had awakened from a slumber, only to find yourself here?" Shu nodded repeatedly. "Yes, precisely." Upon catching a glimpse of the video, she gasped, and after watching it in its entirety, she stood there in shock. "Uncle, am I experiencing a split personality? Didn't you all say my mental condition had improved? What is happening to me now? I refuse to see a doctor again." Sekai felt a twinge of regret. Perhaps he should not have allowed Shu to witness such footage. He glanced at Lingyu for assistance, sensing that Shu harbored a degree of trust in her, likely due to their similar ages, which fostered a lack of generational gap. Lingyu silently sighed to herself, contemplating the difficulty of earning $1 million. "Shu, do you still remember the person who bumped into you that day?" Lingyu asked, gesturing towards Su Yuanfang, who stood by the window, observing the unfolding scene. Su Yuanfang approached and took a seat beside them. Lingyu pointed at Su Yuanfang and remarked, "This is your Uncle Su, a detective. His arrival signifies that he is here to solve the case, which indicates that you are not suffering from a split personality. The behaviors you exhibited may be a result of having been drugged." Both Su Yuanfang and Sekai involuntarily twitched their lips at the mention of drugs. Could it be that a female exorcist would utter such a thing? Could her exaggeration be any more pronounced? Drugged? So that was the explanation for her peculiar behavior. Good heavens, it seemed the rumors online held a grain of truth. These villains must be apprehended. Uncle Su, you must capture them. Sishu clenched her small fists, invigorated as if she had been injected with adrenaline, a stark contrast to the despondent girl who had been weeping moments ago. Sekai turned his face away, unwilling to behold the smug grin on Lingyu's face. How could children today be so readily swayed by such absurd notions? Was he truly growing old? Yet, what followed made him feel even more aged. I understand now why I have no recollection of what transpired. After being drugged, I must have transcended time, though I am uncertain to which era I have traveled. Oh, how I long to witness the apocalypse. Alas, I wonder if I would encounter zombies. Sishu lamented, feeling distressed at the thought of missing such an opportunity for a close encounter with the undead. Lingyu was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Sishu would wish for a chance encounter with zombies. She forced a bitter smile, pondering whether the truth could ever be accepted by this young girl. Sekai subtly shook his head at her, clearly recognizing her thoughts. Do not speak. Absolutely do not speak. Sishu envisions herself traversing a post-apocalyptic world, encountering zombies. This is merely her imagination, Yet should anyone inform her that she is possessed by a spirit, who knows what consequences may ensue? There was a man and a woman. The man bore a large, prominent bruise on his face, reminiscent of the security guard at our school named Wang. Shu remarked. Kai picked up his phone and sent a WeChat message to Minner. A few minutes later, Minna sent a photograph. Kai presented the image to Shu. Is this the bruise you mean? Shu glanced at it and nodded. Yes, this is indeed our school's security guard. The one who bumped into me outside the bar that night. The mark on his face is identical. Kai showed the photograph to Lingyu and Su Yuanfang, urging Shu to continue. The man appeared to be in his 20s, clad in a floral shirt with the buttons undone, revealing a patch of dark chest hair, which led me to perceive him as rather unsavory. And the woman? Kai inquired further. The woman was exceedingly beautiful, adorned in a qipao. Her presence alongside the man seemed incongruous, and at that moment, she smiled at me. For reasons unknown, I felt an unsettling aura about her. Shu furrowed her brow, evidently harboring a negative impression of the pair. Thus, you were frightened and refrained from entering the bar again? Lingyu asked. After a moment's contemplation, Lingyu turned to Kai. Can you find someone skilled in drawing? Kai instantly grasped her intent and replied, it should be possible to locate such a person. Lingyu remarked, very well. If you are able to identify these two individuals from the portraits, I would like to meet them. Kai turned to Su Yuanfang, saying, Old Su, I entrust this matter to you. Shu gazed at them curiously, her face still marked with tears, yet her large, glistening eyes sparkled with excitement. Uncle, are you solving a case? May I participate? Upon speaking, she seemed anxious about being denied, immediately puffing up her recently developed chest. I am a victim, a party involved. I have the right to partake in your investigation. Shu paused for a moment. Then tears streamed down her face like pearls from a broken string. Mother deceived me. You deceived me, and now you won't let me. Kai felt a fleeting confusion. Could it be that children nowadays leverage their own tragic circumstances as a bargaining chip against their guardians? All right, do not cry. If you wish to partake, you may, but your body has not yet fully recovered. You need to rest well. He then turned to Lingyu. Lingling, could I trouble you to accompany little Shu tonight? Would that be agreeable? Aunt He, look how gentle my uncle is towards you. You should agree. You are to be my future aunt, and it is your duty to take care of me. Shu wore a mischievous grin. Her previous demeanor as a forlorn little girl completely vanished. In truth, Lingyu also wished to converse with Shu in private, intrigued by the events surrounding her. However, with Kai as the temporary guardian, many inquiries remained unasked. Now that the eldest son of the Si family had spoken, Lingyu could not have wished for anything more. Very well, but let me clarify. I am neither your uncle's girlfriend nor your future aunt, Lingyu stated. I understand. I comprehend. It is not yet the time, Shu replied. Her laughter bright, but her eyes concealed, playfully emphasizing the word now. Kai remained expressionless, clearly disinclined to engage in such trivial matters, while Su Yuanfang busied himself with WeChat, seemingly oblivious to the conversation. After speaking, she was the first to exit room 211. Her dormitory lay on the first floor, and just as she reached the stairwell, Kai's voice called out from behind, Lingling, please wait. Lingyu halted, tilting her head as she observed Kai and Su Yuanfang approaching. Boss, what is your command? Has that thing truly departed from Shu? Kai inquired, referring to the spirit that had previously inhabited Shu's body. Are you asking me to accompany Shu out of concern that it may return? Lingyu questioned. Indeed, you merely stated that you had driven it away, yet did not mention its utter obliteration. Surely, there exists a protocol for your profession? Kai articulated. Did you learn that from Master Lin Jingyi? Yes, there is such a notion. However, we adhere to a principle in our line of work. Unless absolutely necessary, we do not annihilate a person's spirit. At most, we merely guide the spirit to its rightful destination. Lingyu corrected him. Of course, you still owe me $1 million, she added, before descending the stairs with a light-hearted demeanor. At that moment, Shu appeared transformed, a stark contrast to the whimsical, eccentric girl she had just been. Lingyu approached her, looking down from a height. Suddenly, she extended her finger and pressed it against Sishu's seal. Sishu frowned and waved Lingyu's hand away, expressing her displeasure. "Sister Lingling, what are you doing?" Lingyu let out a sigh of relief. She must have been infected by Kai's doubts, to the extent that she suspected Sishu had been possessed. She took a seat on the chair by the bedside, gazing at Sishu as she spoke. "Little Shu, you are not mistaken. Indeed, you have encountered an unfortunate incident. The girl you saw in the video is currently in the hospital, with your mother by her side. Apart from your uncle, everyone who cares for you believes that you are on the brink of death." Sishu's eyes widened in shock, and after a long pause, she murmured, She has come to replace me." "What did you say?" "Little Shu, do you harbor a secret?" Lingyu pressed further. At this point, Sishu pouted in distress. Lingyu poured her a glass of water and gently stroked her hair, urging her not to be sad. "Well, I have long ceased to be sad. A few days later, I watched an animated film in which the characters experienced illusions, believing they had soared into the sky. I think I must have had an illusion that day as well. There was no little girl. It was all merely a figment of my imagination. Gradually, I forgot about this incident, but later, Sishu lowered her head, and Lingyu chose not to disturb her, enveloping the room in a profound silence. After at least a minute, Sishu finally lifted her head, as if mustering her courage. However, later on, she encountered her once more, this time. The tale of the runaway girl, 15. Sishu's second meeting with the little girl occurred when she was 9 years old. That day, during class, the principal arrived and called her outside. In the corridor beyond the classroom stood several individuals. Besides the principal, there was Aunt Fan from the orphanage, and among them was a young woman dressed elegantly. This was the first time she laid eyes on Si Yunong. Having grown up in the orphanage, Sishu had once harbored dreams of being adopted as a child, but as she matured, she came to realize the improbability of such hopes. Kind-hearted individuals preferred to adopt younger children, and thus, she had long ceased to fantasize about it. Yet, she never anticipated that one day she might actually be adopted. She was already 9 years old. Sishu glanced down at her attire and shoes. Though worn, they were impeccably clean. She had bathed just yesterday. Her neck was free of dirt, and there was no mud beneath her nails. She wished to make a favorable impression on her new mother, hoping that Si Yunong would come to like her. Si Yunong approached, crouched before her, and Sishu saw the tears glistening in her eyes. Feeling somewhat at a loss, she was unsure of how to respond. Si Yunong said nothing but reached out to embrace her tightly. Aunt Fan and the teachers at the orphanage organized a farewell party for her. Each child received new clothes and a new backpack, and everyone was filled with joy and envy, for these gifts were generously donated by her new mother. It was heard that her new mother had also established a new orphanage, which they would be able to move into following renovations next year. She now had a mother, and she possessed a home of her own. As dawn approached, Sishu was set to depart for the capital. Aunt Fan, concerned that she might not rest well, arranged for the other children living with her to move to different rooms. Thus, that night, she found herself alone in her room, with her eyes wide open. She envisioned her forthcoming life, reluctant to succumb to sleep. Suddenly, a voice whispered in her ear, "This should not belong solely to you. I have a part in it too." Startled, Sishu turned to find someone standing by her bedside. The room was dimly lit, and logically, she should not have been able to discern the person's features. Yet, inexplicably, she could see the individual's face with crystal clarity. It was a visage strikingly similar to her own. In that moment, Sishu recalled the little girl she had encountered in the pine forest of the cemetery. "What did you say?" Upon recognizing the little girl, Sishu immediately sat up, feeling a surge of anxiety as she gripped the bedspread tightly. "How did you get in here?" She distinctly remembered locking the door before she went to sleep. "I can enter whenever I wish. Don't you want to see me?" The little girl perched herself on the edge of the bed, her large eyes gazing at Sishu with an unsettling intensity. Overwhelmed with fear, Sishu longed to call for help, but her lips trembled, rendering her utterly speechless. "I do not know you, so why should your existence concern me?" Sishu mustered her courage and finally voiced her thoughts. Her words elicited a shriek of fright, which coincided with the presence of a duty teacher heading to the restroom. Upon hearing her cries, the teacher discerned that the sounds originated from her room and rushed over. When assistants arrived and the door was forcibly opened, they found Sishu unconscious. Upon regaining consciousness, Sishu beheld Si Yunong, her new mother. The doctor explained that her fainting spell was due to a nightmare and posed no significant danger. Her mother treated her with great kindness. After leaving the small town where the orphanage was located, her mother took her to a prominent hospital in the provincial city. Once the doctors there confirmed that Sishu was unharmed, her mother finally felt a sense of relief. In the days that followed, Sishu never encountered that little girl again. She embarked on a new life filled with countless firsts: her inaugural train journey, her first flight, her first trip abroad, her initial visit to Disneyland. Each moment of novelty was shared with her mother, who accompanied her on roller coasters and attended idol concerts with her. Gradually, Sishu began to perceive that the little girl was merely a figment of her imagination, akin to what the doctor had stated. She was a nightmare. It was only when Lingyu informed her of another individual in this world who bore an uncanny resemblance to her that Sishu realized the truth. The little girl from years past was not a mere dream. The events of that night were indeed real. I have grown up, and so has she. She has taken my place, Sishu murmured, her gaze distant. She yearned to revisit that video. On the first viewing earlier today, she had instinctively believed that the person in the footage was herself. Lingyu sighed and said, "The doctor has stated that she is currently brain dead." At this juncture, Lingyu suddenly paused, sensing an incongruity. There was something amiss. Initially, in the cemetery's pine forest, Sishu had also encountered a young girl, yet subsequent searches by the teachers yielded no results. The cemetery was steeped in an ominous atmosphere, and in such a dense pine forest, sunlight struggled to penetrate. It was not uncommon for spirits to manifest even during daylight. The girl's second appearance occurred at night, rendering her presence more easily explicable. Although she was in a state of deep unconsciousness, it was evident that she was a living being, a corporeal entity devoid of thought. But from whence did that body originate? At this moment, Lingyu yearned to depart for the capital immediately, eager to witness another Sishu in the hospital. "Little Shu, perhaps you are a twin. By the way, why did you run away from home that day? Could you share that with me?" In truth, Lingyu had already deduced 8 or 9 parts of the truth, yet she sought confirmation from Sishu to ascertain the true identity of the other Sishu. "Of course, I have no intention of concealing this matter. I refuse to be as hypocritical as those adults. They are not real at all. It's infuriating to even think about it." Lingyu could hardly recall how she was at 14 or 15 in her previous life, yet it seemed incomparable, as that was in ancient times. Well, that's how adults are. "Little Shu, please don't be upset. Once you share it, you'll feel much better inside." Lingyu began to encourage her. Sishu nodded emphatically, her small fist clenched in indignation. She felt an urgent need to voice her feelings. It was indeed this reason that left Lingyu speechless. Sishu continued, "My mother was on the phone in her study, and the door was not locked. I gently pushed it open just enough to see her back, standing by the floor-to-ceiling window. I heard her say, 'Xiaoshu is doing exceptionally well.' I have no intention of telling her, and I am uncertain how to do so. She has always believed she is an orphan, and I am her adoptive mother. What would she think if she knew I am actually her biological mother?" Last year, she was still seeing a psychologist. Sishu, a member of the school's drama club, had a certain talent for acting and was now imitating Si Yunong's tone with remarkable precision. "So, you ran away from home?" Lingyu inquired. "Yes. I was both astonished and furious. I stormed into the study to confront my mother about her deceit. She kept apologizing, but I refused to listen and ran away from home. Lingyu, did I go too far?" At this point, Sishu's eyes glistened with tears. She recalled how her mother had repeatedly uttered apologies while she had been screaming in a frenzy, eventually fleeing the scene. "Lingyu, am I a terrible person?" The child's expression shifted like the weather in June, transforming from righteous indignation to one of deep regret. Lingyu placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. "Your actions may not have been ideal, but your mother will not blame you. When you see her, you must apologize sincerely." With her head bowed, Si Shu's tears cascaded onto the bed linens. Your mother must have had her reasons for sending you to the orphanage, Lingyu remarked in surprise. Oh, considering this. Your mother was merely 18 when she gave birth to you. In her previous life, this would have been quite normal. However, in this modern era, Si Yuno was a well-educated heiress raised abroad. Indeed, my mother was only 18 when she had me. Goodness. She was scarcely older than I am now when she became a mother. How is that possible? She never married. She was an unwed mother. Oh my. A teenage mother and an unwed one at that. She must have been deceived by a scoundrel. Exclaiming in disbelief, Si Shu leaped from the bed and hurried barefoot towards the door, only to be halted by Lingyu's firm grip. Where are you going? Lingyu inquired. I must find my mother. She is so pitiable, Si Shu exclaimed, bursting into tears. Lingyu, bewildered, had never encountered such an emotional child before. Clearing her throat, she realized that she had not spent much time around adolescents. Finally, Si Shu calmed herself, her fists clenched as she vowed to seek justice for her mother. She envisioned a day when she would confront her father, the scoundrel, and make him regret his actions. I should call my mother first and apologize. I will be obedient and filial from now on. She deserves so much more. Si Shu sniffled, her resolve strengthening. It was only at this moment that Si Shu recalled the crux of the matter. Indeed, there was a dubious impostor posing as her. Lingjia, allow me to join your ranks. I shall be obedient and refrain from mischief. This is a matter that directly concerns me, and I must confront it. Si Shu reiterated her desire to join, yet all she received in return was a weary sigh from Lingyu. Your uncle is a significant figure. I am merely an employee, a humble assistant, hence I lack the authority to grant your request. Lingyu refrained from mentioning the matter of the 100,000. For discussing money in the presence of a pure-hearted little girl seemed rather pointless. Unexpectedly, Si Shu took it upon herself to console Lingyu. Do not fear my uncle. Lingjia, he is adept at putting on airs. Since you are his assistant, how about I become yours? He employs you, and you could hire me in turn. I shall not seek remuneration. I wish only to accompany you as your aide, thus allowing me to partake in solving the case. My uncle has no jurisdiction over your hiring of an assistant. But you are a minor. Your uncle will surely invoke the laws regarding minors. Lingyu chuckled. Not at all. He is a foreign-born charlatan who knows little of domestic laws. Do not let him intimidate you. By the way, my uncle hires a private tutor every week for lessons. Can you guess the subject? Si Shu inquired with a mischievous grin. Fitness? Combat training? Lingyu guessed. You are unlikely to guess correctly. My uncle is studying Chinese. Yes, it's a language class. Ha ha, Si Shu exclaimed, laughing heartily to herself. Lingyu smiled, realizing the situation had been settled in jest. The following morning, in the restaurant, Si Kai and Su Yuanfang encountered the radiant Si Shu, accompanied by Lingyu. However, upon seeing them, Lingyu chose not to approach, but instead walked over to Uncle Zhao, who was assisting Aunt Zhao, and quietly inquired, Uncle Zhao, what happened to those insects from yesterday? Moments ago, Lingyu had rushed to the pond's edge, only to find no trace of the insects mentioned by Shui Mei and Bo Kai. The countless insects had vanished completely. Not only were those by the pond gone, but even the ones on the hillside outside the bamboo grove had disappeared without a trace. After her brief question to Uncle Zhao, Lingyu discerned the unnecessary nature of further inquiry as she observed the disbelief etched across his face. I hardly slept last night due to those insects. I employed insecticide yesterday, worrying about potential side effects harming both people and plants, and I was concerned the cats might wander over. Therefore, I rose at dawn to clear the area before the guests awoke, only to find it utterly pristine. There wasn't a living insect, nor even a dead one. I nearly thought it had all been a dream. Lingyu surveyed the restaurant, glancing around at Si Kai, Su Yuanfang, and Si Shu. Surely, it couldn't be them. Could it be that entity occupying Si Shu's form? If it were indeed that being, then the insects on the hillside should have vanished as well, for they had already escaped by the time they discovered the insects. If not this, then that. Lingyu's gaze fell upon a person, and she seemed to comprehend. After breakfast, Lingyu met with Si Kai privately. She inquired, was Xiaoshu a twin at birth? She did not mention Si Shu's origins. but directly posed the question. However, Si Kai had already grasped the implication. Si Shu must have confided in Lingyu. He replied, I am not certain. This matter may even be unknown to my sister. Why? Lingyu asked, puzzled. Si Kai's voice turned grave as he explained. Xiao Shu is indeed my sister's flesh and blood, but an incident occurred at her birth. Her mother never laid eyes upon her and therefore does not know if she was a twin. Lingyu yearned to delve deeper into the matter. Yet upon observing Si Kai's demeanor, it was evident that he was disinclined to pursue the topic further. She thus remarked, I wish to visit the imperial capital to meet Si Shu. Is that permissible? Si Kai appeared taken aback by Lingyu's desire to travel to the capital. After a moment's contemplation, he responded, very well. I shall arrange for tickets immediately, and we shall depart post-haste. Upon exiting Si Kai's room, Lingyu encountered Shui Mei on the staircase. She felt it necessary to request leave from the proprietress. She quietly said to Shui Mei, Madam, I may need to go to the imperial capital for a few days. Is that all right? Shui Mei scrutinized her from head to toe, and suddenly, with a swift pivot, she seized Lingyu and began to walk away. Lingyu, caught off guard, nearly stumbled from the abruptness. Shui Mei led her to her own room, closed the door, and scrutinized Lingyu once more. Madam, could you please refrain from looking at me in such a manner? It makes me quite uneasy, Lingyu pleaded. Ling. You are a good child. Pray tell, have the French fries been haunted? Haunted? It seems the secret cannot be concealed any longer. Lingyu feels overwhelmed, having completely exposed herself this time. Shui Mei's enchanting eyes sparkle with curiosity. Can you exorcise spirits? A youthful version of Lin Jingying? Not quite, Lingyu chuckles awkwardly. I understand a little, just a smidgen. Have you completed university at such a tender age? Truly, geniuses are indeed exceptional, Shui Mei exclaims, her excitement palpable, leaving one to wonder if she herself possesses extraordinary abilities. Sister Shui Mei, please keep this confidential, not even revealing it to Uncle Zhao and Aunt Zhao. I fear it might frighten them. In truth, I only grasp a bit. Lingyu pleads earnestly. Aware of Shui Mei's spirited nature and uncertain if she might announce it to the world. Hush, I won't breathe a word, but I fear Bo Kai might uncover it. He seems to have suspected something long before I did, Shui Mei remarks. As for Bo Kai, it's inevitable. He has been involved in Qin Yuezhou's case. And with that fellow's intellect, he must have already formed suspicions. By the way, are you heading to the capital? Is there anything you need me to prepare for you? Black dog blood, donkey hooves? Shui Mei inquires, her demeanor vibrant. Lingyu places a hand on her forehead, pondering how the proprietress seems to possess such remarkable skills. Not for now. I merely wish to take a look. If I require anything, I will call you, Lingyu responds. All right. I'll send it to you via express delivery, Shui Mei assures confidently. Lingyu feels a bit dazed, contemplating the absurdity of marking the package as containing black dog blood and donkey hooves. What if the courier reports it, and the police mistake her for a tomb raider? Minner swiftly booked her flight, and Su Yuanfang made progress on his end by locating a forensic artist, who happened to be affiliated with the Public Security Bureau of Jie Province. Consequently, Su Yuanfang needed to escort Si Shu to W City in Jie Province. On that very morning, the four of them departed from the inn, and by evening, they bid farewell at the airport. Si Shu was brimming with excitement. She even purchased a sketchbook just before boarding the plane, and during the flight, she relied on her memory to illustrate the two individuals from that day. Su Yuanfang glanced at her work and inquired, Do you think they resemble those two people? Si Shu nodded. I think there is a slight resemblance. But it also seems a bit off. Si Shu was a child with diverse interests, and Si Yunong was always accommodating to her daughter's whims. Although Si Shu lacked exceptional talent in drawing, she had diligently studied for 2 years, thus possessing a foundational skill set. Su Yuanfang chuckled, No worries. Your sketches can still serve as references for the expert. Uncle Lao Su, does this mean I've officially joined your team? Si Shu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Su Yuanfang patted her head. You are a key participant, so of course, you are involved. Si Shu's spirits soared. Indeed, apart from her uncle, everyone else was quite amiable. Su Yuanfang and Si Shu arrived in W City 3 hours ahead of Si Kai, and He Lingyu's arrival in the capital. As Si Kai and He Lingyu disembarked, they received a set of 4 photographs sent by Su Yuanfang on their way to the hospital. Among them, 2 were crafted by the expert, and the other 2 were Si Shu's creations. It was evident that the expert's renditions possessed a greater depth of character than those of Si Shu. However, He Lingyu gazed at Si Shu's painting for an extended period, while Si Kai, growing somewhat impatient, remarked, "It's merely a child's drawing. What is there to behold?" He Lingyu remained silent for a while before stating, "Have you not noticed? The woman in Si Shu's artwork wears a garment adorned with frog buttons, which the expert's painting does not." Si Kai cast a glance, observing that the expert's focus lay on the facial features and hairstyle, with only a few strokes dedicated to the lower half, whereas Si Shu's rendition prominently depicted the upper body, featuring a qipao collar embellished with frog buttons. "Is there anything particularly noteworthy about that?" Si Kai inquired. "The distinction lies here." He Lingyu pointed to the frog button on the woman's collar and explained, "The shape of this button resembles a phoenix, which I believe is rather uncommon." Si Kai shook his head, uncertain. "How would I know? If my memory serves me correctly, this phoenix button has a history." He Lingyu interjected. She captured an image of the phoenix frog button from the painting and sent it to Bo Kai. Upon seeing this, Si Kai furrowed his brow, saying, "Such frog buttons may have been quite prevalent in ancient times, yet are seldom used in contemporary fashion. Hence your impression of rarity." "Not at all. I have never encountered one," He Lingyu quickly interjected, nearly revealing too much. She promptly added, "I have perused some records about frog buttons, yet I have not seen this particular design." Si Kai refrained from further inquiry, acknowledging his own limited understanding of Huaxia culture at this juncture. The night in the imperial capital remained as bustling as ever. By the time the 2 arrived at the hospital, it was already 2 in the morning. Yang Fan, another assistant of Si Kai, stood in front of the inpatient building. Upon spotting Si Kai and He Lingyu from a distance, Yang Fan promptly approached them. Before he could utter the name of Dr. Cha's temporary hotel, Si Kai waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was unnecessary. The immediate priority was to ascertain the identity of Si Shu within the hospital. As for that neurologist, Dr. Cha, he was ultimately just a human doctor. Outside the ward, Si Kai encountered Si Yunong. In the brief span of 3 days, she appeared utterly worn and haggard. 2 assistants and a nurse remained closely by her side, apprehensive that she might collapse at any moment. "Sky, you mentioned before that you might be able to assist Xiao Shu. She is now." Si Yunong turned her face away, concealing the glimmer of tears in her eyes. Si Kai stepped closer and embraced her, speaking in a low voice. "I have brought someone to see Xiao Shu first." As he spoke, Si Kai gestured for He Lingyu to come forward. She approached Si Yunong and slightly nodded. "My name is He Lingyu. It is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Si." "Hello," Si Yunong replied with a smile. Her gaze was weary, and her appearance was frail. Yet she maintained an air of elegance and composure. Si Kai introduced He Lingyu to Si Yunong. "Just call her Lingling. She specializes in psychology. Let her have some time to be alone with Xiao Shu. We should not disturb them." With that, he personally opened the ward door, allowing He Lingyu to enter. As he watched her step inside, Si Kai turned back to face Si Yunong, who regarded him with a look of curiosity. Si Kai was acutely aware that his reasoning was rather flimsy. The individual, Si Shu, had been definitively declared brain dead. Not even a young girl like He Lingyu, nor a psychologist, could remedy the situation. "Pansy, I shall elucidate matters to you shortly," Si Kai remarked. Si Yunong shook her head. "It's all right. I trust that you will not act recklessly. Miss He is certainly not as straightforward as she appears." Si Kai nodded and addressed Yang Fan. "Please accompany Pansy and the others to Dean Fong's office. I shall remain here for the time being and will join you shortly." He wished to prevent anyone from disturbing He Lingyu and did not want anyone but himself to witness what transpired within. Without hesitation, Si Yunong followed Yang Fan to the dean's office, accompanied by her secretary and nurse. This ward was exclusively designated for the Si family, devoid of other patients. At that moment, the corridor was eerily empty. Apart from Si Kai, only the duty nurse at the station remained. Si Kai entered the ward. He Lingyu stood before the bed, gazing at the girl lying motionless. "Have you discerned anything?" Si Kai inquired. "Actually, There are distinctions between her and Shu. Observe here. Lingyu pointed to the girl's face. Yet, Kai could perceive nothing amiss. Baby fat. Shu had baby fat, but she does not. Such an obvious difference. How could you not notice? Lingyu was astonished at how evident it was. Baby fat. Is that a term for obesity in infants? Kai pondered. Confused by the phrase, which seemed to clash with grammatical norms, as baby is a noun and fat an adjective. Lingyu is utterly convinced that Kai is studying Chinese with a private tutor. This level of language proficiency, so disconnected from reality, leaves one speechless. What I mean to convey is that Shu's face is round, yet this particular visage appears quite slender. Lingyu patiently elaborates. 1 million. Yes, 1 million. This time, Kai finally comprehends, yet remains unconvinced. She has been in a coma for over 10 days, sustained solely by intravenous fluids. Naturally, she would lose weight. Perhaps this is a common perception, that a sick person, even if their face suddenly thins, would not elicit surprise. However, Lingyu believes the truth is otherwise. At the airport today, Shu purchased a black mask. She pulled the mask down to her chin, prompting Lingyu to inquire why she wore it. Shu replied that it makes her face appear smaller. Aware of her chubby cheeks, the 14-year-old girl, already conscious of beauty, must have attempted various methods to slim her face, yet to no avail, hence her choice to wear the mask. Observing her familiarity with this, it seems she is accustomed to this practice. Thus, the Shu in the hospital likely possessed an oval face from the beginning, rather than having lost weight later on. Nevertheless, such nuances, understood only by girls, Lingyu deemed unworthy of explanation to Kai. Kai remarked, I think we should conduct a DNA test tomorrow. No need for that. She is unlikely to share any blood relation with your family. At the very least, she cannot be Shu's twin. Lingyu responded. What are you saying? How do you deduce that? Is she not human? Kai was utterly astonished, for he observed that Lingyu merely gazed at the girl on the bed, having made no move whatsoever. On the hillside outside the inn's bamboo grove, Lingyu had pressed her finger against another Shu's brow, yet now, she appeared to be doing nothing. Her visage was an illusion, akin to a sleight of hand. You must not have heard of the folk legends of Huaxiao while abroad, she explained. It tells of a carp's spirit infatuated with a scholar, who, unfortunately, loved a noble lady. Consequently, the carp's spirit transformed into the likeness of that lady to approach the scholar. I see, Kai interjected. It is somewhat reminiscent of the mermaid's tale, where the mermaid ultimately dissolves into foam. Will she meet a similar fate? He believed he comprehended her meaning. Lingyu sighed. That is entirely misplaced. It has nothing to do with mermaids. What I meant to convey is that she desperately wishes to become Shu. Thus she has taken on Shu's appearance. Alas, the true Shu possesses a vibrant and stubborn personality, alongside a certain assertiveness. This counterfeit cannot subdue her and is compelled to seize her shell instead. Consequently, her soul has transferred to the genuine Shu. Leaving this false Shu as nothing but a hollow shell. As she spoke, Lingyu untied her ponytail, allowing her long hair to cascade down, and in her hand she now held a metallic hair tie. She straightened the hair tie, and Kai then realized that once straightened, its pointed end was, in fact, a long needle. Before he could fathom Lingyu's intentions, she suddenly plunged the long needle towards the false Shu's brow. The runaway girl of the lonely spirit, 19. What do you intend to do? Kai grasped Lingyu's hand firmly, causing the needle she held to hover in midair. Surely you cannot be oblivious. I mean to pierce with this needle, Lingyu replied, her smile vanishing, replaced by a grave expression. Having lived 2 lives, she detested being interrupted during her endeavors, regardless of who the intruder might be, even if they were her benefactor. The girl's eyes, starkly black and white, were as pure as spring water, yet, within those depths, Kai discerned a fleeting glimmer of lethal intent. Still, he did not release his grip. You have stated that her soul does not reside within her body, so why do you persist in stabbing her? She is human. She is still alive. What you are doing is murder, pure murder. Lingyu was taken aback, momentarily unable to reconcile the image of a murderer with her own identity. However, she quickly regained her composure, lifting her knee to strike at Kai. Taken by surprise, he stumbled back, landing on the floor, his grip relinquished. Ignoring him, Lingyu brought the needle down towards the girl's brow. With a soft thud, the air resonated with a delicate sound as the needle veered off course, missing its mark by an inch. The silver bells on Lingyu's wrist jingled, their sound particularly crisp in the stillness of the hospital room. Kai, sitting on the ground in shock, sprang to his feet, demanding, "You!" But before he could finish, Lingyu delivered another kick, catching him off guard and sending him sprawling beneath the bed. In a fit of rage, Kai nearly coughed up blood. This reckless girl, indifferent to warnings, dared to lay hands on others. Did she wish to forfeit her job? The space beneath the bed was constricted, and Kai, with his towering stature, found himself stuck. Realizing that while entering had been effortless, exiting posed a formidable challenge. He struggled to free himself, when suddenly, he heard Lingyu's voice. "What's the matter? Are you worried that I might use the soul-piercing needle to destroy your vessel?" You arrived rather swiftly. A woman's voice permeated the air. Lingyu. Who exactly are you? How do you possess the soul-piercing needle? Why should I disclose my identity? I haven't inquired about the origins of your wandering spirit. Now, your vessel is in my grasp. Do you believe I won't pierce it immediately? Lingyu replied nonchalantly, as if discussing a trivial matter. I bear no grudge against you. This is a matter between me and the C family, and it does not concern you. Please refrain from meddling repeatedly. The woman's tone softened, suggesting a desire for reconciliation. Kai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Previously, outside the bamboo grove, he had merely heard voices. Now, he found himself in the same room as the female ghost. He finally comprehended why Lingyu had kicked him beneath the bed. It was due to his hindrance. No, you may be unaware that I am employed by the C family. I am merely fulfilling my duty to those who pay me to dispel misfortune. Therefore, I am not meddling. Besides, we have previously crossed paths at the inn. Do I seem like someone who interferes unnecessarily? As soon as Lingyu's voice fell, she dashed out, and Kai saw her springing up on her athletic shoes, followed by the sounds of a struggle emanating from the hospital room. With considerable effort, Kai managed to crawl out from beneath the hospital bed. Upon emerging, he was taken aback by the scene before him. Lingyu was locked in combat with a woman clad in a crimson dress. Kai recognized her at once. On the way to the hospital, he had just viewed her portrait. She was indeed one of the two individuals encountered by Shu at the bar's entrance. The woman's complexion was ashen, and her cheepow was as red as blood, enveloped in an eerie crimson glow. For a fleeting moment, Kai questioned whether he was ensnared in a dream. He was witnessing a specter. He truly beheld a ghost. Though the woman appeared mature, upon closer inspection, she was quite young. However, her lifeless visage lacked any semblance of vitality, rendering her pallid and moribund. "Lingling, I am here to assist you," Kai exclaimed. As Lingyu engaged in the fray, upon hearing Kai's voice, she freed one hand and gestured skyward, commanding, "Catch." Before Kai could comprehend, an object hurtled toward him, which he instinctively grasped. It was the long needle. "Pierce her brow swiftly," Lingyu urged. At that moment, Kai stood at the bedside, where the girl lay in silent slumber. Gritting his teeth, he finally raised the long needle and aimed it at the girl's forehead. "Stop, don't." A piercing scream resonated from the woman. "Quickly strike. Do not hesitate," came Lingyu's voice. Kai's hand trembled slightly as he closed his eyes, ultimately plunging the needle down. Upon feeling the long needle pierce the skin, Kai opened his eyes and was immediately struck into a stupor. The needle had embedded itself in the girl's brow, and while no blood flowed forth, the countenance of the girl beneath the needle began to transform. Kai had once witnessed backstage how Peking opera performers would remove their makeup. With the tissue soaked in cleansing oil, the layers of powder and paint would gradually peel away, revealing a visage entirely different from the heavily adorned exterior. Yet the scene before him was even more astonishing. He observed the face, so reminiscent of Shu, subtly altering. First the mouth, then the nose, followed by the eyes and eyebrows. What emerged was an entirely unfamiliar face, with a pointed chin, delicate lips, and slender brows. a visage that was plain and unassuming, starkly contrasting the round, vibrant features of Sishu. A sudden urge to laugh surged within Sekai. Helingia's judgment had proven accurate. This face was not merely thin due to illness, but rather possessed this very form to begin with. You have ruined her. You have ruined her. I will fight you for this. The woman's hoarse, anguished cries echoed once more, and it dawned on Sekai that they remained in peril. The woman lunged at him with clawing hands, and Helingiu swiftly stepped aside. Seizing the moment while the woman's attention was fixated on Sekai, Helingiu reached into the large pocket of her hoodie and produced a yellow talisman, hurling it toward the woman's back. As Sekai observed the woman charging toward him, he forcefully withdrew the long needle lodged in the girl's brow, pointing its tip at the woman, readying himself for self-defense. Yet, the woman abruptly halted merely a step away from him. Sekai observed a flash of light behind her, and in an instant, she transformed into a swirling mass of crimson, rolling upon the ground like a flickering flame. Lingyu exhaled in relief, retrieving a ring from her collar. Focusing her mind, she formed a gesture with her fingers, and the red light gradually moved towards the ring, ultimately vanishing with a soft sound as it was entirely absorbed. Lingyu pocketed the ring and approached the bedside. The girl on the bed slowly opened her eyes, gazing vacantly at the two unfamiliar figures before her. Sekai was astonished that the girl had awakened. He hurriedly inquired, "Who are you? Are you alive or dead?" The pinhole in the center of the girl's brow remained, yet she did not appear to be on the brink of death. Sekai felt a sense of relief, acknowledging that although the girl was peculiar, he still harbored guilt over the prospect of taking a life. The girl simply stared at them, speechless, without needing to ask further. Lingyu remarked to Sekai, "If I am not mistaken, she is likely a person who has lost her soul." A lost soul? Someone devoid of spirit? Sekai pondered, taken aback. But she was essentially brain dead. Is there truly a difference? Lingyu sighed, realizing that conversing with certain individuals necessitated the most straightforward terminology. Fortunately, this time, the young Master C had an innate talent for translation. However, can one truly equate a lost soul with brain death? There is a distinction. I speak of a lost soul, not a lost mind. Alas, I cannot elucidate further. Please do not squander time. As she spoke, Lingyu bound her hair into a ponytail with the soul-piercing needle. As she glanced up, she noticed Sky gazing at her with undisguised disdain. "What is it?" she inquired, perplexed. "Are you wearing a murder weapon in your hair?" "You're truly morbid," Sky retorted icily. "Is this retaliation?" Lingyu wondered, unable to discern whether Sky was avenging her for kicking him under the bed or for her earlier remark about him wasting time. Regardless, it was retribution, such a petty man. The young woman on the bed continued to stare blankly at them. Sky observed that her eyeballs remained motionless. "All right. I'll contact the authorities first to ascertain if she's a missing person being sought by the police." Sky reached for his phone, but before his finger could touch the screen, Lingyu placed her hand on it, stopping him. "Wait, don't call the police yet," she stated. "Why?" Sky questioned. Lingyu scrutinized the young woman and said to Sky, "I recall Shuyu mentioning that she encountered a little girl who resembled her when she was still in the orphanage. That little girl called herself Shuyu. If I'm not mistaken, that little girl and the one before us now are the same person. As Shuyu grows, so does she. Look, her age should be similar to Shuyu's. If she is indeed a missing person, she has likely been missing for at least a decade, perhaps even longer." "What? That's preposterous," Sky exclaimed, hardly able to believe it. This young woman bore no resemblance to Shuyu, yet to everyone else, they appeared identical. Could it be that this girl had been subjected to an illusion from childhood? "Just moments ago, I overheard the female specter mention her enmity with your family, the C clan. I suspect that her blood ties may indeed be with you, rather than with this girl. However, I am perplexed as to why this ghost, harboring such animosity toward your family, would aspire to become C Shu." Lingyu inquired. Sekai shook his head, responding, "Our C family encompasses more than just my parents, sister, and myself. We have numerous relatives both overseas and domestically. We are merely a branch of the C family. The ghost's vendetta may not be directed at us specifically, but rather at other members of our clan. Lingyu then turned her gaze back to the girl and remarked, "What I previously stated about her being a congenital soul-lost individual was merely conjecture. Did you observe the crimson aura enveloping that ghost?" "Indeed, I noticed the layer of red mist surrounding her," Kai replied. "The 6 colors, gray, white, yellow, black, red, and blue, represent the 6 ranks of spirits, with gray being the lowest and blue the highest. Encounters with blue specters are exceedingly rare, as they transcend the confines of typical ghosts. Some blue spirits can even manifest their true forms in daylight. The specter in red, shrouded in a malevolent crimson aura, is classified as a fierce ghost. Blue spirits are one in a myriad, making them seldom seen by either spirits or the ghost catchers, with some even questioning their existence. Fierce ghosts, however, are a different matter altogether. These are the true objects of fear. Had I not been equipped with high-grade talismans today, I would find it difficult to contend with her." Lingyu spoke with conviction, while Kai listened, bewildered. Lingyu, feeling disinclined to explain further, continued, "Although malevolent spirits possess formidable powers, they are still merely ghosts. Unlike the Qing ghost, they cannot emerge during the day. To exist like the living, they must find a vessel." "Find a vessel?" Kai glanced at the dazed girl. "Indeed, a vessel. This girl, along with Shu whom we encountered at the inn, are both vessels discovered by the female ghost. Not just anyone can serve as a vessel. For instance, Shu is not an ideal choice. The ghost has inhabited Shu's body for several days, yet still fails to completely suppress her original soul, resulting in a situation of dual souls within one body. She cannot fully control Shu's physical form, and even if you had not visited the inn, she would have soon revealed her flaws." Lingyu remarked. Kai pondered this and nodded. If Shui Mei and the others had not found the fry suspicious, Spinach would not have investigated her, thus avoiding the subsequent events. A falsehood remains a falsehood. Even with a genuine vessel, she is still an imposter. Contemplating this, Kai pointed at the girl before him and inquired, "If she were not in a state of unconsciousness, would she also reveal flaws?" "Indeed, her flaws would be even more pronounced, for not only is the essence similar, but the vessel is also counterfeit." Lingyu chuckled. Their conversation finally transcended mere miscommunication, and the resonance between them was indeed a cause for celebration. The female ghost, having found Shu, was unable to suppress her original soul and could not entirely dominate Shu's body. She was undoubtedly aware that such circumstances would be discovered. Yet her overwhelming desire to become Shu compelled her to take the risk. The girl in question serves as the earliest vessel utilized by the female ghost, and she has been employed for over a decade. The primary reason for this prolonged usage is that the original owner of this vessel possesses no soul, in essence. She is but an empty shell, entirely at the mercy of the ghost. Nevertheless, the visage manifested is not entirely identical, akin to the notion that their facial structures bear subtle distinctions. The ghost, dissatisfied with the appearance she has conjured, realizes that to genuinely usurp Shu, she must inhabit Shu's own corporeal form. Do you comprehend now? Lingyu blinked her large eyes at Kai, imploring him to grasp the significance of her contributions in order to justify the million she sought. Kai indeed understood, scrutinizing the young girl, remarking, "It is astonishing that there exists someone devoid of a soul by nature. There is nothing peculiar about it. Some individuals are simply born dim-witted and mute. This girl, having been chosen by the ghost at such a tender age, must be an innate simpleton. Moreover, such simpletons lack any capacity for imitation. No matter how one attempts to guide her, she merely gazes vacantly, neither speaking nor moving. Indeed, it seems as though her very eyes are frozen." Kai couldn't help but smile wryly. Even if a report were filed, it may prove arduous to locate her family. Nonetheless, he resolved to attempt it. Deciding to entrust this matter to Min Air the following day, he turned to Lingyu and inquired, "What are your plans regarding the female ghost?" Lingyu chuckled, "Boss, I am your employee. Although I captured this female ghost, her master should be you. It is only right that I inquire how you wish to deal with her. As a mere worker, I await your instructions." The confidence cultivated by 27 years of elite education within Kai crumbled in that moment. How many ghosts are confined within your ring? Kai queried. Only this one. Since obtaining the Yin ring, I have captured only 3 ghosts. The first 2 have been sent away, and now I am left with this newly acquired ghost in red. Only one? So, the space within the ring is quite ample, allowing for comfortable accommodation? Kai's smile resembled that of a politician seeking votes, sincere yet insincere. Was the implication from the boss that she should let the ghost reside in the ring for now, postponing any further decisions until it became overcrowded? Lingyu gritted her teeth. This female ghost might very well be one of your family members, or rather, a ghost from the C family. Has she paid rent for staying on my territory? Let her stay for now, Kai said, pressing the bedside bell. 2 startled nurses, still shaken, rushed to the door, peering in with hesitation, reluctant to enter. They had heard the disturbances in the room. But as nurses assigned to the exclusive C family ward on the 15th floor of Magia Hospital, they understood when to feign ignorance and when to remain silent. Only upon hearing the bell did they gather the courage to approach. To their astonishment, the room was tidy, showing no signs of a struggle. Could it be the noise they heard was merely from the television? 2 nurses consoled themselves, their faces adorned with professional smiles. Mr. C, how may we assist you? The young girl bore an unfamiliar visage, yet this was of little consequence. What mattered was that it was a directive from the esteemed young Master C. They were not nurses from a public hospital. Rather, they served in the private wards of a prestigious private hospital dedicated to the C family. Director Fong's office was located on the 22nd floor, accessible via a private elevator from the 15th floor. Kai nodded and led Lingyu into a small reception room. Sky, how is Xiao Shu faring? Yunong inquired with concern, not forgetting to acknowledge Lingyu with a nod. Kai glanced at Lingyu beside him and softly said, Lingling, could you step outside for a moment? Lingyu grimaced, thinking, I am the one putting in the effort, yet I am the one being dismissed. As she exited the small reception room, she made a significant decision. Next time, she would require a deposit. Inside the small reception room, only the C siblings and Director Fong remained. Kai closed the door, completely isolating the interior from the outside world. He took out his phone and sent a WeChat message. Then, he put away his phone and addressed Director Fong in English, saying, Uncle Fong, you and your esteemed father are longtime acquaintances of my family. I would like to inquire about something. Certainly, feel free to ask. I shall speak candidly, replied Director Fong. Kai glanced at his sister, Yunong, who was looking at him with a puzzled expression. Kai gently patted her shoulder, signaling her to remain calm. He took a seat on the opposite sofa and inquired, Uncle Fong, your father was once our family's private physician, and during that time, you frequently visited our home. There may be matters you are more aware of than my sister and I. Have you ever heard of any girls in our family who met with untimely deaths or tragic fates? Untimely deaths? Tragic fates? Director Fong was clearly taken aback by Kai's question. He paused for a moment and replied, Allow me to ponder that. An immediate silence enveloped the room, the stillness so profound that one could hear a pin drop. After a brief interval, Director Fong continued, Although the C family is a prominent clan, your branch is not particularly numerous, which makes you cherish your offspring greatly. Even those born out of wedlock are treated with equal regard. Upon hearing this, Kai and Yunong exchanged glances, puzzled by the mention of illegitimacy. However, Director Fong ceased speaking at this point. He hesitated briefly before addressing Kai. I apologize, but I must contact Mr. C. The Mr. C referred to by Director Fong was undoubtedly Kai's father, Zhihao, and not the young man seated before him. It was already late at night, and Zhihao's health had been precarious in recent years. Director Fong would not disturb him unless absolutely necessary. This incident revealed the close relationship between Director Fong and Zhihao. Kai and Yunong politely excused themselves, standing in silence outside the small reception area. As they emerged, Yang Fan had tactfully led several others out onto the small terrace, standing by the glass door outside the elevator, with Lingyu accompanying them as well. At this moment, Lingyu was craning her neck to glance over, her gaze aligning perfectly with that of Kai, who felt no embarrassment. Instead, She flashed him a toothy grin. Si Yunong was also looking over, and to everyone's surprise, she smiled. Is this Miss He your new companion? What? Is my judgment so poor? Si Kai remarked with a serious demeanor. That is indeed the case. She appears to be a high school student, which does not quite suit you. Si Kai helplessly glanced at his sister, bemused by her ability to tease her own brother even at such a time. Suddenly, his phone vibrated, and upon checking, he discovered it was a video call. He tapped it, and instantly, the enlarged face of Si Shu appeared on the screen. Uncle, is my mom with you? The unexpected voice caused Si Yunong to stiffen, her eyes wide as she stared at the phone in Si Kai's hand. Little Shu? Is that Little Shu's voice? Si Kai handed the phone to her, while addressing Si Shu on the screen. Don't frighten your mother. Si Shu made a face at him, and as he stepped away, she turned to Si Yunong and exclaimed, Mom, I miss you. I'm sorry. I was wrong to yell at you, and I shouldn't have run away from home. Si Yunong was utterly taken aback by the unfolding scene. However, the unmistakable face and voice of her daughter overwhelmed her senses. Hearing her daughter's apology, her mind raced, and she found herself repeatedly saying, I'm sorry. It is I who should apologize, my dear. Will you forgive me? Sighing, Sky had just sent a message to Su Yuanfang, requesting him to inform Si Shu to call back. Si Shu had left home without her mobile phone and was currently using Su Yuanfang's device. His intention was simply to reassure Si Yunong. Otherwise, he would be unable to proceed with subsequent matters. At that moment, the door to the small reception room swung open, revealing Dean Fong, who called out, Pansy, Sky, you may enter. Si Yunong promptly addressed Si Shu, saying, Darling, Mother has some matters to attend to, so please rest for now. Call me once you wake up, all right? Okay, Mother, good night, came Si Shu's cheerful voice from the other end. And Si Yunong reluctantly concluded the call. Si Shu had just informed Si Yunong that she and Su Yuanfang were currently in W City, and the experts from the provincial office praised her talent for simulating portraits. Thus, she no longer aspired to become a star. Instead, she wished to enroll in a police academy. A sweet smile graced Si Yunong's face. This was her daughter, full of whimsical dreams, yet undeniably kind-hearted and sincere. In the small reception room, Dean Fong sat upright, his expression solemn. I have sought Mr. C's permission to disclose certain matters known to me. Si Yunong and Sky nodded in unison. The atmosphere in the room hushed, with only Dean Fong's calm voice resonating. Many years ago, Dean Fong's father, Fong Diwen, while studying in England, fortuitously saved a drunken Chinese youth who had fallen from a height. This young man was none other than Sky's grandfather, Si Bonian. Two individuals of comparable age, studying independently in the United Kingdom, swiftly forged a close friendship. It was during this time that Fong Diwen learned that the incident involving Si Bonian was not solely attributable to intoxication. For an extended period thereafter, Si Bonian harbored tendencies towards self-harm. Si Bonian was in a deeply affectionate relationship with a mixed-race girlfriend named Anna. His parents, traditional overseas Chinese, despite residing abroad, held steadfast to their conservative values. Upon discovering their son's romance with a mixed-race girl, they vehemently opposed the relationship. However, Si Bonian and Anna, consumed by their profound feelings for one another, not only refused to part ways, but also secretly became engaged, concealing this from his family. This branch of the Si family was notably small, with Si Bonian being the sole male heir of his generation, destined to inherit the family legacy. His actions incited discontent among the elder relatives, and upon failing to persuade him otherwise, they sought the intervention of Anna's family. Anna's father, who owned a modest company, was easily swayed by the Si family's offer of operational control, leading to Anna's breakup with Si Bonian just 7 days later. A month thereafter, she married a managerial employee from her father's company. The day Fong Diwen encountered Si Bonian, he had just returned from attending Anna's wedding. Following this event, Si Bonian attempted to take his own life 5 more times, prompting Fong Diwen to worry deeply for him. Aside from attending classes, he remained closely by Si Bonian's side. As a concerned father, Si Bonian's father quickly recognized his son's distress and approached Fong Diwen, imploring him to accompany them to the United States. This request fostered a deep bond between the two families across generations. Fong Diwen has always been the personal physician of Si Bonian. In fact, prior to Si Bonian's 50th year, Fong Diwen was occupied with two primary tasks: preventing Si Bonian from taking his own life and administering emergency care and aftermath support in the event of an attempt. Over the subsequent decades, Si Bonian married and had children, yet his suicidal inclinations persisted unabated. In response, Fong Diwen undertook further studies in psychology, only to discover one fateful day that someone was continuously provoking Si Bonian, none other than Anna. After a brief year of marriage, Anna divorced, having just given birth to a daughter. Her husband was British, yet the daughter she bore possessed the dark hair and yellow skin characteristic of a Chinese child. The father of the girl was Si Bonian. In the 20 years that followed, Anna became a wanderer, traversing the globe with her daughter. Wherever they went, she would send Si Bonian a photograph, a harrowing image of her maltreating their daughter. In these photos, the girl, who bore a striking resemblance to the Si family, was either subjected to the searing pain of a lighter on her skin or found scavenging on the ground alongside dogs. By the time the girl reached 12, a photograph arrived depicting a burly man pinning her down. From that moment onward, the images Anna sent depicted the girl enduring various forms of abusive violence at the hands of different men. Si Bonian reported the matter to the police, hired private investigators, and even pursued leads based on postmarks to personally search for Anna. Yet all efforts proved futile. Decades ago, in the absence of the internet, locating an individual across the globe was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, and Anna's use of counterfeit identification only compounded the challenges of tracing her whereabouts. Si Bonian was engulfed in self-reproach and remorse, repeatedly contemplating the end of his own existence, his mental state teetering on the brink of collapse. His son, Si Jihao, had finally reached the age of 18, and on the day he received his university acceptance letter, he assumed the weighty responsibilities of the family upon his tender shoulders. At that time, Si Bonian was merely in his 40s, yet his hair had turned completely white, resembling that of an elderly man. He had confined himself to his room for 2 decades, during which he did not attempt to take his own life. For the words of Fong Diwen haunted him: "If you die, your daughter will be utterly lost." Throughout these 20 years, Si Bonian never relinquished his search for Anna and his daughter, receiving a steady stream of photographs that revealed his daughter was growing up, enduring even greater suffering. With advancements in technology, the police finally traced the whereabouts of Anna and her daughter to China. Regrettably, when the authorities found them, only Anna's lifeless body remained. The girl was nowhere to be found. Initially, the police suspected that the girl had killed Anna and fled. However, as witnesses and evidence emerged, an astonishing conclusion was drawn. Yet, the police could not locate the girl's body. Both Anna and the girl had utilized false identification, and the name under which the girl was registered in the hospital was Si Xiaoshu. On the day he learned of his daughter's death, Si Bonian left his home alone. Days later, the police discovered his lifeless form, ruling the case as an accidental fall while rock climbing. Although everyone believed it to be a misfortune, Si Jihao and Fong Diwen understood the truth in their hearts. Si Bonian had taken his own life. With the successive passing of Sibian and Anna, this matter sank into oblivion, and neither Si Jihao nor the Fong family ever mentioned it again. The first individual to propose the establishment of the Xuan Charity Foundation was not Si Yunong, but rather Si Jihao himself. He named the foundation Xuan in honor of his sister, Si Xiaoshu. Although that might merely be a pseudonym, it represented the entirety of their knowledge about her. Aside from the humiliating photographs, Si Jihao wished for this foundation to assist more unfortunate and destitute souls, desiring that his sister might find peace in the afterlife. However, due to his declining health, the management of the Xuan Foundation was entrusted to his daughter, Si Yunong. He felt that fate had a hand in this. The Si family had lost a daughter named Xiaoshu, and decades later, they had been blessed with another. He did not allow Si Yunong to change the child's name, as he had grown up abroad and received a Western education. He believed that the name Si Shu was not merely a coincidence, but a tribute to his sister. After director Fong concluded his remarks, he added, Once one reaches the age of 50, one cannot compare their vitality to that of you young people. I will not accompany you through the night. I shall take my leave." With a pat on the shoulders of the two, he departed with a smile, leaving all astonishment and confusion to the siblings of the Si family. Si Yunong sighed, feeling sorrow for the aunt she had never met, and finally comprehended why her father had been so taken aback upon first encountering Si Shu. It was a serendipitous coincidence. As she uttered the final words, Si Yunong felt as though all strength had been drained from her, suddenly realizing the absurdity of the situation. She is a composed and serene woman, however. Upon catching a glimpse of her daughter on the phone screen, her mind went utterly blank. Overwhelmed by joy, she had yet to regain her composure when she was reminded of the long-ago events. It was only now that Si Yunong could finally settle her thoughts. Even if a miracle were to occur and Si Shu could awaken, she certainly would not be found 1,000 miles away, especially in the company of Su Yuanfang. Visiting experts at the Provincial Public Security Bureau. Was everything that had just transpired merely a dream, an illusion born from her excessive anxiety? Si Yunong gazed at Si Kai with anticipation, hoping he could provide her with an answer. "Pansy, have you ever inquired why the orphanage bestowed this name upon Xiao Shu?" Si Kai asked. Si Yunong shook her head. "All the children at the orphanage share the surname Lu. Lu Xiaoping, Lu Xiaoan, Lu Xiaoxing, Lu Xiaofu. Oh, and there is one around Xiao Shu's age named Lu Xiaochang. I believe the orphanage chose auspicious characters to name the children, hoping they would lead fulfilling lives. Considering this, it seems it can only be a coincidence," Si Kai remarked, pausing before continuing. "Pansy, what I am about to disclose may challenge your understanding of the world. But please trust me, everything is truly as I say. I witnessed it with my own eyes, and there is absolutely no deception involved. Therefore, I urge you to approach this with a tranquil mind. You may question the absurdity of it all, but please do not doubt the veracity of what I am conveying." Si Yunong exhaled deeply, instinctively clenching her fists as she addressed Si Kai. "I have faith in you, Sky. I am Xiao Shu's mother, and whatever concerns Xiao Shu, I shall face it with unwavering resolve." Si Kai nodded in agreement and said, "If you don't mind, I would like to invite someone over. She is a participant in this matter and has played a crucial role. Is it Miss He?" "Certainly." A subtle relaxation graced Si Yunong's tense features. Miss He Lingyu, who had been struggling to maintain her composure, was summoned. She had managed to steal a brief moment of sleep, albeit while standing. "Boss, Mrs. C, may I inquire?" She stifled a yawn, desperately trying to remain alert. In this critical moment, she pinched herself fiercely. After all, it was $1 million at stake. Is it permissible to sleep when one has $1 million to gain? "Miss He, I appreciate your efforts. Would you like some coffee?" Si Yunong asked with genuine concern. No, I'm quite awake now." He Lingyu widened her eyes, and indeed, the prospect of $1 million was the finest stimulant. "Lingling, we have just learned something significant today. Many years ago, our family had a girl named Xiao Shu, whose life was fraught with misfortune, and she has been deceased for many years," Si Kai stated. Satisfied with his eloquent articulation, a testament to the language tutoring he had undergone over the past year. "Oh, I see. Has anyone seen her body? What did it look like, or where is she buried?" He Lingyu inquired. Si Yunong was taken aback. She glanced from He Lingyu to Si Kai, puzzled as to why the girl before her would immediately bring up the subject of that girl's remains. The ultimate enigma surrounding this matter lies in the disappearance of the girl's remains. The police merely discovered her demise at the hospital. However, after her mother retrieved the body, it vanished without a trace. "That is precisely it," Si Kai remarked. "Should we inform Ms. C about Si Shu's situation?" "Please, continue," Lingyu interjected, her mind evidently elsewhere. "What do you mean by that? Is precisely it? Could she have anticipated the girl's corpse would go missing?" Si Kai attempted to dismiss her distractions. His immediate concern was to convey this troubling news to Si Yunong. Half an hour later, Si Yunong finally emerged from her state of shock and fury, while she maintained composure. As a mother, she found it unbearable that anyone would seek to usurp her daughter, even occupying her physical form. Si Kai cast a helpless glance at the still-dazed Lingyu, unable to fathom his sister's reaction. Perhaps this was a sentiment unique to motherhood. Lingling. Si Kai called out impatiently. Do you have anything to add? Indeed. It's about that corpse. I suspect it may have been taken for necromancy. In my lifetime, I have yet to encounter anyone wielding such powers. Truly, there are masters among the populace, she mused, her tone suggesting admiration for this mysterious individual, even expressing a desire to befriend them. Sekai felt an overwhelming urge to strike her, to rouse her from her reverie. Do you genuinely believe you have transcended the mundane, mingling only with phantoms? Miss He, are you implying that someone is orchestrating this behind the scenes? Siyunong suddenly inquired. Lingyu gave Siyunong a thumbs up, acknowledging her sister's superior wisdom over her younger brother. Indeed, the spirit within my ring is a vengeful ghost. Not every wronged soul can transform into such a formidable entity, nor does every formidable spirit possess such profound power. For a ghost of her caliber to manifest, two conditions must be met: an overwhelming sense of resentment prior to death, and a birth during the hours of darkness. However, the majority of malevolent spirits roam the underworld and seldom venture into the realm of the living. Yet, this particular ghost has cleverly employed deception to remain active in the mortal world for over a decade. The likelihood of her existence being nurtured by an adept is exceedingly high. For to cultivate a ghost, one must first have a corporeal body. The reason her body is missing is that it has been taken for necromantic purposes. Observing the astonished expressions of the Sea siblings, Lingyu pressed on with her revelations. I am unaware of what transpired in your household regarding that girl while she was alive. However, if her misfortunes were influenced by external factors, I suspect that all her suffering was orchestrated deliberately to heighten her resentment, thereby increasing the likelihood of her becoming a vengeful spirit after death. Lingyu had not heard Dean Fong's remarks. Thus, she could not surmise the nature of the fate that Si Yulong had alluded to. She relied solely on her knowledge and experiences from her previous life to form her conclusions. Si Yulong sighed and murmured, if Anna's actions towards her daughter were solely to cultivate a vengeful spirit, then she is truly terrifying. She is unworthy of motherhood. Sekai scoffed. Even if her intent was not to transform her daughter into a vengeful spirit, she remains unworthy of the title of mother. Her treatment of her daughter is beneath even that of a beast. The young girl's departure from home. Conclusion. Subsequently, Si Yunong and Sekai separated to assign tasks to their respective assistants. Sekai also contacted Su Yuanfang, who was abruptly awakened from slumber, his voice a mere shadow of vitality. Si Yunong treated each assistant with utmost courtesy, expressing her gratitude with warmth and kindness. In stark contrast, Sekai spoke in a commanding tone, leaving Lingyu to suspect that he would resort to violence if anyone dared to oppose him. It was evident that Sekai was seething with anger, his desire to unearth the puppet master behind the scenes palpable. As Lingyu observed their frenetic movements in the small reception area, she eventually succumbed to fatigue, collapsing onto the sofa and drifting into sleep. Upon awakening, she found a light blanket draped over her, and a young woman in her 20s approached with a beaming smile. Miss He, you are awake, she said. I am CC, Miss C's secretary. She has arranged a hotel room for you. Should you require anything, I am at your service. Here is your room key. And if you wish to explore the capital, I can serve as your guide. Lingyu felt her admiration for Si Yunong swell further. Beautiful, affluent, educated, and compassionate, this was the epitome of a true socialite. Just then, her phone rang. An unfamiliar number flashed on the screen. Answering it, she heard Sekai's voice. Are you awake? Come downstairs immediately. My car is waiting for you. Kai hung up abruptly, leaving Lingyu staring at the number, raising her middle finger in response. The disparity between individuals was stark, even among siblings, one soaring high while the other remained grounded. She said to CC, I believe I can no longer go shopping. My benefactor has summoned me. CC was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded with a smile. She produced her business card and said, This is my mobile number. Miss He, should you require any assistance during your stay in the capital, please do not hesitate to contact me. Lingyu accepted CC's card and swiftly made her way downstairs. Yang Fan awaited her just outside the elevator, and upon her arrival, he promptly led her out of the hospital building. A sleek black sedan was parked below, with Sekai seated in the rear, donning sunglasses. As soon as Lingyu and Yang Fan entered the vehicle, Kai instructed the driver to proceed. Where are we headed? Lingyu inquired. Yang Fan, seated in the front passenger seat, turned to her and replied, Miss He, we have received news regarding the Phoenix clasp you were investigating. There is a designer named Li Qi who featured 2 garments with this clasp in her new collection last year. Minair has already scheduled a meeting with her, and we are en route to her studio. After Yang Fan finished speaking, Kai added, this was uncovered by Kaibo, known colloquially as Spinach. Was the one Lingyu had sent the screenshot of the Phoenix clasp to. As Lingyu gazed out at the bustling streets through the car window, Kai asked, Is this your first visit to the capital? It is indeed my first in this lifetime, she replied. In her previous life, she had visited, but the capital then was vastly different from what it is now. Kai raised an eyebrow, questioning if those born in the 00s spoke in such a manner. Speaking of this life, and that life seemed rather peculiar. The car halted in front of an office building just as Lingyu was about to alight, but Kai stopped her, saying, Let Yang Fan handle it. Upon finishing his words, he handed over an object resembling an earplug. Lingyu accepted it, contemplating momentarily before inquiring in astonishment, this wouldn't happen to be a listening device. Would it? Kai dismissed her with indifference. Shrugging, Lingyu suddenly felt her stomach rumble, reminding her that she had yet to wash her face, brush her teeth, or have breakfast since waking. She resolved to express some matters openly. Boss, I have captured the female ghost, and Shu has returned to normal. As for the 1 million, please provide me with the account details. Kai replied coolly, his sunglasses obscuring his eyes and rendering his expression unreadable to her. Nevertheless, she swiftly composed a WeChat message to Kai, using a number she had only just learned. Boss, here are the account details for my 3 bank cards and my Alipay, as well as my WeChat, all of which can facilitate transfers. Alternatively, you may issue a check, and I can deposit it myself at the bank. Lingyu smiled broadly, her eyes gleaming. All right. Kai did not even glance at her, slipping the phone into his jacket pocket without specifying when or where the funds would be transferred, nor whether it would be a single transaction or multiple installments. Just as Lingyu was about to inquire further, a sound suddenly reached their ears. Kai evidently heard it as well. He gestured for silence. They both held their breath, attentively listening to the conversation unfolding inside. Half an hour later, the dialogue concluded, and Lingyu removed the earplug, addressing Kai. The designer mentioned that the inspiration came while he was gathering ideas in a village in Xiangxi. Should we consider visiting there next? Kai frowned, preparing to respond when his phone began to ring in his pocket. Upon closer examination, the caller was Su Yuanfang. Sky, can you guess what we have discovered? We have identified the man in the portrait. Su Yuanfang's voice brimmed with excitement. Who is he? As Kai spoke, he retrieved the 2 images from his phone. The man depicted bore a distinct bruise on his face. His name is Shun Aching, a wanted criminal online, the ringleader of a human trafficking syndicate. The other members of this gang were apprehended over a decade ago, but he managed to evade capture. A friend from the provincial department has conducted a thorough comparison on the internal network, and there is no doubt that this is Shun Aching. However, there is one peculiar detail, Su Yuanfang remarked. Is it possible that Shun Aching is already deceased? Kai inquired. For years ago. Among the victims of a case linked to organized crime, there was an individual whose physical characteristics closely resembled Shun Aching. However, the police lacked Shun Aching's DNA. Making definitive confirmation impossible, Su Yuanfang explained. Kai was not surprised. The man with the bruise, who associated with the ghostly figure in red, was likely deceased as well. Thus, it followed that Shun Aching had indeed perished 4 years prior. Nevertheless, do you know the specifics of that human trafficking case from a decade ago? Which province was it in? Kai questioned. It was a significant case, taking the police 4 years to resolve. Unlike previous cases involving the trafficking of women and children, this one primarily targeted solo backpackers, predominantly female professionals and university students. They have individuals specifically scouting targets in scenic areas, using the enchanting melodies of the guzheng to mesmerize their victims. By the time the unfortunate souls awaken, they have already fallen into a treacherous snare. The victims are often solitary travelers, disappearing for extended periods, leaving their families and friends oblivious to their plight. The voice of Su Yuanfang continues to echo from the phone. Yet Si Kai's expression has turned as frigid as ice. It is that wretched creature. That beast harmed my sister while alive. And now it has returned to torment Xiao Shu even in death. He turned to glance at Lingyu, who was eavesdropping with her head tilted, and spoke deliberately. Word by word, capture Shinaching, and I will grant you 1 million. In the tale of the vengeful spirit's awakening, Uncle Su, please do not impose any difficulties upon me. I am able to assist you. On the plane, Si Shu adjusted her mask, while smiling cheerfully at Su Yuanfang. Little one, what assistance can you possibly provide? Su Yuanfang's sole thought was to swiftly deliver this incessantly chattering child back to her mother, seeking solace for his own ears. Si Shu's ambitious aspirations were abruptly shattered. She cast aside the mirror and slumped down in a manner reminiscent of Uncle Ge. Indeed, Su Yuanfang had been thrust into a predicament by Si Kai, whose voice on the phone roared like an enraged lion. Although there was another case in W City, Su Yuanfang felt an unusual sense of calm. This particular case unfolded in the hospital's morgue, with his client being a tour bus driver, whose wife was a tour guide. Both were employed by the same travel company, leading groups and embarking on journeys together. 6 months ago, while a couple was driving along the national highway, an elderly woman suddenly dashed across the road pushing a cart. The husband slammed the brakes, bringing the bus to a halt just 1 meter away from her. Unexpectedly, the woman fell to the ground and, taking advantage of the surveillance cameras, when the couple exited the vehicle to check on her, she seized the wife's arm and falsely claimed that she had been struck by the bus, insisting that they must not leave without compensation. The wife struggled to free herself, and as she finally managed to break away, the elderly woman dramatically collapsed on the ground. At that moment, a group of villagers rushed towards them. Some attempted to puncture the bus tires, while others stormed onto the bus, shouting at the passengers. Observing this chaos, the husband promptly called the police, but the villagers swiftly overwhelmed him, snatching his phone and engaging in a violent confrontation with the couple. The passengers aboard the bus were held hostage by the villagers, too intimidated to call for help. One brave soul, however, managed to discreetly send a distress message through social media from a corner. By the time the police arrived, the wife was gravely injured. To protect her from further harm, the husband agreed to accompany the villagers to the bank to withdraw money. Investigations later revealed that these individuals were not local villagers, but a gang of criminals. And the elderly woman was, in fact, a middle-aged woman in disguise. The police discovered 2 handguns among the assailants, and fortunately, their timely intervention prevented the entire busload of passengers from becoming hostages. Tragically, however, the wife succumbed to her injuries shortly after arriving at the hospital. 3 days later, after the husband completed the necessary procedures at the police station, he, along with relatives, went to the hospital to claim her body, leaving everyone in a state of shock. When the wife's corpse was extracted from the freezer, onlookers were taken aback to discover a congealed blood hole in her chest, evidence that her heart had been removed. The police investigated the staff with access to the morgue and reviewed multiple surveillance recordings from the hospital, yet no leads emerged. The deceased's husband endured a prolonged wait of several months without any resolution to the case, prompting him to seek the assistance of Su Yuanfang. Su Yuanfang found the case intriguing. However, like the police, he had yet to make any progress. Just before boarding a flight, he received a WeChat message from Si Kai. I will cover the cost of hiring the psychic girl. Truly, Si was a man who understood him. Su Yuanfang exhaled deeply. Given the lack of fruitful investigation in W City, why not enlist the help of the psychic girl? In the afternoon, Su Yuanfang escorted Si Shu to see Yunong. Upon learning that another Si Shu was still at Meijia Hospital, Si Shu expressed a desire to meet her. Si Yunong declined. Fully aware that the girl was a soul lost, yet, as a mother, she was reluctant to allow her daughter to engage with her. Si Shu continued to plead, and Si Yunong instructed her secretary to bring forth a stack of documents. Xiao Shu, this is the play your school is preparing to stage. I have contacted the theater, and they have agreed to host your performance, with all expenses covered by Shuin. By the way, look here, these are the guest performers. Shu's attention was immediately captivated, and she followed the secretary to the adjacent room to review the materials. Su Yuanfang sighed. How fortunate it is to have wealth. Si Yunong smiled. Yuanfang, it seems the burden will now fall upon you. Upon hearing Su Yuanfang's words, he immediately understood that Si Kai was aware of their forthcoming endeavors. Si Yunan not only knew but had undoubtedly provided both manpower and material support. Sister, you are too modest. I will certainly do my utmost for Xiao Shu, she softly declared. Si Yunan continued, this is no longer merely Xiao Shu's affair. It pertains to the Si family, to my own matters. Su Yuanfang was slightly taken aback. Wasn't the investigation supposed to focus on that human trafficker named Shinaching? How had it transformed into a matter concerning the Si family, entwining Si Yunan in its web? To Su Yuanfang's understanding, the only connection between Shun Aching and the Si family was that solitary encounter when Si Shu met him outside the bar. Si Yunan cast a glance at Si Kai, who was seated on the sofa wearing sunglasses, embodying an air of indifference. She turned to Su Yuanfang, saying, you two continue your conversation. I have a meeting to attend. With that, Si Yunan gracefully departed, leaving Su Yuanfang in a state of confusion. Noticing Si Kai's unassuming demeanor, he sought to break the silence. What about the psychic girl? I mentioned you could hire her, but that was not meant for the present moment. We shall address your case in W City once we resolve the current matter, Si Kai replied. Indeed, it is a vendetta that must be settled, he asserted. At that moment, Minner knocked and entered. Sky, we have received a response from England. Here are the details on Anna and her father, as well as her ex-husband. Si Kai glanced at the documents, pointing out, Anna's ex-husband is still alive? Yes, he currently resides in a nursing home in a small town in England, Minner confirmed. Make the necessary arrangements immediately. I must travel to England, Si Kai declared as he stood up. Sky, who is Anna? Shall I accompany you? Su Yuanfang also rose to his feet, chuckling as he shook his head. Has Lingyu gone to the Ming tombs? What for? The malevolent spirits of the vengeful ghosts continued to linger. It was only when the city lights began to twinkle that Su Yuanfang finally awaited the not-quite-sated Lingyu. From Lingyu's expression, Su Yuanfang discerned 3 words, not enough fun. In a place like the Ming tombs, allowing Lingyu to reside there would surely ensure she would never feel she had had her fill of amusement. Sky remarked, you will share with me the matters concerning Shinaching. You must be hungry. Let us converse over a meal, Su Yuanfang suggested. However, Lingyu felt no hunger. CC, a competent guide, had prepared an abundance of snacks along the journey, leaving Lingyu's mouth in constant motion. Yet, a lack of hunger does not equate to a disinterest in dining. Hunger and the desire to eat are often distinct, with only occasional connections between the two. This marked the second occasion Su Yuanfang shared a meal with Lingyu, the first being dumplings at an inn. This evening, Su Yuanfang treated Lingyu to fried sauce noodles. It pales in comparison to Aunt Zhao's cooking, Lingyu remarked. Just make do. I am rather broke, Su Yuanfang replied, maintaining his composure. Very well, then I shall treat this time, Lingyu insisted, producing a pink ticket and placing it before Su Yuanfang. She handed the ticket to him rather than to the waiter, implying that he should take the ticket to settle the bill. At that moment, nearby patrons began to cast glances in their direction, accompanied by laughter. You are broke? I possess more wealth than you do. I shall pay this time, and when you are no longer poor, you can treat me next time. Lingyu once again placed the ticket before Su Yuanfang. Su Yuanfang nearly fled from that small eatery, fully aware that the young girl's thought process diverged from that of an ordinary person. Why then? Did he proclaim his own poverty? He was soon pursued by Lingyu, who remarked, actually, I am also impoverished. The big boss is yet to remit my payment. How much does he owe you? Su Yuanfang finally regained his composure, the fiery spark of gossip flickering behind his glasses. Lingyu raised a single finger. 10,000. Su Yuanfang ventured, but Lingyu shook her head. 100,000? Again, she shook her head. Is it 1,000,000? Lingyu nodded. Su Yuanfang staggered, nearly losing his balance. This meal should indeed be on her tab. The next, too, and even the one after that. You are aware of my case at the morgue. Do you have any idea how much I could earn if I cracked it? Su Yuanfang inquired with a pained expression. How much? Su Yuanfang held up 2 fingers. 2 million? Lingyu nearly knelt in envy. No, it's 20,000. Miss, do you think all payment units are calculated in millions like yours? Truly. Comparing one person to another can be disheartening. You are quite foolish. Remember to collect more next time. Otherwise, you will suffer a great loss. Lingyu patted his shoulder and strode ahead with long strides. What do you mean by remembering to collect more? I would gladly take more, but it requires someone to pay. Do you think individuals like young Master C are commonplace? They are rare encounters, indeed. However, he had known young Master C for many years and had yet to extract 1 million from him. Thus, the adage holds true. Comparing one person to another can indeed be disheartening. Just as he was nearing the hotel, Su Yuanfang suddenly recalled that Lingyu had not yet informed him about Shenaching. Come to my room to speak. It's safer than outside, Lingyu suggested. Nevertheless, upon entering her room, Su Yuanfang meticulously inspected every corner, ensuring there were no eavesdropping devices, before allowing Lingyu to elaborate. With a smile, she remarked, if there were a ghost hidden in this room, you wouldn't be able to uncover it. Her assertion of safety pertained solely to the absence of spirits. Even if one were present, she could easily handle it. Why, then, was the discussion veering towards the supernatural? Su Yuanfang silently lamented. He should have anticipated this. Since Si Kai had sent him to inquire about Lingyu, it was likely a matter of paranormal significance. After all, Shenaching was indeed a ghost. As Lingyu spoke, she retrieved an image of Si Shuhua from her phone, finding it more appealing than the expert's rendition. She pointed to the woman in the Chi Pao depicted in the painting. She is also a ghost, a formidable one. She resides in this very room, but fear not. I have her contained. Unless absolutely necessary, I shall not release her. A chill ran down Su Yuanfang's spine as he surveyed the surroundings. Feeling that the room he had deemed entirely secure moments ago now radiated an eerie presence. Prior to Lingyu's visit to the Ming tombs, Si Kai had succinctly briefed her on the situation concerning Anna and her daughter. He had not concealed any details. The vengeful spirit in red was under Lingyu's control. Rather than allowing her to extract the information directly from the ghost, it was more prudent to inform her himself. However, regarding Shenaching, he merely informed Lingyu that this individual harbored an irreconcilable enmity with the Si family. He even inquired of Lingyu how much it would cost to see Shenaching utterly obliterated. Lingyu recounted Si Kai's words. She was not particularly adept at storytelling, and her narration was rather mundane. Yet Su Yuanfang listened with rapt attention. Is Sky's acquaintance in England the husband of that Anna, the only living participant in that affair? Su Yuanfang asked. He continued, you mentioned that the fashion designer claimed her inspiration for the phoenix clasp came from a village in Xiangxi. Should we not pay a visit there? Indeed, my understanding, Uncle Su, Lingyu replied with a cheerful smile. However, I suspect that it is not merely inspiration. Having perused her designs, I noticed that the clasps are identical to those depicted by Si Shu. It is impossible for a ghost to have plagiarized her. Rather, it must be she who replicated the village's patterns in their entirety. Consequently, we can only trust half of what she says, Lingyu added. Half is better than none. Su Yuanfang pondered before addressing Lingyu. Given the vastness of Xiangxi, we cannot search blindly. I shall request assistance from friends in that area to conduct an investigation. With that, he made a phone call, and soon after, the other party requested that he send over the patterns. Within 2 hours, they provided a response. A small business owner operating a folk museum in the scenic area recognized the pattern and possessed similar antiquities. They forwarded the contact information of this small business owner. Su Yuanfang and Lingyu both exhaled in relief. The following day, they boarded a flight bound for Zhangjiajie. Upon their arrival, they would have to endure an additional 4-hour bus ride, likely reaching their destination only by nightfall, as Su Yuanfang remarked. The reality proved to be more disheartening than they had anticipated. Upon reaching Zhangjiajie, they discovered that no buses were available for the day. Due to the treacherous terrain, all buses departed in the morning, with the last one leaving at 11:30 a.m. To mitigate the risks of nighttime travel, buses returned in the afternoon. Consequently, Su Yuanfang and He Lingyu found themselves needing to stay overnight in Zhangjiajie, planning to take a bus the following morning. Fortunately, they were not alone in their predicament. Shortly after settling into a hotel near the airport, they received a voice message from Si Kai, inviting them to join a temporarily created WeChat group. Si Kai shared a photograph of a hastily scribbled handwritten English document. He explained that, regrettably, Anna's ex-husband, Mr. Hall, had suffered a stroke and could only speak in fragmented sentences. This document was written before his stroke, entrusted to his lawyer, and accompanied by a power of attorney. Should anyone seek to investigate matters concerning his ex-wife after his passing or loss of capacity, the lawyer was instructed to release the document upon verifying the individual's identity. The lawyer I brought along has already examined these documents, confirming their compliance with legal protocols and affirming that they were handwritten by Mr. Hall while he was still of sound mind. At the outset of the document, Mr. Hall penned, "I have kept this secret for over half a century. I am uncertain if anyone still remembers those events, yet I hope that one day, everything will be revealed to the world." He Lingyu and Su Yuanfang exchanged a glance. Excitement reflected in their eyes. Regrettably, Mr. Hall's handwriting was exceedingly illegible, and the photographs were not particularly clear due to lighting issues. After reading only a few lines, Su Yuanfang felt his eyes strain, prompting him to say to Si Kai, "Just tell us directly what Mr. Hall has conveyed." "No, that's not safe," Si Kai replied. "We are quite secure here. Are you worried about someone eavesdropping on your phone?" Su Yuanfang inquired. "Not the phone. I fear being overheard by ghosts." Si Kai responded. He Lingyu burst into laughter, playfully waving her wrist as she declared, "I assure you, there are no ghosts within 500 meters. I'm in my home. I often do not reside there. What if, like at the inn, there are ghosts seeking shelter?" Si Kai murmured, lowering his voice. He Lingyu and Su Yuanfang exchanged bewildered looks, utterly speechless. It must be said that the young Master C's ability to draw inferences was remarkable. The two, steeling themselves, proceeded to translate the document. It turned out that Mr. Hall had worked for Anna's father's company in his youth, a small establishment with only a handful of employees. Shortly after his hiring, Mr. Hall discerned that Anna's father was a truly formidable individual. Upon discovering issues within the company, Mr. Hall contemplated resignation. However, he soon realized that Anna's father had manipulated the contract. Should Mr. Hall choose to resign, he would be liable for a substantial compensation. Reluctantly, he adhered to the contract and continued his employment, as he was obligated to serve a full 5 years to avoid breaching the agreement. In the second year of his tenure, Anna's father approached him with an offer. The contract could be terminated early, provided he married his daughter. Having met Anna on several occasions, Mr. Hall held a favorable impression of her, which likely prompted her father's interest. Eager to expedite the termination of the contract and fueled by his affection for Anna, the two swiftly entered into matrimony. On their wedding night, Anna revealed to him, "I am pregnant, but my father has sold me for money. I cannot disclose my pregnancy to him, for he would surely harm me. Thus, I wish to marry you. And my father, to assure the Sijia family, is willing to see me wed." Mr. Hall was taken aback and inquired, "Are you planning to carry the child to term?" Anna smiled and replied, "Yes, although I do not yet know the child's gender. If it is a boy, you shall be his father. If it is a girl, we shall divorce." At that moment, Mr. Hall was perplexed by her reasoning and could not comprehend the connection between the child's gender and her decision. Eventually, Anna gave birth to a daughter, a strikingly beautiful girl whose features starkly contrasted with Anna's mixed heritage, possessing a distinctly East Asian visage. Mr. Hall was reluctant. He regretted having agreed to the divorce. At this moment, however, Anna's father suddenly appeared, insisting on claiming the child. This child was meant to be dedicated to the organization, rather than fall into the hands of someone like Mr. Hall, who was deemed an outsider. By this time, Mr. Hall had severed ties with Anna's father's company and was no longer fearful. He contacted the police and hired a lawyer. Anna then revealed to him, "It is futile. My father will surely take the child away. He has taken the letter my mother sent me, and he understands the child's significance, so he will undoubtedly snatch the child. The child's significance? She was merely an infant. How could she possess any value? Mr. Hall was perplexed. After sharing these matters with him, Anna filed for divorce. On the very day of their separation, Anna and the child vanished. Initially, Mr. Hall believed Anna had taken the child to China, but soon after, he discovered that Anna's father had also disappeared, leading him to suspect that Anna's father had abducted the mother and child. He contacted the local authorities, but to no avail. Meanwhile, Mr. Hall faced harassment from the organization. They set fire to his house and caused him to lose his job, forcing him to leave the city. Mr. Hall remained deeply concerned for Anna and her child, enlisting a friend still residing in that city to keep an eye on Anna's father's whereabouts. It was not until several years later that he received news about Anna's father. He had been found dead at a train station in a small town, murdered by unknown assailants. At the conclusion of this document lies a birthday, that of a girl. Lingyu furrowed her brow and opened an ancient calendar application on her phone to verify the girl's birthday. Moments later, she smiled, as I suspected. She was born on a day of Purine, perfect for becoming a ghost. Suitable for becoming a ghost? Su Yuanfang was taken aback. Was ghosthood truly a profession? Did it even have distinctions of suitability? Noticing his incredulous expression, Lingyu inquired, "Tell me your birthday." Su Yuanfang reluctantly recited a string of numbers. Lingyu then consulted the ancient calendar and remarked, "You are not suited. Even if you were to become a ghost, you would be the most ineffectual kind. Rest assured, no one will covet your corpse after your demise." At that moment, a phone call came through. Su Yuanfang glanced at the screen and saw it was a contact from W City. He promptly answered the call, which lasted for several minutes. Casually lifting his gaze, he noticed Lingyu examining the ring on her hand. Su Yuanfang recognized the ring. He had once bestowed it upon her. Although the origins of the ring remained a mystery to him, he was aware that the vengeful spirit contending for Si Shu's body resided within it. He instructed his informant, "Continue to keep an eye out and notify me immediately if there are any developments." After hastily ending the call, he turned to Lingyu and said, "About that ring." Lingyu wore a conflicted expression. "I am contemplating whether to summon her and inquire." "Who?" Su Yuanfang momentarily failed to grasp her meaning. "Si Shu. That female ghost," Lingyu explained. "What?" Su Yuanfang immediately sprang from the sofa, leaping to the window, perching on the ledge as if ready to leap into the void. "Uncle Su, have you forgotten? We are on the 18th floor, the same as the 18th level of hell." Lingyu's disconcerting voice echoed ominously in the room, sending chills down Su Yuanfang's spine. "Little Lingling, dear Lingling, beautiful Lingling, the uncle is getting on in years and cannot withstand such fright. Moreover, Miss Si Xiaoshu endured too much suffering in life. Let her rest peacefully within the ring. Let us not disturb her unless necessary, shall we?" Su Yuanfang implored in what he believed to be his most gentle tone. Lingyu grinned, revealing the goosebumps that had risen on her exposed arm. "Look, I'm covered in goosebumps. I beg you, uncle, please refrain from speaking in such a manner. It will adversely affect my healthy growth." "You two are concerned about your healthy growth? I have yet to reach middle age. I am still in my formative years," Su Yuanfang retorted, his gaze fixed intently on the ring adorning Lingyu's finger. He distinctly recalled that during their stay at the inn, she had not worn the ring. Yet when he met her in the capital, it was firmly in place. Indeed, at the inn, the ring was empty, but now it harbors a ghost. A rather formidable one at that. However, I wish to inquire further. Our current understanding of her situation is mere speculation. She is the true party involved. No, the involved ghost. Lingyu stated. No. If you release her, can you guarantee she will return to the ring?" Su Yuanfang inquired. "It is impossible. When I arrived in the capital, I only brought a talisman, which I have already used. If she is unwilling to enter, I am at a loss." This encapsulates the contradiction surrounding Lingyu. "Indeed. Perhaps it is best not to release her. Is that acceptable?" Su Yuanfang performed a deep bow, almost to the point of prostration. "Very well. This is truly disheartening." Lingyu remarked, her spirits diminished. The truth lay before them, yet they could only lament in silence, unable to quench their thirst for understanding. Suddenly, a clear, melodic jingle emanated from her wrist, causing Lingyu to widen her eyes in astonishment. The sound persisted, each note resonating with clarity. Even Su Yuanfang could hear it, though he paid little attention, attributing it to the bells on the girl's bracelet. He settled on the windowsill, retrieving his phone to consult the map for tomorrow's route. We shall first. Before he could finish, he sensed a shift in the atmosphere. He abruptly looked up, only to see a figure emerge from the restroom. No, it appeared to drift out. It was a man, his complexion ashen, with a large purple birthmark adorning one side of his face. Su Yuanfang shuddered. He recognized this individual, having seen his likeness more than once. This was Shen Aching. Before he could utter the name, Lingyu swiftly shook her head, signaling him to remain silent, and thus the latter half of his thought was swallowed back. Shen Aching squinted, leering at Lingyu with a predatory gaze. I heard that the C family has engaged a skilled practitioner. I did not expect her to be such a lovely young lady. I do have a fondness for young girls. Come, let uncle take a look. As he spoke, he strode directly towards Lingyu, displaying no semblance of fear. A lecherous grin adorned his face, his gaze fixated on her, akin to writhing maggots crawling over flesh, leaving Lingyu nauseated. She recalled Shu mentioning that upon encountering Shen Aching and Si Xiaoshu at the bar's entrance, she sensed they were not of good character, which deterred her from entering. In retrospect, what instilled such dread in Shu was likely the very nature of Shen Aching's gaze. Hey, don't come any closer, you mustn't. Su Yuanfang leaped down from the windowsill, assuming a defensive stance. He was uncertain whether this tactic would be effective against a ghost. Yet it was certainly preferable to remaining idle. Shen Aching paid him no mind, his attention solely riveted on Lingyu's face and chest, so fresh and tender. It has been ages since I encountered such a fitting young lady. The last one, Shu, was too young. This one is just right. Before his words could fully dissipate, his hand rose, a plume of black smoke emanating from it, swiftly enveloping the surroundings. Lingyu gasped in shock. Covering her mouth and nose, she shouted at Su Yuanfang. This is corpse smoke. Hold your breath. Unfortunately, her words were muffled, and Su Yuanfang could not discern her warning, but he promptly grasped the situation and held his breath. In a swift motion, Lingyu produced a mask and donned it, then threw a punch towards Shen Aching. Amidst the noxious fog, Lingyu engaged with him, initially. Su Yuanfang could discern their silhouettes, but it was not long before the smoke obscured his vision, leaving him only to hear the sounds of conflict. Unable to ascertain who held the upper hand, for the first time, Su Yuanfang experienced a sense of defeat. Confronted by a malevolent spirit, he found himself utterly powerless. Forced to watch a young girl face the threat alone, prolonged exposure to the thick haze induced a disorienting stupor, exacerbated by the need to hold his breath. Although it felt as if an eternity had passed, mere minutes had elapsed. Soon, dizziness overcame him. He bit down on his tongue to stave off unconsciousness, acutely aware that succumbing would likely result in involuntarily inhaling the noxious fumes. The thought of potential death lingered ominously in his mind. Suddenly, an idea surged forth to leap from the building. At that moment, he stood before the bay window, situated on the 18th floor, struggling to maintain his composure. He leaned forward to open the window, only to find it ajar by a mere third. Su Yuanfang couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. The hotel had installed a mechanism to prevent guests from falling, rendering the window only partially operable. As a grown man, he couldn't squeeze through even sideways. Just then, he heard Lingyu exclaim, "Are you foolish? Stick your head out." Su Yuanfang realized the absurdity of his situation in comparison to the narrow opening. His head was indeed far too large. Fortunately, both the nose and mouth could breathe without the need for squeezing. In the fifth installment of the malevolent spirit's cultivation, a piercing scream echoed from behind. Su Yuanfang, who was fervently inhaling fresh air, quickly turned his head. He had placed his face in the crack of the window for a breath, never anticipating that, in turning, his face would become ensnared at an unimaginably perfect angle within the narrow opening. Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Moments later, after being rescued by Lingyu, Su Yuanfang noticed that she was still laughing uncontrollably. He even wondered if she had been rendered foolish by Shen Aching. After all, which sane person could laugh in such a ridiculous manner? Once Lingyu finally composed herself, Su Yuanfang coldly inquired, "Where's Shenaching?" "He fled," she replied. Indeed, she had struck Shenaching with a soul-piercing needle, causing him to emit a shriek and dash towards the bathroom. Lingyu pursued him, but was a step too late, as Shenaching escaped through the floor drain. Fortunately, after his flight, the noxious fumes pervading the room dissipated. Otherwise, Su Yuanfang would still be stuck. "You let him escape? How could you let him run away?" Su Yuanfang finally regained his composure. Lingyu shrugged. "There was no choice. He could slip through the drain, but I could not." "Uncle, you were the one who got stuck. Ha ha ha." Su Yuanfang was rendered speechless. He could not fathom how someone could laugh for so long without their face aching. Yet, amidst the laughter, both understood that their current predicament was far from optimistic. This journey to Shangxi was undertaken with the intent of acquiring the Phoenix button. This pattern is most likely connected to Anna's maternal family. However, it now appears that their movements have been monitored. No, rather, they have fallen under the dominion of a malevolent spirit. This indicates that their search is indeed on the right track. The adversary is intent on preventing their approach, which is why they dispatched Shenaching. Shenaching has come to probe, not to eliminate us. After enduring cruel mockery, Su Yuanfang's mind finally regained its composure. The opposing side has sacrificed a high-ranking malevolent spirit, likely to assess my capabilities. Yes, mine, not yours. Lingyu was filled with self-satisfaction. Su Yuanfang could not fathom why someone could still feel triumphant at such a moment. "And what comes next?" Su Yuanfang inquired with irritation. "What comes next? Naturally, they will send forth stronger and more numerous spirits to eliminate me. However, it cannot be ruled out that this entire scenario is a trap aimed at luring us into a snare," Lingyu remarked. "Luring us into a snare? Are you implying?" Su Yuanfang felt a jolt in his heart. That day, he had forwarded the design of the Phoenix not to a friend here. And soon a small business owner of a folklore museum had emerged, leading them to this place. Lingyu explained, "Our decision to come here was spontaneous. I booked the tickets via trip. Aside from the two of us, only two others were aware of our visit, one being our benefactor, and the other that small business owner." Lingyu's words resonated with Su Yuanfang's suspicions. The benefactor she referred to was undoubtedly Si Kai, who would never divulge such information. The sole suspect remaining is that small business owner. Su Yuanfang was unaware of the true name of the small boss, only knowing that everyone referred to him as Fatty. Before boarding, Su Yuanfang spoke with Fatty over the phone, relaying his itinerary. Fatty reminded him to call when he was close to his destination so he could pick him up at the bus station. Su Yuanfang sighed and called his friend in Hunan. "I posted that photo on several local forums, and before long, someone claimed to have seen that pattern. Yes, it's that Fatty. He runs a folk museum. There's now a regulation that prohibits travel groups from being coerced into shopping, hence the emergence of these folk museums. Although they are labeled as museums, they primarily sell folk souvenirs. These small business owners often venture into villages to procure handicrafts and local specialties. They are reliable for such matters," his friend explained over the phone. Su Yuanfang chuckled bitterly, realizing that the information had indeed come from the forums. "Oh, since we are here, we might as well go," he said. Lingyu caressed the ring on her finger. "Go? What if it's a trap?" Su Yuanfang remarked. "I'm not afraid of opponents as formidable as gods. I merely fear teammates as foolish as pigs. Second senior brother, as long as you don't hinder me. Even if this heavenly master falls into a trap, he will still manage to soar out," she declared, shaking the bell on her wrist, which remained silent. Akin to a mute. "Little girl, who are you calling second senior brother?" "You." Su Yuanfang sighed, realizing that the words had escaped him. One must respect the decisions of their companions. Thus, they would undoubtedly proceed the following day, knowing full well the mountain harbors a tiger, yet still choosing to venture forth towards it. Su Yuanfang, filled with a surge of determination, held his head high, preparing to take a refreshing bath before indulging in a restful slumber, ready to embrace the challenges of the morrow. However, as he approached the threshold of the bathroom, his hand poised to push the door open, it suddenly froze. Good heavens, He almost forgot that the ghost of Shun Aching had emerged from the very bathroom, only to escape from it moments later. In a flurry of urgency, Su Yuanfang dashed out of his room and rang the doorbell of He Lingyu's apartment. "Uncle, what are you doing?" He Lingyu inquired, her expression one of confusion. "Lingyu, I'm getting on in years, and it's rather inconvenient for me to sleep alone. Would it be all right if I laid down a mat in your room?" Su Yuanfang finally comprehended the sentiments of Si Kai, who had merely speculated, while he had witnessed the apparition glide forth from the bathroom with his own eyes. "Uncle, what are you doing?" He Lingyu positioned herself defensively, ready to retaliate against any perceived threat. All right, I'm frightened of you. Shall we switch rooms instead?" Su Yuanfang sighed heavily, lamenting this most embarrassing moment of his life. Fortunately, He Lingyu, being a kind-hearted child who respected her elders, after a fit of laughter, took her backpack and headed towards Su Yuanfang's room. The following morning, they set off for the bus station, bound for a destination known as Zaishiu, a scenic area that had only been developed the previous year. Its facilities paled in comparison to those of surrounding locales. Following several incidents of visitor complaints, many travel agencies ceased to include this site in their itineraries. Consequently, tour groups diminished, and the majority of visitors became independent backpackers, which directly impacted the local folk museums, whose businesses relied heavily on the patronage of these tour groups. It is evident that the business of this corpulent individual is unlikely to thrive. The bus to Zaishiu operates thrice daily, all in the morning. Su Yuanfang and He Lingyu took the early bus, departing at 7 o'clock. They had no time for breakfast at the hotel, so He Lingyu proactively volunteered to purchase breakfast at the supermarket. It was not until 1 minute before departure that He Lingyu hurried onto the bus, clutching her large backpack. She attempted to place it in the luggage compartment, but it would not fit. Observing this, Su Yuanfang took her backpack and tucked it beneath the seat. It was quite heavy. He inquired, "What on earth do you have in here?" "Food, drinks, and necessities," He Lingyu replied, simultaneously handing her breakfast to Su Yuanfang. "Lingyu, why aren't you eating?" After devouring 2 small buns, Su Yuanfang realized He Lingyu was engrossed in her phone. "I just had a fried chicken leg at the supermarket entrance. This is specially for you," she said with a beaming smile. Su Yuanfang was left speechless. Fortunately, He Lingyu was considerate of him. She bent down and retrieved a pack of masks from her backpack, offering one to Su Yuanfang. Upon seeing the mask, he felt as though he had found a lifeline. With Shun Aching's penchant for releasing corpse smoke, he felt secure with a mask in hand. Recalling the embarrassing incident from the previous night when he got stuck in the window gap, Su Yuanfang finished the last sip of his drink through a straw and promptly donned the mask. "This won't suffice. You need to wear several masks," He Lingyu advised. No wonder she had purchased an entire pack. "Didn't you only wear one yesterday?" Su Yuanfang asked, puzzled. "My mask is designed to filter smog. I bought it specifically for our trip to the capital. The air in Zhangjiajie is quite pleasant, and although one cannot procure anti-smog masks, one must make do," He Lingyu remarked with a smile. Su Yuanfang felt that he preferred the company of his peers. The journey from Zhangjiajie to Zaishiu was said to require 4 hours according to online guides. However, they arrived at Zaishiu at 2 in the afternoon, with the bus taking a full 7 hours. As per their prior arrangement, Su Yuanfang called Fatty 30 minutes in advance, and on the other end, a warm voice greeted him. "Sure thing, Su Gu. I'm setting off right now. See you shortly." Su Yuanfang put the call on speaker, and He Lingyu could hear clearly. She inquired, "His accent doesn't sound local. Is he from the capital?" Su Yuanfang replied, "Many people who do business here are from other places. It's not surprising." He Lingyu hummed an acknowledgement and fell silent. Once they disembarked, before Su Yuanfang and He Lingyu could steady themselves, they were surrounded by a group of locals in traditional attire, some selling flower garlands, others hats, and still others disposable raincoats. "Excuse me. Make way, this is my friend." A chubby young man rushed over to help them out of the crowd. Su Yuanfang chuckled. "Fatty?" "Yes, Su Gu, that's me. We just spoke on the phone," Fatty replied, lifting his phone to reveal the call log, displaying Su Yuanfang's number. In his 20s, Fatty had a buzz cut, small eyes, and wore a pair of black-framed glasses. When he smiled, his uneven teeth were reminiscent of a character from Young and Dangerous. Su Yuanfang maintained his composure and asked, "How did you recognize me?" "Greetings, what difficulty lies in this? You, along with this young lady, stand amidst the crowd and instantly become the epitome of distinction. Having traversed the vast expanse of the land, witnessing the myriad of beauty and romance. If I were to fail in recognizing you, it would indeed be a case of failing to see the grandeur before me. How would I ever find my place in this world, dear brother? Do you not agree?" As he spoke, the stout fellow produced a cigarette, offering one to Su Yuanfang, who politely declined, stating he did not smoke. The stout fellow then extended the offer to Lingyu, who, with a cheerful smile, admitted she did not smoke either. Consequently, the stout fellow retracted the cigarette. "Brother, sister, let us first indulge in a meal. I shall accompany you to experience the local cultural delicacies." With that, he pushed through the throng, guiding Su Yuanfang and Lingyu forward. "No need for that. Our business is pressing. We ought to visit your museum first," Su Yuanfang stated. The stout fellow, seemingly unfazed, continued with his enthusiasm. "That is our own affair. Why the haste? When can we not visit? The common folk prioritize food. No matter how urgent, one must first dine. Sister, do you not agree?" Noticing the conversation pivoting towards her, Lingyu smiled softly and remained silent. "Let us indeed head to the museum first. We've already had a light meal at the service station on the way, and we are not particularly hungry at the moment," Su Yuanfang suggested. Upon hearing Su Yuanfang's repeated refusals, the stout fellow, resigned, conceded, "Very well. Then let us first take a glance at my little territory." After speaking, he led the way while Su Yuanfang and Lingyu followed closely behind. As had been mentioned online, Ziyashiyu, akin to the bus station, was the most crowded spot. The further they ventured, the more desolate it became. Unlike other tourist areas, this solitude imparted a refreshing sense of tranquility. The stout man remarked that the path they were traversing had been newly constructed last year. Ziyashiyu boasted only this single road, with all the inns, restaurants, and shops lining its sides. Beyond this thoroughfare, even procuring a packet of instant noodles would be akin to an insurmountable challenge. "Is it inconvenient to access the internet here?" Lingyu inquired, observing her phone, which had dwindled from 4G to a mere 2G. "Not particularly inconvenient, just a tad sluggish. You'll get accustomed to it," the stout man replied. True to his words, the street was flanked by an array of shops, varying in height and style, each adorned in a kaleidoscope of decorations. Some bore the likeness of meow girls, while others exuded an antiquated charm reminiscent of the Forbidden City. There was even a shop that displayed a replica of a terracotta warrior at its entrance. Pointing at the establishment with the warrior, Lingyu said to Su Yuanfang, "Let us stay here tonight. It feels as though we're residing within a royal tomb." Su Yuanfang shot her a glance. "Is this truly where you wish to dwell? Amidst a sepulchre? It's a pity you haven't pursued a career in tomb raiding." Lingyu, akin to Lu Lao Lao entering the Grandview Garden, was filled with curiosity, pointing this way and that, her silver bracelet glimmering softly in the sunlight. "Ah, my dear, that bracelet of yours is quite an antique." "Isn't it?" the stout man observed keenly. "You truly have an eye for detail. I bought it for 20 yuan in Panjiayuan. The seller claimed it's old silver." She replied. Lingyu exhibited a demeanor akin to that of someone who had stumbled upon a treasure. The portly individual chuckled awkwardly. $20? That's quite reasonable." Su Yuanfang, disinterested, continued to observe the surrounding crowd discreetly, failing to spot any suspicious figures. However, it was evident that the rotund man was quite popular, exchanging greetings with numerous acquaintances who frequented the establishment. "Looks like you have a customer," someone remarked. "Where?" The portly man replied, "This is my brother and my sister." He smiled jovially. Su Yuanfang sighed inwardly. Some individuals possess an innate ability to connect effortlessly, as if they were all siblings of the world. At that moment, he suddenly heard Lingyu exclaim in surprise. Turning his head, he saw her pressing one hand against the wrist of the other and bending down. "Lingling, what happened?" he inquired. Lingyu raised her face, slightly embarrassed, and looked at the portly man. "Where's the restroom?" Although Su Yuanfang lacked supernatural abilities, he was a detective. His mind was not only meticulous but also possessed remarkable observational skills. Following his encounter with Shen Aching the previous day, Su Yuanfang had already discerned that Lingyu's bracelet was no ordinary item. Unless the bells were stuffed with cotton, how could they remain silent? Lingyu, a lively young woman, hardly seemed the type to be meticulous enough to stuff cotton into a bell. Upon recognizing these inconsistencies, he felt a sense of clarity when he observed Lingyu gesticulating animatedly with her wrist. This was akin to how forensic investigators check for listening devices. Currently, Lingyu was concealing the very bells with her hand. "Dear lady, what seems to be the matter?" As they moved forward, the museum came into view, promising the solace of a restroom. The rotund man wore an expression of genuine concern. He observed as Lingyu's eyes welled with tears. "I cannot hold it any longer. I have an upset stomach," she managed to utter. It was not simply a matter of urgency. The discomfort of a troubled belly proved far more challenging to endure. Su Yuanfang, having grasped the situation, reproached her. "I warned you at the service area. The ingredients for the Odin appeared less than fresh, and yet you insisted on partaking. Do you now regret your choice?" "Sir, I must find a restroom." Lingyu pleaded, her demeanor pitiable. The Odin? It seemed she was the sole enthusiast. A slender yet youthful girl, suddenly doubling over in distress on the street, inevitably drew attention, especially in a locale where patrons were as scarce as a bald man's hair after using a hair growth tonic. Soon, a bystander approached, exchanging light-hearted banter with the rotund man while inquiring with heightened concern, "Are you feeling unwell?" With great effort, the young lady stifled her sorrow. "Where is the restroom?" "A restroom? My establishment has one. Right this way." The sign above the shop, adorned with golden lettering against a dark backdrop, advertised ancestral sauce braised bones, revealing it to be a restaurant that embraced a delightful fusion of flavors from various regions, including the North's renowned braised bones. Lingyu dashed inside like a long-lost traveler returning home, with Su Yuanfang trailing closely behind, offering profuse thanks to the kind stranger. Thank you. The restroom was situated at the back of the restaurant, a shared space for both genders, secured by a lock. Lingyu rushed into the restroom and locked the door from the inside. Su Yuanfang turned to look, noticing that the plump man had not followed him in. Through the translucent soft glass curtain, he observed the kind-hearted restaurant owner conversing with the rotund man at the entrance. Su Yuanfang exhaled a sigh of relief, smiled at a passing waitress, and, feeling rather bored, took out his phone and casually pulled over a plastic stool, adopting a posture as if awaiting someone. Just as he silenced his phone, a WeChat message from Lingyu arrived. "Someone is following. Take a look at the entrance to see if there are any suspicious individuals around the plump man." Su Yuanfang stood up and walked to the entrance. The plump man was still engaged in conversation with the restaurant owner. Upon seeing Su Yuanfang emerge, he inquired with concern, "Is that young lady still inside?" Su Yuanfang felt somewhat embarrassed and replied, "Children can be quite greedy. Please do not mock her." "Brother, what are you saying? That sounds rather distant." The plump man chuckled heartily. Su Yuanfang feigned interest in the street view and casually asked, "Is the rent here expensive?" The plump man replied, "Not at all. This tourist spot was only developed last year. To attract investment, not only is the rent low, but they also waived it for 6 months last year. We were initially worried about a price increase this year, but after receiving several complaints from tourists, the number of visitors has dwindled. So the rent will likely remain stable for a year or two." "That sounds reasonable, but without any business, even the lowest rent would lead to losses," Su Yuanfang remarked, his gaze settling on an individual approximately 6 or 7 meters away, who was selecting hats at a small stall. Su Yuanfang recalled that he seemed to have just seen this person. Logically, this individual should have moved ahead of them long ago. However, after such a delay, this person was still here. "Brother, don't buy hats here. These are all from Iwu. I have authentic hats handwoven by local ethnic minorities," the plump man remarked with a smile, clearly having noticed his actions. "Indeed, I have a habit of purchasing a hat whenever I visit a new place," Su Yuanfang replied, gesturing to the cap atop his head, a curved-brimmed duckbill hat he happened to be wearing today. Checking his watch, he said to the plump man. "Has that girl fallen in? I'll go hurry her along." With that, he turned and entered the store, knocking on the door as he called out loudly, "Hurry up. Everyone is waiting." Everyone is waiting? This implied that the person he was looking for had already been found. Lingyu responded while opening the restroom door, and the two of them emerged from the restaurant, one after the other. Su Yuanfang casually glanced over, noticing that the individual was still selecting hats. The plump man had mentioned he possessed genuine ethnic minority hats, unlike those Yiwu products. Su Yuanfang naturally pointed toward the hat stall. Lingyu, habitually gripping her wrist, had already caught sight of that person. It was a woman, dark and slender, with deep lines etched into her face, yet her posture was erect, making it difficult to discern her actual age. She could easily be mistaken for 30 or 60. The woman carried a travel bag, one of those old-fashioned black travel bags from the 1970s or 80s, adorned with white lettering. Lingyu, possessing excellent eyesight, could clearly see that it read Shanghai. The woman's hands, bearing the weight of a travel bag, were dark, slender, and rough, with prominent veins. Lingyu also noticed a thick gold chain adorning the woman's neck, reminiscent of the kind favored by rappers. Its presence on the neck of a middle-aged woman seemed remarkably out of place. With just a glance, Lingyu recognized she had found the right person. Beneath the large gold chain hung a tag, neither gold nor iron, polished to a brilliant sheen, resembling jade yet not quite. Lingyu knew it to be bamboo, an ancient piece centuries old. She had encountered such bamboo tags in her past life. If her memory served her well, the tag bore 3 characters, Luo Xianpe. At first glance, these characters appeared to denote a geographical location, and indeed, they once did. However, the place had long since vanished, its existence now a matter of speculation. Yet, one family claimed descent from Luo Xianpe, and its members were known to wear such a tag. This tag was passed down through generations, from mother to daughter, and if there were no daughters, then to a daughter-in-law, who would then pass it to her granddaughter. In essence, the people of Luo Xianpe transmitted their legacy through women rather than men. If one inquired about their origins, they would proudly declare themselves as people of Luo Xianpe, and if asked where it lay, they would simply reply that it resided within their hearts. In her previous life, Lingyu had encountered the descendants of Luo Xianpe at her grandfather's grand funeral when she was 8 years old. The ceremony was solemn, attended by individuals from various sects, lay people, and even some unsung local practitioners, all of whom held her grandfather in great esteem, performing their rituals with the utmost respect. 2 women, with an air of arrogance, stood before the spirit of their grandfather, their heads held high. One remarked, "It is truly a pity that he died so young." 8-year-old Lingyu knelt on the ground, quietly lifting her gaze. She noticed that both women wore a badge upon their chests, inscribed with characters in seal script, which she could not decipher. After the grandfather's funeral, she inquired with her grandmother, who informed her that they were from Luo Xianpe. In her previous life, at the tender age of 12, she had accompanied her grandmother on journeys through the world, encountering countless beings, both human and ghostly, yet she had never again crossed paths with the people of Luo Xianpe. However, she had heard tales of them from fellow practitioners. The founder of Luo Xianpe was named Li Zuixian, a woman of orthodox Taoist lineage. From a young age, she had trained under the 3 pure ones, destined to follow the path of either diligent scripture recitation, demon subjugation, or alchemical pursuits. Alas, she strayed onto a nefarious path. Initially, no one perceived her deviation. However, one fateful night, Li Zuixian stealthily entered a charity graveyard to steal a corpse. When discovered by the graveyard's caretaker, he, believing he had encountered a ghost, dared not raise the alarm. The following day, he summoned 3 Taoist priests. These priests, having some discernment, lay in wait within the graveyard. Though she did not appear that night, a fresh grave in a nearby village was unearthed, and the body vanished without a trace. The priests, suspecting foul play, spread rumors and constructed a false grave. Unaware of the ruse, Li Zuixian returned under the cover of darkness to dig up the grave, only to find herself surrounded by the 3 priests. One of them had previously crossed paths with her and promptly revealed her true identity and sect. Although Li Tsuexian managed to escape that encounter, her tale soon became widely known. In the esteemed Taoist sect, the emergence of a ghost keeper has brought forth unparalleled disgrace. Consequently, the sect promptly expelled Li Tsuexian from its ranks. Although Li Tsuexian was cast out, she had been raised within the sect since her youth. Was she not a legitimate practitioner of the Tao? Why then did she resort to nurturing ghosts among the multitude of Taoists across the realm? How could it be that only she engaged in such practices? Did her sect harbor esoteric and forbidden arts unfit for public knowledge? Following the circulation of such rumors, Li Tsuexian's former master and uncles swiftly resolved to initiate a campaign against her, declaring that only with her demise could the sect unequivocally sever ties. Thus began a relentless decade-long pursuit, culminating in the ultimate extermination of Li Tsuexian and her spectral companions at Luoxiap Slope. The reasons behind her ghost-keeping and the origins of her arcane knowledge became an eternal enigma. A century later, as the Mongols invaded the Central Plains, chaos reigned supreme. It is often said that in times of prosperity, no demons emerge, yet in tumultuous eras, they abound. Not only did this chaotic time witness the rise of demons, but also of ghosts. Malevolent spirits emerged in abundance, instilling widespread fear among the populace. The Taoist sects and prominent families mobilized to confront these threats, slaying demons and capturing ghosts. Each demon and ghost adhered to its own path. Not every serpent could transform into Baisujian, nor could every soul become a vengeful spirit posthumously. Both demons and ghosts could be traced back to their origins. This investigation unveiled a mysterious lineage known as the residents of Luoxian Slope. Upon persistent inquiry, an elderly Taoist, having lived for a century, recounted an ancient case. Li Tsuexian was slain at Luoxiap Slope, which, in all likelihood, refers to the very site of her demise. Luoxia Luoxian, the place where Li Tsuexian fell. The vengeful spirits were nurtured by the inhabitants of Luoxianpo, all descendants of Li Tsuexian. Although Li Tsuexian met her demise long ago, she left behind a daughter, Li Yuxian, possessing extraordinary intelligence. Li Yuxian utilized a fragmented tome inherited from her mother to master the spells that Li Tsuexian had failed to complete, passing down this knowledge through generations. Despite the Taoist sects and several prominent families being aware of the origins of the Luoxianpo people, they were unable to locate their dwelling. Eventually, as the chaos of war subsided and peace was restored, the Luoxianpo people and their spirits vanished without a trace overnight. In the following 1 or 2 centuries, sporadic rumors about the Luoxianpo people would surface, such as tales of grave robbing, suspected to be the work of the Luoxianpo spirits stealing corpses, or incidents of ghostly murders, attributed to the spirits they had raised committing atrocities. However, these were merely minor disturbances, often based on hearsay. Although Lingyu had encountered the Luoxianpo people in a past life, it was merely a fleeting glimpse. At that time, neither the Taoists nor the prominent families took the Luoxianpo people seriously, with some even dismissing them as nothing more than a few eccentric women, claiming their supposed ghost raising was merely an excuse concocted by Taoists unable to capture spirits. Lingyu never anticipated that in this vast world, during a time of unparalleled peace in a technologically advanced society, she would actually encounter the legendary Luoxianpo people. A sense of unease prickled at her, and even her smile appeared somewhat rigid. Su Yuanfang glanced at her, noting that despite her impressive martial prowess, her emotional intelligence seemed lacking. Her smile resembled that of someone who had just undergone cosmetic enhancements. "Lingling, are you all right?" Su Yuanfang inquired softly. "It's nothing." Lingyu managed to force a rather unattractive smile. "Is there a lottery station nearby? I should buy a ticket. Perhaps fortune will favor me." Su Yuanfang, still pondering the relevance of this to their situation, was interrupted by the boisterous call of the portly man. "Bro, sis, we've arrived." The folk museum owned by the portly man was divided into 2 levels, devoid of crowds, with only a handful of students wandering about. Their attire clearly indicated they belonged to the budget traveler demographic, lacking any apparent spending power. The portly man cast a glance at them, offering no smile, and enthusiastically ushered Su Yuanfang, and He Lingyu inside. Upon entering, He Lingyu's facial expression softened, and she began to examine the exhibits with genuine interest, truly resembling a visitor. Meanwhile, Su Yuanfang urged the portly man, "What about those designs you mentioned over the phone? Let us take a look at them first." The portly man replied, "They are upstairs, let us ascend." Without hesitation, Su Yuanfang and He Lingyu followed him to the second floor. The second level lacked the orderliness of the first, featuring shelves laden with boxes of various sizes, alongside crafts strewn haphazardly across the floor. The portly man's bed was nestled amidst this chaos, with a chair serving as a makeshift nightstand, upon which lay a few packets of instant noodles, clearly indicating his primary sustenance. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he remarked, "Just a lonely bachelor. I hope you won't mock me." Su Yuanfang chuckled heartily and inquired, "Where are the items?" The portly man hastily rummaged through the pile of cardboard boxes, simultaneously expressing, "That item was collected by me from the village, which is not far from here, just up the mountain. It takes about half an hour by electric scooter and then another hour on foot to reach it. If you wish to go, I can escort you there." As he spoke, he unearthed a garment from the boxes, pulling it out and instantly releasing a cloud of dust. He Lingyu waved her hand to disperse the dust and stepped closer to the man, accepting the garment from him. Once in her hands, she shook it open and was taken aback, her eyes widening in astonishment. It was a qipao, a red qipao, identical to the one worn by the ghostly woman in red that night. The only distinction was a tear on the front of the dress, the frayed edges of which were neatly aligned, indicating it had been sliced with a sharp blade. Surrounding the tear was a dark brown stain, a remnant of dried blood. In that fleeting moment, He Lingyu felt the ring on her finger suddenly become scorching hot, so much so that it nearly made her jump. The ring housed only one spirit, Si Xiaoshu. Ever since He Lingyu had confined Si Xiaoshu within the ring, she had remained docile, not out of genuine submission, but because He Lingyu had injured her with a high-grade spiritual talisman that day. Within the confines of the ring, Si Xiaoshu could not cultivate, but she could recover from her injuries. Unless He Lingyu chose to release her, Si Xiaoshu would merely recuperate in the ring, refraining from wasting her remaining yin energy. However, it was now evident that Si Xiaoshu within the ring had reacted. He Lingyu had not possessed the yin ring for long, and Lu Yin, being an ordinary person, knew little about it. He Lingyu relied solely on fragmented accounts from ancient texts for guidance on the ring's use. Never before had she considered that the emotions of spirits could be conveyed through the ring. This revelation was utterly unexpected. However, at that moment, He Lingyu had no time for contemplation. Her finger, adorned with the ring, burned painfully as if seared by flames. Gritting her teeth against the agony, she turned to the rotund man and said, "This is a qipao, not the attire of the locals. Wasn't it said to have been acquired from the village?" The hefty man replied, "Indeed, this is not traditional local wear, but it was genuinely obtained from the village as an old artifact. I found it quite peculiar at the time, and the garment is tattered. I cannot ascertain whether it was damaged by insects or torn. Nevertheless, it was nestled among a pile of embroidered pieces and coarse cloth, all contained in a large bundle. I exchanged an entire box of Master Kong braised beef noodles for it, quite a bargain. So, I didn't inspect each item closely. What if the indigenous people discerned the truth and realized that a mere box of instant noodles could not procure such treasures? What would we do then, dear sister?" He Lingyu remained silent, instinctively glancing at her finger. Oddly enough, despite the sensation of being scorched, her finger appeared unscathed. It was neither charred nor reddened. Yet the pain was excruciating. The female spirit within the ring could not see or hear anything. Her reaction must stem from some perception, certainly related to this qipao. The qipao is imbued with the resentment of Si Xiaoshu, a sentiment imperceptible to others, yet profoundly felt by her. Although Su Yuanfang has never witnessed Si Xiaoshu donning a qipao, he has seen her portrait. Observing He Lingyu's astonished expression, he surmises that this particular qipao is indeed the one depicted in the painting. Unlike He Lingyu, Su Yuanfang's understanding of spirits and the supernatural is derived partly from films and television, and partly from the ghost stories recounted by his nanny during his mischievous childhood. He recalls that in horror films, the attire worn by a deceased individual remains unchanged in their ghostly form. The underworld presumably lacks clothing stores, which explains the service provided by paper effigy shops for crafting garments. Thus, driven by his professional instincts, a possibility immediately dawns upon him. If the portly individual's claims hold truth, then the garments he received must have originated from the household that took away Si Xiaoshu's remains, essentially the spirit nurturers referred to by Lingyu. Naturally, this chubby man himself is also under suspicion. One can never be certain of the veracity of his words. Aside from this, Qipao, have you encountered the design of this phoenix not elsewhere? A fashion designer from the capital revealed that her inspiration was derived from a village nearby. To be candid, her so-called inspiration can hardly be deemed original. It is, in fact, a mere imitation, taking advantage of fellow compatriots' lack of copyright awareness. Our approach, however, is distinct. We embrace folk craftsmanship, heritage, and culture, elements worthy of being recognized by UNESCO as intangible cultural heritage. Imagine, my friend, if Xiaoshiyu were to be inscribed on the UNESCO list, and you were the one to carry this legacy beyond the village and present it to the world. At that time, would you still fret over the absence of tourists or business? Su Yuanfang spoke with fervor, and though the chubby man was uncertain of his belief, Su himself was convinced. Lingyu, taken aback, pondered if a button not could qualify for heritage recognition, then surely her ghost-catching skills might as well. Su Yuanfang, elated by this notion, eagerly inquired, "You mentioned that village is not far. Shall we go and explore it now?" The chubby man hesitated, glancing at the time on his phone, and replied, "It's getting a bit late. How about we go tomorrow?" Su Yuanfang found it amusing, just moments ago. Before unveiling the Qipao, this man insisted that the village was a mere half-hour by electric bike, followed by an hour's walk. Now, witnessing their interest in the Qipao, he had suddenly become evasive. Su Yuanfang, maintaining a calm demeanor, discreetly pulled out a stack of cash from his bag and placed it on the cardboard box, stirring up a cloud of dust. The chubby man caught a glimpse of it, at least 3,000 yuan. A look of discomfort crossed his face as he spoke. "Brother, it is not that I do not wish to take you, but the villagers have been confined within these mountains for years on end. They are unaccustomed to outsiders and harbor a certain hostility. The moment they see strangers, their demeanor is unfriendly. A mere exchange of a few words could provoke them." Before he could finish, Lingyu swiftly approached, her hand reaching into the stack of cash to extract at least 1/3 of it. Without uttering a word, she rolled the bills and tucked them into the pocket of her work pants. "What do you mean by this, sister?" The chubby man was taken aback, bewildered by the sudden diminishment of their funds. Lingyu appeared oblivious, as if she did not comprehend his words. Bending down, she took several more notes from the remaining pile, mirroring her previous actions, and stuffed them into another pocket of her work trousers. Su Yuanfang, unable to bear the sight, turned away, for her trousers boasted numerous pockets, and this amount of money was hardly sufficient for her. "Sister, you are quite something. I admire your boldness." Before Lingyu could make another move, the chubby man hastily seized the rest of the cash and tucked it into his own clothing. He gave her a thumbs up, stating, "All right, you've opened my eyes. I concede. Let us depart at once." As the three exited the folklore museum, it came as no surprise that both Lingyu and Su Yuanfang spotted the woman with the black travel bag, a local from Luoxianpo. She stood straight outside the museum, facing the entrance, her frame thin and wiry, resembling a javelin poised for action. Strangely enough, the moment Lingyu laid eyes on that woman, the searing pain in her finger abruptly vanished. It came suddenly and left just as swiftly, without any lingering discomfort, as if nothing had transpired at all. Lingyu exhaled deeply. "Oh, the misfortune of that fat man. Just a moment ago, I was on the verge of jumping from the pain, and now he dares to flaunt his arrogance. It vexes me so much that I only took half of his money. Yet, could this fat man be an unwitting accomplice? The destination they were headed towards was surely a trap, one for which they had paid a sum of 1,500. Suddenly, Lingyu felt a surge of courage. What kind of misfortune was this? To encounter a celestial master capable of contending with the denizens of Luoxianpo. There were but a handful such individuals, and her meeting with one was indeed her fortune. Clutching the chi pao under her arm, she approached the woman. Su Yuanfang was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Lingyu would approach that woman. He paused momentarily before following her. Although he was uncertain of the woman's background, she appeared to be merely an unassuming middle-aged lady. Furthermore, it was daytime, so she could not possibly be a ghost. As long as she was not a specter, he had nothing to fear. The fat man was also momentarily stunned, calling out, "Hey, sister, where are you going?" However, neither Lingyu nor Su Yuanfang paid him any heed, as Lingyu's gaze remained fixed upon the woman's face. In her youth, that woman must have possessed strikingly beautiful large eyes, though time had etched deep wrinkles at the corners. Curiously, despite the depth of those lines, her true age remained elusive. Lingyu approached the woman, gazing intently into her eyes, and gently inquired, "May I ask what your name is, Li something Xian?" Such a manner of questioning one's name seemed rather impolite. Su Yuanfang was somewhat taken aback. Although Lingyu possessed a somewhat tomboyish temperament, she typically did not speak in such a manner. As he pondered this peculiarity, the woman replied, "My name is Li Yaxian." Lingyu clasped her fists together in a gesture of respect. "Hailing from Luoxiampo, I beg your pardon." Su Yuanfang was astonished. What was this Luoxiampo? The woman wore a thick gold chain around her neck, the lower end of which seemed to feature a tag tucked between the buttons of her garment, revealing only a corner, its material neither gold nor jade, indiscernible in nature. Lingyu continued, "I am Lingyu, 18 years of age, impetuous in youth, prone to striking with force and ferocity. I ask for your indulgence." The woman's expression remained inscrutable, even upon hearing Lingyu's juvenile and nonsensical declaration. She maintained her calm demeanor, replying, "Childish antics, of no consequence." What a chaotic exchange this was. Su Yuanfang felt utterly bewildered, while Lingyu had already turned away, approaching the rotund man and stating, "Let us depart." The man, astonished, glanced at Lingyu and then at the woman, uttering not a word, and hurried ahead to lead the way. The woman, however, followed closely behind, maintaining a distance of 7 or 8 meters from Su Yuanfang and Lingyu. Neither too far nor too near, simply trailing along. The rotund man fell silent, resembling someone struck by frost, listlessly proceeding ahead. Su Yuanfang even sensed a hint of trepidation emanating from him. Was he fearful of Lingyu and himself? Clearly not. "Do you fear that individual, Li Yaxian? May I inquire what your name is?" "I am from Luoxiampo. Please forgive my rudeness. I, Lingyu, at the tender age of 18, am spirited and impetuous. My strikes are forceful and unyielding. I beg your understanding." It seems inconsequential at first glance, yet upon reflection, that young lady is evidently issuing a challenge to this woman. What has that woman uttered? A child's trick, nothing of concern. Lingyu is aware of the woman's identity and background, just as the woman is cognizant of who she is. In a flash of realization, Su Yuanfang suddenly comprehended. If last night's appearance of Shun Aching was the first layer of ambush from the adversary, then this Li Yaxian represents the second. Unlike the first, this time, a living person has arrived, rather than a specter. The rotund man was evidently aware of Li Yaxian's true identity, which accounted for his trepidation. He rode an electric tricycle ahead, while Su Yuanfang and Lingyu occupied the back, with the woman walking on the ground. Unable to contain himself, Su Yuanfang leaned closer to Lingyu and whispered, "That woman is rather peculiar." Lingyu looked at him as if he were a fool. "You've only just realized? Are your eyes blind?" After walking a while longer, the rotund man halted the tricycle by the roadside and informed Su Yuanfang and Lingyu, "We are about to ascend the mountain ahead. The tricycle cannot make it up. We shall have to walk for an hour." Su Yuanfang replied, "It matters not. This old frame can still endure. Let us proceed." They paused, and Li Yaxian, 8 meters away, also came to a stop, following them up the mountain at a constant distance. Su Yuanfang could not help but inquire of the portly man, "Hey, do you recognize the woman behind us?" Beads of sweat, akin to small beans, formed on the man's forehead. He wiped them away with his sleeve, forcing a stiff smile upon his face. Xiaoxiu is a small place. She looks familiar. Perhaps I have seen her before. At that moment, the portly man seemed transformed. The flamboyant demeanor he had previously displayed diminished, replaced instead by an air of sincerity. Lingyu nudged Su Yuanfang with her elbow and remarked, "Isn't your question rather redundant? Would he admit to knowing that woman or reveal her significance?" Certainly not. With that, she turned her gaze back to the portly man, smiling sweetly. "Am I right, my friend?" The man, feeling awkward, was at a loss for words, managing only a grimace that resembled a smile more sorrowful than that of tears. The group continued their trek forward, the path becoming increasingly rugged, yet it was still discernible as a trail carved by footsteps. This route descended from the mountain, devoid of stone steps, entirely shaped by the passage of feet. Lingyu gazed upwards towards the mountain, observing the path meandering its way to the summit. She queried the portly man, "Given the elevated position of this village, how many households are there?" "Not many, perhaps 200 to 300 households. It cannot compare to the 1,000-household villages elsewhere," he replied. "They live high up and do not interact with the Han people. How do they sustain themselves? By gathering herbs?" Lingyu probed further. "That is unclear. The elderly in the village have never set foot outside Xiaoxiu, and even the younger generation has not sought employment elsewhere." The portly man explained, glancing involuntarily at Li Yaxian, who trailed behind them. In the realm of malevolent spirits, a question arose. Are there more men or women in the village? Lingyu inquired. Su Yuanfang frowned, pondering the significance of such a query. "There are more men," he replied, "as it is difficult for mountain folk to find brides." The portly man wiped the sweat from his brow, only to have fresh beads of perspiration swiftly emerge. "You, my hefty friend, possess a timid disposition. Perhaps shedding some weight would alleviate your tendency to sweat," Lingyu gently suggested, finding him rather irksome. The portly man chuckled awkwardly, sweat trickling onto his glasses, obscuring his vision, compelling him to remove them and wipe them on his clothing before donning them again. As they ascended further, the path became increasingly treacherous and the terrain steep. In certain areas, one had to grasp at vines for leverage. Lingyu, with her nimble grace, found no difficulty in this endeavor, while Su Yuanfang lagged behind. He was well aware of Lingyu's agility. For her, traversing mountains was trivial. Conversely, Li Yaxian did not seem to possess such graceful prowess. She gave Su Yuanfang the impression of someone who had honed her skills through repetition. This path was familiar to her, having traversed it countless times. She knew every stone and boulder, embodying the essence of this place. After approximately an hour of walking, they finally beheld wooden or bamboo stilted houses, aged and faded to the point where their original colors were indiscernible, some in a state of disrepair, scattered about. True to the portly man's words, the village was not large, containing at most 200 to 300 households. The village exuded an air of desolation, with only a few villagers, predominantly men, drying herbs in the sun. There were no joyful children running about, no elderly souls basking in the sun by the walls, nor groups of women engaged in lively conversation. "Fatty, which store did you receive the clothes from?" Su Yuanfang inquired. It was. Fatty instinctively glanced behind him. The woman stood merely 7 or 8 meters away. Gritting his teeth, he pointed towards a small building not far off. "That one." "Brother, sister, it was your decision to come, not me forcing you. So do not blame me." With that, Fatty turned and fled. As he passed by Li Yaxian, his legs gave way, and he fell to the ground with a thud. Ignoring the pain, he scrambled to his feet and continued to run, his flesh quivering, uncertain whether from fear or exertion. Observing his retreating figure, Lingyu shrugged, a half-smile gracing her lips as she looked at Su Yuanfang. "With the distractions gone, would you care to find a safer location to take refuge?" Su Yuanfang, relieved that his mask concealed his flushed face, replied calmly, "Being beside you is the safest place." Abandoning his bodyguard in a moment of peril? He was no fool. Truly despicable. She circled her neck thrice and shook her wrists before lifting her legs to leap. Just as Su Yuanfang thought she was having a fit, Lingyu shot towards Li Yaxian like an arrow released from its bow, heading straight for her. Su Yuanfang quickly sidestepped. In the next moment, He Lingyu's hair flowed freely, and without hesitation, she thrust her soul-piercing needle towards the handbag held by Li Yaxian. Su Yuanfang was taken aback, recalling how He Lingyu had pressed down on the bell. There was something sinister, hidden within Li Yaxian's vintage handbag, even in broad daylight. Indeed, the events of the past few days had utterly upended Su Yuanfang's scientific understanding accumulated over more than 20 years, along with all his knowledge of the supernatural. At night, there are phantoms. By day, they linger as well. Within the depths of the sewer, they dwell, and even within the confines of a handbag, they reside. Over there. He Lingyu relentlessly thrust her weapon into the handbag, striking 5 or 6 times, each attempt deftly evaded by Li Yaxian. In a moment of frustration, He Lingyu unleashed a punch aimed squarely at Li Yaxian's face, which she did not evade, enduring the blow with unwavering resolve. With this initial success, He Lingyu found her rhythm, launching a barrage of punches that fell like meteors, while Li Yaxian, undeterred, faced them head-on, her visage transforming into a grotesque mask of bruises. Yet she remained oblivious to the pain, continuing to meet He Lingyu's strikes with her own head. Throughout his life, Su Yuanfang had encountered numerous brawls, yet never had he faced an adversary like Li Yaxian, who seemed impervious to pain, unyielding in her determination. He Lingyu sneered, remarking upon the peculiarities of the inhabitants of Loxian Slope, suggesting that their excessive beatings had rendered them mentally deranged. Without a hint of mercy, she swung her fist again, and Li Yaxian, with her neck arched defiantly, leaned into the impending blow. Yet, this time, she was deceived. In the very instant her fist descended, He Lingyu's other hand shot forth simultaneously. A gasp erupted as He Lingyu's soul-piercing needle found its mark, embedding itself firmly in the center of Li Yaxian's brow. The turn of events occurred with such swiftness that Su Yuanfang could scarcely believe his eyes. Had He Lingyu lost her sanity? Was this needle not intended to vanquish spirits? Yet, in the next heartbeat, he stood frozen in disbelief. Li Yaxian continued to collapse, and He Lingyu, with remarkable speed, seized the black travel bag and hurled it towards Su Yuanfang, commanding, "Catch it." He recalled how she had aimed the soul-piercing needle at the very bag moments ago, which likely concealed spirits within. He dared not receive it. The travel bag fell to his feet as Su Yuanfang shook his fist, encouraging himself before finally retrieving the bag. He refrained from opening it. With the soul-piercing needle in He Lingyu's possession, he dared not recklessly unleash the spirits. At that moment, a cacophony erupted, emanating from all directions, causing Su Yuanfang to break into a cold sweat as he glanced around. A multitude of people surged towards them, transforming the previously lifeless village into a bustling scene reminiscent of elephants encountering an anthill in the tropical jungle. Seizing the travel bag, Su Yuanfang dashed to He Lingyu's side, grasped her arm, and urged, "Stop dawdling, run." He Lingyu turned to glance at Li Yaxian, who was still trapped, now up to her calves in debris. Without further hesitation, He Lingyu leveraged Su Yuanfang's pull and fled, not down the mountain but towards the house pointed out by the rotund man. It dawned on Su Yuanfang that the man with the trumpet had presumably emerged from that very home. He had warned of danger. Yet it seemed He Lingyu had not heard, as she dragged him forward, pursued by the frenzied villagers brandishing spears and machetes. Before them stood a dilapidated bamboo house, where 2 men awaited at the entrance, one brandishing a trumpet. Upon seeing Su Yuanfang and He Lingyu rushing towards them, the 2 men immediately seized the sharpened bamboo poles leaning against the door. "Be cautious, do not let the poles touch you," Su Yuanfang instinctively exclaimed in English. He Lingyu immediately realized that the people in these villages likely did not understand English. She exclaimed to Su Yuanfang, "We must charge into the bamboo house." A man, shouting something unintelligible, lunged at her with a sharpened bamboo pole. Should she fail to evade it, the weapon would undoubtedly pierce her to the core. In her mind, He Lingyu cursed this man's ancestors for generations, recognizing that in such remote mountains, one could act without fear of repercussions. She called out to Su Yuanfang, "Provide cover." At the very moment the tip of the bamboo pole was about to strike her chest, Lingyu seized the top of the pole, leveraging the man's strength. With a swift twist of her wrist, she propelled herself upward. Unlike a mere wooden stick, the bamboo possessed remarkable resilience and elasticity. As she soared, the pole sprang back, catching the man off guard. In midair, Lingyu executed a swift turn, landing her foot on the man's shoulder. With a delicate push, she leaped from his shoulder to the head of another man closely following, gliding gracefully as a swallow skimming the water. With another nudge, she landed right in front of the bamboo house. By the time the two men comprehended her audacious maneuver, Lingyu had already breached the bamboo house. Su Yuanfang sighed inwardly. He lacked Lingyu's nimbleness and would have to rely on brute force to enter. However, the next moment revealed his miscalculation. The two men, upon seeing Lingyu dash into the bamboo house, exchanged glances of alarm, ignoring Su Yuanfang. One of them shouted something to the villagers behind them before both men hastily pursued her inside. Upon witnessing this, the mountain villagers surged toward the bamboo house, their momentum almost toppling Su Yuanfang. It was then that he comprehended the intent of Lingyu, to divert all attention onto herself. Su Yuanfang had not anticipated that she would take such a bold action at a critical moment. He recalled her last utterance. Indeed, she had instructed him to provide support. As the villagers rushed toward the bamboo house, none paid heed to him. Without hesitation, Su Yuanfang crouched down and concealed himself amidst the tall grass. Lingyu ascended the stairs of the bamboo house, the aged steps creaking ominously as if on the verge of collapse. Upon reaching the upper level, she encountered a small boy, around 4 or 5 years of age, completely unclothed, his skin dark and his frame frail, resembling the local inhabitants. The sudden appearance of Lingyu startled the child, who promptly dashed into an inner room. Taken aback, Lingyu's silver bell on her wrist chimed melodiously, the sound crisp and enchanting. Through the open window, she glanced downward and observed that 2 men had already led the villagers inside, and they were swiftly approaching the stairs. With no time to lose, Lingyu hurried toward the room where the boy had fled. The door was firmly shut. She pushed against it, managing to create a small gap, but further attempts to open it proved futile, as if a heavy object obstructed the entrance from within. The bell continued to jingle, reminiscent of 2 mischievous children. Taking a couple of steps back, Lingyu delivered a powerful kick, and with a resounding crash, the door swung open, revealing a large earthen jar, over 1 meter in height, akin to those used by the mountain folk for brewing. After Lingyu kicked open the door, the large jar merely shifted backward without toppling over, indicating it must contain something. It was not empty. The room was modestly sized, yet it housed over 12 similar large jars, arranged neatly along the wall like soldiers in formation, with this particular jar serving solely as a doorstop. Apart from this, the room held nothing else, and even the little boy who had just rushed and seemed to have vanished. There was only this single door in the room, and the window was half closed. Could it be that the child had escaped through the window? Unlikely, for the child evidently posed a problem. From the moment she laid eyes on him, her bell had been ringing incessantly, and it continued to chime even after entering this room. The child was undoubtedly still present within these confines. Lingyu's gaze returned to the jar blocking the door. She lifted its lid and, as she had anticipated, found the child inside, staring at her with wide eyes. This was the first time Lingyu had encountered such a fierce and malevolent expression in a child's gaze, as if he harbored a deep-seated grudge against her, despite the fact that this was their first meeting. Lingyu smirked coldly and brandished the soul-piercing needle, aiming for the child's forehead. The child, clearly taken aback by her sudden aggression, gasped and let out a couple of startled cries, his small mouth opening wide in silence thereafter. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lingyu hastily secured her mask, just in time for smoke to escape from the child's mouth. She felt fortunate that the capital was enveloped in smog and that she had purchased a mask upon her arrival, specifically designed to combat such pollution. Otherwise, she would have had to emulate Su Yuanfang and lean her head out the window. The child did not anticipate that Lingyu would not succumb. He blinked and noticed the mask that Lingyu had just donned. It must have been this object that shielded her from the miasma of death, He extended his slender, dark hand towards her mask. At that moment, the mask was akin to a treasure, and Lingyu resolutely refused to let him seize it. Distracted a moment ago by the child's malevolent essence, Lingyu's hand, holding the soul-piercing needle, had hesitated in its descent. Now, regaining her composure, she thrust the needle once more towards the child's brow. The child emitted a strange cry as the lid of a nearby vat, propelled by Lingyu, suddenly soared into the air and landed heavily atop the large vessel. Caught off guard, Lingyu was struck by the lid. She swiftly evaded, causing her aim with the soul-piercing needle to falter, and the lid was perilously close to sealing the vat. Fearing that once the lid was in place, it would be difficult to reopen, she struck out with her palm. Her hand connected with the edge of the lid, sending it flying away. Just as the child within the vat desperately leaped out, emitting a cacophony of bizarre cries, the meaning of which was lost to her. The bells on Lingyu's wrist rang with increasing urgency, as if trying to convey a message. Her gaze followed the child, and then she noticed that the row of large vats against the wall was suddenly trembling. Lingyu's eyes skimmed over the vats. She sprang into action, leaping towards them. With a resounding bang, the child pushed open the lid of one of the vats, and a grotesque figure, a child of about 5 or 6 years, emerged. His face twisted in a grimace, exhaling the same miasma of death, his claw-like hands reaching out towards Lingyu. The room was permeated with the stench of decay. Lingyu deftly evaded the grasp of the child, leaping atop a large vat that swayed, as if something within were yearning to emerge. She realized that each vat likely contained a child, yet they were incapable of unsealing the lids on their own. They required assistance to escape. No, these were not mere children. They were likely little specters. She had encountered 2 such spirits before. Though fierce, they lacked significant power, and aside from the noxious fumes, posed little threat. Even if all the spirits within the vats were released, they would not be her match. However, the situation was perplexing. Those 2 men wielding bamboo poles were undoubtedly ordinary humans. Why were they keeping these spirits here under their supervision? The mountain dwellers had refrained from pursuing her, convinced that these spirits could eliminate her. Indeed, had she not worn a mask, she would have succumbed to the miasma long ago. As the 2 spirits lunged at her once more, Lingyu found no inclination to engage in combat. Instead, she seized one spirit in each hand. The spirits clawed and flailed, yet their weakness was evident. Apart from releasing the foul smoke, they possessed no other abilities. The vats continued to tremble, and the more frantic the spirits became to escape, the more determined she was to keep them contained. Swiftly, she stuffed one spirit back into a vat, sealing the lid before the creature could climb out. Just as she was about to do the same with the other spirit, a sound echoed from outside. Yet it was merely a sound. The individuals beyond dared not enter, fearful of the noxious fumes. On the slopes of Luoxian, the tradition dictates that knowledge of the arts is passed down to females, but not to males. However, those present are all men, and even the descendants of the Luoxian people are devoid of such abilities. They may merely be caretakers of the spirits, and even if these spirits are nurtured, they remain insignificant entities for a considerable time. The Luoxian people would not invest considerable effort in them. The formation of malevolent spirits is simply entrusted to the villagers for supervision. The spirits in hand continue to wail, unable to articulate words, only capable of emitting sounds akin to wild beasts. It seems that these spirits perished before reaching an age where they could speak. Lingyu sighed, recalling a habit of her grandmother from her past life. Thus, she decided to confine the most mischievous spirit into her ring. Her grandmother never harmed spirits. She would either release them or take them in, resulting in an abundance of spirits collected by her grandmother in their home. In her childhood, she often played with these spirits. When Zhang Tianshi from Longhushan visited her grandfather for tea and saw her playing hide and seek with several spirits, he, upon understanding the situation, gifted her a jade pendant. That jade was exceptionally nourishing to the spirit, and wearing it would shield her from malevolent energies. She wore it for many years. There are far too many spirits here for Lingyu to collect them all, so she decided to take only the most unruly one and leave the rest for later. Once the spirit was subdued, The oppressive aura in the room gradually dissipated. Lingyu dared not linger, as she estimated that those downstairs would soon come to collect the bodies. She needed to depart immediately, and so she pushed open a window, placed the lid atop the vacant vat, and leapt inside, carefully pulling the lid down from within. Lingyu curled her body into a small ball and began to explore the interior of the jar with her hands. Indeed, she encountered uneven surfaces, and upon closer inspection, she discerned that they were characters. Following the strokes meticulously, she realized they were all seal script. Silently, she recited them in her mind. These characters were not unfamiliar to her. They were the incantations for raising spirits. While her father found it peculiar, Lingyu felt no such strangeness, for she instantly recognized it as a spell from some esoteric sect dedicated to spirit cultivation. Regrettably, her father had seen only a few characters, barely enough to form 3 sentences. Now, Lingyu discovered these 3 phrases inscribed on the inner wall of the jar. As she continued to explore, she committed every character on the jar's surface to memory. Perhaps it was a divine favor bestowed upon those reborn. In this life, her memory was exceptionally sharp, reaching the legendary standard of photographic recall. This ability had set her apart from her peers since childhood. Although she never applied herself diligently and had little interest in studying, she consistently topped her classes, leaving her teachers in awe. Now, this remarkable talent for retention was once again coming to fruition. After traversing the wall of the jar with her fingers, she had memorized every character. At that moment, footsteps echoed in the distance. One of the advantages of a bamboo building is that whether one is upstairs or downstairs, or in any room, the entire structure resonates with the sound of movement. Lingyu held her breath as the footsteps drew nearer, followed by the creaking of a door as someone entered. "Where are they?" came a voice in the local dialect, which Lingyu could not comprehend, yet she surmised they were indeed talking about her. "Speak softly, do not startle them," another voice advised. They scanned the surroundings and suddenly spotted the open window. Startled, the 2 individuals reacted swiftly. One rushed to the window to investigate, while the other approached the large vat. Although other villagers followed, none dared to step into the room. They were acutely aware of its purpose and the nature of the beings contained within the vat. Having grown up in this village, they were well acquainted with the unspoken truths surrounding it. The room housed young spirits, still in their infancy, lacking the power that would develop with age. Eventually, these spirits would be distributed among the families, treated with the same care as one would bestow upon their own children, allowing them to experience a semblance of childhood within the village. However, it was inevitable that outsiders would arrive, negotiating prices and selecting the spirits they desired to purchase. Subsequently, fresh batches of spirits would be delivered to the village, perpetuating this cycle year after year, an unbroken lineage. Despite a hiatus of over a century that had once interrupted the process, the woman has fled through the window. "Quick, pursue her," commanded the man inside the room, prompting those outside to turn on their heels. Beyond the window lay a sloping hillside, overgrown with vegetation. The woman, being an outsider, was unfamiliar with the terrain and would not venture too far. Hidden within the vat, Lingyu listened intently to the commotion outside, noting that while the others had departed, the 2 men remained within the room. She pressed tightly against the silver bell on her wrist. There were over a dozen mischievous spirits in the room. If she did not hold it down, the bell would ring incessantly. These 2 bells resembled 2 playful children, sometimes obedient and at other times quite the contrary. When they behaved, a gentle touch would cause them to quietly observe the spirit. However, when they misbehaved, as they did now, they rang incessantly. 2 men paced around the room, and soon, Lingyu heard the sound of them moving the vat lids, as they were inspecting each vat for the little spirits. Fortunately, ever since the most unruly spirit had been captured, the others had calmed down. Otherwise, if all the vats were shaking as they had been moments ago, the 2 men would have already suspected something amiss. The footsteps of the men grew increasingly closer, about to reach the vat where she was hidden. She could hear their breaths above her, and then the lid was nudged open slightly. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside as someone rushed in, causing the entire bamboo building to tremble. The newcomer spoke urgently, forcefully pushing down the lid, sealing the gap that had just opened. Soon after, the footsteps faded away, and the two men inside the room also descended the stairs. Lingyu let out a long sigh of relief, pushing the vat lid aside from within. The lid fell to the ground with a loud thud, startling her, and she quickly jumped out of the vat. The bamboo building contained other rooms, and as she checked each one, just as the plump man had said, she found phoenix totems everywhere. The phoenix fashioned as a button knot is remarkably abstract. Aside from its distinctive shape, it largely resembles the commonly depicted phoenix. In essence, at first glance, it is undoubtedly a phoenix. However, this representation is not merely a button knot. There are wooden carvings and embroidered versions, with the latter offering a clarity that surpasses the button knot and woodwork, revealing every intricate feather in exquisite detail. She harbored doubts that this was indeed a phoenix. It was neither a peacock nor a golden pheasant, but rather a peculiar bird with a similarly elongated tail. She had never encountered a phoenix adorned with tusks, yet this one boasted not only tusks but also horns, two small, tumor-like appendages atop its head. As she entered the final chamber, the moment Lingyu pushed open the door, she nearly gasped aloud. In the very center of the room stood a circular altar, upon which was enshrined the strange bird that bore a resemblance to a phoenix. This was unlike any wood carving or embroidery. It was constructed from an array of white bones. Lingyu estimated that the creature measured 1.5 meters in both length and width, comprising no fewer than 200 or 300 bones. Taking a deep breath, she approached for a closer inspection. The shapes and sizes of the bones strikingly resembled human remains. Among them, there were dozens of humerus bones, all of similar length, suggesting that these bones could not have originated from a single individual, but rather had been meticulously selected from numerous corpses. Disturbing, Lingyu muttered to herself as she retrieved her phone, capturing 7 or 8 photographs from various angles. The condition of the bamboo house has been thoroughly assessed. As Lingyu turned to leave, she reached the threshold when she heard footsteps approaching, steady and unhurried. It was uncertain whether it was the same individuals who had just departed or if new visitors were arriving. If she were to exit the house at that moment, she would undoubtedly collide with the newcomer. Lingyu gritted her teeth and swiftly slipped into the altar, concealing herself behind the peculiar bird. The footsteps grew increasingly closer, belonging to a single individual whose stride was neither wide nor rapid. Yet, Lingyu sensed that this person was heading directly for the room. With a creak, the door swung open, and the individual stepped inside. "Young lady, I know you are hiding here. Come forth and allow me to see who the C family has dispatched." The voice was melodious, revealing that the newcomer was a woman who spoke in Mandarin. Lingyu remained motionless, perplexed as to how this person discerned her hiding place. She was human, and anyone without peculiar inclinations would hardly choose to conceal themselves in such a manner. Did this woman perceive her as one with unusual tendencies? Lingyu raised her eyebrows in lament. Ultimately, she decided to emerge. It seemed pointless to remain hidden now that her presence had been discovered. Moreover, she was certainly not one with a morbid fascination. The world was vast, and there were far more alluring places than a pile of bones. She leapt from the altar, landing gracefully before the woman. The newcomer was a young lady in her 20s, tall and slender, with flowing hair cascading over her shoulders, willow-shaped brows, phoenix eyes, a delicate nose, and cherry-red lips, an exquisite beauty that seemed out of place in this era. She wore a striking crimson cheapao, the most eye-catching feature being the phoenix knot buttons adorning the garment. Not only that, but even this cheapao is identical to the one worn by Si Xiaoshu. However, the figure before me is a living woman, not a ghost. Lingyu scrutinized her from head to toe and inquired curiously, "Why aren't you wearing a name tag?" The woman smiled radiantly. "I find those tags too large and never wear them." "Oh, I see one can choose not to wear them. I assumed you all wore them prominently, much like the logos on handbags." Lingyu unabashedly continued to appraise the woman, marveling at her beauty. In this era, such exquisite beauty is increasingly rare. Having lived for 18 years, she had only encountered someone so enchanting in an ancient and long-forgotten television drama, and it was said that the actress had already passed away. Unfazed by her gaze, the woman calmly asked, Dear girl, do you enjoy observing others in this manner? Not really. I seldom look at people so intently. It's rather impolite. However, when faced with a classical beauty like you, each glance is a treasure, and naturally, I must indulge in a few more. Lingyu grinned mischievously, her smile almost provoking. Indeed, each glance is precious, and for this final few, I shall let you savor them to your heart's content. The woman's voice was soft, and as she spoke, a smile danced at the corners of her lips. A bewitchingly charming smile. Perhaps she did not anticipate that Lingyu would truly take her in from head to toe. Have you seen enough? The woman inquired, her lips parting to reveal a smile that resembled the lusciousness of cherries. Lingyu suddenly felt rather out of place when describing a beautiful woman's delicate lips. One should refer to them as cherries, not as the larger variety known as cherries. Although everyone insists that the latter is simply a type of cherry, Lingyu stubbornly believed that the larger ones are indeed cherries, while the smaller ones are the true cherries. Although the beauty's lips were small, they were hardly exaggerated to the extent of resembling cherries. Have you seen enough? Noticing her dazed expression and vacant gaze, the woman inquired once more. Yes, I have seen enough. May I ask your name, dear aunt? Fortunately, Su Yuanfang was not present. Otherwise, he would have berated her 100 times in his mind for her lack of manners. It is considered impolite to address a beautiful woman as an aunt, and equally rude to inquire about her name directly. Li Tianxian. Lingyu mused. What kind of celestial being is one who raises spirits? If you are a celestial being, then what am I, a spirit catcher? A celestial from beyond? A flying celestial? Li Tianxian cast her a sidelong glance, and Lingyu instantly felt her bones weaken. Surely no man could withstand such a gaze. Alas, Su Yuanfang was absent. It was unexpected that the Si family would invite a young girl. It is said that Ashu was subdued by you, which suggests you possess some remarkable skills. You appear to be no more than 15 or 16 years old. At such a tender age, even if you began your training from the womb, your cultivation would be limited. Could it be that you are of half-demon lineage? Li Tianxian's voice was also melodious, slow, and graceful, akin to the song of orioles and swallows. Once she finished speaking, Lingyu earnestly corrected her. Auntie, I am not 15 or 16. I am already 18. Furthermore, I am not a half-demon. I am human. My ancestors for 3 generations have all been human, and I am pure-blooded human. Oh, how intriguing. What is your name? Li Tianxian inquired. Though she appeared to be in her 20s, her beauty was accompanied by an elegance that transcended this era, suggesting her true age was far beyond what the eye could perceive. My surname is Lingyu, she replied. Auntie Li, have you asked enough questions? Can we begin now? The young girl was quite impatient. Very well, let us commence. But I have a condition, Li Tianxian said with a charming smile. What condition? Lingyu instinctively glanced at the grotesque bird made of bones. If it involves leaving behind a few bones, then I must decline. I was raised on junk food, and the toxic elements in bones would surely exceed safe levels, rendering them unsuitable for crafting. You are quite the amusing child. Why would I want your bones? Li Tianxian replied, her words reminiscent of a dialogue from a domestic drama. Lingyu swore she had never encountered anyone who spoke in such a manner in her previous life. And what condition do you propose? Lingyu asked. Li Tianxian chuckled softly, as if about to share something quite entertaining. If you lose, you must surrender your body to me. My body? What would you want with it? I have no interest in women, truly. Lingyu was in distress. Having lived 2 lives, the first to covet her corporeal form was, surprisingly, a woman. Alas, how peculiar are the thoughts of those raised in the outside world. What could one possibly desire of your body? Surely, it is to transform you into someone akin to Ashu and her companions. At such a tender age, you have already cultivated considerable prowess. You are indeed an excellent specimen for corpse refining. Do you realize that in this era, individuals with your exceptional physique are becoming increasingly rare? Encountering one such as yourself is a fortuitous event that should not be squandered. Li Tianxian patiently elucidated this to Lingyu, her words gentle and considerate. So that is how it is. Lingyu gazed at the ceiling, then at Li Tianxian, and suddenly smiled. Auntie, you truly possess a discerning eye. I had no idea I was such a fine candidate for corpse refining. Indeed, your lack of refusal implies consent. Very well, let us commence, Li Tianxian declared. Lingyu was both amused and infuriated. It was evident that Li Tianxian regarded her with disdain, perceiving her merely as a lifeless entity, a mere material for corpse refining. Lingyu fell silent, her body soaring into the air, not towards Li Tianxian, but leaping onto the back of the grotesque bird. Li Tianxian was clearly taken aback by Lingyu's unexpected maneuver. With a sweet tone, she admonished, "Good child, do not be mischievous. Come down at once." Lingyu erupted into laughter, retorting, "Get lost." With a fierce grip, she pried a human bone from the grotesque bird and hurled it towards the crown of Li Tianxian's head. Li Tianxian's brows furrowed, her phoenix eyes narrowing into a slit as she formed an unusual gesture with her hands, deftly evading the descending bone. However, as that human bone fell from her side, Lingyu tossed down a second and then a third. The bones multiplied, and Li Tianxian danced like a butterfly, evading among the bones. Lingyu comprehended fully. Although she did not grasp the significance of these bones to the people of Luoxianpo, it was evident that Li Tianxian dared not let them touch her. Just moments ago, Lingyu had a fleeting thought of using the bones as weapons against Li Tianxian, yet she had not anticipated that Li Tianxian would evade them. After all, these were not flying knives. Why the need to dodge? The bones must possess some peculiar quality. Li Tianxian feared to touch them. Were they poisonous? Contagious? Or perhaps, were they the ancestors of the Luoxianpo people? Unlikely, for though the inhabitants of this village had ties to the Luoxianpo, the true Luoxianpo people did not reside here. These individuals merely served them. If the bones on this strange bird were indeed from the ancestors of the Luoxianpo, shouldn't they be revered in the dwellings of the Luoxianpo people? Yet, at this moment, Lingyu could not afford to ponder deeply. Her hands moved ceaselessly, hurling the bones like a rain of arrows towards Li Tianxian. Finally, Li Tianxian, exasperated by her relentless assault, proved that no one in this world can maintain a constant good temper, least of all Li Tianxian. "What are you trying to do, little girl?" Li Tianxian demanded angrily, having never encountered such an unorthodox adversary. "I'm going to hit you," Lingyu replied. Li Tianxian smirked, the gentleness in her expression evaporating. Suddenly, she extended her hands, and a bamboo tube emerged from the narrow sleeve of her qipao. Lingyu was offered no respite as two bones came crashing toward her. While evading the blows, Li Tianxian hastily removed the stopper from the bamboo tube. A shadow leaped forth from within. Initially, it was merely a mass of darkness, but it gradually took on a human form. A woman, her complexion pallid, with drooping brows and a minuscule dot of rouge on her lips. She wore her hair in a bun, adorned with a decorative headpiece, and donned a jacket made of fragrant cloud silk, fastened with intricate buttons, paired with embroidered shoes. Her delicate feet were no larger than a palm. Lingyu stuck out her tongue. This was undoubtedly an apparition from the late Qing dynasty. Truly, whatever she looked like in life, she mirrored that in death. She adjusted her mask, which had slipped down to her chin. Indeed, the female ghost opened her mouth and exhaled a cloud of corpse smoke. As the mist enveloped the air, the specter lunged toward Lingyu, who was perched atop the peculiar bird. Lingyu swiftly removed the soul-piercing needle from her head and aimed it at the ghost. The apparition floated as if devoid of bones, her bound feet swaying like puppets in a traditional shadow play. When the needle pierced through, it felt akin to stabbing into cotton. Lingyu momentarily believed she had struck true. However, a glance revealed that the ghost had already reached her side. Where her needle had pricked, a duplicate of the ghost clearly remained. Lingyu gasped in astonishment. Legend spoke of the ghost's ability to create doppelgangers. This phenomenon, known as ghostly duplication, allowed a single spirit to manifest one or more illusions, each possessing the capacity to attack. Unless one could discern the true entity among the myriad apparitions and strike it down, the battle would be akin to scaling the heavens, a near impossible endeavor. In her previous life, Lingyu had heard tales of ghostly duplication from her grandmother. It is said that within the river resides a formidable spirit known as Qianying, a master of the art of duplication responsible for the demise of numerous ghost hunters. Eventually, 9 Taoist priests from Maoshan gathered at the river and succeeded in scattering its soul. Unexpectedly, in this era often regarded as the end of the Dharma, the specter of ghostly duplication has resurfaced. Lingyu turned to strike at another female ghost, who responded with a heavy laugh, suddenly vanishing and instantly manifesting 7 or 8 duplicates. Each replica was identical, indistinguishable, as if cloned with a mere click, leaving onlookers bewildered and terrified. Through the gaps between the ghostly figures, Lingyu glimpsed Li Tianxian smiling at her, that smile still enchanting and breathtaking. The female ghosts all lunged towards Lingyu, their hands carrying a chilling wind, the surrounding miasma of corpses growing ever thicker. Despite the mask covering her face, Lingyu instinctively held her breath. The onslaught of the ghosts intensified, and Lingyu found herself increasingly overwhelmed. Her movements were agile, yet these ethereal apparitions were even more so, shadowing her every step. Realizing that she could not possibly contend with so many spirits alone, she knew she could not afford to prolong the encounter, as it would only lead to her exhaustion. Seizing 2 bones from the strange bird, she wielded one in each hand, and with a swift movement, she feigned a vulnerability. The ghosts, indeed, fell for the ruse. And in that moment, Lingyu darted through the gap between the apparitions, lunging directly towards Li Tianxian. Li Tianxian, caught off guard, was astonished to see Lingyu, who had just moments ago been ensnared by the ghostly duplicates, suddenly appear before her. Lingyu's arrival was swift and unexpected. In terms of martial prowess, Li Tianxian was not inferior to Lingyu. However, the 2 human bones wielded by Lingyu instilled a sense of trepidation in Li Tianxian, causing her to retreat several steps. Lingyu had long discerned Li Tianxian's apprehension towards the bones, which was precisely why she chose them as her weapon. Without affording Li Tianxian any respite, Lingyu brandished the bones and launched her assault, prompting Li Tianxian to retreat further, emitting a hissing sound. Lingyu smirked, the silver bells on her wrist jingling. She was aware that the female specters were approaching from behind. 1,000 shadows once emerged from the river. Who are you? Lingyu inquired, her strikes unrelenting. Little girl, I did not expect you to be familiar with 1,000 shadows. You surely know that they have long since scattered. So I cannot possibly be one of them, Li Tianxian replied softly, continuing her retreat until her back met the wall of the bamboo pavilion, leaving her with no avenue of escape. Even a ghost can manifest a doppelganger. Though you may not be 1,000 shadows, you must be connected to them. After all, for centuries, no ghost has been able to split itself. So why is it that yours can? Lingyu retorted coldly. You are quite astute, little girl. Indeed. While the 1,000 shadows may have been shattered, the souls they comprised still exist, much like torn paper that can be reassembled, albeit with some effort, Li Tianxian mused. Lingyu's expression darkened. You have gathered the souls of the 1,000 shadows? Indeed, little girl, you possess discernment. You understand the collection of souls, Li Tianxian stated. Lingyu paused momentarily, but soon realized she had been deceived. She laughed heartily, wielding a human bone as she aimed it toward Li Tianxian's celestial visage. You old hag. Cease your nonsensical prattle. Collecting souls, you say? Why not inform me that this is the 1,000 shadows? The essence of 1,000 shadows lies in her ability to conjure 1,000 phantoms, while you, at best, can summon merely 7 or 8. What a mockery! This is undoubtedly a counterfeit, born from whatever dubious methods you've employed. Curse you, I nearly fell for your ruse. As Lingyu spoke, she relentlessly struck Li Tianxian with the human bone, while behind her, the female specters writhed menacingly, yet dared not approach her, presumably out of fear for Li Tianxian's safety. Lingyu's mind raced with cunning. Suddenly, she forcefully clashed the 2 bones together, and with a sharp crack, one of the sturdy bones splintered in 2. With another powerful thrust, she cleaved one bone into 2, the jagged edge glinting like a blade. Li Tianxian's expression shifted as she sternly commanded. What do you intend to do? Lingyu replied with a smile, to slay you. Before her words had fully settled, the fractured bone was already propelled forward. Startled, Li Tianxian's gaze darted, and she swung the bamboo tube in an attempt to block the impending strike. Yet, none could have anticipated that. At the very moment the bone lunged toward her, it abruptly altered course and pierced the brow of a nearby specter. The ghost emitted a harrowing scream, and with her other hand, Lingyu descended with force, brandishing not a bone this time, but a soul-piercing needle. As the bones of the deceased were extracted and the soul-piercing needle was summoned once more, the anguished wails of the female specter sent chills down one's spine. At the very moment the needle pierced her brow, all surrounding manifestations vanished without a trace. Lingyu hesitated not, focusing her mind as she raised one hand high. It was then that Li Tianxian, positioned behind her, beheld an antique ring adorning Lingyu's thumb, the soul ring. She gasped in astonishment, ignoring Li Tianxian's reaction. The female ghost emitted another mournful cry, and before the sound could fade, she transformed into a swirl of black smoke, drawn into the ring. Lingyu, Li Tianxian shouted with authority. Lingyu, smiling with satisfaction, raised her thumb, the ring now glaringly prominent as the ghost had vanished completely. The act of utilizing human bones to threaten Li Tianxian was merely a fade, compelling her to reveal the true form of the specter. At the instant Li Tianxian directed her gaze towards the ghost, Lingyu swiftly redirected the needle, driving it into the ghost's brow. Had it not been for Li Tianxian's discerning glance, Lingyu would have struggled to identify the specter's true essence among the numerous reflections. Lingyu, to whom do you owe your mastery? Li Tianxian questioned, suspicion evident in her tone. The young girl before her, even if trained in the womb, could not possess such formidable prowess. Moreover, her knowledge of the Thousand Shadows technique was remarkable, and when Li Tianxian referred to the ghost as Thousand Shadows, Lingyu remained unfooled. Furthermore, the long-lost soul ring was now firmly in her possession. Regardless of whom I have learned from, it is of no concern to you. Suddenly, Lingyu became polite. Fairy Tianxian, are you reluctant to part with this doppelganger ghost? Her ability to create duplicates is merely in its infancy. Given time, she might truly transform into a myriad of shadows. Li Tianxian let out a cold snort, tacitly acknowledging the statement. Lingyu continued, in that case, why not attempt to seize her? Li Tianxian remained motionless, a shadow of gloom finally gracing her exquisite visage. The soul ring has recognized its master. Your ability to command it to capture spirits implies that it has indeed acknowledged you, unless you were to sever the bond with your own blood. Even if I were to wrest the ring from you, I would be unable to release the spirit within. Lingyu felt a stir within her heart. This ring was acquired from Lu Yan, who was unaware of its true purpose and had not imparted any knowledge regarding it to her. Lingyu had stumbled upon it by mere chance. Today, upon hearing Li Tianxian's remarks, she realized that others could only release the ghost inside with her own blood. Indeed, Li Tianxian is wise beyond her years, possessing such knowledge. Since you cannot seize it, let us converse instead, Lingyu said with a smile. Converse? A shoe is already in your possession. The young lady has been deceased for many years. What does the Si family intend to do? Li Tianxian replied coldly. It appears that the people of Luoxian Slope believed the Si family sought vengeance for Si Xiaoshu. This is not a secret. A Shu was indeed a member of the Si family, and this matter should be disclosed to them. Although Ashu was born abroad, she entered this world on an inauspicious day during a year that bore the same ominous qualities. If my instincts serve me correctly, her birthplace is also shrouded in darkness. Lady Li, the celestial being, remarked, I possess limited knowledge regarding the realm of spirit cultivation. I am uncertain if individuals like her are inherently suited to become formidable spirits. Li Tianxian paused, pondering the mention of the spirit cultivation circle. What is this circle you speak of? Do not feign ignorance. You are already quite knowledgeable, she replied. Does this imply that Ashu's demise was orchestrated by your design? Lingyu inquired. Is it impossible for her to cultivate? Lingyu expressed mild surprise before continuing. Does her lineage bear any hereditary affliction? Despite Li Tianxian's assertions, Lingyu sensed that the former was not entirely oblivious to the events of the outside world. Judging by her attire, It was apparent that she belonged to the same era as Ashu's grandmother, suggesting that it was only after venturing beyond the mountains that she began to comprehend the realities beyond. Did Ashu's grandmother? Upon realizing that Ashu was naturally predisposed to become a spirit, compel Anna to torment her to the point of death? Lingyu probed. For although her current focus lay on Shinaching, the truth surrounding Ashu's death was a lingering wound within the Si family that she yearned to understand. Anna's father was a madman. Following her romantic heartbreak and the torment inflicted by her father, she bore a child. Shortly after, her father offered both her and Ashu to the organization he was involved with. For 3 long years after Anna's divorce, she was ensnared by that malevolent organization, living a life akin to that of a harlot. Anna's father also sought to exploit the mother-daughter duo for monetary gain from the Si family. However, before he could act upon his intentions, the Si family had already engaged a private investigator, thereby thwarting his plans. Unable to withstand the overwhelming stimuli, Anna succumbed to a psychotic episode, prompting the organization to allow her father to take her and her daughter away. On their way out, Anna, in front of Ashu, tragically took her father's life. What happened next? Lingyu inquired. None of us had ever ventured abroad. We only learned from Ashu's grandmother that Anna's daughter was born on a day of ominous significance, in a place shrouded in darkness. Although we feared that if this matter were to come to the attention of someone knowledgeable, it could spell misfortune for the child, we consoled ourselves with the notion that such understanding would likely be scarce overseas. As the years passed, the incident gradually faded from our collective memory. Li Tianxian sighed, her voice tinged with sorrow. I personally went there that time, but I arrived too late. Ashu had already killed Anna and admitted herself to the hospital for treatment. I discovered her farewell letter in their residence. Fortunately, although the letter was in English, it contained a few hastily scrawled Chinese characters indicating the name of the hospital. By the time I reached the hospital, Ashu had already passed away due to natural causes. I impersonated Anna to retrieve her body from the hospital. This occurred over 30 years ago, when our country had yet to adopt identity cards. The hospital's regulations were lax. I claimed to be Ashu's mother, and without further inquiry, they permitted me to take the body. You mentioned that Ashu left a farewell letter. Did it request that you raise her as a vengeful spirit? Lingyu asked in astonishment. Did you say Ashu coerced Anna? Lingyu's mind conjured the image of the red-clad ghost, Si Xiaoshu, in her living days. She must have been frail and ailing. Could it be that? Ashu was exceptionally gifted, an ideal candidate for both cultivation and martial arts. Yet she was plagued by illness. Li Tianxian felt a pang of nostalgia. Over the past 2 or 3 centuries, the finest talent from the ranks of Luoxianpo had emerged from that very lineage. Is that so? I had thought the one destined to split was this one. Lingyu scoffed. We, the people of Luoxianpo, do not nurture our own into ghosts. Ashu is the sole exception. She is unique, Li Tianxian retorted coldly. By a stroke of fate, Ashu encountered that little girl, and from that moment, she ceased to be obedient, fixating solely on becoming Sishu. You have taken Ashu. What fate do you intend for her? After a prolonged silence, Li Tianxian finally inquired. Regardless of her past life, or this one, she held disdain for those who raised ghosts, individuals who exploited the supernatural to serve their desires. If ghosts are to be feared, then these people are the most contemptible of all. Ghost hunters and ghost raisers inhabit 2 distinct realms, sharply delineated yet frequently at odds with one another. However, in this present age, Lingyu understood that she could not hope to contend with the people of Luoxianpo alone, unless she could rally a multitude, as she had done against Li Tsuaxian in the past, to vanquish her in one fell swoop. Yet in this age of dwindling power, Lingyu dared not guarantee she could find such allies. Where would she seek them? Wudong? Qingcheng? Would the Taoists there believe her? Thus, the pressing matter remained, to negotiate with Li Tianxian. Li Tianxian discerned the implication in Lingyu's words. Ashu would not be returned. Yet there was room for discourse regarding the split ghost. Speak, what are the conditions? Li Tianxian inquired with a calm demeanor. She had never anticipated that one day she would negotiate terms with a teenage ghost hunter. I want Shinaching. Lingyu articulated each word deliberately. Ha ha. Li Tianxian laughed heartily, startling He Lingyu, who was taken aback by the sheer audacity of Li Tianxian's laughter, her cherry-red lips parting wider than expected. I should have foreseen this. Since you were someone invited by the Xi family, how could you not desire Shenaching? Shu has indeed played a trick on me. Shu played a trick on her. He Lingyu's mind raced, and suddenly, clarity dawned upon her. The reason the Xi family and she had discovered Shenaching was due to Shu's painting. Shu encountered Shenaching outside the bar, where he was in the company of the red-dressed female ghost, Shu. In essence, it was Shu who had introduced Shenaching to the Xi family. He Lingyu beamed brightly, teasingly asking Li Tianxian, "It seems you all were aware that Shenaching had entangled himself with the Xi family?" Li Tianxian's expression darkened slightly as she retorted coldly, "Shenaching is a villain. A villain is naturally a born evil spirit. Though he became a ghost upon his death, he remains a wandering soul, constrained and compelled to seek refuge with us. We took him in. What fault lies in that? As for whether he provoked the Xi family while alive, that is of no concern to us. Indeed, it is of no concern to you. You possess no moral compass. You harbor ghosts and subsequently vend them. Upon discovering a villain like Shenaching, who lacks a support system, it is only natural for you to exploit him for your own ends, driven solely by profit, rendering you more despicable than the ghosts themselves." Although Sikai did not divulge the reasons behind the sick family's deep-seated hatred for Shenaching, Lingyu, having lived 2 lifetimes, had gleaned enough wisdom to make an educated guess. Li Tianxian, her pretty face flushed with indignation, coldly remarked, "You speak from a place of comfort, little girl. How could you self-proclaimed paragons of virtue ever comprehend the suffering endured by the people of Luoxiampo over the centuries? We have hidden ourselves from the eyes of the world, competing for sustenance with wild beasts and serpents, coexisting with corpses and specters. Our kin must eat. Thus, we cannot retreat into obscurity as we once did, oblivious to the passage of dynasties. To venture beyond these mountains, we require both wealth and connections. What alternative do we have but to engage with the supernatural?" Lingyu, unwilling to prolong the discourse due to their differing perspectives, sought a resolution. "If you can exchange a doppelganger for Shenaching, and ensure my friend and I can depart this place safely, will you agree?" Li Tianxian smiled, her demeanor transforming back into one of gentle elegance. "Is it merely Shenaching we are discussing? A swap can be arranged. Very well, let us agree upon this. You will bring Shenaching to Zaishiu, and we shall make the exchange at the Portly Gentleman's Museum. How does that sound?" Lingyu proposed. The young lady indeed possessed cunning, Li Tianxian conceded. "I accept your terms, but I have an additional condition. You are of advanced years. Please, share your stipulation." Lingyu replied with a playful grin. Li Tianxian, unperturbed, reflected on her own age, a detail she had long since ceased to remember, and thus was not inclined to take offense. "He Lingyu, I trust you will keep our conversation here confidential. Although we do not share the same path, the mere fact that we are negotiating here today signifies a bond within this realm. Thus certain matters must adhere to the customs of our world." When Li Tianxian uttered the phrase "customs of the realm," her delicate fingers traced her lips, performing a gesture of sealing one's lips. The customs of our world, indeed. She reflected, this is the first time in this life someone has addressed her in such a manner. It had been an eternity since anyone had uttered those words to her. She had only heard them in films. Yet, in her past life, she had adhered to these customs with great diligence. She understood. "Very well, I shall keep silent about the sordid deeds of your Luoxiampo. But you and your specters had best not fall into my hands again, for I shall not show mercy," He Lingyu declared. Li Tianxian raised her alabaster palm and said, "A threefold clap." He Lingyu scoffed. "When did capturing ghosts necessitate clapping with those who nurture them? Listen, I am of a higher echelon, while you dwell in the shadows, unworthy of my acknowledgement. You do not deserve to clap with me." Li Tianxian nearly choked in disbelief, her anger mounting. He Lingyu cast her a sidelong glance before turning to leave. As she reached the door, a thought struck her, and she picked up a human bone from the ground. Li Tianxian exclaimed in fury, "He Lingyu, what are you doing?" "Just a precaution," she responded. It seems you Loxiampo folk are quite fearful of this. So I thought I would keep one for protection. Rest assured, once we safely depart from here, I shall dispose of it. I am not like you peculiar individuals. I prefer the bones of pigs, cattle, and sheep, not those of humans." Having spoken, she strode out of the house, descended the stairs, and exited the bamboo dwelling. The malevolent spirit has ignited. "Fire help!" A call echoed from behind, uttered in the local dialect. Lingyu could not comprehend it, yet instinctively, she grasped the gravity of the situation and turned to look. She beheld smoke and flames. The bamboo house of the Luoxiampo people was ablaze. How could this be? Lingyu stood momentarily dazed, but quickly regained her composure. Su Yuanfang. He was the one who set the fire. In a flash, two profound maxims surged in her mind. Not only does one fear an opponent as formidable as a deity, but one also dreads teammates as inept as swine. Villagers were beating drums and fetching water, rushing towards the burning bamboo structure. Amidst the chaos, she spotted a figure, a woman clad in a striking crimson qipao. Li Tianxian emerged from the bamboo house, her hair impeccably arranged and her demeanor as tranquil as ever. She walked gracefully towards Lingyu, and the villagers parted respectfully, casting both reverence and trepidation upon Li Tianxian. In that moment, Lingyu suddenly comprehended that, in the eyes of these people, Li Tianxian was their deity, a being to be feared. "Children, your actions lack decorum," Li Tianxian remarked with a hint of mockery. "Perhaps I should compensate you with a bamboo house." Lingyu felt a twinge of embarrassment. Could this be considered a unilateral breach of contract? Humph, such a small fire could not possibly consume that bamboo house. Li Tianxian laughed heartily. It must be said, her demeanor was ill-suited for laughter. It was peculiar, an unsettling oddity, since it would not result in economic loss. Lingyu sighed in relief and said, "Then, as a person of great stature, why not treat this matter lightly?" Li Tianxian coldly scoffed. "You certainly have a way with words. My people are currently apprehending someone. I believe that the arsonist should be caught by now." Lingyu inwardly thought, "You're mistaken. Su Yuanfang is not so easily captured." However, these words merely rolled around in her throat before she swallowed them down. For she had spotted Su Yuanfang being escorted by two women. Among them was none other than the now crumbled Li Yaxian. Just then, the silver bell in her hand jingled, its clear tones reminiscent of whispers from the underworld. Lingyu seemed oblivious to Su Yuanfang's troubled expression. Her gaze was fixed on Li Yaxian, although her words were directed at Li Tianxian. "You mentioned that the residents of Luoxiampo would never transform their own kin into spirits. Ashu was compelled to do so, but what about this Aunt Li Yaxian? Surely you cannot claim she is human and not a ghost?" Li Yaxian is a ghost, a spirit capable of traversing the mortal realm. The bell on the commercial street of Little Shiyu had already revealed that truth to her. The bell does not lie. No matter how one conceals it, a ghost remains a ghost. Yaxian is not a ghost in the traditional sense, like 18 Yang. She is a product meticulously nurtured by us in Luoxiampo. 18 Yang is that doppelganger ghost, isn't she? Lingyu inquired, her tongue flicking playfully. A suggestion, dear Aunt Tianxian. Next time you cultivate such genetically modified spirits, please choose one who is aesthetically pleasing. Regardless of abilities, at least they should be a delight to behold. Genetically modified ghost? What does genetically modified mean? Li Tianxian was perplexed. Lingyu, disinclined to explain, inquired. Regardless of whether Li Yaxian is genetically modified, she is still a member of the Li family. You have transformed your kin into a ghost. Little girl, do not cast such aspersions. In the past, Yaxian's 3 souls and 7 spirits were scattered. It took me 81 days to gather her soul. Regrettably, 2 souls and 1 spirit were lost. Thus, I had no choice but to use the souls of 3 ghosts to reconstitute her essence. Consequently, she now exists as a fusion of human and ghost, appearing indistinguishable from a human. As Li Tianxian spoke, a proud expression emerged on her face. Lingyu sighed silently. In this day and age, the venerable Taoist priests capable of exorcising ghosts have all passed away, and the esoteric spells of the various sects have been lost or diminished. Today, those within the orthodox Taoist sects who can capture ghosts are exceedingly rare, and the spells have become mere myths. Who would have imagined that those who capture ghosts have lost their own techniques, while those who nurture ghosts have thrived? In her previous life, she had never heard of such extraordinary abilities among the residents of Luoxianpo. What is this fusion of human and ghost, and what of the spirit division? Is it next that Li Tianxian will delve into cloning ghosts and nanoghosts? He Lingyu, in a moment of reflection, recalled the inept Su Yuanfang. She addressed Li Tianxian. Aunt Tianxian, how do you intend to deal with my second senior brother? Your second senior brother is this mundane being? Li Tianxian shook her head in dismay, lamenting the unfortunate fact that he Lingyu, with such potential, was paired with someone devoid of wisdom. The Taoist sect has indeed fallen into disarray. Previously, I observed he Lingyu, who mistakenly believed that the Taoists were on the verge of resurgence. What a jest! Individuals like he Lingyu are but rare exceptions. He claims to be the second senior brother. Shall I inquire with him? He Lingyu shot Su Yuanfang a glare and asked, Are you truly the second senior brother? Su Yuanfang felt an overwhelming urge to toss the little girl onto the monkey mountain. His expression shifted like the seasons, and he grumbled, I am. Dear Aunt Tianxian, see? He admits he is the second senior brother. Please let him go. Otherwise, it will be troublesome when Master arrives. Our esteemed Master is exceptionally formidable and can talk incessantly for 3 days and nights. He Lingyu was speaking whimsically, yet Li Tianxian took her words to heart. Those pompous Taoist priests, unchanged over the millennia, can indeed chant scriptures without pause for 3 days and nights. What difficulty would that pose for them? Su Yuanfang's brows furrowed. Is everything all right? Has the fire been extinguished? Impossible. I exerted considerable effort to ignite that bamboo dwelling. The flames were fierce. And surely that structure will be reduced to ashes. Aunt Tianxian, please release him. What conditions do you require? He Lingyu inquired. Li Tianxian chuckled softly. This little girl is quite clever. As for conditions, surely there must be some. What conditions? He Lingyu pressed further. Rest assured, I have promised to hand over Shun A Chung to you. That is a commitment I will honor. I shall not renege on my word, nor will I retain him. Therefore, the subsequent condition will naturally not pertain to Shun A Chung. At this juncture, Li Tianxian paused, her gentle smile fixed upon He Lingyu, and she enunciated distinctly. Go and restore the bone phoenix that you have damaged. He Lingyu was rendered speechless. Did she truly expect her to reconstruct that monstrous bird made of human bones? Surely, she must have misheard. Tears suddenly welled up in her eyes. She longed to weep. That creature was your totem, was it not? Were those bones not from those whom you had slain? He Lingyu's face was a portrait of despair. This is none of your concern. If you fail to assemble a single bone, I shall extract one from your second senior brother in kind. Care to test that? Li Tianxian inquired. 3 hours had elapsed since their return to the hotel, yet He Lingyu remained in the shower. Were it not for the need to enlist her aid in handling a case at the morgue in W City, Su Yuanfang would have contemplated escaping while she bathed. Alas, had he been in her position, enduring over 10 hours engaged in the grotesque task of manipulating human bones, he could scarcely imagine feeling any joy. Nevertheless, He Lingyu's reaction was somewhat unexpected. In his view, a girl fond of ghost hunting would surely have an affinity for human bones as well. To hell with you. You are the one who adores human bones. Your entire family must share that obsession, even your whole household registration. He Lingyu emerged from the bathroom. Her hair still damp, and with a palpable aura of humidity, she began her retaliation. Su Yuanfang darted around the room, exclaiming, I am innocent. I had no knowledge of your agreement with that peculiar woman. I was merely trying to assist you. Assist me? He Lingyu placed her hands on her hips, scoffing derisively. Where were you when I was assembling human bones? You are a celestial master, a deity descended to the mortal realm, a fairy reborn. As for me, I am merely an ordinary person, frail and pitiable, and I am terrified. Su Yuanfang secretly rejoiced that Si Kai had not accompanied them. Otherwise, his remarks would undoubtedly have been broadcasted on social media, forever tarnishing his reputation. That fellow Sekai was certainly capable of such an act. You admit you are but a useless mortal? Lingyu's demeanor was unyielding, reminiscent of a domineering market vendor. I confess. I have been trampled beneath the foot of the great master endlessly subjected to the song of conquest, nay, to my own subjugation. My Stockholm Syndrome is about to manifest. Master, Before he could complete his sentence, he received a heavy blow, followed by Lingyu's imperious command. Pay up? As soon as they exited the capital's airport, Lingyu's phone rang. It was Yang Fan, come to collect them. Su Yuanfang sighed inwardly, lamenting the prioritization of romantic entanglements over friendship. He had visited the capital numerous times, yet Sekai had never sent anyone to greet him. However, in the next moment, Su Yuanfang felt an even greater pang of envy. Yang Fan was driving, but to his astonishment, Sekai occupied the back seat. The young Master C had personally come to welcome them. Surely, even Si Jihao had never received such preferential treatment. The journey was silent. As Su Yuanfang assumed, Sekai would escort them to a hotel. To his surprise, the car journeyed for 4 hours, ultimately arriving at the C family's villa. Nestled amidst mountains and water, the locale was picturesque, dotted with 70 or 80 independent villas. This was Su Yuanfang's first visit to this place. He inquired, "Why have we come here?" To his knowledge, Sekai had always resided in the city during his time in the capital, and Si Yuning, for work's convenience, also lived in the city. Could it be that a gathering is to be held in the villa to welcome their triumphant return? Sekai wore an expression devoid of emotion. This place is sparsely populated, quite suitable for releasing spirits. Su Yuanfang was rendered speechless. Even more astonishingly, Si Yunong was also present. Clad in a sleek black suit, she appeared impeccably polished as always. However, Su Yuanfang discerned an air of severity upon her countenance. Si Yunong clapped her hands, prompting an elderly servant to emerge, pushing a dining cart draped with silk cloth, concealing its contents from view. Yet, Su Yuanfang was certain it contained anything but food. Si Yunong gestured towards the old servant, introducing him to Lingyu. This is Debo, a venerable figure who has watched over me and Sky since our childhood. Our family's affairs are never hidden from him. Debo, with his graying temples and deeply etched lines upon his face, donned a suit and a bow tie, standing with remarkable poise. Upon the completion of the introduction, Debo bowed respectfully to Lingyu, exuding the refined demeanor reminiscent of a British butler from a film. He addressed Lingyu, saying, "Miss He, I have prepared something for you. Do have a look and see if it is to your liking." With that, he unveiled the silk cloth from the dining cart. Su Yuanfang craned his neck to peer at the cart, taken aback. Upon the 3-tiered cart lay an array of items: a yin-yang mirror, 5 emperor coins, a 7-star sword, a 5 thunder talisman, a celestial ruler, a demon-repelling whip, a 3-clear bell, and a piece of dark wood, the latter of which Su Yuanfang had never encountered in any film and could not identify. He was acquainted with Debo, who had served Lei Jihao since childhood and held a distinguished position within the C household. In Su Yuanfang's perception, Debo's fluent English and French marked him as a notably cosmopolitan individual. It is uncertain where he acquired these peculiar items, and Lingyu was equally astounded. Ah, the affluent. She picked up the celestial ruler, examining it from various angles multiple times. While peachwood celestial rulers are commonplace, those adorned with vermilion talismans are rather rare. She had researched the contemporary market, and such a ruler would command no less than 10,000. Indeed, she herself could not fathom why, in modern times, these artifacts have become exorbitantly priced. A twinge of regret washed over her. Had she learned the craft of artifact forging in her previous life, she could have amassed wealth through such skills. However, one must also find buyers willing to part with their gold. Those who sell magical tools often rely on a single sale to sustain themselves for a year. Are there any talismans? Lingyu inquired, her curiosity piqued. Uncle De respectfully replied, "I have learned of a place where talismans are crafted, but when I visited, the owner was unfortunately absent. Miss He, should you wish, I can make another trip." No need, she responded casually. I was merely speaking offhandedly. Shen Aching's abilities are not formidable, having clashed with him before. I can manage without these. Uncle Da sighed in relief, but still added, I will continue to keep in touch with that master. If Miss He is interested, I would be delighted to accompany you. That sounds splendid. Lingyu's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. After all, what celestial master does not carry a few talismans? Frankly, to be without talismans is akin to racing a motorcycle at high speed. Dangerous indeed. Sikai cleared his throat, signaling Uncle Da and Lingyu to stay on topic. What of that scoundrel? Is he to remain imprisoned until nightfall? Lingyu nodded. Although he was a malevolent spirit, his powers were feeble, rendering him the weakest among evil entities. He could not manifest during daylight hours and had to wait until nightfall. Su Yuanfang interjected. Wouldn't it be better to release him during the day and let the omnipotent sunlight obliterate him? Sikai shot him a glare, remarking that if he remained silent, no one would consider him a mute. The group fell into silence until Lingyu's stomach growled, prompting Si Yunong to express his apologies. I truly apologize. I forgot you had just disembarked from the plane. Lingyu shook her head. No need. I have no desire to eat. Indeed, the sight of food reminded her of human bones. She had no inclination to gnaw on bones for at least 3 days. No, 3 months. Su Yuanfang felt increasingly invisible, realizing his presence was diminishing. Lingyu did not passively await the arrival of night. She discovered yellow paper and cinnabar on the food cart pushed by Uncle Da, and for the next half hour, she devoted herself to drawing talismans. You can draw talismans? Then why didn't you create a few to deal with the spirits at Luoxiampo when we were in Zhangjiji? Su Yuanfang genuinely did not understand. Just moments ago, he had overheard Lingyu inquiring about talisman paper. I can capture ghosts, thus I can draw talismans, but the talismans I create can only ward off spirits, not vanquish them. Do you comprehend? Lingyu explained. Su Yuanfang remained perplexed. Lingyu, uninterested in his confusion, continued her work. After drawing several talismans, she requested a room from Sikai. The room was modest. After the furniture had been removed, it stood empty and desolate. Lingyu walked around the room, affixing the talismans to the doors and windows, contemplating before even applying them to the bathroom mirror and drain. After all was said and done, she addressed Sikai, urging him and the others to leave. Sikai's countenance darkened as he replied, We wish to witness that scoundrel's demise with our own eyes. Lingyu felt a pang of unease, expressing her concern. If you remain here, I fear I might not be able to protect you should he choose to attack. Do you not possess talismans? Could you not affix them to us? You still have plenty of yellow paper. Why not draw a few more? Sikai suggested. Do you truly understand the purpose of the talismans I create? Lingyu inquired. Aren't they meant to ward off evil spirits? Sikai responded, puzzled by her line of questioning. Indeed, but you are not spirits. What use would the talismans be for you? It would be futile, Lingyu retorted, exasperated. No wonder Sikai befriended Su Yuanfang. They were indeed kindred spirits. Fortunately, a private detective was at hand. Su Yuanfang had installed 3 cameras in the room. As night descended, Lingyu sat cross-legged upon the floor, surrounded by a plethora of treasures procured by Uncle Da. She examined one item after another, grappling with her indecision on which to employ against Shen Aching. Realizing time was of the essence, she concentrated her thoughts, and with a sudden sound, a shadow emerged from her ring. The shadow gradually took on a human form. Shen Aching appeared just as he had before, with the same arrogant demeanor, albeit his expression was now weary, as if he had endured considerable hardship. Upon seeing Lingyu before him, he erupted in fury. It's that wretched girl. Just 2 days prior, he never imagined that the people of Luoxiampo would betray him. It was only when Li Tianstin used him as a bargaining chip for 18th Lady that he realized he had been outmaneuvered by the denizens of Luoxiampo. He gritted his teeth and lunged at Lingyu. She had already donned a mask, and amidst the swirling corpse smoke, she seized a charred piece of wood and hurled it at Shen Aching. The wood struck Shen Aching as if colliding with a mere shadow, passing through him and landing with a thud on the floor. Shen Aching let out a cold laugh. You foolish girl, is this pitiful object your weapon against me? Lingyu cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted at the camera, Uncle Da, You've been duped. A false one warrants tenfold compensation. Demand a refund from the seller. Shin Aching was taken aback, bewildered by her nonsensical words. However, in the next moment, his anger intensified as Lingyu began to bombard him with various items. Despite his uncertainty regarding their authenticity, he instinctively dodged, but when the final celestial staff came hurtling towards him, he was caught off guard, and the staff struck his head. With a pained cry, the glow surrounding him abruptly dimmed. Lingyu burst into laughter, finally having encountered a genuine adversary. She stepped forward swiftly, forming a hand seal, and struck down with force. 10 minutes later, Si Kai inquired, will he not turn into a ghost again? Lingyu, irritated by any doubts cast upon her abilities, replied, slaying a ghost, especially a formidable one, is no trivial feat. He will not return. His soul has been shattered, unable to exist as either human or ghost, dissolving into the air, gone forever. Yet, she had not yet received her payment. Confronted with her benefactor, Lingyu dared not show any displeasure and resolved to explain patiently. Si Kai pressed on, isn't it said that the soul is immortal? Then his soul still exists, does it not? Lingyu closed her eyes, opened them again, and then forced a theatrical smile. The soul is immortal, but Shin Aching's soul has perished. If you encounter Shin Aching or his specter again, feel free to come to me for a refund. By the way, you still owe me from last time. Si Kai finally fell silent. Thankfully, there was someone in the Si family who was polite and well-mannered. Si Yunong repeatedly expressed her gratitude to Lingyu, sincerely hoping that she would remain in the capital. Lingyu, I heard you have graduated from university. Do you wish to pursue further studies? If you are considering graduate school or studying abroad, perhaps I could assist you. Si Yunong suggested. Thank you, Miss Si, but I have no inclination towards academic pursuits, which is precisely why I hastened my studies and concluded my student life early. At least for now, I do not wish to return to school, the outspoken Lingyu replied. The eloquent Si Yunong was rendered speechless. As the current leader of the Si family, there were many matters she need not voice. Information would be unearthed and presented to her nonetheless. She had long perused Lingyu's records. The identity and academic credentials of Lingyu were authentic, and it was said that from elementary school through university, this young beauty had gained notoriety for one reason alone. She never studied, yet consistently ranked at the top in various examinations. Most astonishingly, in an era that favored rankings, Lingyu always placed ninth. In her junior high school years, she ranked ninth in her grade, and during the high school entrance examination, she secured the ninth position in the city. Throughout high school, she maintained her place as ninth in her class, and in the college entrance examination, she achieved the ninth rank in the entire province. Thus, the impression she left on others was that if she aimed for ninth place, she would undoubtedly attain it. Therefore, when Lingyu confessed her disinterest in studying and school, Si Yunong refrained from persuading her. However, had it been Si Shu making such a statement, Si Yunong would have promptly sought the guidance of a youth psychologist to counsel her. Instead, Uncle Da, with a face full of remorse, addressed Lingyu, saying, I sincerely apologize, Miss He. My inexperience led me to purchase counterfeit goods, causing you inconvenience. Not at all. The Tiangong ruler is authentic. Among so many items, having one genuine piece is quite remarkable. I truly admire that ruler. After using it this time, would you be willing to gift it to me? Lingyu replied with a smile. Of course, these are all gifts for Miss He. Uncle Da hastily responded. Content and pleased. Lingyu thought to herself, the Tiangong ruler. Haha, is this fate? Perhaps because I was burdened by the second senior brother, heaven has compensated me with a Tiangong ruler? She laughed triumphantly. Si Kai, with a serious expression, inquired, what are you laughing about? The boss has mentioned that Shin Aching would double the effort. Lingyu quickly suppressed her laughter. Blood Spirits Offering, 1, W City is a quintessential water town in the Jiangnan region. Upon disembarking from the plane, Lingyu noticed she had several missed calls, 7 or 8 in total, all from Sister Fun. Miss, we have been receiving inexplicable phone calls at home these past few days. Whenever I answer, the caller remains silent, and subsequently hangs up. The He family has had only one descendant for 3 generations, and they have long lost most of their relatives. In earlier years, there were occasional calls from my father's students inquiring about her, his solitary little apprentice. Yet such calls dwindled over time. Eventually, apart from the property management company, the family phone received almost no calls. Typically, He Lingyu communicated with her family via Fenjia's mobile phone. Therefore, when the home phone rang several times over consecutive days, even Fenjia became vigilant. "What is the phone number?" He Lingyu inquired. Fenjia relayed the number, and He Lingyu promptly sent it to Spinach. "Help me investigate the origin of this number." Upon sending the message, He Lingyu looked up to find Su Yuanfang gazing at her with a hint of disdain. But he quickly transformed his expression into one of amiable warmth. He Lingyu scrunched her nose at him, pretending not to notice. An hour later, Spinach had news. "Lingling, you would never guess, but this number belongs to a research institute, the Institute of Life Mysteries." "Life Mysteries?" He Lingyu shook her ponytail, feeling an unexpected twinge of unease. Could it be that her exceptional performance had attracted attention? A chilling image formed in her mind. In a stark, white environment, she was encased in a glass chamber, her body adorned with various tubes, while a group of individuals clad in white lab coats studied her with an array of bizarre instruments. She shivered involuntarily. It was too horrifying. "Lingling, why are you silent? Are you frightened? Let me tell you, this so-called Life Mysteries is merely a fade. This institute operates illegally without proper permits. 3 years ago, this research institute was embroiled in a case of organ trafficking, which ultimately fizzled out due to a lack of evidence. However, as a consequence of this incident, the institute was shut down, meaning it has ceased to exist." Spinach exclaimed excitedly on the other end of the phone. "Ceased to exist? What about the office space it occupied before? Did they own the property, or was it rented? If it was rented, has it been leased out again, and to whom?" He Lingyu bombarded with questions. Since it was linked to organ trafficking, it was unlikely to be associated with individuals like her, which invigorated her spirit. Spinach replied, "I have looked into this as well. The Research Institute was located in a 2-story building on the urban-rural fringe, and the property owner is named Zhu Hong. I found a rental listing from last year for the Institute's former address. I have the contact number for the rental, which I will send to you. You can reach out if you wish." The number Spinach sent was a mobile number, different from the one previously used to call home. Today, He Lingyu wore a hooded sweatshirt with long sleeves, into which she tucked her phone, gazing ahead in silence for a long moment. "Master, are you in a state of enlightenment?" Su Yuanfang asked mischievously. He Lingyu's eyes were filled with confusion. "Uncle, why do you think humans possess life? What is the mystery of existence?" Su Yuanfang's mouth fell open, unable to close. This was beyond enlightenment. It was akin to a cosmic reverie. "I do not know what mysteries life holds. I only know it is time for us to eat." During their meal, one person was a vegetarian while the other consumed meat. Su Yuanfang savored a piece of poached chicken and then gnawed on a piece of wuxi ribs. Feeling an overwhelming sense of the beauty of life, He Lingyu took a bite of plain rice and inquired, "Have you investigated the case concerning the heart found in the morgue? Were there any similar cases before or after?" "I have looked into it, and there are none." Su Yuanfang replied. "How peculiar," she mused. "When a person is in the morgue, they are presumably frozen, right? I wonder if the removed heart had any ice remnants. How was it transported? Was it placed in a container? Where was it stored? In the refrigerator at home? What if, while cooking, they mistakenly grabbed it instead of the ribs?" Before He Lingyu could finish her thought, Su Yuanfang abruptly abandoned the rib he was gnawing and dashed out. He Lingyu smirked, reveling in his discomfort, thinking, "You flaunt in my presence, but I have no desire for bones, and neither shall you." "Serves you right." He Lingyu then took her phone and noticed a message from someone saved as Chun Laosan. He had sent 3 photographs, which she opened one by one. The first image depicted a strikingly beautiful woman, clearly taken surreptitiously. She appeared to be in her 20s, slender, clad in black attire, while not conventionally stunning. She exuded an air of competence and poise typical of a professional woman. The second photograph featured the same woman, still in her work attire. but now accompanied by a young boy who appeared to be around 5 or 6 years old and bore a sickly expression. The third image showcased the same child, now holding a ball and surrounded by 2 other children, all seemingly engaged in a delightful conversation. The boy's face illuminated with a radiant smile, entirely devoid of his earlier pallor. In the realm of blood and spirit, Lingyu inquired, "Who is Chun Laosan? Is he also a private investigator?" Su Yuanfang, still reeling from a tumultuous episode in the restroom, nodded weakly. "Yes, he is a friend of mine. Before boarding, I asked him to look into any peculiar and inexplicable occurrences in W City over the past 2 years. To my surprise, he found something almost immediately. It was a case he had taken on. Why would you inquire about such matters? Am I not already burdened enough?" Lingyu rolled her eyes dramatically. "Esteemed master, my intention was to gather more cases to discern whether there are any similarities with our current investigation and to seek potential leads," Su Yuanfang replied, feeling exasperated. Collaborating with someone devoid of investigative experience was indeed taxing. "Ah, I see," Lingyu responded, reopening the 3 photographs, meticulously enlarging each one for scrutiny. After a considerable time, she murmured, "Zhu Kehui appears to be losing weight." Su Yuanfang frowned. "After all this time, is that what you focus on? You are quite slender yourself. There is no need to envy others. That's not the point. Her weight loss seems abnormal," Lingyu asserted. "Abnormal? In what way?" Su Yuanfang's voice involuntarily rose, attracting glances from nearby patrons, reminding him that they were still in a modest street-side eatery. "My home is in W City. Why stay in a hotel when you could stay with me?" Su Yuanfang expressed his confusion. "Very well, my room must possess a window, as well as a bathroom, with hot water available 24 hours a day." Half an hour later, Lingyu found herself standing in a mere 3 square meters of space, devoid of a window and a bathroom, and furnished only with a narrow single bed. "Is this it?" Lingyu inquired. "I just cleared out the belongings from this room last month and bought a bed. Had you arrived 2 months earlier, there would have been no bed at all, and you would have had to sleep on the sofa in the living room," Su Yuanfang replied. "So this is a storage room," Lingyu thought to herself, pouting slightly as she silently reassured herself that, compared to the quadruple dormitory and university, this was at least a single room. Su Yuanfang took out his phone, opened 3 photographs, and scrutinized Zhu Kehui closely. His brows furrowed as he remarked, "Had you not mentioned it, I would have never noticed." In the first photograph, Zhu Kehui, though slender, possesses a bust, curvaceous and graceful. Yet in the second photograph, she appears so emaciated that she seems to have lost her bust entirely. This defies logic. Lingyu clicked her tongue, mimicking his tone. "Indeed, this is quite illogical. Do you think the first one was a facade? Perhaps she wore one of those stylish bras that women don, and once the child fell ill, she neglected her appearance and stopped wearing it, leading to her loss of bust?" Su Yuanfang speculated. Lingyu looked at him helplessly. "Uncle, you truly are delusional. Look at the second photograph. Doesn't Zhu Kehui resemble someone who has been completely drained?" Lingyu inquired. "Indeed, she resembles that very much," Su Yuanfang replied, "with her bust entirely gone. How could it not appear as if she has been drained?" Lingyu returned the phone to Su Yuanfang, feeling dispirited. "But I fail to see how this relates to the case we are currently facing." Su Yuanfang, equally perplexed, replied, "Rest for the night, gather your strength, and elevate your abilities to their utmost. Tomorrow morning, I shall take you to the crime scene." "The crime scene? The morgue?" Lingyu inquired. "Indeed, the morgue," Su Yuanfang confirmed. Sighing, Lingyu flopped onto the bed. "What is there to see? Only a collection of recently deceased souls. Lingling, what troubles you?" Su Yuanfang was bewildered. To him, visiting the morgue should be akin to attending a reunion for someone like Lingyu, a girl with spiritual insight. She ought to be thrilled. "Could we not go? What if we visited the victim's home instead?" Lingyu suggested. Although Su Yuanfang did not comprehend her reluctance, he acquiesced. Early the next morning, Su Yuanfang and Lingyu set out. The victim was named Yang Li, her husband was Xia Dongming, and they had a daughter named Xia Xiaoyu, who was only 4 years old. The Xia family resided in an old neighborhood in W City. The complex was expansive, comprising over 80 buildings, primarily housing relocated residents. Countless drying racks extended from balconies and windows, with vibrant sheets, blankets, and diapers fluttering in the breeze, resembling a sea of flags from afar. The ornately embroidered gates stood ajar, devoid of a security guard, allowing their vehicle to enter the community unimpeded. However, after circling the area, they found no available parking. Almost every available parking space was cluttered with dilapidated bicycles and tricycles, and even a three-legged chair and a two-legged table. Observing Lingyu's curious expression, Su Yuanfang explained, "These are all here to occupy parking spots." After a considerable effort, they finally discovered an unoccupied area and parked their vehicle. Upon closing the door, they were greeted by a patchwork of vegetable gardens enclosed by various households. Adjacent to the gardens stood a decrepit six-story building, in front of which was a large bus emblazoned with the words "Prosperous Travel." Xia Dongming was the driver of this tourist bus. The building number had faded, rendering it nearly illegible, but it was vaguely discernible as being in the 30s. Below, several elderly individuals sat on small stools, engaged in conversation. Su Yuanfang approached them and inquired, "Excuse me, is Building 36 located here?" An elderly woman gestured behind her, saying, "That is Building 36. Who are you looking for?" "Auntie, we are searching for Xia Dongming's residence," Su Yuanfang replied. Perhaps noticing Su Yuanfang's scholarly appearance due to his glasses, the elderly woman became quite amiable and lowered her voice, saying, "You are looking for Xia Dongming? Are you relatives of his?" "No, we are here to investigate the case concerning his wife," Su Yuanfang stated. For he was a private detective who would not overlook any opportunity to seek out clues. "Oh dear, you are investigating his wife's case? How frightening. Which department do you belong to?" the elderly woman asked. "We are from the Public Security Bureau. May I ask if you know Xia Dongming and his wife?" Su Yuanfang boldly replied, "In the past, before the demolition, we all resided in the same alley, having been neighbors for years." Oh, back then, Xia Dongming was still in elementary school. He struggled with his studies, and his father frequently chastised him. By the time he reached high school, he dropped out and became a driver, a rather unremarkable fate. "Oh, he can't compare to you esteemed civil servants. TSK, those who abandon their education are deemed unsuccessful." The elderly lady, unreserved, began to impart her wisdom on life. "Old lady, you are a longtime neighbor of the Xia family, so you must be quite familiar with Yang Li as well," Lingyu interjected. "Yang Li? You mean Xiaoyang? Her full name is Yang Li." "Though I was unaware of that before," the old woman replied. This revelation is hardly surprising. Su Yuanfang had worked as a private detective for several years and possessed considerable experience in this area. In neighborhoods dominated by residents facing demolition, or within old units and family courtyard communities, one could still glean information from neighbors. However, in modern residential complexes or upscale housing estates, even after years of cohabitation, neighbors often remain strangers, making it exceedingly challenging to gather information. That this elderly lady knows that Xia Dongming's wife is named Xiaoyang is quite impressive. "Indeed, it's Xiaoyang. You know her, don't you?" Lingyu inquired. The young girl, with her ponytail and straight bangs, appeared to be of a similar age to the old woman's granddaughter, instantly endearing herself to the elderly lady, who responded, "Oh yes, I certainly know her. But the residents in our community tend to ignore her." As she uttered the final sentence, she lowered her voice and glanced around. The elderly couple nearby leaned in, all ears. The old woman, resembling a clandestine operative, confided in Lingyu. When she became involved with Xia Dongming, she was still married. Her husband came knocking. With that, she pointed towards the parking spot of Su Yuanfang. "Look, right there, the two of them were fighting. Xiaoyang was crying beside them, and the residents of the community gathered to witness the commotion. It was quite a scene." Lingyu widened her eyes in feigned astonishment, placing 5 fingers over her mouth in a gesture of surprise. "And then what happened?" she inquired. "Oh dear, he offered a house and let his wife go," the old woman replied. "He offered a house? Xia Dongming gave Yang Li's ex-husband a property?" Lingyu was genuinely astonished. "Exchanging a house for a wife? Is that even possible?" Indeed, we used to live in what is now the second ring road. You understand the second ring, right? Nowadays, a square meter sells for 70 to 80,000. Alas, we suffered a significant loss from early demolition. If only we could have held out for 10 or 8 more years, we would be millionaires now. Back then, each family received merely 3 houses, all situated in these almost rural communities. The old woman wore a look of grievance. So, Xia Dongming still possesses 2 houses in this community, one of which was given to Yang Li's ex-husband? Lingyu asked. Yes, in Building 4, directly opposite our former residence, the old woman affirmed. Is it also Building 36? Her ex-husband lives here too? Lingyu exclaimed, her mouth agape, finding it utterly melodramatic. No, oh dear. Just the mention of this matter infuriates me. He came to our home, proposing to purchase that house, but my husband refused. Yet, he continued to knock on our door daily, and my husband stood firm in his refusal. But then, guess what happened? The elderly woman clutched her chest. Her teeth clenched in anger. You mean Yang Li's ex-husband, right? What is his story? Lingyu was utterly perplexed. How did this lead back to the old lady's house? Yes, indeed, that Lu Ziqian, Yang's former spouse. He is utterly disgraceful. The old woman raised her voice as she spoke. The elderly couple nearby had clearly heard, exchanging remarks. Indeed, how shameless. And no one seems to intervene. By the way, aren't you from the Public Security Bureau? Drive him away. Don't let him reside here. The Public Security Bureau? Lingyu suddenly recalled that Su Yuanfang had mentioned he was from the Public Security Bureau. Well, this must be illegal, right? Su Yuanfang had already donned a conciliatory smile, attempting to soothe the situation. Uncle, Aunt, please tell us what Lu Ziqian has done that is so disgraceful, so we might relay your concerns to the appropriate authorities. Relay? The elderly lady interjected. The television station has already been here, to no avail. I was the one who called them. The reporters couldn't even get through the door. Later, I contacted 110, who advised me to reach out to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. I asked my son to do so, but he refused. Lu Ziqian exchanged his wife for that house, which he doesn't inhabit himself, but instead lets others reside in. Do you know who is living there? You would never have guessed. But this place is intended for the deceased. The elderly lady was seething with indignation. The dead? A morgue? Lingyu's mouth fell agape, for this time it was genuine. Not a pretense. Not the kind of dead found in a morgue. Rather, it is a facility for storing ashes. It is located in Building 4. And upon entering the corridor, one is immediately enveloped by the scent of incense and joss paper. You might wonder, with so many urns and containers of ashes stored there, can my family's residence still accommodate living souls? There was no choice but to sell it to him. Now the entire 3rd floor belongs to him, and there is considerable dissent from those above and below. Yet what can be done? There is nothing to be done. The elderly lady grew increasingly agitated, her fury palpable. Su Yuanfang and Lingyu, indeed, as the old woman remarked, could never have anticipated such staggering revelations before even stepping through the threshold of Xia Dongming's home. As the two ascended the stairs, they exchanged bewildered glances. Lingyu lamented, "Second brother, it is said you have been investigating this case for quite some time. How is it that even the smallest tidbit, easily gleaned from a mere inquiry on the street, eluded your scrutiny?" Su Yuanfang too found it astonishing. However, it was indeed his first visit to this place. "I have never been here," he stated. "Never been here? That makes sense. Considering you are unaware of where Building 36 is," Lingyu teased. "Let us put it this way, consider yourself fortunate. I shall be your lucky star. And you must treat me well," she said with a grin. Su Yuanfang playfully tugged at her ponytail, replying, "Very well, I shall indulge you, great celestial master." We have arrived. Xia Dongming, at the age of 35, possesses a tall and robust physique, with refined features and a captivating smile that belies his profession as a long-haul bus driver. Su Yuanfang gestured towards Lingyu, introducing her as the new assistant, a student who works part-time. Xia Dongming harbored no suspicions, for Lingyu's appearance clearly marked her as an innocent young student, inexperienced in the ways of the world. Given that Su Yuanfang had previously met with him several times and addressed all pertinent inquiries, this occasion led directly to the matter of Lu Ziqian. Lu Ziqian, who bore a deep-seated grudge against Xia Dongming over a woman, likely harbored resentment towards Yang Li as well. It was conceivable that he might seek vengeance by either stealing away Yang Li's affections himself or by employing someone else to do so. Meanwhile, Lingyu seemed oblivious, her attention wandering as she surveyed her surroundings with the demeanor of a child disinterested in a lesson. Eventually, Su Yuanfang could no longer contain his frustration and remarked to her, "Lingling, if you are not inclined to listen, you may sit aside." Lingyu rose, slightly embarrassed, and inquired of Xia Dongming, "May I use the restroom?" Xia Dongming, having no doubts about this part-time girl, pointed in the direction and said, "The restroom is just over there. You may go by yourself." The restroom in Xia Dongming's home was modest in size, with simple decor, apart from a tiny wash basin. It consisted solely of a flushing toilet. Lingyu shook her wrist, the silver bells adorning it resembling two quiet young ladies, silent as the grave. She lowered the lid of the toilet and took a seat, only to be momentarily struck by surprise. From her vantage point on the toilet, she could clearly see her reflection in the mirror positioned directly above the wash basin. How curious it was to find a mirror placed so directly opposite a toilet. Not only that, but beneath the toilet, there existed a two-tiered platform, elevating the toilet over 30 centimeters above the ground. This arrangement allowed anyone seated upon it to gaze at their entire reflection in the mirror above the sink. Lingyu found this somewhat peculiar. Perhaps the inhabitants of this household harbored eccentricities, enjoying the odd pastime of observing themselves while attending to nature's call. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she raised her wrist once more, the silver bells adorning it remaining conspicuously silent. Lifting her gaze towards the ceiling, she was taken aback by what she beheld. A pipe descended from above, and upon the ceiling, a yellowed stain lingered, likely a remnant of past water leakage from the upper floor. Such incidents were commonplace in these aging residential buildings. The edges of the stain were slightly darker, and at first glance, they appeared to be lines drawn by a pen. Yet, upon closer inspection, the large patch encircled by these lines bore an uncanny resemblance to a human visage. Yes, a profile, unmistakably human. Lingyu's attention was utterly captivated by this silhouette, and it took her some time before she remembered to capture the moment. She retrieved her phone, snapping 7 or 8 pictures of the profile, and then photographed the bathroom from various angles before finally exiting. In the living room, Xia Dongming continued recounting his grievances with Lu Ziqian. Lu Ziqian and Yang Li were not natives of W City. They hailed from an impoverished mountain village situated over 3,000 miles away. At that time, Lu Ziqian was not known by this name. He was called Lu Zhenju. In the village, early marriages were the norm, and Yang Li's elder brother had suffered a head injury in childhood, leaving him mentally impaired. In order to secure a bride for their son, the parents resolved to exchange Yang Li in marriage. Thus, at the tender age of 14, Yang Li married the 20-year-old Lu Zhenju, while Lu Zhenju's sister wed Yang Li's elder brother. With Yang Li's simple-minded brother now married, Lu Zhenju's family was relieved of a substantial dowry, and joy enveloped both families. In the second year of their marriage, an opportunity arose in the village for labor, prompting Lu Zhenju and Yang Li to depart their hometown for Guangdong. Upon their arrival in Guangdong, the couple toiled tirelessly day and night in a factory. Suddenly, one day, a multitude of uniformed individuals arrived, allegedly responding to reports of illegal employment practices at the factory. Yang Li and over 20 other girls were discovered, all underage and classified as child laborers. Among these girls were not only those like Yang Li, who was already married, but also several who had been trafficked. This incident caused quite a stir, with local law enforcement and the Women's Federation mobilizing to intervene, leading to Yang Li and the other girls being taken away by the Federation. Ironically, it was only at this moment that Yang Li learned from the Federation staff that her marriage to Lu Zhenju was invalid. At that time, she was merely 15 years old and fled. No longer the innocent girl who had willingly married at 14. She had gained insight into the world beyond and realized that she, too, possessed the right to choose her own path in marriage, just like the urban girls. Lacking an identification card, she could only find work in small eateries. One day, by chance, she stumbled upon a familiar face online, one of the Women's Federation workers who had rescued her in Guangdong. The Federation had previously contacted her mother, who, keeping it secret from the family, produced the household registration book and arranged to meet Yang Li in the village. Since then, Yang Li completely set her mind at ease. She arrived in W City, obtained her tour guide license, and began her career as a guide. In the course of time, she met Xia Dongming, a bus driver, and they fell in love. No one anticipated that one day, Lu Jinzhu would reappear. He had changed his name to Lu Ziqian, and upon learning that Xia Dongming and Yang Li were to be wed, he tracked down their marital residence, leading to the scene described by the elderly woman. Xia Dongming was not an uneducated fool nor a legal ignoramus. Indeed, Yang Li had shared her past with him from the very beginning of their relationship. When the seemingly resurrected Lu Ziqian emerged, Xia Dongming did not pay him much mind, believing that Lu Ziqian's marriage to Yang Li was illegitimate, especially since she had been underage at the time, and these matters could be substantiated by the Women's Federation. However, he had underestimated the situation. Following a tumultuous scene in the neighborhood, Lu Ziqian staged a dramatic act online, portraying himself as a hapless husband who had gone out to work while his wife engaged in infidelity at home, appealing for help from the internet. Soon, Yang Li was doxxed. As a tour guide, many had encountered her, and once her workplace was revealed, the travel agency ordered her to cease taking groups. Yang Li became the subject of public scrutiny wherever she went, forcing her to resign and retreat into isolation. At this juncture, Lu Ziqian sought out Xia Dongming again, demanding a house. He promised that if Xia Dongming provided him with a residence, he would not only apologize online, but would also cease to harass them. Although the internet erupted in condemnation of Lu Ziqian, he disappeared from the online sphere, rendering the insults futile. After this incident, although they occasionally encountered each other in the neighborhood, Lu Ziqian, Xia Dongming, and Yang Li never crossed paths again. Even when they met face to face, they feigned ignorance of one another, maintaining an uneasy peace. Following the theft of Yang Li's heart, Xia Dongming had indeed harbored suspicions towards Lu Ziqian. However, one day, he happened to see Lu Ziqian driving a luxurious car of considerable worth into the community, accompanied by a young and beautiful woman. This sight led him to conclude that it was improbable Lu Ziqian could be involved in such deeds. Lu Ziqian was now wealthier than him, and the woman by his side was both younger and more attractive than Yang Li. Thus, he dismissed any further speculation. Emerging from Xia Dongming's residence, Su Yuanfang and He Lingyu proceeded to Unit 4. This building comprised 2 households per floor, with both 301 and 302 belonging to Lu Ziqian. According to the indignant elderly lady downstairs, after Lu Ziqian purchased her property, he merged the 2 apartments and enlisted a renowned renovation company from W City, causing disturbances for 2 to 3 months. As the elderly lady had mentioned, upon entering the hallway of Unit 4, Su Yuanfang and He Lingyu were greeted by the scent of incense. He Lingyu wrinkled her nose and remarked to Su Yuanfang, "This fragrance is rather peculiar." Su Yuanfang, lacking expertise in such matters, inquired, "Peculiar? I cannot discern anything unusual." The building consisted of 6 floors without an elevator, and since Lu Ziqian's residence was on the 3rd floor, anyone descending from above would have to pass by his door, which explained the widespread discontent. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, they found the door to 301 sealed shut, leaving only the door to 302 accessible. As Su Yuanfang was about to ring the doorbell, he suddenly heard a few melodious chimes. A shiver ran down his spine, and beads of cold sweat formed on his back. He was all too familiar with that sound, having heard it on numerous occasions before. He turned around, and He Lingyu shook her head at him. The 2 hastened down the stairs. He Lingyu advised him, "You should first investigate why Lu Ziqian is here with the urns. If what the old ladies say is true, where did he acquire so many urns? Is he perhaps involved in the business of storing ashes?" Su Yuanfang understood her implication. If they rushed in now, they couldn't exactly admit they were investigating Yang Li's case. However, if Lu Ziqian were indeed conducting business here, they would have ample reason to enter and inspect. Su Yuanfang promptly called a few friends, and surprisingly, the last call was to the police station. "Oh, do you have friends in the police?" Lingyu inquired. With a serious expression, Su Yuanfang replied, "Little girl, do you think I can casually claim to be part of the Public Security Bureau? That would be a crime." As he spoke, he produced an identification document. Lingyu glanced at the embossed seal and grimaced. Su Yuanfang explained, "Don't grimace. This is not an official document. I am presently involved in the investigation of a significant interprovincial case as a specially appointed personnel. This document is a temporary pass for my work, which is why I generally refrain from showing it." Lingyu stuck out her tongue. "What significant interprovincial case?" Su Yuanfang looked at her and playfully tapped her on the head. "You are too expensive. The police station can't afford you, so best not to inquire further." Lingyu rolled her eyes, pondering if she really was that costly. Upon arriving at the building where Su Yuanfang resided, Lingyu and Su Yuanfang found themselves momentarily stunned. Two imposing figures, clad in suits and sunglasses, stood sentinel at the entrance, resembling twin guardians. Su Yuanfang furrowed his brow, donning a smile as he addressed Lingyu. "Lingling, this is your first visit to W City, and I can sense your eagerness to immerse yourself in its local customs and culture. Am I right?" Lingyu tilted her head, her teeth clenched in defiance. "I am not interested." Su Yuanfang sighed in exasperation. As they approached, the two sentinels remained silent, one leading and the other trailing, accompanying them into the elevator. Once they exited, they were greeted by Kai. In an instant, Lingyu comprehended the situation. Surely Su Yuanfang intended to discuss some insights into the local populace, and it must be that this individual had embezzled the accommodation funds meant for her. Indeed, Kai's expression was darker than a soot-stained pot. Upon entering the apartment, one bodyguard took charge, opening the windows, while another produced a mask for Kai to wear. Su Yuanfang observed with disdain, "Ah, a smog mask, flaunting that you hail from the capital, I see." He inhaled deeply, finding the scent within the room rather typical. Wasn't this the unmistakable aroma of a bacheloress abode? "Hey, Sky, why didn't you bring an oxygen tank?" Kai scoffed in retort. "I did not anticipate your utter lack of shame." He then turned to Lingyu, inquiring, "Has your spirit remained untainted?" Lingyu stood speechless, managing only a dry chuckle. What could she possibly say? As she had surmised, since Su Yuanfang was a native of W City, Kai had opted not to arrange a hotel for her through Minner, but instead allocated funds to Su Yuanfang to cover Lingyu's lodging in W City. The funds in question did not originate from Kai, but rather were dispersed from Yunong's personal account. Due to Lingyu's refusal to accept Yunong's generous offer to support her further studies, Yunong resolved that all expenses incurred during Lingyu's involvement in the case would be covered by her. Consequently, the money that Su Yuanfang embezzled actually belonged to Yunong. Even Kai was taken aback by Su Yuanfang's decision to bring Lingyu into his home, allowing her to stay in the storage room. "Your spirit has not been affected, has it?" Kai inquired. Lingyu merely chuckled in response. It was not until they settled into the fragrant hotel room that Su Yuanfang brazenly asked, "Sky, what brings you here unexpectedly?" Kai disregarded his question and turned to Lingyu, asking, "Have you received the money?" "Money? What money?" Lingyu was taken aback, instinctively checking her phone. Indeed, several sums had been deposited into her salary account, rather than the few transfers she had received from Kai. As she quickly tallied the amounts, her brow furrowed. "The amounts don't add up." "Well, a portion is tax, and you will need to settle that with the tax authorities. I entrusted Shui Mei to handle it all," Kai explained. Lingyu was rendered speechless. Was she perhaps the first taxpayer in history to pay taxes on ghost hunting? "You are my employee, and I have arranged for someone to take care of these matters for you." For reasons unknown, Kai deliberately emphasized the word employee. "Boss, you wouldn't have come just to ask if I received the money, would you?" Lingyu inquired, puzzled. Kai ignored her and turned to Su Yuanfang, saying, "Our family has a branch in W City. Perhaps it could be of assistance to you." So that was the reason. However, Lingyu still felt that this young Master C was rather idle. No wonder the media labeled him as a typical second-generation heir. By the way, could you inquire within the business circles about Zhu Kehui? As he spoke, Su Yuanfang forwarded the 3 photographs sent by Chun Laosan, along with their chat records, to Si Kai. Si Kai responded with a grunt, and at that moment, Su Yuanfang's phone rang. Old Su, the place you mentioned is called Wanyu Hananju. It is where ashes are stored, and there is a shop online. I will send you the website. Su Yuanfang was taken aback. Such a shop existed online? After receiving the URL, he shared it with Si Kai and Lingyu. The 3 of them clicked the link and found themselves on the website of Wanyu Hananju. The shop offered not only various types of urns, but also ash boxes, burial clothing, and all manner of offerings they had heard of or not. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Lingyu opened the door to find a girl with bright, smiling eyes standing there. "Cici, what brings you here?" Lingyu exclaimed, both surprised and delighted. Cici was one of Si Yunong's secretaries. When they were in the capital, it was Cici who accompanied Lingyu to the Ming tombs. "Miss He, from now on, I am your personal assistant," Cici said with a smile. Lingyu stared in astonishment at Cici, then turned to Si Kai, speechless. Si Kai let out a sigh and shrugged, addressing Lingyu. "There is no alternative. Pansy's arrangements are beyond reproach. However, this ensures that no one can exploit the situation for personal gain." "Sky, you are being excessive," Su Yuanfang exclaimed. Ignoring him, Si Kai turned to Cici. "You should convey this to Miss He yourself. Miss He, my employment has transferred to the Xuan Foundation, and my salary is now covered by them. I am eager to work alongside you, committed to philanthropy and assisting more individuals. Should you not require my services, I would unfortunately lose this position," Cici stated earnestly. Lingyu's mouth fell agape, as if she could fit an entire egg inside. She pointed at Cici, then at Si Kai, struggling to articulate her thoughts. "Why am I involved in philanthropy? Does that mean I cannot receive compensation? Will I be ghost hunting for free, providing my own expensive talismans?" Her heart quaked with trepidation. "Oh, my ancestors, I am so sorry. Fear not, for it is Pansy who is engaged in charity. Though Cici is by your side, she is working for Pansy. So you may accept payment without concern," Si Kai reassured her. Lingyu exhaled in relief, unabashedly patting her chest. What a fright. With someone to delegate tasks to. Lingyu wasted no time and promptly assigned work to Cici. "I made an appearance in that neighborhood today. Although Lu Ziqian may not have seen me, it is wise to exercise caution. Tomorrow, I plan to visit room 302. You will accompany me, and I entrust you with the task of disguising us." Cici quickly prepared to head out, while Lingyu picked up her phone to contact an online seller. She purchased a high-level account with a good credit rating from the platform where Lu Ziqian's store was located. In less than 10 minutes, she had arranged with customer service to inspect the account the following day. Once she finished, she looked up to find Si Kai and Su Yuanfang staring at her in disbelief. "What is wrong with you?" Lingyu inquired. "You can still buy a secondary account. Do you lie without a hint of shame?" Lingyu shook her head in exasperation. These older folks truly were. The next day, Lingyu and Cici took a taxi to the residential complex. As they neared their destination, Lingyu used the new phone Cici had prepared for her to contact customer service. Upon alighting from the taxi, they spotted a young and attractive woman waiting for them at the entrance. "Are you Miss He? I'm the customer service representative, Shaoan, with whom you spoke online." The woman introduced herself. Miss He gestured towards Cici, saying, "This is my cousin Lin." "Hello, Miss He and Miss Lin." "Ah, Miss He, you are truly youthful." Although Shaoan's tone was warm, her demeanor was solemn. It was known that Miss He had lost her father. During their conversation yesterday, Miss He had shared her situation with customer service. With her father being her only relative and now having passed away, she wished to avoid storing his ashes in a funeral home. She sought a more comfortable resting place for him. However, the average price for a grave in W City was around 70 to 80,000 yuan, an amount she could not readily afford. Thus, she contemplated renting a niche to honor her father's ashes. Shaoan was profoundly attuned to Miss He's emotions, while the latter exuded an air of melancholy. Dressed in a white top and black trousers, with long hair cascading over her shoulders and donning a pair of dark sunglasses, Miss He was accompanied by Miss Lin, who mirrored her attire. Both women wore no cosmetics. However, Miss He adorned her hair with a delicate white flower. Shaoan had grown accustomed to such appearances during daylight hours, noting that 8 out of 10 visitors shared this aesthetic. Lingyu was taken aback, pondering whether this tone belonged to a customer service representative or a tour guide. The thought of a tour guide brought to mind the late Yang Li, who had indeed been a seasoned guide, despite the mere handful of steps leading upward under Shaoan's guidance. Lingyu and Cece felt as though they were traversing from the realm of the living to the abyss. Ascending to the 3rd floor, the door to room 302 silently swung open from within. Shaoan intoned solemnly, "The spirits have arrived. The door opens of its own accord. You two are kin of the departed, bearing their essence. Cast away your worries and let your souls find peace, as I lead you to the place most yearned for by the spirits." Lingyu remained composed, yet Cece trembled, her legs weakening. "Goodness, do I truly carry the essence of the departed?" she thought, startled by the door's actual opening. Stealing a glance at Lingyu, she could not discern the emotions hidden beneath the sunglasses, yet sensed her calm demeanor. Pansy had mentioned that Miss He possessed the ability to commune with spirits and was a person whom malevolent apparitions dared not provoke. Thus Cece felt reassured. Taking a deep breath, she followed Lingyu through the threshold. This space comprises a seamless integration of a 3-bedroom apartment and a 2-bedroom apartment, spanning an expansive area of 300 square meters. Upon entering, one is greeted by an entrance hall, where they obediently followed Shaoan's guidance to remove their footwear and don uniform white cloth shoes. At that moment, a stern-looking middle-aged woman emerged from within, wielding a brush crafted from some unknown herb. She meticulously brushed the garments of Lingyu and Cece, to which Shaoan explained, "This is known as untainted by mundanity." Lingyu removed her sunglasses, instinctively caressing the small bell on her wrist as she did so. The instant the sunglasses were lifted, the bell chimed softly, prompting Lingyu to offer an apologetic smile to Shaoan. As they traversed the entrance hall, a grand plaque came into view, inscribed with the words "Forget worries." True to the words of the elder women, the hall featured towering shelves, upon which a myriad of urns and cremation containers were displayed. Unlike other places where such items are concealed in boxes, here, the urns and containers were visible to the naked eye, each shelf impeccably clean. The urns were devoid of dust, a testament to the diligent upkeep required in a space where incense is burned daily. Lingyu inquired, "Are all the ashes displayed here?" Shaoan, sensing her dissatisfaction, clarified, "We have 5 price tiers listed online. What you see now is our most basic offering. Please follow me." In this 300 square meter abode, aside from the living room, all other areas were partitioned into individual rooms, each uniquely decorated with varying quantities of urns, reflecting different prices. Shaoan pointed to several vacant seats and eagerly recommended them to Lingyu, who gazed vacantly at the empty spots, frequently nodding in agreement. Cece was utterly impressed. At just 18, Miss He's acting prowess was far too remarkable to be overlooked by prestigious institutions like the Central Academy of Drama or Beijing Film Academy. Shaoan was quite pleased with Lingyu's reaction. In fact, she had encountered numerous guests like her, initially critical upon entering, only to be reduced to meekness within 10 minutes. After surveying all the available niches, Lingyu remained in a daze. It was then that Cece sensed something amiss. Cousin. Lingyu remained lost in thought, uttering not a single word. Cece awkwardly glanced at Shaoan, apologizing. "I'm sorry, my uncle just passed away, and my cousin isn't in a good state of mind." Shaoan responded with a compassionate smile, "No worries. I will accompany you both to the quiet room for a moment," allowing Miss He to regain her composure. Cece promptly expressed her gratitude, assisting Lingyu as they followed Shao into the quiet room. Located at the innermost part of the house, this room was originally intended for room 301. The quiet room was small, with its walls and the ceiling adorned with murals. At first glance, Cece thought it resembled a thanka but upon closer inspection, it bore no resemblance to one. The imagery was ambiguous, neither entirely divine nor demonic, and within this space, Cece felt an overwhelming weight descend upon her, suddenly experiencing difficulty in breathing. Shaoan instructed her to remain with Lingyu for a while, saying, "It's peaceful here. Please take a moment to sit and let your emotions settle, and I shall attend to both of you soon." Cece, suppressing the discomfort in her chest, expressed her gratitude to Shaoan. As Shaoan closed the door behind her, Cece leaned towards Lingyu and whispered, "Lingling, are you all right?" Lingyu's face still bore a vacant expression, yet she subtly wiggled one finger. Thank heavens, she could still move. Cece felt a sense of relief, but the weight on her chest remained oppressive. Taking a deep breath, she intended to close her eyes and allow herself to relax. Suddenly, her arm was twisted by someone. Glancing sideways, she saw Lingyu wink at her. Instantly alert, Cece fought against her discomfort, forcing her mind to wander to happier thoughts, like how she had become Lingyu's assistant with a 20% salary increase, or how she was nearing the point of saving enough for a down payment to purchase a modest apartment of 40 to 50 square meters in the capital. Lost in these musings, she was unaware of the passage of time until the sound of a door opening jolted her back to reality, mimicking Lingyu's earlier demeanor. She stared blankly at the wall mural. "Ladies, are you feeling refreshed?" Shaoan's gentle voice reached her ears, soothing her increasingly chaotic thoughts like a soft hand caressing her mind. Just as Cece was unsure how to respond, Lingyu spoke up, "I'm fine." Her voice was flat, devoid of inflection, reminiscent of a synthesized tone, strangely unsettling. Shaoan then turned to Cece, inquiring, "Miss Lin, have you rested well?" Cece quickly regained her composure. Imitating Lingyu's expressionless tone, "I'm fine." Shaoan appeared quite satisfied and asked Lingyu, "Can Mississippi He place the order now?" "Yes," Lingyu replied. "Then, take out your phone and open the app." Shaoan's voice grew increasingly gentle. Lingyu followed her instructions and opened the app, where the screen displayed a myriad of urns at various price points. Shaoan pointed to one priced at 19,999 yuan, and Lingyu captured an image of it. Cece felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. It seemed she understood. Was this hypnosis? If she had merely closed her eyes and relaxed moments ago, would she have truly transformed into the current state of Lingyu? Of course, Lingyu was merely pretending. After placing the order, it was time to proceed to payment. However, for reasons unknown, Lingyu's attempts at payment repeatedly failed. Eventually, a notification appeared stating that her account had been temporarily locked due to exceeding 6 incorrect password attempts, and it would be unlocked after 24 hours. Shaoan furrowed her brows and asked Lingyu, "What was the email you registered with? Do you remember?" Lingyu candidly replied, "I bought it. I don't know." "Well, the account was purchased, not self-registered. No wonder." "WeChat or Alipay would work too," Shaoan added. Suddenly, Lingyu seemed to awaken, pulling a passbook from her bag. "I can withdraw cash from the bank." "Only a passbook? Don't you have a card?" Shaoan exclaimed in disbelief, astonished that a young person would still use a passbook in this day and age. "The card might get swallowed. It's not safe." Lingyu's peculiar voice echoed again, and Cece struggled to suppress her laughter. Shaoan, of course, was skeptical. She scrutinized Lingyu and Cece for a considerable time, but found no clues on their faces. Half convinced, she took Lingyu's passbook, and her eyes widened in astonishment. She swiftly counted the zeros, astonished to discover that Miss He's bankbook held over 2 million. "Well, there's a bank right outside our community. I shall accompany you to withdraw the money," Shaoan exclaimed, her spirits high. Lingyu and Cece trailed behind her like puppets, exiting room 302. As they passed through the living room, they caught sight of a tall, handsome man accompanying 2 middle-aged women as they emerged from another room. Cece's keen eyes immediately noticed that one of the women's bags was a limited edition piece from a certain brand, valued at nearly 100,000. Shaoan nodded gracefully to the trio and approached them with elegance. The three of them descended the stairs slowly, just as they had come. Upon stepping outside, they were greeted by the bright sunshine, and Cece felt an overwhelming urge to embrace the sun. The discomfort she had just felt dissipated entirely. If Shaoan were not by her side, she would have wanted to shout with joy. Yet, the performance had to continue. Shaoan correctly noted that there were 2 small savings banks nearby, where elderly patrons awaited their turn at the counters. It appeared there were no available seats inside, leaving them to stand and wait for their numbers to be called. Suddenly, Lingyu pressed her hand to her forehead, exclaiming, "I feel so dizzy." Startled, Cece instinctively reached out to assist her, but before she could, Lingyu leaned against Shaoan for support. In a surprising turn, it was not Lingyu who nearly toppled over, but Shaoan herself. Lingyu quickly wrapped her arms around Shaoan's waist, her concern evident as she said, "Oh dear, are you all right? I told you to stay home and rest during your pregnancy. You shouldn't be out wandering with us." Cece hastily waved for a taxi, and immediately one came to a halt before them. The 3 of them entered the vehicle, and it was only then that Shaoan found her voice. "What are you doing?" she screamed, having been rendered mute until that moment. Lingyu scoffed. "Do you think those ghastly images can capture my soul? Dream on. Driver, take us somewhere secluded. I shall teach her a lesson." "Help!" Shaoan cried out. The taxi driver closed the windows, sealing her desperate pleas within the confines of the car. It dawned on her that this taxi and its driver were in league with the 2 women. The driver turned his head. He wore glasses and appeared quite refined, reminiscent of those charming rogues who prey on unsuspecting female university students. "This car is rented. While you may indulge in violence, please refrain from staining the seat covers with blood. It will incur charges," he kindly advised. "Silence. Just drive," Lingyu bellowed. Infuriated, she had lived 2 lifetimes and loathed those who fancied themselves knowledgeable in the art of soul capture. Such individuals, she would strike every time she encountered them. "Please, don't hit my face." Shaoan finally ceased her cries, covering her face in a futile plea for mercy. "What goes around comes around." Lingyu delivered a resounding slap, causing Shaoan's hands to recoil, the blow landing squarely upon her cheek. Cece was filled with anger. Today, she had nearly fallen into someone's trap. Lingyu possessed extraordinary abilities, while she was merely an ordinary person. Had she not noticed Lingyu's subtle wink, she might have truly closed her eyes and succumbed to the situation, possibly losing the down payment for her house in the process. The world was exceedingly treacherous. She turned in the passenger seat, eager to join the fray, yet found herself powerless to act. Had she known, she would have chosen to sit in the back seat instead. "Driver, find a secluded place quickly," Cece commanded. Su Yuanfang scoffed. When had he become merely the driver? Upon arriving at a dilapidated construction site, Lingyu dragged in and out of the car. Su Yuanfang was taken aback. How had this woman, who had appeared so lovely upon entering the vehicle, transformed into a disheveled mess in such a short time? Anne's once beautiful face was now swollen and bruised. A ghastly sight indeed. "Spare me. I am just a worker. I never intended to deceive you. Besides, once the ashes are delivered, we truly provide a venue for offerings. It's merely a bit pricey, but not excessively so," Anne stammered, despite being unable to speak clearly from the beating. Nevertheless, she continued to ramble on. For customer service representatives are known for their silver tongues. Lingyu delivered a swift kick, sending Anne crashing to the ground. Cece rushed over, her small fists pounding like drums. Su Yuanfang, sitting in the car, could hardly bear to watch. It was rather comical to see girls without martial skills engage in a brawl. "What exactly do you offer at your place? Just the mural on the wall?" Lingyu inquired. "No, I do not know. It is merely something attractive seen in the paintings during the renovation, not an object of worship," Shaoan insisted stubbornly. "Is it not? It seems I have not yet struck hard enough." Lingyu raised her leg and delivered another kick, causing Shaoan to cry out. "Please, stop kicking. I will tell you. It is the Demon King, the Demon King." "The Demon King? The Bull Demon King?" Cece inquired, perplexed. "No, it is the Western Saint Demon King. My boss and I are the Demon King's attendants. What you see in the mural is the true form of the Demon King. And the reason you can hear me is that the Demon King has manifested," Shaoan explained. "But we are not listening to you." "So does that mean your Demon King has not manifested?" Lingyu countered. Shaoan was momentarily at a loss for words. Suddenly, Lingyu asked, "Have you ever seen the Western Saint Demon King?" Shaoan appeared taken aback, not expecting such a question. Her lips trembled slightly as she nodded. "I have seen him." "You are merely mortals. How could you possibly be the attendants of a Demon King?" Lingyu pressed on. "It is the Demon King Tianzuan who chose us. He selected us from the vast sea of humanity. It is our honor," Shaoan replied, glancing around, fervently wishing for the Demon King to come and rescue her at that moment. Before encountering the Demon King, you and your boss, Lu Ziqian, must have committed murder, correct? Lingyu inquired once more. Upon hearing this, CC was also startled. Murder? Is this Shaoan a murderer? Have I just struck a murderer? She thought, stepping back several paces, nearly losing her balance. How do you know? Shaoan composed herself as she gazed at Lingyu. Are you a police officer? Lingyu scoffed. I am not a police officer, nor do I have any interest in your murder case. I merely wish to inquire if all of you have committed murder, which is why the Demon King chose you amidst the masses. Shaoan exhaled in relief, responding, Indeed, you are correct. How did you become servants? Did you simply seek out a small cabin adorned with the Demon King's images? I recall now, you are in the business of ashes. Although these are merely ashes, to those spirits, they represent their bodies. Once the original form is lost, the spectral force dissipates. Even malevolent spirits fear this. It is the so-called process of scattering bones and ashes. Once the ashes are carried away by the wind, the souls vanish into thin air. You exploit these ashes to command those spirits to serve you, do you not? Lingyu inquired. Shaoan gasped. Who are you, and how do you know this? You claim you are not a police officer. Was Yongli's heart excavated by your spirits? Lingyu pressed on. It wasn't me. I had no part in it. It was the boss's doing, not mine. Shaoan screamed, her intelligence prompting her to distance herself from the matter. Since Lingyu had mentioned Yongli's name, it was evident that her inquiry was related to Yongli, and she needed to clear her name. Your boss? Lu Ziqian? Lingyu asked. Yes, it is Lu Ziqian. Yongli was his ex-wife. He despised her. When he heard that she was murdered, he felt a deep sense of injustice and had the spirits extract Yongli's heart. Shaoan replied indignantly. The mere thought of that incident filled her with revulsion and overwhelming disgust. Where's the heart? Has it been offered to the Dark Lord? Lingyu inquired. Such a filthy object, the Dark Lord would never desire it. Even if he wished to honor me with it, I would refuse. That heart. Sigh, it matters not to disclose, for I am not responsible for that deed. My employer, Lu Ziqian, after acquiring the heart, instructed Zhang Ma to salt it with chili peppers for consumption. As Shaoan's words faded, a loud retching echoed from the open taxi door. Indeed, Lingyu's dark intuition was correct. That heart, taken by the deranged individual, had truly been consumed. Su Yuanfang was on the brink of expiring from nausea. Yet the subsequent words still reached his ears. Aside from the incident with Yongli, have you engaged in any other illicit organ trafficking? At the mention of human organs, Lingyu's thoughts sharpened. She recalled the phone call from Funjie and the Mysterious Life Mystery Research Institute. That institute had been implicated in the organ trafficking scandal, which led to its investigation and subsequent closure. There is nothing. I am merely an employee. I know nothing, Shaoan insisted, reiterating her role as a mere worker. Lingyu scoffed. An employee? What a coincidence that Lu Ziqian chose you for this position. This so-called forgetting worry soul residence is clearly a venture between the two of you. As servants of the Western Saint Dark Lord, you must have known each other long before opening this establishment, correct? No, I am truly just an employee. Shaoan fervently shook her head. The man I encountered upon leaving, is he Lu Ziqian? Lingyu pressed further. Yes, that is indeed him. Shaoan Dao, when did you encounter the Demon King? Lingyu inquired. In a dream. I saw him in a dream, Shaoan replied immediately. Lingyu wrinkled her nose at her, saying, You're lying, aren't you? Very well, then. As she spoke, she raised a finger adorned with an antique ring and shouted at it, Little Baldy, fan her. In an instant, before anyone could clearly discern the child's visage, the child had vanished without a trace. Shaoan stood there, dazed, her hand touching her face in shock. Lingyu chuckled. Just now in the car, I gave your face a good swelling. That will subside in a day. However, the marks left by this child on your face will be a permanent reminder. After that, she turned to CC and asked, do you have a mirror? CC retrieved a mirror from her bag and approached Shaoan. In the reflection, her face, already marred, bore two small black handprints. They were minuscule, unmistakably the imprints of a child. Shaoan gasped in horror, realizing that these were the very handprints the female demon had spoken of, marks that would never fade. What is this? She screamed. Ghost handprints. Since you can command ghosts, have you never heard of ghost handprints? Lingyu asked with an air of nonchalance. I've never heard of it. What is it? Shaoan's voice had risen to an unearthly pitch, sounding more like a wail than a human utterance. Indeed. The specters you command are merely pitiable souls striving to preserve their original forms. However, the one I possess has been nurtured from a ghostly embryo. A mere touch from this little spirit will leave an indelible mark upon you, a trace that will endure for a lifetime. Once you have departed from this world, the little ghost will swiftly locate you, consume you, and utilize your soul to nourish its own essence, requiring no arduous cultivation to ascend among the most formidable of spirits. Do you comprehend? Lingyu explained patiently, while Shaoan appeared on the verge of collapse. How intriguing! Despite enduring a thorough beating, Shaoan remained quite lucid, yet now, after just a few words, she was about to faint. Su Yuanfang was equally startled, as he had no inkling that Lingyu harbored a small ghost. It dawned on him that Si Xiaoshu did not reside alone within the ring. There was also a child present. But where did the child come from? Was it born of Si Xiaoshu? That seemed rather hasty. Su Yuanfang's mind raced with thoughts as Shaoan began to plead, Heroine, spare me. I cannot carry this burden. I implore you, let the little ghost be rid of me, and I will divulge everything you wish to know. Su Yuanfang stood utterly petrified. Very well, I shall grant your request. As long as you confess all that you know, I will intercede on your behalf with the little ghost. However, be warned. Its temperament is quite peculiar, and you may need to lavish it with delightful treats and amusements. Lingyu stated, Absolutely. I will procure whatever it desires. Shaoan nodded fervently. Then, proceed with your confessions. Lingyu glanced around and settled down on a half-finished cement platform, while Cece wished to join her. However, upon noticing the moss that had already begun to grow on the surface, she opted to remain standing, feeling a twinge of concern for Lingyu's attire. Shaoan, whose full name is in Xiaojin, had attended university in S-City 8 years ago. Hailing from a rural background, she nonetheless came from a well-off family. Her father and brother operated a food factory. Throughout her elementary to high school years, she was the envy of her peers. With hope and pride, she entered university, only to swiftly realize that the world was far different from her expectations. At the onset of her studies, among the 4 roommates, she was the sole representative from the countryside. The other 3 had been raised in the city, and despite her attempts to bridge the gap, their differing lifestyles rendered her isolated. Such differences seemed trivial to others, but gradually alienated her within the dormitory. One day, while she was in the cafeteria, she accidentally bumped into a girl, spilling soup all over her. The girl, infuriated, slapped her on the spot. She repeatedly apologized, yet the girl remained unyielding. In the bustling cafeteria, not a single person came to her aid. When she looked up, she saw her 3 roommates sitting nearby, watching the entire scene with glee. From that moment, a desire for revenge began to take root in her heart. However, despite sharing the same room, their interactions were limited, and she never found an opportunity to exact her revenge. Then unexpectedly, Xiaobai appeared before her, glaring fiercely as she demanded, "Did you take my ring?" "What ring?" "I have no idea what you're talking about," she replied, "as I placed the ring from Cardia beneath my pillow last night." "It must have been you who took it," Xiaobai exclaimed in anger. "I did not take it. I truly did not," she replied. "Did not take it? Then allow me to search," Xiaobai retorted. She too was infuriated, demanding, "What right do you have to search me? Why not search others?" At that moment, the other 2 girls chimed in, who said, "We didn't search. We just helped look, and your bed has yet to be checked." Unconvinced, she declared to Xiaobai, If you dare touch my belongings, I will inform the teacher. Xiaobai responded with a cold smile. Very well, I too intend to report this. But I will be notifying the police, not the teacher. With that, Xiaobai indeed called the authorities. Half an hour later, officers arrived at their dormitory accompanied by the supervising teacher, and she had no choice but to comply, opening her suitcase and cabinet in front of everyone. Although nothing was ultimately discovered, the incident became the greatest humiliation of her 20 years. She dissolved a toxic substance in the water cooler. All four of them drank from that water cooler. She was the sole survivor, having consumed the least amount and receiving timely treatment. Thus, she lived on, while the other three succumbed after 3, 7, and 10 days. The case ultimately faded into obscurity, becoming an unsolved mystery. No one suspected her, for indeed, it was an act that harmed others while endangering oneself, who would poison others only to suffer the same fate. Hence, she remained free of suspicion. However, she subsequently vanished from everyone's sight. Later, she transformed her original name, in Xiaozhen, into Inzhan, and throughout university, she was affectionately referred to as Xiaoan. As for the former in Xiaozhen, even she was on the verge of forgetting her. Yet, 3 years ago, a sensational serial murder case that had captivated the nation over a decade prior was resolved, and the perpetrator was brought to justice. In a moment, the television, newspapers, and the internet were inundated with reports about this case. Concurrently, many individuals began to recall several other long unsolved major cases, one of which was the poisoning incident in a university dormitory. On a well-known domestic forum, a thread discussing this case garnered over 1,000 replies. Those who had long ceased to engage in the forum seemed to rediscover their interest overnight, including numerous enthusiasts of deduction. Among them, someone mentioned the surviving female student, questioning why she was not thoroughly investigated. Thus, after many years, she was subjected to online sleuthing. Fortunately, she had already changed her name and distanced herself from that city. Even her current appearance bore little resemblance to that of the naive and unsophisticated student she once was. Nevertheless, fear gripped her, prompting her to resign and open an online store selling small food products manufactured by her family's factory. She adeptly evaded the online scrutiny, and shortly thereafter, the infamous airplane disappearance incident occurred, capturing media and public attention. Those eager netizens who had previously been engrossed in solving the case quickly shifted their focus to offering suggestions for the search and rescue operations of the aircraft. Although their contributions bore no tangible results, the discussion surrounding the case from years past faded into obscurity. Xiaoan exhaled deeply, yet fear gripped her, prompting her to refrain from further job applications and content herself with running an online store from home. However, one night, as she slumbered peacefully, a sudden wail pierced the tranquility, rousing her from her dreams. Initially convinced it was a figment of her imagination, she opened her eyes only to behold a figure standing before her. The person regarded her with a chilling gaze, and Xiaozhen, for every life taken, a life must be forfeited. You have claimed 3 lives. Can your own suffice as recompense? Startled, she pinched herself vigorously to ascertain the reality of the situation. This was no dream. It was indeed real. Who are you? How did you enter? She demanded, convinced that she had secured all doors and windows before sleep. I am the emissary of the Western Holy Demon King, the figure replied, and you, and Xiaozhen, are a sinner. After the initial terror subsided, and Xiaozhen quickly regained her composure. An emissary of a demon? What nonsense! You must be a fraud who knows of the past and seeks to extort me. She scoffed. Are you a police officer or a judge? On what grounds do you accuse me of sin? Utter nonsense. The figure remained silent, extending a finger towards her. In an instant, a searing pain shot through her shoulder, and she let out a cry, tumbling from her bed. As she lay on the floor, she gazed up at the figure and discovered, to her horror, that it was not standing upon the ground at all. It hovered in the air, draped in a black robe. Initially, she believed the robe concealed the figure's feet, but now, as she lay prostrate, she saw that there was nothing between the robe and the floor. Overcome with terror, she screamed. Yet the figure's voice was as frigid as frost. And Xiaozhen, you are a sinner. I have come to claim your soul. Please, no. I'm still young. I do not wish to die. I was wrong. I acknowledge my mistakes. I implore you. I will do anything you ask. Just spare my life. Shaoan pleaded, bowing repeatedly on the ground. Yet, the figure before her extended a finger once more, and a wave of excruciating pain surged through her, akin to a cramp, causing her to faint. Upon regaining consciousness, she found herself no longer in her home, but beside a man, Lu Ziqian. Both she and Lu Ziqian shared a harrowing experience. They had been brought here by an emissary of the Western Saint Demon King. Lu Ziqian had toiled in a small coal mine, where a quarrel with his employer prompted him to orchestrate a disastrous mining accident. Over 20 miners perished tragically, and the small proprietor, burdened by a multitude of charges including illegal mining and exploitation, lost everything and was imprisoned. He had long since changed his name, and the true culprit behind the catastrophe was that very employer. No one ever suspected him. Alongside other survivors, he received compensation from the employer's family. Transforming from Lu Zhenju into Lu Ziqian, he was no longer the rural miner he once was. With the compensation from the coal boss, he pursued numerous courses of study and, blessed with striking looks, worked as a public relations officer in a bar for 3 years. After this transformation, he relocated to W City. Both Lu Ziqian and Xiaozhen harbored undisclosed secrets, known only to themselves, secrets even their families were oblivious to. Yet, the emissary of the Western Saint Demon King was well aware of their hidden truths. They remained in uncertainty regarding their whereabouts and the duration of their confinement. They were parched and famished, believing they would perish in this forsaken place when suddenly, the emissary of the Dark Lord materialized before them. He had come to claim their lives. They knelt in desperation, pleading for their existence, asserting that they were willing to do anything for the Dark Lord if only he would spare them. The emissary instructed them to procure souls to offer to the Dark Lord, presenting this as their trial. They acquiesced. Lu Ziqian, using an unregistered phone card, solicited a prostitute and ended the life of the one peddling vice. And Xiaozhen employed a similar tactic, summoning a male escort, yet her strength proved insufficient, ultimately leading Lu Ziqian to take the male escort's life. No one reported the incidents, nor did anyone seek them out. Lu Ziqian and Xiaozhen successfully passed the emissary's trial, becoming attendants. Each altar of the Dark Lord required the sustenance of 3,000 souls, and unwilling to kill further, they conceived the idea of establishing a bureau of soul security. Aside from calling that male escort, I truly have not committed any wrongdoing. And it was Lu Ziqian who killed him, not I. I am not a murderer. And Xiaozhen wept. Indeed, even if the police arrived, she had little to fear, as she was merely an accomplice. The true killer was not her. Regarding the incident from years past, the police possessed no evidence whatsoever. Are there others besides Lu Ziqian and you serving the Western Saint Dark Lord? Lingyu inquired coldly. I do not know. I genuinely do not know. Although I encountered that emissary a few more times subsequently, you understand, such matters are not ones we dare to question. Xiaoan's eyes shimmered with tears, exuding a pitiable aura that would render any doubt implausible. Who could believe that she had so coldly and cruelly taken the lives of her 3 roommates? Lingyu surmised that no further revelations could be gleaned from Xiaoan, for having confessed to the murder of her roommates, there was no longer any necessity for concealment. She turned to Su Yuanfang and suggested, make the call. At this, Xiaoan was struck with alarm. You cannot go back on your word. I have reported Lu Ziqian. You must not allow the police to apprehend me. CC, long past her limit of tolerance, seized Lingyu's hand and gestured towards Xiaoan, who immediately fell silent. CC, with her delicate waist twisting and head held high, embodied the notion that a villain must confront another villain. It was evident that Xiaoan feared Miss He. Soon after, the police arrived to take Xiaoan away. Yet, it was merely Xiaoan who was taken, leaving the matter of the soul and residence to the Business Administration Department, as one could hardly claim the establishment was dedicated to the worship of a demon king. Such a statement would invite disbelief. What Lingyu found most astonishing was that just days later, Xiaoan was inexplicably released. The long-standing case of the dormitory murders lacked sufficient evidence to incriminate Xiaoan. She maintained her denial, and without evidence, the case could not proceed. Furthermore, her report of Lu Ziqian's theft of a heart implicated him, as the soul in residence was registered under his identity. Thus, Xiaoan was merely deemed an employee, absolving her of any guilt while instead earning her commendation for her testimony. Following her disclosure, the police conducted a search of Lu Ziqian's residence several months ago. Precisely the day following the abduction of Yang Li's heart, Lu Ziqian had posted a photograph on his social media. At first glance, the dish appeared to be stir-fried pig's heart with chili peppers, but it was, in fact, the heart of Yang Li. With eyewitness testimony in hand, Lu Ziqian confessed to having enlisted a ghost to procure Yang Li's heart. However, the bizarre nature of the incident compelled the police to hastily conclude the case. Yet, for Su Yuanfang, the case was already resolved. Xia Dongming could scarcely fathom that his wife's heart had been consumed by Lu Ziqian. Overwhelmed with sorrow, Xia Dongming sold 2 properties in his community, entrusted his daughter to his in-laws, and departed from W City. When Su Yuanfang relayed these events to Lingyu, she was reclining in the hostel dormitory. With a languid tone, she remarked to Su Yuanfang, "He certainly fled with remarkable speed." "What do you mean?" Su Yuanfang inquired, perplexed. "Xia Dongming and Yang Li are both servants of the Demon King," Lingyu stated matter-of-factly. "Impossible. Why would you say that? What have you discovered?" Su Yuanfang exclaimed in astonishment. "Do you recall where you first encountered Xia Dongming?" Lingyu countered, "It was before we visited Building 36 together." Su Yuanfang certainly remembered and replied, "It was at Xia Dongming's in-laws' home." "Indeed, I later inquired with Xia Dongming. He mentioned that after marrying Yang Li, she brought her parents to the city. They worked in tourism, often away for several days, and during their absence, it was Yang Li's parents who assisted with the children. Is there anything amiss with that? My dear brother, with your bluntness, how could you possibly aspire to be a detective? The threshold for such a profession seems alarmingly low." Lingyu turned over in bed. "What does that mean?" Su Yuanfang inquired, bewildered. Perhaps he left them a sum of money. Given the current housing prices in W City, he could easily sell his 2 apartments for over 3 million. Su Yuanfang remarked, "Believe it or not, you ought to inquire with Yang Li's parents about whether Xia Dongming left them any funds," Lingyu suggested. After hanging up the phone, Su Yuanfang found Lingyu's words increasingly perplexing. He recalled the address of Xia Dongming's father-in-law's residence and immediately drove there. It was a dilapidated apartment complex, even older than Xia Dongming's home, a dormitory for factory workers that had stood for over 30 years. The original residents had long since relocated, leaving the buildings awaiting demolition. Due to the low rent, the occupancy rate remained high, filled with migrant workers from afar. Yang Li's parents resided on the ground floor, clad in a tailored suit. Su Yuanfang drew attention as he approached the building. A heavily made-up middle-aged woman cast him a flirtatious glance and asked in a coy tone, "Handsome, who are you looking for?" Su Yuanfang pointed to a tightly shut window. "I am looking for their residence." "Their residence? Those 2 elderly folks? They've moved away, handsome. Would you care to visit me instead? My rates are quite reasonable and I assure you satisfaction." As she spoke, the woman leaned closer, a wave of cheap perfume engulfing him. Su Yuanfang instinctively took a step back. Perhaps he should follow the example of Si Kai and Lingyu and carry a mask to shield himself from such odors. They moved away. "Where have you moved to?" Su Yuanfang inquired. "Oh, the little girl. Her own father doesn't want her, so why would they?" The woman clicked her tongue, extending her leg forward, revealing a plump, white thigh from beneath her high-slit skirt. "They discarded the child? They abandoned her?" Su Yuanfang was taken aback. Indeed, what Lingyu had said was true. Xia Dongming not only failed to leave any money, but also rejected his daughter. Guided by a middle-aged woman, Su Yuanfang found Old Wu at the entrance of the community, setting up his stall. Old Wu's wife had been procured from abroad, and there were numerous such brides in their village and the surrounding areas. However, nearly all of these wives fled within the 2nd year of marriage, and despite filing reports, their unions were inherently illegal and involved human trafficking, leading to the cases being dismissed. With his wife gone, Old Wu felt humiliated in the village and moved to the city, hoping to earn a better living and establish a respectable presence. After 10 years in the city, now in his 40s, he had yet to marry, gradually relinquishing that hope. Yang Li's parents approached him with the proposition of giving Xia Xiaoyu to him. Although Xiaoyu was a girl, in 2 or 3 years, she could assist with cooking and managing the stall, and when she grew up, she could fetch a bride price. This was an undeniably lucrative arrangement, and Old Wu readily agreed. Yang Li's parents initially demanded 20,000, but after some haggling, they settled on 10,000. "Are you a policeman?" Old Wu exclaimed. "Oh, this is not child trafficking. She is a gift from her grandparents. And the money I provided is not for purchasing the child, but rather a token of appreciation for their efforts." Old Wu was in a state of distress, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, while Xia Xiaoyu sat on a small stool, curiously sucking her fingers and gazing at Su Yuanfang. With a deep sigh, Su Yuanfang ultimately decided against discussing such matters in front of the little girl. He said to Old Wu, "Find someone to look after the child. Let us converse over there." Old Wu entrusted Xia Xiaoyu to the elderly woman selling stinky tofu and followed Su Yuanfang to a nearby ice cream shop. Why would the child's father abandon her? This was the most perplexing matter for Su Yuanfang, as he remembered Xia Dongming being very fond of his daughter. Old Wu let out a sigh and explained, "This child is not Xia Dongming's flesh and blood." Initially, he was unaware, but upon discovering the truth, he naturally refused to accept her. This was not mere fabrication. Old Wu had heard it directly when Xia Dongming confronted them. According to Old Wu, Yang Li's father enjoyed a drink or two, and he shared this affinity, often partaking in small gatherings with him. One day, while he was at Yang Li's home drinking, Xia Dongming arrived, brandishing a pile of documents from the hospital, interrogating Yang Li's parents about their awareness of the situation, accusing them of treating him as a fool by raising another man's child. Yang Li's parents, illiterate and oblivious to the nature of the documents, were utterly bewildered. It was Old Wu who took a look at them and realized they were paternity test results, indicating that Xia Dongming and Xia Xiaoyu did not share a biological relationship. Yang Li's parents were taken aback, their daughter deceased, and in a city where they were utterly lost. They still harbored hopes of relying on their son-in-law for support in their old age. Alas, when Xia Dongming left, Xia Xiaoyu clung to her father's leg, only to be kicked away by him. A truly pitiful sight, lamented Old Wu. Emerging from the ice cream shop, Su Yuan caught sight of a little girl seated on a small stool in the distance, and an inexplicable heaviness settled in his heart. The case had reached its conclusion, and the reward had been collected. The plight of this little girl was no longer his concern. Xia Xiaoyu, once in kindergarten, now accompanied Old Wu to set up a stall, reminiscent of the words spoken by Yang Li's parents to Old Wu. In a few years, she could assist in earning a living and eventually contribute to a bride price. Su Yuan's thoughts drifted back to the late Yang Li, who, at the tender age of 14, had been exchanged by her parents into marriage, only to be ensnared by her husband years later. If Xia Xiaoyu were to remain with her grandparents, would she not inevitably meet a similar fate as Yang Li? What about an orphanage? Could she be placed in one? Su Yuan inquired. Only if her grandparents consent, accompanied by documentation from the relevant authorities, replied a female classmate. A spark ignited in Su Yuan's eyes. Sishu had grown up in an orphanage. He dialed Si Kai's number. For the past few days, Si Kai had been at the inn, and upon receiving Su Yuan's call, he was fishing by the creek. Was that girl sold by her grandparents? Si Kai's brow furrowed. The Si family had long been averse to such matters. Please liaise with the relevant authorities in W City and arrange for the girl's retrieval. I am uncertain of the domestic policies, but it seems to me that Mr. Wu does not meet the adoption criteria. Indeed, he does not, Si Kai pondered before adding. The orphanage where Xiao Shu resided is currently funded by Shuan, though it is quite distant from W City. However, I can reach out to Shuan's contacts to locate a suitable orphanage in W City or its vicinity. For Xia Xiaoyu, going to the orphanage is far preferable to staying with her relatives. By the way, is there any way to contact her biological father? What if, one day, he were to unexpectedly appear? Si Kai remarked. After hanging up the phone, Su Yuanfang proceeded to the provincial department, where he was assisting in the investigation of a case. With a smooth passage, he encountered the detained Lu Ziqian. Although there was no solid evidence linking Lu Ziqian to the murder, the incident he caused at the mine years ago had resurfaced, making him a prime suspect in a serious case. Without the arrangements from the provincial department, Su Yuanfang would not have had the opportunity to meet him. Speak. What is the nature of your relationship with Xia Dongming and Yang Li? Su Yuanfang inquired directly. I did not kill Yang Li. I merely stole her heart, Lu Ziqian retorted, his handsome features surpassing those of Xia Dongming. I did not claim you killed Yang Li. I am inquiring about your relationship. Su Yuanfang pressed on. Yang Li and I were once husband and wife, although we did not register our marriage. We held a banquet in the village. So, what do you think our relationship is? Of course, we are husband and wife, Lu Ziqian scoffed. Why did Xia Dongming compensate you with that apartment? Don't tell me it was a gesture of goodwill. Such words might deceive the elderly chatting in the courtyard. But don't expect to fool me. Su Yuanfang recalled what Lingyu had once said to him. Initially skeptical, he gradually came to believe that Xia Dongming had indeed abandoned Xia Xiaoyu, who was not even his biological child. Very well, allow me to enlighten you. When I first established my sole abode, it was a joint venture with the two of them. That property was not a compensation awarded to me. Rather, they had invested in it. Lu Ziqian remarked, investment? If it were indeed an investment, why then would the property be transferred into your name? Is there such a practice of investment? Su Yuanfang had already verified that the house is currently registered under Lu Ziqian's name. Well, I shall tell you this. Whether you believe it is entirely up to you, Lu Ziqian stated. Many years ago, in Province F, a heinous crime occurred involving armed robbery and murder of tourists. The assailants held a tourist group at gunpoint, abducting the guide, the driver, and all the tourists, intending to use them as hostages to extort ransom from their families. However, 2 families reported the incident, and the police pinpointed the fishing vessel where the hostages were confined. The robbers fled in the fishing boat, engaging in a gunfight with the police at sea, resulting in the deaths of all 5 robbers. The authorities discovered the hostages hidden beneath the deck of the vessel, where over 20 individuals had been confined in a cramped, suffocating hold. By the time they were found, a dozen or so had already succumbed to their ordeal. This case caused quite a stir, and Su Yuanfang had heard of it. Yet, he had not anticipated that the survivors from that tragic incident were none other than Xia Dongming and Yang Li. Lu Ziqian recounted that at that time, Xia Dongming and Yang Li were merely colleagues. Yang Li had a boyfriend from a wealthy family who disapproved of their relationship, leading to a stalemate. Xia Dongming, however, harbored feelings for the young and beautiful Yang Li, and despite knowing she was involved with someone else, he seized every opportunity to shower her with attention while they worked together. It was merely a display of flattery. Yang Li's boyfriend hailed from a powerful family, and Xia Dongming was hardly a match for him. That evening, after arranging for the tourists, Xia Dongming invited Yang Li to a nearby bar for a quiet respite. Such outings had occurred before, and Yang Li readily accepted. Her beauty attracted attention, and when she was approached by an admirer, Xia Dongming felt compelled to assert himself, delivering a punch to the intruder. Unbeknownst to him, the assailant was one of a gang of robbers who had recently acquired firearms and ammunition, preparing for a significant heist when they encountered Xia Dongming and Yang Li at the bar. Upon discovering a photo of Yang Li with her boyfriend on her phone, they subjected her to a horrifying ordeal before coercing both her and Xia Dongming into a compromising situation, recording the encounter. The robbers demanded a ransom of 500,000 each, threatening to share the video with Yang Li's boyfriend if their demands were not met. Both Xia Dongming and Yang Li were seized by terror, particularly Yang Li, who despaired at the thought of sourcing such an exorbitant sum. Without it, she feared her boyfriend would abandon her, especially given his family's disapproval of their relationship. Xia Dongming, too, was filled with dread. He was well aware of the formidable background of Yang Li's boyfriend. Though he harbored feelings for Yang Li, he had only dared to invite her to the bar or share a few risky jokes, never contemplating anything further, let alone the dreadful events that had transpired that day. He was uncertain whether Yang Li's boyfriend would still want her, but he was certain that the latter would not let him off easily. Xia Dongming and Yang Li harbored ulterior motives. and they simultaneously informed the robbers that their group of tourists was affluent and expressed their willingness to collaborate in robbing the tourists of their wealth. Thus, according to their scheme, the following day, Yang Li enthusiastically announced to the tourists that there would be a complimentary activity, a fishing trip aboard a fishing boat. The tourists were elated, unaware that this vivacious guide and the seemingly honest driver were leading them step by step into a treacherous trap. Xia Dongming and Yang Li initially believed that the robbers were merely after the tourists' money. However, they were taken aback to discover the robbers' greed was insatiable. Armed with guns, the robbers shot dead 2 male tourists who attempted to resist. The other tourists, gripped by fear, remained motionless as Xia Dongming and Yang Li feigned bravery, only to be knocked unconscious and set aside. This was a crucial reason why, after the case was resolved, the surviving tourists did not identify Xia Dongming and Yang Li. Both Xia Dongming and Yang Li were engulfed in terror, realizing that these robbers not only sought to steal, but also intended to kidnap, and most alarmingly, had taken lives. The robbers, having abducted the tourists, rendered them worthless and confined them in the hold alongside their captors. It was only upon their rescue that they learned all the robbers had been killed, allowing them to exhale in relief. Yet, they were deprived of the opportunity to seize the robbers' phones, and thus could not erase the incriminating videos. Xia Dongming and Yang Li lived in constant dread, anxious that the videos might be uncovered by the police, as well as fearing exposure of their collusion with the robbers. Ultimately, Yang Li took the initiative to break up with her boyfriend, and both she and Xia Dongming resigned from their positions. Lu Ziqian learned of these past events from the mouth of the Demon King's envoy. At that time, he and Shaoan had already become attendants, rendering it unnecessary for the envoy to intervene personally. He recounted the tragic loss of more than a dozen lives in Province F, revealing that the house was a hush money payment from Xia Dongming and Yang Li. However, mere hush money was insufficient. Lu Ziqian compelled both of them to, like him, venerate the Western Holy Demon King. Initially, Xia Dongming and Yang Li readily agreed. When Lu Ziqian purchased the house across from them, he solicited an additional sum from Xia Dongming and Yang Li as investment capital for the establishment of the Soul Rest. Consequently, in the early days of the Soul Rest, Xia Dongming and Yang Li held half of the shares. Yet, they were keen to keep their dealings with Lu Ziqian a secret from the community. So they would only visit the Soul Rest under the cover of night, ensuring that not only the residents were unaware, but even Shaoan, who worked there, remained oblivious. Yang Li, a tour guide, had designed the customer reception process at the Soul Rest. The first time Lingyu met Shaoan, the words spoken by Shaoan reminded her of a tour guide, which was no coincidence. The business at the Soul Rest thrived, and Xia Dongming and Yang Li quickly reaped the rewards. However, an incident soon transpired. During one of their tours, a tourist suddenly succumbed to a heart attack, and the family blamed them, causing a commotion at the travel agency. With no recourse, Xia Dongming and Yang Li turned to Lu Ziqian for help. Lu Ziqian chuckled coldly. Have you forgotten? You are the Demon King's attendants. Should you still fear them? They devised a plan, inviting the deceased's family to their home under the pretense of seeking an amicable resolution, hoping to negotiate terms with them. They transformed their home into a sanctum reminiscent of a soul-releasing chamber, venerating the Western Saint Demon King. 3 family members of the deceased arrived, and Lu Ziqian assisted in capturing their souls. His knowledge was merely superficial, and the soul-capturing process lasted no more than half an hour. Nevertheless, during that brief period, the bereaved relatives unwittingly affixed their signatures to a contract. According to this agreement, Xia Dongming and Yang Li bore no responsibility for the visitor's demise. This entire operation resembled how Shaoan compelled customers to purchase expensive niches for ashes. Yet it was sufficient to instill unwavering faith in the Western Saint Demon King within Xia Dongming and Yang Li. From that day forth, they sent their daughter to her grandparents' home and invited a statue of the Western Saint Demon King into their abode, truly becoming acolytes of the Demon King. However, a legal altar required 3,000 souls, prompting Xia Dongming and Yang Li to consider establishing their own soul-releasing chamber. This venture not only promised substantial income, but also provided an opportunity to gather souls to honor the Demon King. As for whether they had indeed opened their establishment, Su Yuanfang inquired. Rumor had it that they had partnered with a wealthy woman, an executive from a publicly listed company. I learned that they had a falling out afterward. Yang Li documented her cohabitation with me and disclosed it to the villagers, claiming that I had perished in a mine. She intended to claim compensation as my wife, deceiving the villagers into providing their fingerprints as evidence. Given that we had hosted a banquet in the past, the villagers, well aware of the situation, harbored no doubts and all complied. She used this as leverage against me, asserting that the villagers' fingerprints served as proof. If she presented this to the police, I would be unable to extricate myself from the predicament, though this may not be classified as a grave crime, at most resulting in a few years of imprisonment. You understand my predicament. I cannot afford to be incarcerated. Lu Ziqian ceased his words at this point, and Su Yuanfang comprehended his implication. Lu Ziqian was unable to endure an investigation. He had previously caused a mining disaster and had even taken the life of a seller. He possessed too many incriminating secrets, and any revelation could lead to dire consequences. So, you acquiesce to their withdrawal from the investment? This is the source of your animosity towards Yang Li. Not merely because she wed another man years ago. Su Yuanfang discerned the truth. Do you know the name of the investor that Xia Dongming and Yang Li approached? Su Yuanfang inquired again. I am unaware of that detail, only that he is an executive from a large corporation. By the way, I once sought out Yang Li's parents regarding this matter, hoping they would intervene on her behalf due to her shared hometown. Her father explicitly stated that Yang Li had cured the son of a wealthy woman, who regarded her as a benefactor and promised substantial investments. He also mentioned that this woman was an executive at a publicly listed company, possessing significant shares and wealth, Lu Ziqian recounted. Now, allow me to pose one final question. Su Yuanfang stated. Ask away, as long as it bears no relevance to the case. You may inquire freely, Lu Ziqian replied languidly, his so-called case undoubtedly referring to his involvement in the mining disaster. Whose child is Xia Xiaoyu, born to Yang Li? Su Yuanfang questioned. Lu Ziqian paused momentarily before responding. It certainly is not Xia Dongming's, nor is it mine. Yang Li once confided in me that had it not been for the child, she would not have married Xia Dongming. She possesses lofty aspirations, always desiring to marry someone affluent, while Xia Dongming is not destitute. He does not qualify as a wealthy individual. Upon emerging from the detention center, Su Yuanfang's mood grew increasingly somber. He had not anticipated that Xia Dongming and Yang Li were directly involved in that tragic incident from years past. As the investigation unfolded, it became evident that Xia Xiaoyu's biological father was either Yang Li's wealthy ex-boyfriend or one of the robbers, with the latter being the more likely scenario. Should it be the ex-boyfriend, given Yang Li's character, she would likely exploit the situation to extract money from him, rather than feigning that Xia Xiaoyu was the child of Xia Dongming. Therefore, the probability that Xia Xiaoyu's biological father was one of the robbers was considerably higher. Or perhaps Yang Li herself could not definitively identify the father. The identity of Xia Xiaoyu's biological father had become irrelevant, for he could never care for her. Su Yuanfang felt a wave of frustration wash over him as he thought of Xia Dongming and Shaoan, who remained at large. A sense of helplessness enveloped him. He picked up his phone and called Lingyu. How about this? I will ask the boss for leave, and if granted, I shall head to City W. Lingyu suggested. Su Yuanfang felt a surge of joy. Perhaps certain matters in this world required the assistance of mysterious forces. After hanging up, Lingyu approached Shui Mei. Sister Shui Mei, I would like to request a few days off. Uncle Su has some matters to attend to, and I wish to assist him. Is that all right? She pleaded. Shui Mei, who was sifting through a pile of ethnic costumes, frowned at the request. If you are not here, who will wear these garments? You, of course. Your figure is far more suited to them than mine. You would look splendid in them, Lingyu replied. In recent days, both Shui Mei and Lingyu had been donning ethnic attire daily, and their business thrived as a result. Me? Have you not noticed how these outfits are perfectly tailored for you? Shui Mei blinked, her eyes wide with surprise. Are they truly suited for me? Lingyu wore a puzzled expression. Indeed, such a place seems most fitting for someone like you, remarked Spinach from the side. So it is, Lingyu pouted, glancing at Shui Mei's curvaceous figure, then lowering her gaze to herself. Alas, this is truly a sorrowful topic. With her spirits dampened, she exited the hall, where the sun shone brightly. Uncle Zhao was outside, entertaining 2 children with kite flying, while Xiao sat nearby, lost in thought. Lingyu approached and settled beside Xiao Tao, inquiring, "Would you like to fly a kite? I have one at home. If you wish to fly, I can give it to you." Xiao Tao shook his head. She gently patted his head and suddenly laughed. "Xiao Tao, I bet that if one day you start talking, you will surely frighten everyone." Xiao Tao remained oblivious, his gaze unfocused. "I heard you were going to City W?" A voice interrupted. Lingyu turned to see Si Kai approaching, carrying fishing gear. "Did Uncle Su tell you? He can be quite the nag," she muttered. "Nag? What does that mean?" Si Kai asked, perplexed. "A term you need not concern yourself with. It's not relevant to your daily conversations," Lingyu replied with a hint of exasperation. Si Kai sat beside her and asked, "Have you informed CC?" "No, I haven't taken leave, so I might not be able to go." Lingyu regretted her words as soon as they left her lips, knowing what would come next. As expected, Si Kai furrowed his brows and pulled out his phone to call Shui Mei. Lingyu immediately sprang to her feet, glancing around before turning to flee. "What is this? Reporting to the boss about the boss lady? Is there a hole here? I should quickly slip into it." Si Kai gazed in bewilderment at Lingyu, who sprinted faster than a rabbit. How could she run so swiftly? Shui Mei emerged from the hall, her phone in hand, and approached Si Kai. "I took 30 steps." She shook the still-ringing phone. Si Kai's expression turned grave as he addressed Shui Mei. "Due to the losses incurred from Lingyu's leave, please report the figures to Minner. I will compensate you." Shui Mei was momentarily speechless with anger, but after a while, she suddenly laughed. "Hey, Sky, are you hoping for an older cow to graze on tinder grass?" Si Kai looked at her coldly. "I understand that phrase." Indeed, he comprehended it. He had searched it online. "No, that's not what you meant," he asserted earnestly. Shui Mei breathed a sigh of relief and warned Si Kai, "You must not set your sights on Lingling. She is an orphan and not suitable for the Si family." When she first met Si Kai during a trip to the capital, they had dined together, and coincidentally, a family friend of the Si family spotted them, leading her to meet the elders of the Si family unbeknownst to Si Kai. Regardless, 3 days later, Lingyu made her appearance in W City, accompanied by CC and Si Kai. CC, Lingyu's assistant, was there as part of her duties. As for Si Kai, he was simply too idle. Upon encountering Su Yuanfang, Lingyu was taken aback. Su Yuanfang's appearance was haggard, his once exquisite features now overshadowed by fatigue. "Senior brother, why do you look so worn out?" Lingyu inquired. "I'm emotionally drained," Su Yuanfang sighed deeply. Indeed, he was weary. As a private detective, he had never felt such emotional exhaustion even when he struggled with cases in the past. The feeling of exhaustion stems from the stark reality that the perpetrator lies before you, yet you are powerless to apprehend him. The child, innocent and vulnerable, can only be assisted in the slightest manner. Lingyu gently patted his shoulder, offering no words. One afternoon, a few days later, Zhu Kehui, the vice president of Zhuiqing Real Estate Company, received a distressing phone call informing her that her son had suddenly collapsed at kindergarten. Instantly, her complexion drained of color. Without notifying her driver, she took the wheel and drove out of the underground parking lot of Zhuiqing Real Estate. The streets were bustling with traffic, with vehicles weaving through the thoroughfare. Unbeknownst to Zhu Kehui, a car stealthily followed her. The congestion on the road was severe, and upon her arrival at the kindergarten, there remained half an hour before dismissal. The area outside the kindergarten was filled with cars waiting to pick up children. After considerable effort, Zhu Kehui finally found a parking space. As she stepped out of her vehicle, she was met by a familiar teacher. "Teacher Chen, what has happened to Andy?" she inquired urgently. Teacher Chen, having left work early due to personal matters, looked at Zhu Kehui in surprise. "Andy, yes, mother. What is wrong with Andy?" Zhu Kehui furrowed her brow, yet felt a slight alleviation within. Teacher Chun was unaware of the situation. Could it be that Andy was all right? "Yes," Surely he was fine. After all, Andy was under the protection of the Demon King, and nothing could harm him. I just received a call stating that Andy had collapsed, Zhu Kehui explained. Collapsed? That can't be true. I hadn't heard anything about that. Please wait a moment. I will have someone take you to the classroom to check. Teacher Chen replied warmly. After making a call, it wasn't long before Teacher Wu from Andy's class emerged. Teacher Wu. I received a call from the kindergarten stating that Andy had collapsed. Upon observing the evident impatience on Teacher Xiao Wu's face, Zhu Kehui sensed that this phone call was likely a prank. But today, didn't you call to request leave for Andy? You mentioned taking him to the hospital for a follow-up appointment. Have you forgotten? Teacher Xiao Wu inquired, puzzled. What do you mean? I requested leave for Andy. But he arrived at kindergarten early this morning. How could there be a leave request? A sense of unease began to creep into Zhu Kehui's heart. Typically, she personally accompanied Andy to kindergarten, but today her younger brother, Zhu Qian, had volunteered to take him, which was why she had not escorted Andy herself. No, today Andy did not come. I received your call early this morning, where you requested leave for him. By the way, you called the office phone, and we have a recording of it, Teacher Xiao Wu replied, a hint of irritation in her tone. Fortunately, the kindergarten had taken precautions by recording all calls from parents. Zhu Kehui's heart sank. She practically urged Teacher Xiao Wu to play the recording. The voice on the recording was that of a woman, somewhat resembling hers. Yet it was unequivocally not her own. Teacher Xiao Wu looked aggrieved. We are not well acquainted. How could I discern whether it was truly you? Disinterested in further debate, Zhu Kehui immediately dialed her brother Zhu Qian. Where have you taken Andy? She demanded. Fury surged within Zhu Kehui upon discovering that her brother had delivered Andy to her ex-husband's place. Bring him back to me at once, immediately, she exclaimed loudly. Upon hanging up the phone, Zhu Kehui noticed the teachers at the kindergarten gazing at her in astonishment. To them, Andy's mother was an elegant professional woman. Yet in her moment of anger, she appeared as though she were a shrew. Zhu Kehui was reluctant to linger any longer. She drove away from the kindergarten. The sky had darkened, and as she drove, her anger intensified. She dialed her brother's number. Did you pick up Andy? Hurry and go get him. Zhu Qian replied. All right. I understand. I'm going right now. Zhu Kehui felt helpless, one hand gripping the steering wheel while the other pressed against her forehead, utterly exasperated by her brother's incompetence. Excuse me, can you take me to find my mother? Suddenly, a child's voice called from behind her, startling Zhu Kehui. She looked up to see a child's face in the rearview mirror. It was a little boy, around 4 or 5 years old, similar in age to Andy. Zhu Kehui's eyes widened in shock. Surely this was a mere figment of her imagination. She exhaled, attributing the vision to her heightened stress levels. Yet, as she instinctively glanced back at the rearview mirror, she found the boy staring back at her with hollow eyes. Ah, Zhu Kehui gasped, and the car veered off the road. The vehicle crashed violently into a tree, and she lost consciousness. Her son was gravely ill, afflicted by an incurable disease. In her desperate search for a remedy, she had consulted countless physicians to no avail. One day, she received a phone call from a tour guide named Yang Li, whom she had met during a trip a few years prior. Yang Li, having somehow learned of her son's plight, offered her a few words of comfort before revealing that she might possess a solution. At that point, Zhu Kehui was so desperate that she considered the possibility of Yang Li being a fraud, yet she could afford to be skeptical no longer. For the sake of safety, she had her brother, Zhu Qian, accompany her to the place where she had arranged to meet Yang Li. It was Yang Li's home, situated in an old residential complex. Inside, only Yang Li and her husband, Xia Dongming, were present. She inquired about the method Yang Li had in mind, and Yang Li led her into a room adorned with peculiar murals on the walls. Yang Li explained that they depicted the Western Saint Devil. In her desperation for her son's illness, Zhu Kehui had previously sought out various so-called masters, and at that moment, she assumed Yang Li was akin to those practitioners. With a sardonic smile, she remarked, "Are you going to sell me talismans or elixirs? How much will it cost?" Zhu Kehui gazed at Yang Li with derision. According to Yang Li's instructions, Zhu Kehui lured a young boy with a KFC family bucket. She had been observing this child for several days. The boy, named Xiaoming, was an orphan who had been discarded like a kitten in a trash bin, discovered by Mrs. Liu. Without children of her own, Mrs. Liu subsisted on scavenging and the kindness of others, raising Xiaoming to the age of 5. Xiaoming was well behaved, accompanying Mrs. Liu each day to collect scraps, exhibiting politeness by thanking anyone who tossed him a beverage bottle. One day, Zhu Kehui called Xiaoming over with an empty mineral water bottle, pointing to the KFC family bucket resting on a stone bench. She said, "Andy's child is sick and has no friends to play with. Would you keep him company for a while? This family bucket is yours." Xiaoming's eyes widened with delight, yet he shook his head, saying, "I still need to go to the recycling station." As Xiaoming sat in a car suffused with the fragrance of gardenias, he felt a twinge of shyness and embarrassment. Today, he had rummaged through numerous trash bins, leaving himself dirty and foul-smelling. He wondered if he might tarnish the lady's vehicle. Lost in his thoughts, the car ventured into a residential community. Zhu Kehui instructed him to alight, leading him into an apartment building. After Xiao Ming downed a glass of water offered by Zhu Kehui, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Following a series of grim rituals, Zhu Kehui sliced open Xiao Ming's body. And alongside Yang Li, they watched as his blood flowed into a bucket, draining until the last drop had escaped. In the stillness of the night, a dark emissary emerged from the shadows. It was Zhu Kehui's first and only encounter with him. Before their eyes, the emissary consumed the bucket of blood that had poured forth from a living being in one gulp. In another room, the ailing Zhu Andy remained asleep. A mere 5 years of age, yet teetering on the brink of death. The emissary entered the room, while Zhu Kehui and Yang Li hesitated outside, filled with trepidation. As this was Yang Li's inaugural experience of such a scene, time slipped away, and eventually, the emissary exited the room, addressing Zhu Kehui with a chilling proclamation. Henceforth, each year, she must find a boy of the same age as her son, for only with his blood could her son's life be sustained. In that moment, Zhu Kehui grasped the harrowing truth. Today was not an end, but a beginning. She dashed into the room, witnessing Zhu Andy's pallid visage gradually regain a hint of color, the hue of health, a welcome and long-awaited transformation. When Zhu Kehui awakened, she found herself still in her car. A sudden recollection struck her. She had collided with a large tree by the roadside. It was already deep into the night, and the darkness outside the window was impenetrable. Where was she? Was she still by the roadside? Surely not, if that were the case. The traffic police would have arrived by now. A throbbing pain enveloped her head as she switched on the light, hoping to ascertain whether she had sustained any injuries. At that very moment, she caught a glimpse of a face in the rearview mirror, a child's face. "Ah!" Zhu Kehui screamed in terror. The memory flooded back. She had seen that face just before the accident. She knew him. It was Xiaoming. That day, after leaving Yang Li's house, she had driven her son up the mountain, and her son had fallen asleep midway. She had stopped the car, retrieved Xiaoming's lifeless body from the trunk, and discarded it on the winding mountain road. Days later, she saw a notice regarding the identification of a body, a child's corpse discovered on the mountain road, crushed beyond recognition by numerous passing vehicles. "Do not come looking for me. It is the messenger of the Demon King who seeks your blood, not I. I, too, was compelled against my will." Yang Li screamed as she flung open the car door and stepped out. In the hotel room, Cici was engrossed in reading the news on her phone. A female corpse had been discovered on the number 156 mountain road, having been run over multiple times, rendering her features unrecognizable. This marked the second incident of such a nature reported in the area this year, prompting traffic police to remind the public. Su Yuanfang interjected that Zhu Qian is the brother of Zhu Kehui. He asked us if we could expedite the police investigation. He owes quite a bit of money and is counting on his sister's inheritance to settle his debts. Si Kai, puzzled, inquired, "What about Zhu Kehui's son? He would be the legal heir, wouldn't he?" Su Yuanfang replied, "On the very day Zhu Kehui passed away, Zhu Andy's old illness recurred, and he doesn't have much time left. Zhu Kehui had long been divorced, and her parents have also passed. If Zhu Andy dies, Zhu Kejia would be her sole heir." Lingyu sighed. So Zhu Kejie is willing to collaborate with us, then. I had thought he had a change of heart and was acting out of righteousness. The ghost that Zhu Kehui had seen before her death was not Xiao Ming. Lingyu couldn't locate Xiao Ming's spirit at that moment, but fortunately, she had one of her own. It's the little bald boy I acquired from the people at Luosian Slope, Lingyu said with a smile. Shall I summon him to meet you? No, 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 the three of them chorused. That time in the bamboo house, Lingyu had disturbed the little ghosts in the large vat, and when people from outside were about to enter, she hid inside the vat, fearing discovery, and stuffed the most mischievous little ghost into her ring. In a moment of desperation, she took the mischievous little ghost with her, forgetting about it entirely until several days later when she dreamt of the ghostly figure in red, Ashu. Ashu revealed to her that she was being tormented by a little ghost, prompting Lingyu to recall that she had inadvertently stolen the little ghost from the inhabitants of Luoxianpo. This little ghost was none other than the impish Baldy, a cheeky little rascal. Zhu Kehui encountered Baldy, but in that moment, she was nearly frightened to death. The sight of the child's face reminded her of Xiao Ming, causing her to mistake Baldy for him. Lingyu raised her finger adorned with a ring and said to the little ghost within, "You performed admirably this time. I shall procure a grand toy airplane for you." Baldy had expressed his desire for a toy plane. "Master Celestial, how old is your younger brother? Bringing him out. Would that not be considered child abduction?" Su Yuanfang inquired with a hint of annoyance. "Huh." Su Yuanfang turned to see Si Kai grinning like a teenager afflicted with a midlife crisis. "Have you reverted to childhood?" Su Yuanfang glared at him. Si Kai's smile froze. Understanding the implications of reverting to childhood. Was he truly that old? Consequently, Si Kai opened Baidu and typed, "Is 27 years old considered old?" Ever since Lu Ziqian's arrest, Xiaoan had been restless. She could not fathom the reason for her unease. Even the police had failed to uncover any evidence against her. She was innocent, untainted by guilt, and the law could not punish her. She was merely indulging in unfounded fears. Yes, that must be it, unfounded fears. At that moment, the doorbell rang, likely heralding the arrival of her takeout. Xiaoan unlocked her phone and dialed the rider's number as indicated on the takeout order. A robust and booming voice resonated from outside. "Hello?" Relieved, Xiaoan opened the door and, with a hint of annoyance, admonished the rider, "In the future, please call before knocking." As the rider stood there, bewildered, Xiaoan slammed the door shut with a forceful thud. The delivery consisted of fish-flavored shredded pork over rice and a bottle of beverage. For the past fortnight, Xiaoan had been ordering from this very establishment. After finishing her meal, she placed the empty container along with the takeaway bag in the entrance hall. The entryway was cluttered with takeout boxes and beverage bottles. Xiaoan had not ventured outside her home for 2 weeks, and consequently, had not disposed of any garbage. In her residential complex, the cleaning lady was responsible only for the communal areas, while residents were expected to maintain the cleanliness of the stairwells. Xiaoan had once attempted to leave her trash at the door, but the next day, 2 elderly ladies knocked, informing her that her refuse had begun to emit an odor, disturbing other residents, and insisted she dispose of it in the downstairs bin immediately. Reluctantly, Xiaoan resorted to keeping all her waste indoors, as she feared venturing out. A case from university had recently resurfaced, and she was anxious about being doxxed again. The stench within her apartment grew increasingly unbearable, prompting Xiaoan to open all the windows, yet the foul odor lingered stubbornly. She turned on the television, only to be greeted by a dark screen. As the camera zoomed in, she was horrified to see a scene depicting a corpse being handled. Startled, she fumbled with the remote, which slipped from her grasp and clattered to the floor. Bending down to retrieve it, a sudden sharp pain gripped her abdomen, causing her to crouch down, unable to rise. She had neither menstruated nor caught a chill. What could possibly be the cause of this sudden discomfort? Was it the takeout I just consumed that was unsanitary? Xiaoan, enduring the agony, contemplated leaving a negative review for the seller. Yet, just as she grasped her phone, a call came in. "Hello, I am a rider from XX platform. Your takeout is with me, but my electric scooter has run out of battery, causing a delay. I sincerely apologize. It will take a little longer to reach you. Is that acceptable? Xiaoan was momentarily taken aback. Take out. Rider? Did you not just deliver my food? She inquired. No, I just borrowed an electric scooter, and it will take 20 minutes to reach you. I'm truly sorry. The rider repeatedly expressed regret. Xiaoan ended the call and hurriedly checked her call log. Just 20 minutes prior, she had dialed this rider. Yet, her call history revealed that her most recent outgoing call was from yesterday, one made to her father, requesting him to transfer her some money. She had never called the rider. Her takeout was still en route. Xiaoan's head buzzed, and the pain in her abdomen intensified, forcing her to gasp for breath as the air became saturated with a putrid stench. The television screen no longer showcased the crime expert. Instead, a woman was screaming in terror. Xiaoan attempted to turn off the television, only to remember that the remote had fallen to the floor, still unattended. The sky had darkened, and with no lights on in the room, she relied on the glow of the TV to spot the remote beneath the sofa, likely kicked there in her earlier haste. The abdominal pain was excruciating, yet Xiaoan gritted her teeth against the discomfort and extended her hand beneath the sofa to retrieve the remote. However, her fingers encountered a chilling sensation. It was not the remote at all. It was a hand, a frigid and piercing hand. Xiaoan let out a piercing scream, her voice harmonizing with the cacophony emanating from the television. She exerted every ounce of strength to struggle, yet she could not break free. That hand yanked her down from the sofa, sending her crashing to the floor. She kicked and fought, desperate to rise, but to no avail. One of her arms was gripped tightly, nearly fracturing under the pressure. Help, help. Old classmate, do not be afraid. I have merely come to see you, to check on your well-being. The voice resonated from the television, and with it, a woman clad in red appeared upon the screen. Xiaoan's eyes widened in disbelief. She did not recognize this woman. Was she a celebrity? Yes, indeed. A star, an actress. This was a television drama. Yet, the term old classmate seemed to drift from the grave, sending chills down her spine. Since graduating from university, she had lost contact with every classmate, not only from college, but also from her primary and secondary schools. Xiaoan breathed a sigh of relief, attempting to reassure herself. She struggled once more, yearning to stand, but the voice from the television echoed again, this time calling her by name. And Xiaojin, do you not recognize me? It is Xiaobai. That time when my ring went missing, I mistakenly thought you had stolen it. I am truly sorry. It was my fault. Yet, I apologized then. And you forgave me. Why, then, do you still wish to take my life? Why? Xiaobai? Xiaobai? Xiaoan dared not gaze at the woman on the television. She lay flat on the floor, one arm firmly grasped beneath the sofa. Staring at the ceiling, she gasped for breath like a fish stranded on shore. She had long forgotten the visage of Xiaobai, and not only her, but also Song Miao and Zhang Mengmeng. Their faces had faded from her memory, as if they were mere shadows disconnected from her reality. She did not think of them, had never recalled them. The individuals and their countenances had become blurred in her recollection. Yet now, those indistinct faces suddenly crystallized into clarity, as the woman on the screen giggled, and Xiaozhan. We all miss you dearly, so very much. The dormitory is incomplete without you. Come, the bottom bunk by the window is waiting for you. Unable to contain herself any longer, Xiaoan turned her gaze back to the television screen. The room was shrouded in darkness, the television radiating an almost blinding brilliance. She could not discern Xiaobai's face, only the vivid red of her clothing. Suddenly, a memory surged forth, the day Xiaobai perished. She had been clad in a red dress. Xiaoan screamed in terror, "That is Xiaobai? It's Xiaobai come to exact vengeance. You forced my hand. You compelled me. I never intended to take your lives. It was you who left me no choice." Xiaobai screamed frantically, her piercing cries escaping through the open window. That night, many heard her anguished wails, prompting neighbors to call the police. When the officers forced their way in, they were met with a scene of chaos. The room was littered with debris, and an unpleasant odor filled the air. Xiaoan lay on the floor, surrounded by a mound of takeout boxes, her own excrement beneath her. Upon seeing the intruders, she pointed at the television screen and screamed, her voice now unrecognizable, as if possessed by a malevolent spirit. The screen displayed a popular youth drama, featuring a group of beloved young actors clad in pristine white uniforms, their smiles radiant. Xiaoan had succumbed to madness. The following day, after being admitted to a psychiatric hospital, she finally fell silent, her demeanor vacant and unresponsive. The doctors, accustomed to such cases, observed her with indifference. Xiaoan's family arrived from afar, relieved to find her condition not as dire as they had been led to believe. However, 2 days later, when the water dispenser in her ward ran dry, a caregiver entered with a heavy bucket of water to refill it. Just as the caregiver was about to change the water, Xiaoan, who had been sitting motionless, suddenly lunged forward with surprising strength, knocking the caregiver aside. Seizing the bucket, she embraced it tightly and dashed toward the window. The hospital's windows were secured, allowing only a narrow opening. Yet Xiaoan, with the weighty bucket in her grasp, managed to escape her room. In full view of onlookers, she tumbled down the stairs. Bucket in hand, Xiaoan perished. The police struggled to pry her arms open. Even in death, she clung fiercely to the bucket, as if it contained the vibrant lives of her 3 roommates, entwined with her until the very end. In the hotel room, Sikai's mouth gaped wide enough to fit an egg. His aunt, at that moment, was seated on the sofa, engrossed in the television. "Aunt, you've been in the mortal realm for too long. Your health may suffer, don't you think?" Upon entering Lingyu's room, Sikai was greeted by this scene. The sound of running water echoed from the bathroom, where Lingyu was taking a shower. Shu cast a cold glance at Sikai before her attention returned to the television. Ever since she had once entered the realm of the screen, she had developed an interest in watching it. Sikai felt a chill run through him, sensing an oppressive aura in the room. He had never imagined that one day he would watch television alongside a ghost. "Aunt, this drama is utterly tedious. The woman's acting is far too exaggerated," Sikai remarked. Steeling himself, believing it was hardly commendable for a ghost to develop a habit of watching television. "Nonsense. That is clearly a man, not a woman. Have your eyes deceived you?" Shu retorted, exasperated. "Old eyes deceived?" The aunt, who had been dead for many years, accused him of poor eyesight. Sikai quietly took out his phone, searching how to remedy presbyopia at the age of 27. Meanwhile, Su Yuanfang felt buoyant and invigorated. With Zhu Kehui and Xiaoan deceased, he believed that this world truly operated on the principle of karmic retribution. He drove to an orphanage located on the outskirts of the city, where, days prior, social workers had finally located Yang Li's parents and persuaded them to agree to send Xia Xiaoyu to the orphanage. At first, Yang Li's parents were unwilling to consent, even rallying a multitude of relatives to confront the social workers. They had sold Xia Xiaoyu to Old Wu and had already accepted his payment. What if Old Wu demanded a refund? Ultimately, it was the personnel from the local police station who intervened, informing them that selling a child is unlawful, even if it is one's own flesh and blood. Only then did they relent. Regardless, Xia Xiaoyu was finally sent to the orphanage, a development worthy of celebration. However, Su Yuanfang's social worker friend cautioned him that the situation was far more complex than he had anticipated. Legally, both Xia Dongming and Yang Li remained Xia Xiaoyu's relatives and would continue to exert influence over her life in the future. Such occurrences had transpired numerous times before, and the social workers had grown accustomed to them. Upon Su Yuanfang's arrival at the orphanage, the teacher who greeted him smiled and remarked, "Your timing is impeccable. Xia Xiaoyu's father is here as well, currently playing with the child." Su Yuanfang's smile instantly faltered. Xia Xiaoyu's father? He produced the special identification issued to him by the provincial department, prompting the orphanage teacher to gesture toward the garden behind the building, saying, "They are over there." The child's father does not wish to be disturbed. Quietly, Su Yuanfang made his way to the garden at the back of the orphanage. He beheld Xia Xiaoyu, her face etched with fear as she stared at the figure before her, whose back was turned, concealing his face from Su Yuanfang's view. Yet, the physique was all too familiar. Xia Dongming. Su Yuanfang recalled how Xia Xiaoyu had once depended heavily on Xia Dongming. Even after Xia Dongming abandoned her and fled to distant lands, Xia Xiaoyu was still a child, She should not harbor such fear towards him. A sudden thought surged forth. Xia Dongming is the servant of the Demon King. Xia Dongming, what are you doing? Su Yuanfang bellowed as he charged forward. Xia Dongming had not anticipated anyone would approach at that moment. He confided to the orphanage teacher that he had erred, neglecting his daughter in his own sorrow following his wife's death. He yearned for an opportunity to spend some time alone with his daughter to mend their fractured bond. The teacher readily agreed, assuring him that no one would disturb them. Yet, unexpectedly, within mere minutes, someone arrived. Su Yuanfang soon discerned that Xia Dongming was holding a photograph of Yang Li, a picture Su had previously seen, the gruesome image of Yang Li after her violent death. Her face covered in blood, a horrifying sight. Xia Dongming had the audacity to use such a photograph to terrify an innocent child. Upon recognizing Su Yuanfang, Xia Dongming breathed a sigh of relief and remarked, "I was away for a while, and to my dismay, my in-laws sold Xiaoyu. Thankfully, you rescued her. But why show her such a photograph? She is but a child," Su Yuanfang retorted coldly, having lost all fondness for Xia Dongming upon learning of his numerous heinous acts. "Alas, I am uncertain what her grandparents conveyed to her. The child refuses to acknowledge me, so I must make her aware of the horrific fate that befell her mother. In this world, it is solely we two who rely on each other." As he spoke, Xia Dongming wiped the corner of his eye, appearing genuinely sorrowful. The offering of blood spirit. 19. Xia Dongming, you have long known that Xia Xiaoyu is not your biological child, yet you abandoned her for that very reason. Now, you hypocritically seek her out, brandishing the photograph of her mother's tragic demise to frighten her. Xia Dongming, are you attempting to provoke me into calling the police? Su Yuanfang scoffed. Though he held no particular fondness for children, he could not bear to witness such cruelty inflicted upon one. Xia Dongming was taken aback, realizing that Su Yuanfang was already aware of the lack of blood relation between him and Xia Xiaoyu. His initial shock quickly turned to resolve. "Mr. Su, this is a private matter, and I hope you will refrain from meddling." "Meddling? Very well. Let us summon the authorities and ascertain whether this constitutes meddling," Su Yuanfang retorted, producing his phone to call the police. In response, Xia Dongming, seizing the frightened and sobbing Xia Xiaoyu, hurled her towards Su Yuanfang. Caught off guard, Su instinctively reached out to catch her, causing his phone to slip from his grasp and fall to the ground. Xia Dongming then delivered a swift kick, sending Su Yuanfang's phone flying into a nearby fountain. As Su Yuanfang set Xia Xiaoyu down and prepared to retaliate, Xia Dongming had already fled the scene. Su Yuanfang erupted into furious expletives, but upon recalling Xia Xiaoyu's presence, he refrained from continuing. He retrieved his phone from the fountain, now waterlogged, and hurried to the front building to use the orphanage's phone to contact Lingyu. Lingling, Xia Dongming has appeared, and he was just wielding Yang Li's death photo to intimidate Xia Xiaoyu. What do you suppose his intentions are? Su Yuanfang inquired. Lingyu was savoring an ice cream. Her words slurred as she said, "I do not comprehend why he would take a photograph, yet I can surmise the purpose behind his pursuit of Xia Xiaoyu. What could that purpose be? Initially, it was under the pretense of securing funds for Zhu Kehui's son's treatment that Xia Dongming and Yang Li persuaded Zhu Kehui to invest in their venture, Soul Sanctuary. Had it not been for Yang Li's tragic demise at the hands of an assailant, Zhu Kehui's financial backing would have materialized. Lu Ziqian harbored resentment towards Xia Dongming and Yang Li for their betrayal, which led to the sinister act of extracting Yang Li's heart. Perhaps Lu Ziqian remained oblivious to his own involvement in this matter and subsequently hired a private investigator, only to find that the trail led back to him. Lu Ziqian was aware of the events surrounding Xia Dongming and Yang Li's involvement in the murder of a tourist. Fearing that Lu Ziqian might divulge this to the authorities, Xia Dongming hastily sold his property, abandoning Xia Xiaoyu to flee alone. The vast expanse of Huaxia makes it exceedingly challenging to locate someone like Xia Dongming, who possessed at least 2 to 3 million. If he chose to live incognito, discovering his whereabouts would be no simple feat. What of the profound bond between father and daughter? Who would believe it? Su Yuanfang suddenly recalled Zhu Kehui's son, according to Zhu Kehui's brother, Zhu Kejia. The reason Zhu Kehui consented to invest in Yang Li was that they had jointly and mercilessly slain a young boy who survived by scavenging. If Zhu Kehui were alive, in a bid to prolong her son's life, she would annually claim the life of a boy the same age as her son, offering the blood of the innocent to sustain the so-called Dark Prince. Lingling, you who traverse both the realms of the living and the dead. Have you heard of that so-called Western Dark Prince? Su Yuanfang inquired. Lingyu shook her head, stating that she had not heard of it. However, she mentioned the Demon Lord's envoy, which bore some resemblance to the legendary Blood Spirit. Blood Spirit? What is that? Su Yuanfang inquired, perplexed. It is somewhat akin to a Western vampire, yet it is not merely a vampire. A vampire does not necessarily have to be deceased, whereas a blood spirit must have died before transforming into one. Lingyu admitted to Su Yuanfang that she had never truly encountered a blood spirit. At this point, she smacked her lips, feeling parched. Noticing Cece this time, she saw her covering her ears instead of asking for an iced coffee. Beside her, Sikai waved at Cece, gesturing for her to move to the adjacent room. To his surprise, Cece grimaced and replied, I dare not go next door alone. I shall remain here. Meanwhile, Lingyu continued her tale. However, when people opened the coffin of that great general, they were utterly startled. Despite having been dead for 3 months and expected to be decomposed, the sight that greeted them was of a man with a healthy complexion, as if alive. Everyone was terrified, and when this news reached the soldiers outside, they recalled their fallen comrades from the journey and remembered the general's brutality during his life. Some quietly sought the assistance of a ghost-catching master. On the day the celestial master arrived, it coincided with the burial of the great general. Concealed in the shadows, the celestial master awaited the stillness of the night, when no one lingered in the graveyard. At last, he emerged, wielding an iron spade to unearth the general's tomb. Just as he had excavated halfway, the ghost of the general manifested before him. The celestial master's intent in disturbing the grave was to draw forth the spirit. That fateful night, the celestial master engaged in a fierce battle with the specter until dawn broke. When light returned, a passerby discovered the celestial master's lifeless body, drained of all its blood. Notably, the celestial master was not alone. He had a young apprentice who had been instructed to remain hidden in the shadows and not reveal himself. This incident was subsequently relayed by the apprentice, and in due course, several of the celestial master's fellow disciples sought out the ghost of the general. Their fates mirrored that of the celestial master, each meeting a grim end, their blood similarly siphoned away. Within the room, silence reigned. Even the young girl, Cece, who had covered her ears, found herself seated, captivated and listening intently. What happened next? Cece inquired. Lingyu shook her head. There was no subsequent tale. Is that all? Did the ghost of the general not harm anyone thereafter? Su Yuanfang asked. I cannot say, for all the Taoist practitioners who dared to confront him perished, and the matter faded from discourse in the martial world. What transpired afterward remains unknown to me. I too learned of this from my predecessors, and it has been several centuries since. However, one certainty remains. He required a frequent sustenance of human blood. Lingyu elucidated. To require such a sustenance, does that not align his proclivities with those of the dark sorcerer? Su Yuanfang remarked. Indeed, that is why I suspect that this so-called messenger is merely a facade. In truth, he is a blood spirit, Lingyu remarked. If he is indeed a blood spirit, then those who have been offering their allegiance are not serving some Western demon king, but rather him? Are the 3,000 souls also a mere illusion? Cece inquired. Lingyu shook her head. The 3,000 souls may not necessarily be false. The legendary great general ghost also killed many and fed on their blood. And those he murdered were, in fact, sustenance for him. The group exchanged glances, feeling both incredulous and yet compelled to believe. What shall we do? If Xia Donghai intends to find a young girl to offer to the blood spirit, and since Xia Xiaoyu is not an option, he could easily seek another, albeit not as effortlessly as he could with Xia Xiaoyu. Su Yuanfang mused, sighing deeply. Lingyu continued. Given this, Xia Xiaoyu is in grave danger. Today, Xia Dongming has fled, and who knows when he may return to the orphanage. No sooner had she spoken than Su Yuanfang rose. I shall go retrieve Xia Xiaoyu at once. After a moment of silence, Si Kai dialed a number, and shortly after, 2 towering bodyguards entered. Si Kai gestured towards Su Yuanfang, saying, "You shall accompany Mr. Su." As the 3 prepared to leave, Lingyu suddenly interjected, "Wait. I shall go as well." Hearing her intention to join, Su Yuanfang was overjoyed. With Lingyu present, what need did he have for the 2 bodyguards? Before he could express his delight, Si Kai straightened his attire and approached. "I shall accompany you as well." Su Yuanfang regarded him and said, "Young Master Si, given your esteemed status, it would be prudent to refrain from personally facing such peril." Si Kai ignored him and was the first to step outside. The journey from their hotel to the orphanage would take 2 hours by car, and they were traveling in the hotel's business vehicle. Throughout the ride, a profound silence enveloped them, with Lingyu bowing her head, absorbed in her phone. "What's wrong?" Su Yuanfang inquired as he drove. "In H province. For peculiar cases involving children have occurred over the past month," Lingyu replied. She proceeded to recount the details of each incident. The second case involved a little girl who went missing, only to be found lifeless in a public telephone booth, having succumbed to excessive blood loss. The third case was even more bizarre. A 5-year-old child disappeared while accompanying her grandmother to a game room. In the brief moment the grandmother turned her gaze towards the players, the child vanished. Despite a thorough search by those present throughout the afternoon, the child remained lost. Upon returning home that night, the family discovered the child dead, again due to excessive blood loss, leading the police to suspect that the perpetrator was a relative. The fourth case involved a mother who accidentally killed her mischievous child in a moment of frustration. Overwhelmed by grief, she was found gnawing frantically at her child's corpse. Bloodied and distraught, when the authorities arrived. Due to concerns about negative repercussions, these 4 cases were kept under wraps. Nevertheless, rumors circulated online, and it was through the internet that Lingyu learned of them. Now, under the cloak of night, any investigation into whether Xia Dongming had previously been in H province would have to wait until the morrow. The group shuddered at the thought of these strange and unsettling cases. Goodness, all these deaths due to blood loss. This echoes the horrific incident involving Zhu Kehui and the child she murdered for collecting scrap. The last incident was not what one would expect. It involved a mother who accidentally killed her child. Yet, astonishingly, this mother resorted to gnawing on the corpse of her own offspring, a notion that is utterly perplexing. Lingyu remained silent, reaching out to Spinach via WeChat. She sent him screenshots of the 4 cases, requesting that he gather all available information regarding them. These 4 cases had been suppressed by the police and were not publicly reported. Most of the information online had been erased. What Lingyu could uncover was merely the surface, but Spinach was different. He possessed the capability to unearth what eluded the average individual. Indeed, as their vehicle came to a halt outside the orphanage, Lingyu received a notification on her phone. Upon glancing at it, she saw that Spinach had informed her that he had sent the relevant details to her email. The orphanage was now before them, and with no time to check her email, she alighted from the car alongside several others. Su Yuanfang had already contacted the director of the orphanage en route, and at that moment, a silver-haired female teacher awaited them at the entrance. Upon seeing the group, the teacher inquired, "You are the police, correct? I received a call from the director. Xia Xiaoyu is in her dormitory. It's quite late, so I didn't let her come out. Please wait a moment while I fetch her." After reviewing Su Yuanfang's credentials, the teacher proceeded to enter the building to retrieve the child. Lingyu quickly interjected, "I will accompany you." "It's all right. I will be gentle," the teacher replied. "Still, I insist on going with you," Lingyu insisted. The teacher was clearly reluctant to allow Lingyu to join her, but seeing her determination, she refrained from further protest, leading her into the 3-story building where the dormitory was located. The Orphanage's Limited Resources, Part 21. The orphanage, with its constrained finances, housed a small, antiquated building. The staircase bore the marks of a bygone era, adorned with cement handrails etched with glimmering red stars. One advantage of this venerable staircase was that, even in the stillness of the night, It emitted no hollow thuds when traversed. The teacher, also bearing the surname He, was in her 50s. Unlike educators in conventional schools, most of the staff at the orphanage were not truly teachers. Rather, they were akin to social workers, nurturing these forlorn and vulnerable children with their heartfelt compassion. Xia Xiaoyu's temporary residence was on the second floor, where the children had already succumbed to slumber. Dim corridor lights cast a soft glow as he Laosher passed the duty room, picking up a substantial bunch of keys from the table. The duty room was empty. The door ajar. Tonight, He Laosher was on duty and had not locked the door upon her departure. She led He Lingyu to the door of a dormitory, gesturing inside while lowering her voice. "Wait a moment. I will go in and wake her." He Lingyu nodded, observing as He Laosher unlocked the door and illuminated the entrance with a flick of the switch. Peering inside, He Lingyu noted that the dormitory contained 4 sets of bunk beds, yet only 4 children occupied the lower bunks, all merely 5 or 6 years of age. He Laosher approached one of the beds, gently patting the child's head. The little girl stirred awake, remarkably obedient, roused from her sweet dreams without a whimper. Sitting up and gazing blankly at her teacher, perhaps still not fully conscious, her eyes reflecting a dazed confusion. Although He Lingyu had previously visited W City and investigated Yang Li's case alongside Su Yuanfang, it was her inaugural encounter with Xia Xiaoyu. The young girl was undeniably beautiful, yet her eyes lacked any spark. Teacher, he dressed the child in garments and shoes, gently guiding her by the hand as they tiptoed out without disturbing the other children. Upon reaching the doorway, just as teacher he was about to turn off the lights and close the door, He Lingyu halted her with a hand. Before teacher he could react, He Lingyu had already slipped back inside. "What are you doing?" Teacher, he expressed her discontent, her voice unconsciously rising. However, the children on the beds remained undisturbed, deep in a peaceful slumber. He Lingyu reached out to check the breath of one child, then swiftly darted to another bed, followed by the third. "What are you doing?" "Call the police, hurry. They are all dead." Before teacher he could finish her sentence, He Lingyu exclaimed loudly. Teacher, he was taken aback, clearly perplexed by He Lingyu's statement, but He Lingyu was already charging towards her. Instinctively, teacher he dodged and bumped into the door frame. Meanwhile, He Lingyu had spotted her target and was about to speak when her hand reached out towards Xia Xiaoyu beside her. Xia Xiaoyu seemed to awaken from a dream. Bolting away, she was swift, but He Lingyu was equally quick. However, Xia Xiaoyu's small legs could not carry her far before He Lingyu seized her. "Help! Teacher, save me!" Xia Xiaoyu shrieked in terror. "What do you want? Let the child go." Teacher, he, fueled by an unknown surge of strength, lunged at He Lingyu like an injured lioness, raising a hefty bunch of keys to swing fiercely at He Lingyu's head. He Lingyu furrowed her brow and, with a swift motion, delivered a powerful kick that sent teacher he tumbling into the room. However, the finger that had been pressed against Xia Xiaoyu's brow was now dislodged. In an instant, Xia Xiaoyu bit down fiercely on her finger, resembling a ferocious wolf. He Lingyu looked down abruptly, witnessing Xia Xiaoyu clenching her finger with unyielding tenacity. The crunching sound that resonated from her hand informed He Lingyu that her finger bone had fractured. Gritting her teeth, she swiftly withdrew a soul-piercing needle from her hair and thrust it towards Xia Xiaoyu's brow with great force. In that moment, a crimson shadow erupted from Xia Xiaoyu's body. Rather than a mere shadow, it was more accurately described as a mass of blood, a vivid and grotesque sight. Teacher he, having been kicked into the room, struggled to crawl out, only to behold the horrifying spectacle of a bloodied mass emerging from the charming little girl's form. Despite her age, her vision remained sharp, and she could see that the sanguine entity dripped ominously. With a piercing scream, teacher he fainted. The commotion in the corridor roused the sleeping children, and several doors creaked open as they prepared to emerge. He Lingyu, unwilling for them to witness such a terrifying sight, delivered another kick, sending the sanguine mass, much like teacher he, back into the confines of the room. Subsequently, she unleashed a punch upon Xia Xiaoyu's jaw, knocking out 2 teeth, and finally withdrew her finger from the girl's mouth. The bitten area was a gruesome mess, with flesh torn and bone faintly visible. Lingyu grimaced in pain. Despite having lived 2 lifetimes, she had never endured such a severe injury. Consequently, she bore no adhesive bandages, let alone any healing charms or ointments. In the corridor lay only the unconscious Xia Xiaoyu and the similarly insensible teacher He. As a child emerged, Lingyu burst through the door, swiftly closing it behind her, and struck at the mass of blood. The blood suddenly dispersed, droplets cascading towards her like rain. Lingyu executed a somersault in midair. Yet several droplets still splattered onto her sleeve. The blood that landed on her sleeve instantaneously transformed into a dark hue, seeping into the fabric. With a swift motion, she tugged at her sleeve, tearing it away and letting it fall to the ground. She scoffed, "You wretched spirit, devoid of a corporeal form, what is there to flaunt?" As she raised her uninjured hand, she called out loudly, "Ashu, little Baldy, come quickly and assist me in vanquishing this accursed entity." No sooner had her words left her lips than 2 shadows soared forth from her ring. Today, they had been summoned for a task. The red-clad ghost, Ashu, and the little specter little Baldy had been cooped up in the ring all day, growing increasingly restless. Previously, they had found the confinement tolerable. But after having engaged in a couple of skirmishes and enjoying some television, they yearned for a breath of fresh air. Upon Lingyu's call, they eagerly rushed out. Immediately confronted by the mass of blood, little Baldy let out a startled cry. Being still young, he had never encountered such a thing. Ashu, having been meticulously cultivated from the people of Luoxianpo, possessed significantly more knowledge than little Baldy. Upon seeing the blood mass, she gasped in astonishment, incredulously asking, "Is this a blood spirit?" Lingyu nodded. "Indeed, this is a blood spirit. 3 children have perished in this room, all orphans from the same institution. Just like Sishu. Since discovering the existence of Sishu in this world, Ashu has longed to become Sishu herself. She sought out a lost little girl to serve as her vessel, transforming the child into the likeness of Sishu. Frequently, she ventured into the orphanage and school where Sishu resided, envisioning herself as a child of the Si family, pure, innocent, and endearing. Ashu harbored an inexplicable obsession with the orphanage. It was a place of yearning and joy for her. However, when Lingyu revealed that the blood spirit had claimed the lives of many children from the orphanage, Ashu's anger ignited. The blood spirit had not anticipated that Lingyu would summon 2 ghosts, one of which was a malevolent entity, devoid of a physical form. The blood spirit could not speak, but retained consciousness and thought. As Ashu and the little bald boy lunged toward it, the spirit recoiled, and a torrent of blood surged toward the little bald boy. Realizing the danger, Lingyu stepped forward, positioning herself in front of the boy to shield him from the impending deluge of blood. Upon witnessing this, Ashu unleashed a wave of crimson smoke toward the blood spirit. The spirit evaded her strike, allowing Lingyu to pull the little bald boy aside just in time to avoid the blood. With no further concerns weighing her down, Lingyu felt emboldened. They had come to rescue the children. Little did they know that Xia Xiaoyu had already been possessed. And even more shocking was the fact that the possessing spirit was the very blood spirit they feared. In truth, Lingyu had contemplated the blood spirit during her journey. Her curiosity piqued when she stumbled upon several cases from H Province online, revealing a common thread that led her to recall the legendary blood spirit from her previous life. Even in the bygone eras of centuries past, the blood spirit merely existed within the realm of myth. Lingyu, like many ghost hunters, deemed it to be nothing more than a fable, for in her lifetime, no one had ever encountered a blood spirit, nor had they heard of its manifestation in any locale. Little did Lingyu fathom that in this modern age, characterized by a decline in spiritual integrity, she would unexpectedly confront a blood spirit. Caught off guard, she possessed neither talismans nor magical artifacts, save for the soul-piercing needle used to tie her ponytail. While this needle might suffice for confronting ordinary spirits possessing mortal bodies, it would prove an arduous challenge against a blood spirit. Fortunately, she had the assistance of Ashu. Outside the orphanage, Si Kai and Su Yuanfang grew increasingly anxious as Lingyu failed to emerge. In unison, they dialed her mobile, but the other end only echoed with music as she did not answer. Exchanging glances, they, along with their 2 bodyguards, disembarked from the vehicle. The gates of the orphanage stood resolutely closed. Before Kai could utter a word, the bodyguards leaped over the iron gate and unlatched it from within. Looking up from the ground floor, they discerned an enveloping darkness, save for a single room illuminated by a flickering light. That must be the place. The quartet ascended the staircase to the 2nd floor, and upon entering the corridor, they beheld Teacher He trembling while cradling a child. Several older children stood by, their faces ashen, and upon witnessing Kai and his companions, neither Teacher He nor the children moved, evidently paralyzed by fear. Teacher He, where's the girl who came with us? Kai approached, shaking Teacher He's shoulder with an unrefined urgency. Perhaps it was the excessive force he exerted that caused Teacher He to cry out in pain, momentarily regaining her composure. Quick, call the police. Call the police. Before she could finish her sentence, 2 bodyguards had already kicked open the door. Inside the room, Lingyu was disheveled, her clothing tattered, a hand bleeding profusely. Her gaze vacantly fixed on the window. Aside from her, there were 3 lifeless bodies of children. Neither Kai nor Su Yuanfang had ever witnessed such a disheveled state of Lingyu. Kai removed his suit and wrapped it around her, instinctively pulling her into his embrace. Ling Ling, Ling Ling. He pressed her head tightly against his chest, his voice hoarse from desperation. Ah, you're suffocating me. Lingyu struggled to wriggle free from his grasp, raising her bony fingers weakly, murmuring, call an ambulance. Having spoken, her body swayed, and she began to fall backward. A bodyguard was nearby and swiftly caught Lingyu in his arms. Before the police arrived, Kai took Lingyu away from the orphanage, leaving Su Yuanfang to deal with the authorities, while 2 bodyguards stayed behind to assist him. When Lingyu regained consciousness, she found herself surrounded by a pristine whiteness. It took her a while to realize she was in a hospital. Ling Ling, you're awake? The familiar voice of CC reached her ears. Turning to look at her, Lingyu felt a bit dazed. CC, how did I end up here? You were injured and remained unconscious for quite some time. It took a great deal of effort for you to wake up. I called the doctor to examine you. CC explained, ringing the bedside bell. Before long, the doctor and 2 nurses entered the room, conducting an examination on Lingyu and inspecting her hand. After issuing a few words of advice to CC, they departed. Aside from her fingers, Lingyu's body was largely unharmed. CC informed her that it was Kai who had brought her to the hospital, revealing that she had suffered a fracture in her finger bones and had lost some flesh, which would inevitably leave scars once healed. While Lingyu lay unconscious, CC had already contacted 3 cosmetic surgery clinics, 2 abroad and 1 domestic. Cosmetic surgery? What kind of alteration? Lingyu was momentarily taken aback. Scars and pits on a girl's fingers. How unsightly. Sky advised me to reach out to the hospital. You need not worry. I've inquired. And it's a minor procedure, CC reassured her. What do you mean? Are they going to use artificial flesh to fill in my fingers? The thought sent a shiver down Lingyu's spine. Not artificial flesh. Oh no, it's very professional. I will have the doctor send over a treatment plan. But we need not rush. We must wait for the bone to heal completely before proceeding with the subsequent surgery, CC explained. Lingyu felt as though the world had dimmed. She remained in a daze for a considerable time before finally asking, You said I was unconscious for quite a while. Indeed, the doctor just examined you. You are fine, just fatigued. Oh, what on earth happened? How did you become so exhausted? CC inquired. Lingyu sighed and asked, What about the orphanage? How is it faring? The orphanage? I have no idea, CC replied, shaking her head. What about Sky and Uncle Su? Lingyu questioned. I have only encountered Sky when you were just hospitalized. Since then, he has only called twice to inquire about your condition. As for Mr. Su, I have not seen him since you departed from the hotel, CC remarked. Lingyu felt a weight in her heart. This matter appeared rather troublesome. In the offering of Blood Spirit, Chapter 23, Lingyu excused herself to purchase daily necessities, sending CC away. Once CC had left, Lingyu summoned the red-clad ghost, a Shu. What transpired yesterday? Lingyu inquired. At that moment, both she and a Shu had exerted their utmost efforts, but were still no match for the Blood Spirit. Eventually, the blood spirit seized upon her weakness, unleashing a torrent of blood that cascaded down. She found herself unable to evade it, and, in a moment of desperation, sealed her 7 orifices. Although she narrowly escaped disaster, her consciousness became clouded. Upon encountering Si Kai, she experienced a fleeting moment of clarity, yet soon succumbed to unconsciousness. She understood that as long as she awoke, everything would be fine. This was a lesson imparted by her grandmother in a previous life. However, be it in this life or the last, she had never faced an adversary as terrifying as the blood spirit, which made this her first experience in employing such a measure. Do you not realize? The blood spirit poured blood over your head, and you suddenly became immobile. I was just about to rush to your aid when that torrent of blood suddenly changed direction and lunged at the blood spirit. Although it was absorbed by him, it caused him considerable disarray. Seizing the opportunity, I struck him several times, ultimately delivering a final blow that shattered him into countless blood droplets, which fled through the window. At that moment, I heard voices outside and recognized that Si Kai and the others had arrived. Knowing you would be safe, I retreated into the ring to recuperate. Shu was also injured, but unlike humans, her wounds could not be treated by any doctor. She could only rely on her own cultivation to heal. After Shu departed, Lingyu sat in a daze for a while. Upon sealing her 7 orifices, she surprisingly managed to turn the blood back against itself. A twist of fate she had never anticipated. Was it merely a coincidence? However, she had no time to ponder this matter. The pressing concern was to eliminate the blood spirit, lest it wreak further havoc upon humanity. She dialed Si Kai's number, but the line was chaotic, as if others were still conversing. "Boss, I've awoken. Where are you?" she inquired. "All right, just wait. I will be there shortly." Without waiting for Lingyu to ask again, Si Kai abruptly ended the call. 10 minutes later, Si Kai appeared in the hospital room. Lingyu was taken aback, not merely by Si Kai's swiftness, but by the fact that he was clad in high-end designer attire while carrying a soiled red, white, and blue woven bag that resembled something salvaged from a trash bin. "Boss, did you rummage through a dumpster?" Lingyu asked incredulously. W City is an ancient city, and I had someone locate a highly esteemed master. "This bag contains items I just procured from him," Si Kai replied, placing the filthy bag on Lingyu's hospital bed. "These are for you. See if they're of any use." Lingyu instinctively recoiled, staring at Si Kai in disbelief. "You personally went to purchase these?" "Indeed. It was quite difficult to find, but fortunately, I succeeded." Si Kai unzipped the bag and began to extract its contents one by one. "Spiritual talismans? The master you seek can create them?" Lingyu was taken aback. In this lifetime, she had spent several years searching for a skilled talisman artist, and the spiritual talismans she possessed were crafted by that very expert. During her visit to W City, she had brought along 2 talismans, but unfortunately, she had not taken them with her to the orphanage yesterday. Indeed, the ability to draw talismans, exorcise demons, and even tie the red thread, he could do it all. However, before Si Kai could enumerate the master's abilities, Lingyu realized she had been deceived. Whether it be capturing demons or crafting talismans, these are traditions passed down through the ages, from master to disciple, from father to son. While outsiders may be oblivious, those within the profession are well aware that there exists a clear division of labor. A talisman artist specializes in talismans, while an exorcist focuses on exorcism. Occasionally, an exorcist may also create talismans, but these are solely for personal use or for their apprentices, never for sale. Conversely, those who sell talismans do not rely on exorcism for income. If one seeks to profit from both avenues and engages in practices such as tying red threads, it is highly likely that they are a fraud. Dear sir, I truly appreciate your kind intentions. These are lovely and quite useful. However, you see, this might not be very beneficial for the environment, so I kindly ask that you refrain from purchasing again in the future. This was the gentlest and most tactful refusal Lingyu could muster. She could not simply declare, "You must be foolish to part with your money for these fakes." Nevertheless, Si Kai grasped the underlying message, incredulously asking, "Is this counterfeit? How do you know if you haven't tried it?" Indeed, During the previous encounter at the Sijia Villa with Shun Aching, all of Dabo's carefully prepared treasures were thoroughly tested, ultimately leading her to discover a truly valuable item. These possessions were recently acquired. You may still return them for a refund. However, if I have already attempted to use them, I would be unable to return them, as they would be rendered worthless. Lingyu, feeling a pang of sympathy, could not help but inquire about the cost of these items. Not too expensive. Merely 250,000, Kai replied casually, as if he were merely stating 2 and not 250,000. This was certainly an egregious overpayment. Lingyu insisted, "Big boss, you must immediately take action to return these items. If they refuse to refund you, do not hesitate to contact the authorities. This is fraud." If a mere stack of worthless paper is valued at 250,000, what purpose do I serve in ghost hunting and painstakingly studying talismans? Kai arrived with exuberance, but departed with a cloud of dust and disappointment. It was not until he had left that CC felt emboldened to enter. Having stood outside moments before, she had not overheard the conversation but could decipher the situation from Kai's expression. It was evident that his attempts at flattery had backfired. Bestowing spiritual talismans upon a young lady? The esteemed young master had truly lost his way. CC's face was alight with laughter, resembling a blooming trumpet flower. Fortunately, Su Yuanfang finally made his appearance. After a day apart, he had transformed into a weary figure, his stubble emerging prominently. The tragic loss of 3 children weighed heavily upon them, and Xia Xiaoyu had become almost dazed. This was indeed a grave matter, particularly since teacher he adamantly claimed to have witnessed a monster. The police not only dismissed her account, but also categorized her as a suspect, as it was she who had been on duty last night, and the person who opened the dormitory door bore her fingerprints. Teacher He and Lingyu entered the dormitory one after the other. Teacher He unlocked the door with a key, undoubtedly leaving behind fingerprints, while Lingyu had not touched that door at all. Even when she later chased after Shui Ling into the room, she had only kicked a chair to block the entrance. "Did she mention me?" Lingyu inquired, asserting that she could testify for Teacher He. To her disbelief, Teacher He had not uttered a single word about her. She claimed to have seen them at the door and then ascended the stairs alone to find Xia Xiaoyu. However, upon opening the door, she discovered the lifeless bodies of the children. After escorting Xia Xiaoyu out of the room, a monster suddenly leapt out from within Xia Xiaoyu's body. Lingyu blinked, a look of confusion gracing her features. Last night was her first encounter with Teacher He. Prior to that, she was certain they had never met and were strangers to one another. Why would Teacher He conceal this from her? This was no trivial matter. It pertained to a murder investigation. Lingyu, both you and Teacher He share the surname He. Could you be relatives? By the way, you are an orphan. I apologize for bringing it up, but have you considered that Teacher He might be a long-lost family member? Su Yuanfang suggested. Lingyu glared at him for a solid 10 seconds. After the pause, she replied, "Though I am an orphan, I did not grow up in an orphanage. The few distant relatives I have ever known have all extended their familial warmth towards me, hoping to become my guardians and manage the inheritance left by my parents. I have met each of them and know them well. Teacher He is not among them." She vividly recalls each of her relatives, for they have all been so thoroughly chastised by her that they would never dare to present themselves before her again. Hence, Lingyu cannot fathom that any relative would risk the ominous specter of a midnight knock, inviting calamity upon their family, to confront her. Second senior brother, could you devise a way for me to meet Teacher He? Teacher He is a suspect in a murder case. She is not someone one can simply meet. Su Yuanfang replied, "Wait a moment, let me consult someone for a solution." The following day, they finally encountered Teacher He. After 2 days apart, she appeared transformed. The once amiable instructor now seemed lost and vacant, trembling at the slightest disturbance. Observing her state, Su Yuanfang frowned, and so did Lingyu, as she was astonished to realize that Teacher He seemed to not recognize her at all. "Teacher He, do you remember me? I came to the orphanage to fetch Xia Xiaoyu. You guided me upstairs. My surname is also He. We are kin from 500 years ago." The last sentence echoed the words spoken by Teacher He during their initial meeting. Perhaps it was the gentle timbre of Lingyu's voice, combined with her innocent appearance, that gradually eased teacher He's taut nerves. She scrutinized Lingyu and inquired, "Miss, are you a police officer?" It was likely due to her recent encounters with law enforcement that led her to this question, as Lingyu, clad in civilian attire and appearing youthful, did not resemble an officer. "I am not a police officer. Have you forgotten? We met that night of the incident, when I accompanied you upstairs and later went with you to the dormitory to retrieve Xia Xiaoyu," Lingyu reminded her. Teacher He slowly shook his head. "I have never seen you. On the night of the incident, I was alone. It was only after receiving a call from the dean that I went to Xia Xiaoyu's dormitory." The phone call? Lingyu recalled that Su Yuanfang had indeed called the dean that night. When she encountered teacher He mentioned that it was the dean who instructed him to hand Xia Xiaoyu over to them. "Did the dean instruct you to hand Xia Xiaoyu over to us? If you had not seen us, how could you have gone to find Xia Xiaoyu? Therefore, we must have met before. Think carefully," Lingyu asserted. Teacher He continued to shake his head. "No, the dean did say someone would come to collect Xia Xiaoyu, but before I could see them, the incident occurred. I intended to take Xia Xiaoyu outside to wait for them." Lingyu was stunned. How could things have developed this way? She looked at Su Yuanfang beside her, who wore an expression that suggested he had known all along. Had it not been for the encounter with teacher He at the orphanage that night, Lingyu would have thought this was merely a figment of her imagination. She had never been to the orphanage nor met teacher He at all. How could this be? In her 2 lifetimes, she had never encountered such a situation. Upon leaving the detention center, Lingyu remained silent throughout the journey. Unlike her usual self who would be engrossed in her phone, instead, she closed her eyes to rest. Su Yuanfang, seeing her with her eyes shut in the passenger seat, assumed she had fallen asleep. She recalled every word her grandmother had imparted to her regarding the cultivation technique during her previous life. If there was anything particularly unique about this incident, Lingyu believed there were only 2 noteworthy aspects. Firstly, she encountered the legendary blood spirit, a being that had long been believed to be extinct for centuries. Secondly, she invoked the techniques passed down from her grandmother in her previous life, having lived 2 lives. This was her inaugural use of such powers. Now, could the current condition of teacher He be connected to either of these occurrences? It is unlikely that the blood spirit is to blame. If its emergence could induce amnesia in mortals, the legends surrounding it would not have survived, as they involved ordinary people. The general's attendants and the villagers from the burial site are all commonplace individuals who did not suffer memory loss. The initial rumors regarding the general's ghost originated from their mouths, and it was they who summoned the exorcist to capture the spirit. However, in the realm of existence, nothing is absolute. As humanity evolves, so too do spirits. Is it conceivable that the blood spirit of centuries past did not induce amnesia, while its contemporary counterpart does? As for the technique, after Lingyu employed it, she narrowly escaped disaster, yet found herself in a state of confusion, ultimately collapsing and sleeping for a day and a night. She is not an ordinary person. She possesses the memories and abilities of her past life, having transcended into this realm as a supernatural being. Therefore, this technique merely caused her a transient faintness rather than memory loss. Nonetheless, teacher He's situation cannot be classified as complete amnesia. Rather, it is a partial forgetfulness. She has forgotten Lingyu and those associated with her, including several companions who arrived together. At this moment, a spark of realization ignited in Lingyu's mind. Indeed, teacher He's amnesia is solely related to her, indicating that the true cause of teacher He's forgetfulness lies not with the blood spirit, but with her. Lingyu opened her eyes and smiled wryly. Her abilities were growing increasingly formidable, a latent potential that could induce amnesia in others, though she herself was perplexed by the means through which she accomplished this. Blood Spirit's Nourishment, Part 25. It was not the right time. Absolutely not. Forget the room. The entire orphanage building was now sealed off, Su Yuanfang remarked. What about the children? And Xia Xiaoyu? What about her condition? Lingyu suddenly realized she had overlooked someone of great importance, Xia Xiaoyu. Su Yuanfang sighed and shook his head. She is in the hospital. Since the incident, She has been in a daze, similar to your state, though more severe. Of course, it's serious. She merely overexerted herself and needs rest. However, Xia Xiaoyu is possessed by the blood spirit. It's all right. Didn't Xiao Shu also experience possession? Su Yuanfang attempted to console himself. He Lingyu's expression turned somewhat despondent. It's not the same. A Shu was merely a vengeful spirit, far less formidable than a blood spirit that has been nourished by thousands of souls. Moreover, Xia Xiaoyu is but a child. She is far too young. Su Yuanfang understood immediately. Given the precedent of Si Shu, he felt that Xia Xiaoyu's condition was dire but did not take it too seriously, genuinely believing that she would recover with a few days of rest. With the blood spirit elusive, the fates of the 3 children remained shrouded in mystery. He Laosher had been wronged, and Xia Dongming's whereabouts were unknown. He Lingyu curled up on the hotel sofa, having lived 2 lives. This was the most challenging predicament she had ever encountered. Cece ordered milk tea and handed her a cup. Here. There is no problem that a cup of milk tea can't solve. Indeed, this is truly wonderful, He Lingyu sincerely remarked. Although these children had not witnessed the bloodshed caused by the spirit of murder, the loss of their companion, who perished within the very same building, would eternally haunt them as an indelible nightmare. Regardless, this news was uplifting. Just as Cece had asserted, there was nothing that a cup of milk tea could not remedy. After savoring her drink, He Lingyu felt revitalized and promptly called Su Yuanfang. Has the police located Xia Dongming yet? Not yet, he replied. Unless he has taken a hired vehicle or is walking, he has not left W City. That fateful night, their concern for Xia Dongming's potential threat to Xia Xiaoyu had led them to the orphanage. Otherwise, the number of deceased children would have been greater. Soon, Su Yuanfang conveyed further good news. The autopsy reports for the children had been released, revealing small lacerations on their wrists and throats. All 3 children had succumbed to excessive blood loss, aligning with several cases from H province. Following Su Yuanfang's recommendation, the police finally resolved to collaborate with their counterparts in H province, merging the investigations of the 5 cases. Teacher He was ultimately released due to insufficient evidence. Yet she remained a suspect in the case, prohibited from leaving W City. Meanwhile, Xia Dongming had been designated as another suspect. Although he was still legally recognized as Xia Xiaoyu's father, substantial evidence had emerged disproving their biological relationship. Moreover, Yang Li's parents and the neighbors from that time could attest to his acts of abandonment towards Xia Xiaoyu, providing the police with just cause to suspect his intentions towards her. Regrettably, Xiaoyan lacks cognitive awareness and is unable to provide her testimony. Although the child may face suspicion, the police can still glean clues from the situation. To He Lingyu's surprise, Teacher He's residence is situated near the orphanage and is, in fact, a traditional courtyard house. While W City may not boast the status of first-tier cities like Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou, it is nonetheless economically prosperous, where every inch of land holds great value. Although Teacher He's home is located outside the city center, it is not remote, making such a courtyard a rarity. Si Kai accompanied He Lingyu on the visit. And although Teacher He had met Si Kai before, her demeanor suggested she had never laid eyes on him. Indeed, it appeared that all memories related to that fateful night had been erased from her mind concerning anyone connected to He Lingyu. Teacher He, your courtyard is truly lovely, He Lingyu remarked, admiring the abundant flowers and plants within the yard and the birdcage hanging in the corridor, which created an aura of tranquility far removed from the bustling city life. It has been passed down from my ancestors, Teacher He replied, with development encroaching everywhere. I wonder how long this courtyard can remain. She then personally served tea and snacks, and the 3 of them settled around the stone table in the yard. Since entering, He Lingyu had yet to encounter anyone else. Teacher He, are you the only one at home? Have they all gone to work? She inquired. With a smile, Teacher He responded, I live here alone. My husband passed away several years ago, and my 2 children are residing in other places. Upon hearing that her husband had passed, He Lingyu quickly expressed her condolences. I am so sorry. I was unaware. That's all right. It has been many years, and I have come to terms with it. By the way, what brings you here today? Teacher He asked. Teacher He, Are you familiar with Xia Xiaoyu? Lingyu inquired. Ah, this child has only recently arrived. She is a remarkably beautiful and charming little girl, though she tends to be rather reticent. Perhaps it is due to her being in a new environment. As she struggles to connect with the other children, appearing somewhat out of place, teacher, he replied. Out of place? What kind of behavior does she exhibit? Lingyu pressed for details. Let me think. There was an occasion when I organized a game of eagle catching chicks for the children. They were all thoroughly enjoying themselves. Yet Xia Xiaoyu sat alone, disengaged from the fun. When I approached her to ask why she wasn't joining in, she remarked, Oh, you probably wouldn't guess what I said, teacher, he said with a wry smile. What did she say? Lingyu asked, intrigued. Having met Xia Xiaoyu twice, she had not perceived anything unusual about the child. She told me that the mother hen would eat the chicks, and therefore she did not want to be a chick. Teacher, he sighed. What kind of logic is that? A mother hen would eat her chicks? Did you not inquire why she thought that? Lingyu was perplexed. I did ask her. She explained that the mother hen would peck at the chicks' necks, breaking them and drinking their blood. Teacher, he continued with a heavy heart. Could it be that Xia Xiaoyu has suffered abuse at the hands of Yangli? Si Kai broke the silence, recalling how a Shu had endured similar torment from her biological mother in her early years, and he couldn't help but reflect on this possibility. Lingyu was at a loss. Regrettably, the current Xia Xiaoyu had lost her consciousness, unable to express the horrors she had endured. Fortunately, a glimmer of hope emerged as news arrived that Xia Dongming had been found. Su Yuanfang, accompanied by the investigating officer, met with Xia Dongming, while Lingyu, serving as an assistant, diligently recorded the proceedings. After the officer posed his inquiries, he instinctively ceded the floor to Su Yuanfang. Before Su could utter a word, Xia Dongming coldly remarked, I had a feeling it would be you. If it weren't for you, the police would never have cast suspicion upon me. With a disdainful snort, Xia added, Legally, I remain her father. After your interaction with Xia Xiaoyu, she encountered misfortune. What do you have to say for yourself? Explain? Why should I offer an explanation? I had only just met her when you arrived. What more could I have done? Xia Dongming bellowed. Upon exiting the police station, Su Yuanfang sighed, taken aback by the unforeseen ramifications stemming from his initial acceptance of the case regarding Yang Li's heart removal. In the ensuing days, Lingyu wandered through W City, accompanied by Si Kai and CC. With the blood spirit having escaped, it was certain to resurface, for it thrived on human blood and souls. A week later, promising news emerged. Among the 4 cases in H province, 2 had been confirmed to be linked to Xia Dongming. In a 3rd case, a child had gone missing outside a gaming hall, only to be discovered deceased at home. The police retrieved surveillance footage from the child's residential community, revealing Xia Dongming's presence. Consequently, Xia Dongming was officially identified as a significant suspect in these child victim cases. Su Yuanfang reported to the police what he had heard from Lu Ziqian. The case of the murdered tourist from Province F had long since passed, and the criminal was already deceased. Even with Lu Ziqian's testimony, there was no possibility of prosecuting Xia Dongming and Yang Li. However, this information provided the police with a deeper understanding of Xia Dongming's character. On the other hand, Lu Ziqian had confessed, admitting that he and the couple, Xia Dongming and Yang Li, established the Anhunju to support the Demon King. A week later, Xia Dongming finally acknowledged that, aside from developing Zhukehui, he had also met another significant client through her introduction. This client had a 5-year-old daughter who had become a vegetable following a car accident. Upon learning that Zhukehui's son had recovered, the client was willing to pay any price to restore his daughter's health. After Yang Li's death, Xia Dongming maintained contact with this client. Later, upon discovering that Lu Ziqian was the one who had removed Yang Li's heart, he grew anxious about the potential investigation into the tourist incident. Consequently, he sold his house, abandoned Xia Xiaoyu, and went alone to Province H, where that significant client resided. In Province H, he killed several children in an attempt to summon a blood spirit using their blood, yet his efforts were futile. It was at this moment that he learned of a mother who had gnawed on her own child. Seizing the opportunity, he made his way to that family's residence. The child had died, and the mother became catatonic after her arrest. Coincidentally, during this time, another child died in the same neighborhood, having fallen from a height. The parents, having seen their child playing on the balcony, attributed the incident to the child's mischievousness, thus failing to attract societal attention. No one knew that it was Xia Dongming who, utilizing the soul-capturing technique imparted by the messenger of the Demon King, compelled the child to leap from the building. This was the most rudimentary form of soul capture, a trick that Lu Ziqian and Shaoan employed to sell columbarium niches at exorbitant prices. However, Xia Dongming had sinister intentions, resorting to it for murder. He firmly believed that the Demon King resided nearby, and indeed, during that fateful occasion, he summoned the Demon King, known as Blood Spirit. He was the father of Xia Xiaoyu, and his identity could easily be uncovered in W City. Thus, the only way to act was to remove Xia Xiaoyu from the orphanage. That day, he had taken a photograph of Yang Lie's death, intending to frighten Xia Xiaoyu into wanting to leave the orphanage. He brought her along, but fate intervened, and he encountered Su Yuanfang, compelling him to retreat. Little did he anticipate that the Demon King, having gone without sustenance for 2 or 3 days, would attach itself to Xia Xiaoyu, resulting in the demise of 3 children. Henceforth, the truth regarding the case in H province and the orphanage was unveiled, and regarding how the police would handle the aftermath. Lingyu could hardly muster the interest to inquire further. However, when Su Yuanfang revealed a particular detail, she was momentarily taken aback. Xia Dongming disclosed that Yang Li had been possessed by the Demon King, who had repeatedly bitten her daughter. At that time, he believed Xia Xiaoyu to be his own flesh and blood and desperately rescued her from Yang Li's clutches, later sending Xia Xiaoyu to her in-laws' home. This so-called Demon King was none other than Blood Spirit. Though this time, she ensured that Xia Dongming, Lu Ziqian, Shaoan, and Zhu Kehui received their just punishments. She found no joy in it. Firstly, the case unveiled the grotesque facets of human nature, and secondly, it implicated numerous innocent children. Moreover, the Blood Spirit still lingers in the mortal realm, and one cannot predict when it may resurface to wreak havoc. She lay on her bed, gazing vacantly at the ceiling, while a Shu and the little bald fellow lounged on the sofa, engrossed in the television. Before long, the 2 spirits, one large and one small, began to quarrel over the remote control. A Shu wished to watch a sentimental ethical drama, while the little bald fellow preferred animated series. Frustrated by their bickering, Lingyu locked the dormitory door and ventured out for a hike. A travel group? Could such a small attraction possibly host a travel group? Lingyu obediently awaited in the lobby, fretting whether the inn would have enough rooms. Just then, the travel group arrived. 4 ladies in their 50s, the old friendship travel group. Each of the 4 ladies adorned in exquisite long dresses and high heels, draped in vibrant scarves, were a sight to behold. Lingyu had always pondered a curious question. Why do so many ladies choose to wear long dresses and high heels while traveling? The inn's courtyard, with its babbling brook and an array of succulent plants, instantly captivated the ladies, leading Lingyu to become their personal photographer. The ladies posed gracefully, strolled leisurely, and danced with their scarves in the wind. For an entire afternoon, they neither hiked nor sightseeing, but instead indulged in a photo shoot within the inn's courtyard. During dinner, Lingyu slumped like a salted fish across from Shui Mei, her gaze vacant. Shui Mei waved her fingers before her eyes. What is this? Countless, Lingyu whimsically responded, crossing her eyes. The guests are quite pleased with you, Shui Mei remarked with a smile. Oh, does that mean a raise? Lingyu inquired. You are overthinking it. Shui Mei replied, all right, I shall not disturb you further. Lingyu then buried herself in her meal. At that moment, a voice whispered in her ear, little girl, would you join us on the mountain tomorrow? She looked up to see Aunt Lu from the group of 4 women, her face beaming with anticipation. I have work tomorrow and cannot leave. Lingyu quickly thought of a plan and pointed to the recently finished spinach, suggesting, since he is off duty tomorrow, let him accompany you. Aunt Lu scrutinized the spinach from head to toe and suddenly pinched its slender arm, exclaiming, oh dear, how has this child become so thin? If the wind sweeps you away on the mountain, we would be unable to catch you. Perhaps it is best to reconsider. Aunt Lu, slightly displeased, turned and departed, leaving the spinach in disarray in the windless dining area. Lingyu laughed, resting her head on the table, while Shui Mei stifled her laughter behind her hand. Is it amusing? Is it truly amusing? Ladies, you have successfully piqued my animosity, the spinach declared dramatically before leaving. The following day, the aunties finally ascended the mountain. With the absence of the private photographer, little Lingyu, they felt a tinge of regret. However, upon seeing Lingyu bustling about upstairs and downstairs, they could only lament their misfortune. Without the photo-loving aunties, the inn fell into tranquility. Lingyu sat at the front desk, lost in thought, while the spinach snoozed in their room. Just then, Shui Mei descended from upstairs, cell phone in hand. Ling Ling, hurry and wake the spinach. An ant has been injured on the mountain. Lingyu promptly dashed to kick the door of the spinach's room. She turned to Shui Mei and said, I will go check. In the past, Shui Mei would have been apprehensive about allowing Lingyu to go, but after several incidents, she realized that this seemingly youthful girl was anything but ordinary. She did not voice her opposition, merely insisting that Lingyu take her phone. Lingyu replied, There's no signal in that area, so it's unnecessary. Before she could finish her sentence, she fell silent, as did Shui Mei. Indeed, there was no signal. Yet how had Shui Mei received the distress call? Sister Shui Mei, how did you know it was those 4 ants calling? Can you recall their phone numbers? Naturally, she could not. In truth, Shui Mei was entirely unaware of those 4 ants' numbers. Initially, it was the travel agency that contacted her, as the ants had booked their tickets and accommodations through them. She mentioned she checked in yesterday and said she spoke with you in the restaurant, Shui Mei stated. Yes, last night in the restaurant, Aunt Lu did speak with Lingyu, and the 4 ants set out early this morning for a hike. Thus, Shui Mei harbored no doubts and promptly dispatched Uncle Zhao and Bo Kai to provide assistance based on the approximate location they had indicated. The place mentioned by Aunt Lu was not far. Considering their age, the ants would not venture too high. Lingyu, being young and vigorous, arrived in merely 40 minutes. As she had surmised, the stretcher lay abandoned on the ground, and Uncle Zhao and Bo Kai were nowhere to be found. Lingyu cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted, Bo Kai? Kai Xiaobo. Uncle Zhao, are you there? After a considerable amount of time, she heard someone calling out, We are here. Lingyu's heart leaped with joy as she followed the sound, ultimately discovering them beneath a small cliff. This so-called small cliff, while indeed a cliff, was not particularly high. A stone platform lay 10 meters above, where Spinach and Uncle Zhao were situated, accompanied by Aunt Lu from the group of 4 ants. Spinach explained, Aunt Lu fell down below, and we tried to pull her up, but we all ended up falling. Indeed, a long rope lay beside them, and Lingyu immediately comprehended the situation. The rope was tied to the cliff but had not been secured properly, leading to its slackening and the subsequent fall of both the rope and the individuals. Lingyu was exasperated. Who tied this rope? Spinach looked innocent. I didn't expect Uncle Zhao to be so heavy. It was not Uncle Zhao's weight, but rather Aunt Lu's, although Spinach dared not voice that. Lingyu found it peculiar that Aunt Lu was alone. Aunt Lu, where are the other 3 ants? She inquired. I got separated from them, and in my panic, I fell, Aunt Lu replied. Lingyu turned and began her descent along the cliff, the smooth rock face allowing her to maneuver downward like a gecko. Spinach and Uncle Zhao stared in astonishment. After their fall, they had attempted to climb back up, but the slick surface had caused them to slip back down after only a few meters. Quick, hand me the rope, Lingyu shouted. Spinach hastily grasped the rope and ascended about a meter, extending her hand to raise it. Lingyu seized the end of the rope and began her climb towards the cliff summit. Spinach and Uncle Zhao sustained only superficial injuries. After disinfection and bandaging, they were deemed fine. However, Aunt Lu suffered more severe injuries and was transported by ambulance to the nearest hospital. Shui Mei contacted the travel agency, which provided her with the registered phone numbers of the group. She called each one in succession, but all went unanswered. Could it be that they too had encountered misfortune? Spinach remarked. Lingyu remained silent. The situation was shrouded in mystery. She inquired of Spinach, when you were at the base of the cliff, did you attempt to make a call? Was there any signal? Signal? Certainly not. If we had been able to make a call, we would have contacted you long ago instead of shouting ourselves hoarse, Spinach retorted. Lingyu sighed, opened her laptop, and began perusing the hotel registration of the four ladies. Suddenly, her mouth fell agape in astonishment. Spinach, this is your registration, isn't it? Did you not carefully check their identification cards? Identification cards? Ling. Why would I bother to check the IDs of four women who could easily be my mothers? Am I in need of maternal affection? Spinach replied indignantly. No, they are not merely capable of being your mothers. They could be your grandmothers, Lingyu exclaimed. What? Spinach finally lifted his esteemed, albeit undernourished posterior to peer at the computer screen. Upon closer inspection, he too was taken aback. Could this be a mistake? All four ladies were born in the early 1940s. They were indeed over 70 years old, yet they appeared to be in their 50s. I comprehend. It must be cosmetic surgery, facelifts, wrinkle removal, eye corner enhancement, and perhaps even a couple of apple cheeks. Spinach spoke with conviction. Huffed. These four ladies, or rather grandmothers, if they truly desired to undergo such transformations, why not make themselves appear younger, perhaps akin to Sister Shui Mei's age, still possessing charm and captivating all? That would be splendid. Lingyu defended herself. I shall inform you. To captivate all is permissible. Anyone who dares to assert my enduring allure shall find no respite from work next month. For there are neither bonuses nor overtime pay. Thus what Sister Shui Mei could offer them is merely a holiday. Sister Shui Mei, it is not merely my words. In my heart, your vermilion mole and white moonlight are my goddess. Before Spinach could finish, he received a thump on his head, followed by the sound of wooden clogs clattering. Lingyu and Spinach both exhaled in relief, resuming their murmurs. Spinach had not paid much heed to the appearances of the ladies. Yet after spending over an hour with Aunt Lou at the cliff's edge, he retained some impression. With willow leaf brows, phoenix eyes, and cherry lips, one must admit, Aunt Lou had not succumbed to weight gain. She truly was a beauty, a classic kind at that. Spinach remarked. Lingyu nodded in agreement. Not only Aunt Lou embodies classical beauty, but the other three ladies do as well. Aunt May has a red mole at her brow, akin to those intentionally applied in theatrical performances. Aunt Ju is also quite lovely, albeit excessively thin, resembling a bamboo pole. Which ages her. Aunt Song, the tallest and most robust among them, possesses striking features with bold brows and large eyes, exuding a sense of heroism. It is remarkable that you remember so vividly, Spinach admired. Indeed, I spent the entire afternoon photographing them. How could I possibly forget? Lingyu sighed. While he spoke, the diligent Bo Kai did not let his fingers remain idle. He took out his laptop, connected a USB drive, and swiftly opened a software application, entering the names and identification numbers of the four ants. Suddenly, he exclaimed, Lingling, come quickly and see. Lingyu leaned in, and to her astonishment, the screen prominently displayed. On a certain date in 1995, an incident occurred at Yunwu Mountain in Wai Province involving the rescue of a tourist. The reporter, Song Gaojia, had become separated from three companions while climbing. He fell from a cliff and sustained a broken leg, only to be rescued by students from Q University who were camping nearby. Song Gaojia was indeed Aunt Song. Yunwu Mountain? I've been there. It's not particularly treacherous. How could one fall from a cliff? Bo Kai questioned, puzzled. Yesterday, the place where you fell wasn't steep either. Both you and Uncle Zhao emerged unscathed, while only Aunt Lu suffered a fracture. Ah, a fracture indeed, and also a leg. Lingyu remarked, astonished. Yes, look here. It states that she became separated from her three companions. Although their names are not mentioned, I suspect they are very likely the same three who accompanied her on this trip, Bo Kai suggested. However, it does not indicate whether those three companions were later found. Lingyu responded. They must have been found. Otherwise, it wouldn't be classified as a tourist rescue but rather as a case of missing persons, which would be a serious matter, Bo Kai reasoned. Lingyu pondered this and inquired, can we find any other related incidents? Spinach searched for quite some time, but could not find any further information. She only learned that these four ladies had changed jobs frequently in their youth, but thereafter, No more details could be uncovered. It is possible they resigned. Yet the addresses registered on their identification cards are all located on the same street, but in different residential complexes. Additionally, Spinach discovered that all 4 women had experienced divorce, and, notably, none bore biological children. Their offspring were all adopted. Aunt Zhu and Aunt Lu adopted daughters, while Aunt Song and Aunt Mei adopted sons, and all their children now reside abroad. Thus, while examining each woman individually may not raise any suspicions, viewing them collectively presents an uncanny resemblance. Lingyu pondered for a moment and suddenly had a brilliant idea. She turned to Spinach and said, "Could you possibly locate old newspapers or county records from before 1949? Yes, but it will require considerable effort. It won't be completed in less than 10 days to half a month," Spinach replied. "Then never mind. I shall inquire myself," Lingyu responded, retrieving a number from her phone and dialing it. The phone rang 7 or 8 times before it was answered, and an elderly voice emerged from the other end. "Is this little he?" "Yes, Grandpa he. It's me," Lingyu replied sweetly. "You little girl, where have you been? Have you gotten into trouble? Otherwise, you wouldn't have thought to call this old man." Grandpa he grumbled lightly. Lingyu chuckled, her eyes sparkling. "Grandpa he. I haven't gotten into any trouble. I just have a few questions for you. The last remaining encyclopedia. In a world where countless tales intertwine." The elderly voice on the other end of the line finally relented. "Speak. What is your inquiry? If it concerns your parents, then forget it, for I possess no knowledge." "Of course not," I replied. "I wish to inquire if you have any recollection of occurrences involving apparitions or supernatural entities prior to 1949. After a prolonged silence, lasting approximately 5 or 6 minutes, Grandfather He's voice resonated once more. In 1945, an unusual event transpired in S City. A group of sanitation workers, while sweeping the streets at dawn, spotted a young girl perched upon a large pine tree by the roadside. At that early hour, they all noticed the child and assumed she was merely a mischievous offspring of a nearby household, calling out for her to descend. Yet, in an instant, she vanished. They scoured both the tree and the ground, but the girl was nowhere to be found. Since several witnesses had observed this incident, they concluded they had encountered a ghostly presence, and reporters subsequently interviewed them, leading to the story being published in the S Morning News. That year, S City was plagued by a series of bizarre occurrences. One such incident unfolded in a secluded bamboo grove, where a couple seeking a quiet spot for their romantic rendezvous witnessed an unexpected phenomenon. Suddenly, a small mound of earth began to rise before them. Initially, they presumed it might be bamboo or some other plant emerging. Intrigued, they approached, with the young man poised to capture the astonishing moment on camera. However, to their astonishment, what emerged from the soil was not bamboo or any other flora, but a young girl adorned with a playful hairstyle. It is not difficult to imagine the fright experienced by the two individuals. The young man, in a moment of shock, let go of the camera, which fell to the ground and shattered. By the time they regained their composure, the little girl had vanished without a trace. In a separate incident, not in S City, but rather in the nearby W City, there was a well-known actress, Miss Hu, who was cherished by her husband, a wealthy tycoon. Miss Hu had taken a liking to a garden belonging to a former Qing dynasty official who was in dire financial straits. In a gesture of affection, her husband purchased the garden from the official and presented it to Miss Hu as a birthday gift. This garden is located in W City and was constructed in the early Qing period, adorned with numerous plum trees, many of which are ancient specimens. As a matter of fact, this garden still exists today, though it no longer belongs to Miss Hu. It has been transformed into a renowned tourist attraction. The reason for this transformation lies in the aforementioned incident, which rendered Miss Hu too fearful to ever return to the garden. Subsequently, the couple relocated overseas, and before their departure, they donated the garden to the local government of S City. When Miss Hu first acquired the garden, she was overwhelmed with joy and invited her fellow actresses to enjoy the plum blossoms and partake in a banquet. She even summoned numerous journalists from various newspapers to publicize the event, selecting this location as the filming site for her new movie. However, on the very day of her celebration, an extraordinary occurrence took place. A little girl suddenly emerged from the plum grove, approached Miss Hu, and pointed a finger at her, exclaiming, "I have been living here quite comfortably, and you bring all these people to disturb my sleep. I detest you." Upon concluding her words, she astonishingly leaped up and struck Miss Hu twice across the face. Miss Hu's attendants attempted to seize her, but in a swift motion, she sprang onto the plum tree, then danced upon the branches with the grace of a dragonfly skimming the water, and subsequently vanished from sight. Miss Mei, startled and humiliated, fell gravely ill and never again set foot in that garden. In City S, a series of 3 bizarre occurrences transpired, particularly the final incident involving a renowned actress, witnessed by numerous fans and journalists. In response, the local newspaper, the Morning Herald, introduced a new column titled A Moment of Terror. This column published 7 installments, detailing the 3 peculiar events, while the remaining 4 featured perspectives from so-called mediums and scholars regarding these incidents. The sensational coverage stirred considerable public intrigue. However, the newspaper later suffered a catastrophic fire, incurring substantial losses. During the blaze, some claimed to have seen 4 children fleeing the scene, despite the fact that no children were present at the time. Following the circulation of this tale, many speculated that the 3 children mentioned in the newspaper's earlier reports were among those seen escaping. The newspaper's owner and editor remained tight-lipped about the matter, and eventually, the owner relocated abroad, leading to the cessation of the publication. This incident captivated public attention for a time, yet, after 6 or 7 decades, it faded from collective memory. After grandfather he finished his account, he paused and inquired, "Little he, are you curious about these matters?" Lingyu nodded, replying, "Indeed, grandfather he. You truly are like a worm in my stomach." Old grandpa he let out a cold snort and said, "These matters were meticulously verified by your father over the span of 6 months. What I am recounting to you is not merely from memory, but rather from the documents he printed for me back then. You cannot fathom the excitement he felt during that time." Unfortunately, he was ultimately unable to ascertain the truth. Lingyu was taken aback. Old grandpa, he was her father's mentor, since they shared the same surname. The academic community referred to them as Big He and Little He. After Lingyu was born and her father passed away, Big He became Old He, and Lingyu became Little He. She had never imagined that her father had investigated these 3 supernatural occurrences many years prior. Old grandpa he. All 3 of these incidents are related to plants. The first involves the pine tree, the second the bamboo, and the third the plum tree, Lingyu remarked. Indeed, your father mentioned the same. There was one more thing he considered, but he refused to believe it. He once suspected that these 3 children were tree spirits. Old grandpa he stated, "Tree spirits?" Lingyu echoed, intrigued by the term. "Yes, tree spirits. Beyond this pseudoscientific inference, your father could conceive of no other explanation." Old grandpa he elaborated. "If they became human, they would surely have surnames. The pine spirit would be surnamed Song, the plum spirit would be surnamed Mei, and as for the bamboo spirit, it might be surnamed Zhu." Lingyu mused aloud. "What are you saying, little he? Have those 3 children appeared again?" Old grandpa he inquired anxiously. "No, I was merely speculating." After hanging up the phone, Lingyu remained in a daze. If the surnames of those 4 ants were akin to a type of plant, what about Aunt Lu? Lu as in willow? The thought unfurled within her mind like a delicate blossom. No wonder these 4 ants remained ageless. No wonder they shared such a harmonious bond. But where had the other 3 ants gone? They were not phantoms. They were spirits, tree spirits. After ending the call, Lingyu found herself in a reverie for a moment before dialing her grandfather, Old He, once more. "Grandpa He, was there any significant event in S City in 1945? Did my father ever investigate?" Lingyu inquired. "Oh, I was just about to call you. Your father did look into it. In 1945, an unidentified flying object was spotted in the skies over S City. However, at that time, technology was not advanced, and people merely associated the occurrence with ghosts and deities," replied Old He. In her previous life, Lingyu was born into a lineage that had made a living by exorcising spirits for generations. from a young age. She had absorbed the teachings of her elders, who spoke of fairies. Not every ancient tree transforms into a spirit. In fact, such occurrences are exceedingly rare. Yet, certain extraordinary events can catalyze this transformation. For instance, some ancient trees may boast a history of 3,000 years, yet they remain mere trees, not spirits. Suddenly, one day, a remarkable event transpires, affecting this old tree. The tree, startled by this unforeseen change, undergoes a transformation into a spirit. Lingyu remained unaware of the unidentified flying object that had traversed the skies of S City in 1945 and its impact on the ordinary populace. Yet it undoubtedly altered the fate of the 4 trees, which thereafter ceased to be mere trees and became spirits. In the afternoon, Aunt Lu called from the hospital, informing that she had suffered a leg fracture and entrusted the inn to temporarily safeguard her and her 3 sisters' belongings. Although Aunt Lu's injury was a personal misfortune, Shui Mei felt compelled to visit her, for Aunt Lu was unfamiliar with this place and, now hospitalized, was in a pitiable state. Lingyu, eager to assist, suggested, "Sister Shui Mei, there are so many matters at the inn. Allow me to go in your stead." Recognizing that Lingyu had previously aided Aunt Lu, Shui Mei nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well. I shall have Aunt Zhao prepare some soup for you to take along." 2 hours later, Lingyu arrived at the town hospital. Aunt Lu was in a private room. Unlike the bustling cities, the single rooms in the town hospital were often unoccupied. Yet they were equipped with all necessary amenities. Upon seeing Lingyu, Aunt Lu's face lit up with joy. "Lingling, I owe you my gratitude. Had it not been for you, I might have lost my leg." Though it was merely a fracture, prolonged neglect could lead to dire consequences. Lingyu sat by the bedside, glancing at the cast on Aunt Lu's leg, and inquired, "Aunt Zhu, have you heard from Aunt Mei or Aunt Song?" "Indeed." Lingyu continued, "In 1995, Aunt Song fractured her leg on Yunwu Mountain, and at that time, the 3 of you also lost contact with her. Yet all turned out well in the end." Aunt Lu's smile faltered, her lips twitching as she sheepishly remarked, 1995? At that time, Lingling, you had not yet been born. Had you? Indeed, I am a post-2000 individual born after 1995. However, in this era of advanced technology, the world is markedly different from S City in the 1940s. The internet serves as a repository of records, unlike newspapers, which can be eradicated by merely burning down the press. Lingyu remarked with a smile. Aunt Lu gazed at her in astonishment for a long while before responding, "Such a whimsical character you are. It's hard to believe you are truly human." "I am indeed a genuine human," Lingyu replied, not uttering a falsehood. Having lived 2 lifetimes, she was wholly human. "But you are remarkably astute over the years. You are the second person to question our nature," Aunt Lu said with resignation. "Who was the first?" Lingyu inquired with curiosity. "Interestingly enough, he shares your surname, a historian. It is quite perplexing how a scholar of history became intrigued by us," Aunt Lu replied with a calm demeanor. They were indeed supernatural beings. Yet they had never harmed anyone. The only indiscretion in their past was the burning of a newspaper office, an act committed in their early transformation when they still possessed the naivety and impulsiveness of their kind. Had they been in the present, such an act would have been unthinkable. A historian with the surname He, that would be my father. In this lifetime, Lingyu had lost her parents at a tender age but retained vivid memories of their appearances. Her father, though an academic, was not an archetypal bookworm. He favored sports attire and sneakers and delighted in watching science fiction films. Her mother was strikingly beautiful and vivacious, often squealing over a male celebrity while watching television. "So, it turns out he is your esteemed father. Indeed, a tiger begets no dog," Aunt Lu mused. "Aunt Lu, are your 3 companions safe at present?" This is what Lingyu wishes to inquire most earnestly. "They are engaged in their cultivation and are quite safe, only temporarily unable to emerge," Aunt Lu replied, her voice imbued with the distinctive confidence and nonchalance of a middle-aged woman. Had she not admitted it herself, Lingyu might have doubted her own deductions. This was the first time she had encountered such an earthy spirit. "So, are you guarding them?" Lingyu, though not extensively knowledgeable about the affairs of spirits. Possessed enough understanding to deduce their identities. Did you intentionally fracture your bone? When the doctor took your x-ray, did he not discover anything unusual? Lingyu's curiosity deepened. What anomaly do you imagine the doctor would observe by slicing open my skin, perhaps a trunk? We are spirits, indistinguishable from humans to the naked eye. Aunt Lu replied with a hint of pride. I see. So in 1995, Aunt Song also broke her leg on purpose? That incident involved a group of university students rescuing Aunt Song. Indeed, like them, they were meddling in affairs that did not concern them. Yes, that incident created quite a stir and even made it to television. Alas, had it not been for that matter, your father would not have taken an interest in us. Thus, Lingyu understood that her father had uncovered some suspicion during that incident. Did you previously cultivate here? Lingyu inquired. No, we were all near City S. Lao Zhu, Lao Mei, and Lao Song are famously known as the three friends of the cold years, each more proud than the last. If it were not for a fortuitous coincidence, we would not have become sisters through the transformation we undertook together. Aunt Lu had always felt a connection with Lingyu. And now, upon discovering that Lingyu was the daughter of that esteemed professor from years past, her spirit soared, and her chatter increased. Was it the incident involving the unidentified flying object in S-City that transformed you? Lingyu inquired. Whether it was truly an unidentified flying object remains uncertain. This is what your father mentioned. At that time, I was merely a willow tree growing wild in the fields, unaware of how many years I had existed. Indeed. Before the transformation, we were all like mindless wooden dolls, devoid of thought, oblivious to our own ages. One fateful night, a sudden light illuminated me. And in the next moment, I felt myself crawling. It was the first time I gained consciousness. I crawled and crawled until, at last, my eyes could perceive the world around me. I spotted 3 children, much like myself, also crawling nearby. That was them. At that moment, we could not speak, nor did we know where we ought to go. Later, someone passed by, and upon seeing 4 naked little girls, he harbored malicious intentions and sought to take us to the city to sell us. He carried us onto a mule cart and transported us into the city, where he indeed sold us. We were unable to articulate our thoughts, simply watching as he counted colorful banknotes. Unaware of his actions until much later when we finally comprehended that he was counting the money he received for selling us. As Aunt Lu recounted this tale, she stifled a yawn. Growing old makes one prone to rambling. I hope I am not boring you, dear girl.